The story begins with a roll of thunder, a bright flash of lightning, and a field strewn with fallen great heroes. Dead human bodies and humanoid wolf bodies lay everywhere, covered in mud and traces of the harsh battle. The world is shattered, and the comrades Scott fought alongside, risking their lives, the 10 great knights who defended the continent, used up all their mana and life energy, ending up with nothing but a polluted earth overflowing with nothing but death. The man with the two-handed axe headed forward with confidence, regardless of the terrible fatigue and the loss of his friends. He looked around, seeing only the fallen, immobilized bodies of allies and enemies alike, illuminated by lightning. What happened today is a tragedy brought about by the actions of just one scumbag who knows no pity. Suddenly, the body of one of the comrades was crushed by the huge clawed paw of a humanoid beast. The lion's eyes, which felt the crunch of bones under his paw, lit up, and his grin turned into a grim smile. This monster, demonic beast King Leon, was incredibly huge in size compared to a human. He immediately turned to the man with the axe, recognizing his strength, noting that he was a bit short for a worthy opponent. The monster's speech was more like a beastly growl, as he said that the man wouldn't be able to reach out and take his life. However, the warrior paid no attention to his words, concentrating his power into a weapon that had taken on a red hue. There wasn't much strength, but now it was necessary to make one last attack and end this battle that had led to all of this. Without answering anything to Leon, Scott gathered his last bit of strength and, pushing himself off the ground, raised the axe above his head. With a loud shout, he began to lower the weapon, aiming for the monster's face, but immediately ran into an obstacle in the form of its arm. The demonic beast king only laughed loudly, blocking the attack and saying that it was useless, one must surrender. However, the man didn't even think of giving up, swearing loudly and frantically shouting at his opponent to shut up. The warrior decided to use the lightning blast technique to finish off the beast, proving to it that it was not to be underestimated. This technique was enough to cut the monster in two and in time to say that it made a lot of noise. As the man slid to the ground, Leon's arm slowly flew down, and the monster himself didn't realize what had happened. A second later, when the lightning was completely gone, there was a deafening explosion that killed the cocky beast. The bloodied warrior smiled, pleased with his victory and the fact that it was finally quiet and peaceful. He knelt down, leaning on his axe, thinking that he too would soon perish despite his victory. The man touched his stomach, to which was attached a stone with mana that was in short supply. Angry, the warrior said it out loud, asking himself if his life had gone wrong from the beginning. He immediately remembered himself back to when he was a child, examining his small hands in amazement. Only famous knights and aristocrats are trained in mana training methods, but he only had the trial and error method at his disposal. The guy, who was called Scott, had given his all to hard training since he was a kid. When the guy rose to the heights of knighthood, he considered that all trivial problems were henceforth behind him. But was it so? He is overwhelmed with regret, for if Scott had started his mana training with the right methods, then he would have been able to defend the continent. The warrior knew his power level and was sure he could protect absolutely everyone. But right now, all he had in front of his eyes was a blazing city. With a bloody hand, he touched his stomach again, realizing that his mana supply was finally depleted and no longer active. The man thought about his opponent Wormwood, who had incredible power that could kill thousands of knights. A drop of sweat rolled off his forehead as he realized that this demon was only a captain in the 7th Army Corps. The warrior tensed as he thought about how powerful the other captains of the beast demon armies were. The guy was still squatting with his head down. His last thoughts were only of victory and impending death. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name and he turned around in surprise, recognizing that someone was still alive. He was approached by Sword Emperor Asgard, who was breathing heavily due to his wounds, and asked if the lad was still alive. An elderly man with grey hair and beard coughed, saying that he was already at death's door and there wasn't much time left. However, the master wanted to fulfill his last wish and said that before he went to the next world, he wanted to ask him a question. Removing the beast's severed arm, Asgard asked why the man didn't flee the battlefield, saving his life. Hearing no reply, he added that he had heard that the lad had been born into poverty, and wasn't there anything he needed to protect? The older man did not calm down and continued to voice his thoughts that the guy must have suffered for a long time. Scott replied that he was very curious about what old people talk about before they die, but it disappointed him. The boy then said that it was a disgrace, which surprised the swordmaster, who looked at the young warrior with astonishment. Out of his last strength, the guy cried out that he didn't like looking weak, regardless of his status and position in society. The lad believed that a real man should keep his head held high and that desertion was not an option. A loud, unnatural laughter echoed through the dead field that belonged to Asgard that laughed at such a response. A disgruntled Scot turned his head toward the man, noticing that there was still strength left for laughter. The old man thundered that the lad had convinced him and he would believe in his talent, for his pride had helped him become one of the 10 great knights. Then the man smiled and in a serious voice told the boy to look for him as soon as possible when he returned. The words were utter nonsense, and Scott tried to interject how to make sense of it, looking at the wizard in amazement. However, Asgard kept saying that he wouldn't believe it if he just showed up to him, so he should memorize one of his secrets. Removing the ring from his finger, the master told me that his unborn daughter was named Lily, after his and his wife's favorite flower. Suddenly, Scott was surrounded by blue energy, to which he was very surprised, not realizing what was even happening. Covering his eyes, the old man finished that this flower wasn't so much to his liking, but it was the most important part of the secret. Asgard's last words were for the warrior to find him as quickly as possible, after which he fell silent. A dazed Scott tried to ask the old man what he was up to, but felt himself being pulled somewhere. He realized he was starting to lose consciousness, and his thoughts became confused. He only asked himself one thing. Was he dead? Scott slowly opened his eyes. He felt pain all over his body, and his face was completely covered in bruises. He looked around the room and thought it looked familiar. And because the guy thought he was already dead, it all seemed like a dream. As he turned his head and saw the familiar man, he thought about the fact that even after death he would have to have that dream again. It seemed to him that he was looking at his painful past, in which he had caught his sister's death and the theft of her corpse. When Scott was a kid and when his sister died, those guys broke in. That's when Arena hid the gold ring. These memories made the boy's anger boil up, but he hid the ring and his sister covered it up and got hit. Suddenly, 2 men burst into the room, saying that she was the reason the wolf had almost beaten them up and they should give her a couple more whippings. One of the men kicked hard at the chair on which the sleeping sister was sitting, whereupon he shrieked, "How dare she sleep?" The warrior in the child's body watched this and remembered that he had been on death's doorstep for several days. At that time, his sister did not take care of his wounds and looked after him all the time, which caused his death. The girl fell to the floor and gave no sign of life, from which the 2 men marveled at her death, joking and laughing. Scott grinned, for he knew what would happen next. They realized she was dead, but they didn't care. They would still take her body. The 2 men grabbed the lifeless body by the arms and dragged it away from the room, while the immobile boy could do nothing. Meanwhile, the bandits paused, wondering what to do with the dead girl's body, and went over the options about all sorts of perverts and organ sales. Coyly turning his head, Scott stared at them, not wanting to give up. He searched for the strength to move and protect his sister. He grinned and tensed, asking himself that there was nothing he could do in his sleep either. Giving them his sister? His teeth gritted and his body trembled. He mentally ordered his body to move. It all gave away in excruciating pain. Suddenly, the arm he was trying to move glowed with blue energy, giving him the power to control his body. The boy examined his hand in amazement, mentally telling himself that it had worked out and he had a chance. He immediately ordered the bandits to stop, and himself lunged at one of them, who grabbed his sister by the legs. The man did not have time to react and put up a block, which caused him to receive a painful blow to the stomach, flying into the wall. Although the blow was strong, it failed to knock out the dazed bandit, who only cried out in sudden pain. The man turned his attention to the boy in shock, whose body and eyes were glowing with bright blue energy and glaring at him angrily. Scott grinned at his opponents as one of them got up off the floor and the other angrily kneaded his fists. The one who got hit first got angry, asking the guy if he went crazy over his sister's death. Without waiting for an answer, the enraged men began to beat the boy with their hands and feet, sparing no effort or comment. Feeling the mountain of blows on him, the boy only tensed up in pain, but did not dare to retreat, giving his sister's body to them. Looking at the stubborn boy, the bandits became even angrier, grinning and clenching their hands into fists, burning with anger. The exhausted boy lay on top of the girl's body. One of the bandits spat and started to leave the house, following his friend. When the men left the house, Scott lay on top of his sister for a while longer, unwilling to let her go. The boy's hands shone with mana again, and he wondered what was happening, for it had been different before. He'd had this dream a great many times, but now, for the first time ever, the ending was completely different. Frozen, Scott tried to figure out how this happened, since in his dreams and memories he couldn't even use mana. Examining his hands again, he suddenly remembered the words of the old man who had asked him to look for him when he returned. The young warrior couldn't believe that Asgard had really brought him back in time, and this was all happening in real life. It was only now that Na could realize the true intentions of the Swordmaster, who had relied on the guy to change the future. Suddenly the boy sobbed, berating the old man for sending him at this very moment, though he could have sent him a couple days earlier. The strong emotion and use of mana made the guy cough up blood and experience intense pain all over his body. Scott realized how weak his body was and that there was really no reason to be angry, because he was still a kid. The Sword Emperor himself wasn't confident in his strength, so he couldn't blame him for that. After all, he had given him a chance. The boy looked at the girl's lifeless body, glad that he would at least be able to say goodbye to his sister. After all, in his past life, this opportunity was taken away from him, and he could do nothing but watch it being taken away. Wiping away his tears, he mentally addressed the Ball Emperor, saying that once he dealt with what he had to deal with, he would immediately rush out to look for it. He knew that the man who had killed his sister was named Wolf, and in a past life he had had a hard time dealing with him. But now he had the perfect opportunity to get back at him, regardless of his age and wounds. First, however, he and his sister needed to visit somewhere to fulfill his last duty to her. A short time later, Scott stood in the cemetery, feeling an unpleasant chill pass down his back. The boy looked at his sister lying in a coffin strewn with flowers, who was not his blood relative. All they had in common was dark hair, a rarity for humans on this continent. After all, black is considered the color of failure. So many people shunned and poisoned the boy for no apparent reason. However, he reminded her of the little brother she had lost. The girl gave him the name Scott and cared for him as if he were her own. It was hard to believe that he would have to bury her without ever repaying her for all the good she had done for him. Several children, 4 girls and an old man gathered around the coffin while the priest read a prayer for the deceased. One of the girls with red hair, instead of grieving for Erin, was scrutinizing Scott. This girl was a close friend of Irina's. Her name was Emma, and she realized it was all because of her sister's death. The girl more than anyone else understood Scott's condition at this moment, when someone close to him died. She remembered a recent moment when she caught the boy eating a meal right in front of Irina's breathless body. This picture shocked Emma as much as possible, who, though she wanted to, could not look away. She only wondered how the guy had the strength to eat in front of her dead sister without any emotion. Without raising his voice, Scott silently ate the food provided, looking only at the food in front of him and thinking about something of his own. The dumbfounded friend looking at the boy noticed something unusual. All of his wounds had simply disappeared. After finishing his porridge, the boy stood up, taking his sister in his arms, and with a confident gait headed for the exit, eager to leave the house. Concerned Emma decided to stop him and ask him where he was taking her, to which the guy replied that everything was fine. She didn't really believe the little boy's words and continued to inquire, but she couldn't get an answer. Emma decided to ask why he only listened to Irina and ignored her even now, at such a difficult moment. The guy paused for a second, casting a heavy look at his friend, thanking her for the food, then walked out of the house. As the front door closed, the red-haired girl was shocked to hear the promise that she would be repaid for her help. A girl shouted from the house and tried to stop the boy, but he paid no attention to her and went on his way. After a while, standing in the cemetery, Emma thought about the fact that he had given his sister a decent funeral. Glaring intently at Scott, she wondered what was going on in his head after all. The boy did not take his eyes off his sister, thinking that this was the only way he could repay her for her kindness. He had no reason to blame himself and slur his gaze. Irina would be against such a thing, and he wanted to do her will. The girl always told the boy to keep his head held high, to be ashamed of nothing, and to look only forward. While all the other people mourned and the priest read a prayer, Scott mentally communicated with his sister. He asked to watch over him from heaven, for in this life he would try to make sure he had nothing to regret. A month later, Scott, enveloped in mana energy, was heading toward a huge house that stood high on a hill. The boy smiled broadly, realizing that the moment of revenge had finally arrived and justice was about to be served. When they noticed a little boy approaching them, the robbers began to ask each other if it was the beggar. The tax collector was supposed to come to them now, but Scott menacingly asked if Wolf was in place now. One of the men began angrily rolling up his sleeves and asking how dare he say his name out loud. But the guy wasn't afraid. The man swung his arm to strike Scott, but he stood unperturbed, waiting for the right moment. When the strong hand was already a few centimeters from his face, the boy intercepted it, stopping the blow. Breaking the man's arm, Scott smiled smugly and asked why he was the one who wasn't allowed to say his name. From the sudden pain, the bandit screamed loudly in agony while his hand immediately swelled and turned red. While the mangled man fell to his knees holding his hand, the guy headed toward the second bandit with a confident stride. Experiencing panic, the villain thought about why this boy was acting like this. Had he taken something forbidden? However, he quickly came to his senses, realizing that it was only a child, then lunged at him with his arms outstretched. He grabbed the kid by the pecs, trying to lift him up, while at the same time thinking about just throwing him out. The man tensed and shook his whole body, trying to lift the boy, but no matter how hard he tried, the boy remained standing on the ground. Not understanding anything, the man blushed and grinned in exertion, thinking that this boy weighed like a piece of iron. At the same time, Scott smiled wryly, answering him that he was heavier than he looked and overflowing with power. The guy then kicked the man sharply in the stomach with his foot, causing him to fly off, tearing Scott's shirt, clawing at it. Pleased with his progress, the boy thought contentedly about the fact that his manatello was in place and working perfectly. For in the past life, it was in a wrong position, from which there was a discord in the workings of this body. The secret to the secret technique Scott invented is that he uses two bodies to amplify himself multiple times. Due to the perfect combination of a body made up of mana, manatel, and your own, the effects of this technique are good. But it's important to eat well to stay in shape. Goodness Emma helped, which caused the food put aside for 10 days to be eaten. He thought about all this in just a second as the bandit flew with his back to the gates of the huge mansion. The boy talked about how by creating the manatello this time, he realized the reason why it turned out badly in his previous life. He fairly narrated that it was easier for weak, newly awakened mana in a wounded body to take the right place. The terrified man tried to run away, asking what the man was talking about, but Scott only grabbed him firmly by the leg. Holding the man's leg, the boy lifted him into the air, thanking him for beating him to a pulp. The guy then threw the rogue right into the gate, knocking it off its hinges and opening himself up further to his goal. However, the man did not limit himself to hitting the gate. He flew further forward and shattered the front door of the mansion. The dazed bandits in the room stood alert in a second, waiting for the intruder. A cloud of dust rose up near the door, which concealed the stranger who was strolling valiantly inside the building. A couple seconds later, they noticed a smiling Scott coming closer and closer to them without saying anything. One of the men immediately recognized the boy who had defended his sister earlier, thinking that he had risked coming alone. The angry and cruel faces of all present stared at the boy. Someone asked what he hoped for by showing up unarmed. Grabbing the familiar thug by the leg, Scott wryly replied that he had the weapon on him, and at the same time, he grabbed the bald thug's leg. The man, not understanding anything, just stared at the boy, while the guy pulled him with a sharp movement and started waving him around. Pulling the bully to him, the boy smiled and proudly announced to everyone present that here was the weapon. Whereupon, at the dazed shout of the bandit, he lunged at the other men, waving his live weapon in all directions. The rumble of shattered furniture and the screams of the bandits erupted throughout the hall, leaving nothing whole. In front of a man who had kicked in his own gate and doors, his friends were being beaten very painfully and brutally. Then he looked up and saw the guy swinging the swordsman right at him, wanting to finish what he had started. It was a decisive blow that was able to cause a shockwave that threw off the rest of the furniture and other interior. Both bandits lay unconscious but still alive, for Scott's plan was not to kill everyone in a row. Raising his head and staring at the balcony, the boy declared that the pawns were finished and only the Randa's brothers remained. As he urged them down, one of the men was already pulling out his saber, which had been hanging peacefully in its scabbard until then. To top it off, Scott wiggled his fingers and tongue-tied them with a smile, hoping it might get them off his back. After that, the boy's body was once again enveloped by blue mana energy, causing his fighting spirit to become even stronger. Before he could fully draw his sword from its sheath, one of the brothers was surprised that the guy was using mana. Then a greedy smile enveloped the men's faces, for they knew that the mana owner's corpse could be sold at an inflated price. Scott, however, paid no attention to their conversation, perplexedly examining his makeshift sword. Frustrated, the boy kicked the bandit's leg away while two bodies were already flying at him from above with the desire to kill. The boy remembered the dumbfounded look on the swordmaster's face when he first decided to use a human as a weapon. The aged warrior cursed, for he did not approve of such methods, and asked Scott to behave a little more honorably from now on. The disgruntled fellow decided to inquire as to what he should do then, for in order to do, one must find out exactly what to do. Asgard had suggested to him that instead of using such brutal methods, it was better to learn a martial art. Impatient, the boy asked his opponents if the long-awaited noble fight was now worth having. However, his brothers wouldn't even listen to him, swooping down on the young warrior from above, determined to take him by surprise. Closing in on him from both sides, hoping to pierce his defenses from his blind spot, they began to swing their sabers. But suddenly, against all odds, Scott dodged every blow, then bounced off to the side, leaving his brothers bewildered. One of the men wondered how this kid had been able to anticipate their movements, but at the same time, a fist flew into his face. Not given time to think or respite, the boy decided to use all his advantages to win. While the bandit was watching his brother get knocked out with one punch, he didn't notice the foot pointing in his direction. A knee strike to the chin threw the man into the air. Thus, the guy knocked out the two villains at once. However, Scott decided not to stop, and with a forceful push off the ground, he flew after the second bandit. Flying above the balcony on the second floor, the boy grabbed the unconscious Randers tightly by the pecs. Then, with a sharp motion, he threw him down, finally finishing him off so that he definitely couldn't wake up quickly. No sooner had the man reached the ground than Scott was immediately at his side, rolling up to the stricken bandit. With a quick swing of his leg, he delivered a final blow to the man who was still in the air. One of the brothers who got hit the hardest rolled towards the door, letting out a loud howl of pain as he flew back towards the door. In the room next door, a red-haired man slowly woke up, unhappy about being woken up. The leader of the invaders, Wolf, rose from his seat, disgruntled and loudly questioning who dared disturb him. The memories of his last encounter with the wolf as he walked toward him with the swordsman came flooding back to Scott. In his past life, he had been greatly surprised that Wolf had led an outlaw lifestyle in a remote territory. In the end, he turned out to be not a human, but a beastman, whose race is considered one of the strongest on the continent. Moreover, he is a silver wolf, a special creature amongst the beastmen, and should be expected to cause a lot of problems. In addition, this characteristic only appears in direct descendants of the imperial family of werewolves. Scott had never understood why someone so famous and powerful would live in a place like this, so close to people. He had barely managed to kill him in his previous life, so there was no time for questioning and assessing the situation in society. However, this time he decided to beat him up and get everything he wanted out of him. At the same time, the man was asking why the kid did all this. Smiling, Scott began to mock the man, asking if he wanted those words to be his last. This barb immediately enraged the wolf, causing his eyes to bloodshot, his forehead to wrinkle, and his teeth to grind. In the next second, the bandit leader bent down and began to slowly transform, growing fur. The boy closed his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and stood with one foot on the randers, waiting for the transformation to complete. The transformation was slowly coming to a close. The beastman had grown several times its size, and the industry had sharp claws on its paws. After a few more seconds, a huge beastman with orange fur appeared before the calm boy. Opening his eyes, Scott regarded the wolf for a while, noticing the obvious changes and inconsistencies in its appearance. Guy began to question the perplexed beast as to why its fur wasn't silver, as it was originally supposed to be. Disregarding the monster's intimidating appearance, Scott began joking and teasing him, calling him the son of a dog. This attitude made the bandit leader even angrier, wondering if he had the nerve to say such a thing to his face. Shoving his hands in his pockets, the boy watched as the embittered beast rushed to attack, shortening the distance between them. Dodge the monster's murderous attacks, the boy thought to himself, as he was stronger and faster than the Randers brothers. The warrior smiled and began to kick the monster's legs, which made him howl in pain from the next attack. The guy grimaced, noting that this wolf was obviously weaker than the one he had been in his previous life. Bored, the young warrior decided to make a sluggish counterattack, sharply grabbing the monster's mouth, closing it with one hand. Infusing his hand with mana, making the wolf feel more painful, Scott was disappointed that he had returned for such a pathetic spectacle. Clawing its way out of the boy's tight grip, the beastman bounced away, holding his paws over his bloody mouth. One day, Scott's fellow beastman told him that he would teach him how to deal with members of his race when they fell into madness. In the same second, the distraught beast, with its tongue bitten out and new strength, attacked the young warrior again. The wolf could not stand such insolence and began to shower the boy with a series of swift and scathing blows, but he quickly dodged. The beast's eyes blazed with fury as it tried to catch up to Scott in a burst of madness, evading every blow. The guy, though a bit disappointed, still commented wryly on the battle, hitting the beast in the jaw in passing. Another spurt of blood spurted out of the monster's mouth as it fell backwards, having been dazed by the boy's strength. Scott smiled contentedly, pleased with his new strength in this body, and asked the wolf not to die yet, for they had only just begun. The young warrior smirked and began pounding the monster with his legs, causing it to howl in pain and the insolence of a normal human. His acquaintance said that they could be treated more harshly, as Beastman had excellent regenerative abilities. Another harder blow sent the bandit leader into the opposite wall, knocking him backwards into it. There was a deafening rumble of a cracking wall and a couple broken ribs of a beastman falling to the ground. Scott paused for a second with his foot down, looking at his opponent and waiting to see what would happen next. At the same time, the unconscious wolf, with his mouth open, began to change his form back to human. Some sort of red rock fell out of his chest while Scott, hands shoved in his pockets, questioned if he had regained consciousness. The dumbfounded man looked at the boy. It felt like he didn't know him and was seeing him for the first time in his life. However, the guy only slammed his fist into his palms, chanting that this time it wouldn't end with one fractured spine. Shivering with fear, the man that a few minutes ago looked like a dangerous beast felt that he was about to be in a lot of pain. Ordering him to beg for his sister's forgiveness, Scott began beating the man with renewed vigor, knowing no mercy. A few minutes later, still shivering, the man lay before the guy, completely covered in bruises and abrasions. The young warrior examined his blood-covered hands and murmured about how much he wanted to wring the wolf's neck. Upon hearing these threats, the man jumped up immediately, putting his palms together, and began to repent and apologize to Irina. Panic completely overtook the bandit, who was almost kissing the floor, trying to beg for forgiveness and stay alive. Looking at the battered man, Scott thought about how he really wanted to chop him into pieces and bring him to his sister's grave. Upon hearing such a statement, the bandit leader lowered his gaze and begged Irina's forgiveness even louder. However, the boy grudgingly stated that she wouldn't want to meet her killer in the afterlife. He was going to continue beating the guy up, wondering from him why beastmen lived in places like this. Suddenly, he noticed a red stone falling out of the beast's chest, saying that he hadn't found it in his past life. As soon as he picked it up, he immediately felt a dark and ominous energy appear around him. The boy's eyes widened, for he immediately realized that this was demonic energy, dangerous and unpredictable. Looking up, he noticed a silver wolf, chained in red and black strong chains, howling with indignation. Suddenly, the beast's head lowered, and the wolf's gaze settled on the boy, showing its malice and grin. A surprised Scott met his eyes, but he felt no fear or terror, only incomprehension. The boy again indulged in memories of his past life, recalling how an acquaintance wanted to show him mystical creatures. Mystic creatures are creatures that came into existence as their bodies accumulated mana over the course of several centuries. Scott didn't know they lived outside of Elfheim, for spirits were rare, and the Elfus was only surprised that he called animal soul spirits. The guy, though he wasn't a spirit mage, knew about them, causing him to look at his friend skeptically. The green-haired girl with long ears only smiled as she asked if he knew what the spirit essence contained. She then showed him a small stone shrouded in green energy that was not dangerous. At this time, Scott in his young body held the silver wolf spirit stone with astonishment, looking at the dark energy. After which, he looked at the frightened bandit again, wondering where he got such a precious item from. He also wondered why the spirit stone contained the energy inherent in demonic beasts. However, the first thing he decided to do was to immediately get rid of it, and a heart chained in chains immediately appeared in front of him. Infusing his hand with mana, he swung and struck the heart with all his might, hoping to destroy it completely. Suddenly, the demonic chains split apart and the silver wolf was free, emitting a loud howl. In the next second, the guy's eyes glazed over, causing an incomprehensible picture to appear before his eyes. He watched in the dark forest as several men with daggers in their hands surrounded a wolf preparing to defend itself. He immediately realized that these were spirit memories where some suspicious people surrounded him, and they all used demonic energy. Unafraid of the dangerous beast, the men immediately attacked, striking at the wolf's paws with the cursed weapon. Blood rushed from the animal's limbs, causing it to let out a shrill growl and its mouth to fill with saliva. After a few more sneak attacks, the beast couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground, stained in its own blood. It was far from over, however, as all the men only clenched their cursed daggers tighter, preparing to continue. Two of them jumped on the monster and began to hack at its body with their weapons, cutting open the carcass in an attempt to get something out. After a while, one of the brigands held the heart of the slain demon tightly in his hands with a sly smile. As it turned out, they had come for the spirit stone, after which it was given to some kid, to which Scott was surprised. Going through the memories, he realized that those rogues were trying to absorb the spirit stone to create a beastman. The wolf, grinning, glared at the boy, who asked the frightened man if someone had created him. But the bandit paid no attention to him, continuing to apologize to his sister, hoping he wouldn't get killed. Noticing the spirit stone owner, the spirit beast opened its fanged mouth wide and wanted to attack him. However, Scott stepped between him and the man at the same second in an attempt to stop the angry monster. Putting his hand out in front of him, the boy tried to explain to the spirit that this creep should suffer properly before dying. The wolf obediently stopped, and the boy was surprised that he understood him, for he did not know he was predisposed to spiritual magic. He had once been told by an elf that it was possible to become a spiritual mage if you had a pure soul and a decent amount of mana. She also added that only children are innocent enough for such a revelation of such a powerful ability. After thinking about it for a bit, the boy rubbed his head, saying that Astina had told something like that once long ago. He's just a kid now, but not sure he's innocent enough, not even innocent at all, and it raised questions. To the guy's surprise, the wolf closed his eyes and began sharply shaking his head from side to side, denying something. The spirit then touched the young warrior's head with its nose, trying to speak to him through thoughts. The boy immediately realized that when he removed the spell, his mana had penetrated the beast's spirit stone, filling its chips. Because of the unintentional mending of the spirit stone, they began to understand each other. The guy clarified if he understood everything correctly. The wolf closed his eyes and with an intelligent and understanding look began to nod confidently, answering the young man's voiced question. With surprise, the boy asked if they could now make a pact, whereupon the beast nodded again. Infusing his hand with mana and holding it out to the beast, the boy smiled, immediately deciding to make a contract with him. Spirits don't need constant attention like magic. As long as mana keeps them alive, they will help. Most spirits grow stronger under their mage, which is why Astina is one of the 10 great knights. At the lad's agreement, the spirit only grinned and bellowed embitteredly, indicating that he would have a request. For a few seconds they stared at each other in silence while the boy tried to grasp the wild beast's request. With the realization of the monster's desire, the smile disappeared from the boy's face, leaving only a serious expression. The beast asked to avenge him, but that was easy for the warrior, since he was going to kill anyone associated with demons anyway. Once they had agreed on this, the last stage of making a contract with the spirit remained, agreeing on the rules of existence. A second later, the wolf shrank noticeably in size, staying close to the boy while he thought about what to call it. Petting his new companion, Scott smiled, coaxing him to pick a name he liked. Unknowingly, the boy looked out the window and saw a bright full moon, whereupon he decided to name his companion Moonwolf. He then turned around, glaring at the bandit, wondering what to do with him, for he couldn't believe that someone had created a beastman using a spirit stone. Judging from the fact that those brigands had demonic energy, they must be demon followers. They were fanatics who had renounced the righteous goddess and disdained to worship a race of cursed demons. They'd been giving them plenty of trouble even before the Demon King's army arrived, but Scott had been in the maze at the time, so he didn't know the details. Suddenly, the boy kicked the apologetic bandit, asking if the demon's followers had given him the spirit stone. However, by the man's demeanor, one could assume that he had lost his mind. Ignoring the question, he continued to apologize. While the boy was trying to get through to the bandit, his new companion came to his aid and growled loudly at the bandit. The trembling ringleader immediately came to his senses, and Scott immediately asked where those who had given him the spirit stone were. Hearing inaudible mumbling, the boy proceeded to ask where their organization was located and what it did. Suddenly, the half-naked man slammed his palm on the floor loudly, unknowingly falling into some new seizure. His face contorted into a crooked smile, after which he laughed for a few seconds, trying to find the right words. Suddenly, the man spoke of how they would not be released, that he was only a test subject and they were all extremely strong. While the man was saying everything he knew, a magical detonation went off in his head, causing a small explosion. Covering his face with his hands, Scott stared dazedly at the headless body of the deranged thug, trying to figure out what had happened. He knew immediately that a spell had worked on him to keep him from blabbing too much. He had heard of such a thing in his past life. Then, the ringleader was telling him that the organization would come after him, but he thought he was talking about his subordinates left on the first floor. However, in his past life, they didn't even know that Wolf was a beastman. Then he tried to learn something, but to no avail. The boy waved his hand languidly, deciding that he wasn't one to ponder, so everything would be decided as he went along. He then noticed a glow in the hole in the wall left by the beastman's blow and decided to check what was stored there. The other thing he cared about was whether or not he should give them back what he had taken, whereupon he gripped the bandit leader's hand tightly. Without thinking, he launched the headless body straight into the wall, breaking it to discover the secret behind it. When the dust cleared, the boy noticed a thick metal door, locked with a strong and sturdy lock. Scott thought the Ball Emperor could use the information he'd gleaned here, worth telling him. The seal that was the lock of the safe was still glowing, which meant everything worked and it was possible to open it. The boy grabbed the bandit's hand again and put it against the seal, and then the clicks of the lock opening were heard. With a haughty look, the guy went inside, examining the treasures and some important records, stopping on one item. Passing over the jewelry and gems, he took only the ring, saying that for the sake of his comrade's trust, he should grab that. The gold ring that had an eagle engraved on it meant that it belonged to the famous Valentia family. Memories came flooding back to the boy as a rich blonde woman approached the child and asked his name. A gaunt and hungry Scot called his name to a pretty girl standing next to a warrior in armor. The blonde-haired girl with blue eyes immediately appreciated the beauty of his name, then began to remove the ring from his finger. Holding out the gold piece of jewelry to the guy, she asked him to look for her later. Then she could help him, because she could do it. Examining the ring he had taken from the safe, the boy declared that anyone in the kingdom of Aslan knew her. Khloe von Valentia, the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor of Asgard von Valentia, she is known for her good deeds. She was nicknamed Angel for this. She must have turned 16 and was now all grown up. The Valentia family has a tradition at this age of going around their property and doing various good deeds, such as bringing flowers to every temple and introducing yourself by helping all the people in need. That's why we met in the Red Light District, which the documents describe as the most remote place in the duchy. The boy remembered how he was then, and in his past life he did not return the ring as he exacted his revenge later. It made it harder for him to get support. But now, holding the ring in his hands, it seemed possible. Slipping the ring into his pocket, the young warrior firmly decided that this time would be different. For with the ring, it was easier to face a guard. Suddenly, Scott heard a noise from the first floor, some unfamiliar voice asking where the creep was. The boy rejoiced at this turn of events, as if waiting for the wolf's trusty backup to arrive. Meanwhile, a statuesque man shrouded in silver armor entered the room, inspecting the unconscious bodies. The bandits hiding behind him talked about how one of them had been grabbed by the legs and spun around, and that it was the work of the mana wielder. The bald soldier only asked incredulously if it was true that the child had turned the place upside down. The villains began to nod nervously and agree with his conclusions, saying that with his help they would deal with him in no time. However, the angry soldier turned around and reprimanded them, reminding them not to overdo it with the hallucinogens. The men began to fight back, but the knight only slapped one of them, complaining about the way the wolf watches his subordinates. The bald knight, who was acting so brazen and arrogant, was the captain of the guard of the outer fortress of Feela's Rem. He was contemplating using this as an excuse to raise their tax, when suddenly, with his side vision, he noticed movement. From the second floor, a boy with dark hair and ragged clothes slowly descended with a satisfied look. The frightened bandits immediately began shouting that it was him, while Rem asked if he had made a mess of the place. Scott calmly agreed, which only made the knight more angry, asking if he realized what he had done. The boy only cheerfully explained that he had just dealt with the brigands, but he didn't understand why the knights had come here. He voiced his thought that the wolf was paying them very well, which made the guard tense and shudder. The veins on Rem's head swelled with anger as he said that this guy had no sense of fear at all. Without holding back his emotions, he rushed forward, infusing his mana rune to quickly attack the little boy. As the warrior made a dash, Scott thought about the fact that he was a mana wielder who hadn't even reached level 2. Without straining at all, the guy easily repelled his opponent's first attack, deflecting his arm in the opposite direction. The dazed soldier glanced at his limb, which led him in the other direction from his direction. Wiping the smile off his face, Scott began to infuse his legs with mana, deciding to make a counterstrike. After all, he could overpower him now. Time seemed to slow down when Rem saw a child's mana-infused knee flying rapidly toward his face. There was the deafening sound of a thud, a wave of which pierced through the night, but he remained standing still. At the very last second, the captain managed to intercept the guy's knee right in front of his face, barely holding back the attack. Seeing this reaction and defense, Scott only smiled, deciding to limit himself to a mere show of strength. The tense knight, still restraining the guy's punch with his hand, grunted and stated that it was pretty good. He then attempted to strike with his other hand, but the lad deftly dodged, not daring to antagonize Lord Phil's just yet. Bouncing back a bit, he stepped out of the battlefield, thinking that the Lord had many knights serving him and needed to make him decide to retreat on his own. However, the knight was getting angrier by the second, insulting the guy as he climbed the stairs to the second floor. His patience finally broke as he gripped the hilt of his sword, eager to see how he would respond to this blow. Such an action fueled the guy's interest, for now it was his turn to pull a hidden trump card out of his sleeve. At the same second, an impressively sized wolf spirit appeared behind Scott's back, emitting a strong aura. The beast immediately sensed his opponent, bared its sharp fangs and glared angrily at the surprised knight. Ram didn't expect to see the spirit in front of him, which made him sweat and tense up in a second, not knowing what to expect. The boy knew it was impossible to miss a spirit in such a tiny room, and then suggested the knight talk quietly. The guy decided to ask the knight if he didn't care about what was going on here, as long as his fee remained the same. Rem was surprised at such a question, to which Scott added that he would give him money instead of wolf to get the knight to back off. The man laughed, not expecting such a suggestion from a child, asking how old he was and if he had turned into a boy through magic. The young warrior replied that the local lands are his home, and many among the invaders know him because of his dark hair. The still tense captain incredulously agreed and asked where he would get 5 gold yang from. Scott didn't believe the man right away, certain that he had grossly overestimated the amount, which made the man frown. With the most serious look possible, the boy stated that he was most likely given 1 yang. He offers 1.5. The captain immediately roared with indignation, insulting the boy who didn't believe his words about decent pay. The young warrior mentally let the wolf lead the way, stating that if he didn't want to, they could fight here and now. This cooled the ardor of the knight a bit, who sweated again and began to think furiously about how best he should proceed. Stashing his sword in its scabbard, he turned around and started complaining about some kid talking to him like that. Hearing nothing but complaints against himself, Scott decided to ask the knight what his final verdict was. Without turning around, Rem sternly told the boy to pay on time, then slowly headed for the exit. As the man walked with a confident gait, the other thugs tried to stop him, asking how he could walk away so easily. Suddenly, the rogue closest to him received a ringing slap with a steel gauntlet while listening to the insults in passing. Then the captain heard the familiar voice of the boy, from which he turned around and nimbly caught the promised gold coin. Scott stated that since the head of the place had changed, he should introduce himself to Lord Phil's, and Rem was to set up a meeting. The knight agreed to convey his request, and to keep in mind that if he did not pay the tax on time, he would know the fury of the Lord. The boy, in the company of the wolf, made it clear that he had heard everything as he watched the men leave the building. Then he smiled broadly and slyly, thinking to himself that the next tax collection was unlikely to be able to take place. Suddenly, he stopped the bandits trying to scramble quietly, who immediately froze and tensed in horror. The 3 beaten men turned around, hearing that they had only been given 1 hour to round up the entire gang from their company. They needed to bring in all the women working for them and the beggars, and for every minute they were late, he would kill one of them. In addition, he stated with an indifferent look that if they tried to escape, his spirit would hunt them down and finish them off. Eyes wide and glaring at the frozen bandits, he reminded them again that they only had 1 hour. Without wasting a second, the guys rushed out of the building in a hurry to complete the task without being killed. Looking at the ring, Scott reasoned that if everything went according to plan, he'd be done here in less than a week. Exactly an hour later, 3 panting men ran into the room, reporting that they had rounded up everyone. There were many people behind them, and one of the girls ran forward, calling out to the boy. It was Emma. She immediately began examining his bloody hands for injuries, thinking he had been beaten by the wolf again. He immediately pointed his gaze at the decapitated body, declaring that it wasn't his blood at all, and Wolf was dead. The dumbfounded people turned their heads, looking at the disfigured body. Emma was the closest to it. Whispers were immediately heard among the people that Lord Phils would not be pleased and would not leave it like that. Seeing the worried faces of the people, Scott realized that everyone was scared, for everyone knew that the Lord had custody of the wolf. People talked about how he would turn his anger on them, using as an excuse that they had gone against him. Scott agreed, saying rebellion is a terrible crime, so what would become of the Lord if it turned out he had been deceiving the Duke? A few days later, the two knights on guard were chatting about how they hadn't seen Sir Ram in a while. His interlocutor responded that because of what happened at the invader's house, he was temporarily put on probation. The soldier wondered what he had done, to which he heard a question as to whether he had heard of the fight in which the band of brigands had engaged. The man immediately remembered the story of the frightened men who had seen a monster that looked like a huge wolf. Also, the knight didn't forget to mention the former gang leader who was so mutilated that he couldn't be recognized. All his money had also mysteriously disappeared, as the safe only revealed the bodies of the beaten bandits. And as it turned out in the end, Sir Ram had some difficulty in talking to their new ringleader. Visitors are sending complaints as all establishments are closed and the city has not been profitable at all lately. The soldiers reasoned that the Lord was very upset about this, so he summoned the new ringleader to have a personal conversation. And while they were trying to remember the new leader's name, Scott stood around the corner and eavesdropped on their chatter. The boy remembered again the moment when he addressed the people to declare that the Lord had been deceiving Duke Valentius. Emma approached him then, asking him more about what he was up to and what his next steps were. Scott thought all the aristocrats were still the same as they appeared to be in his past life, having found nothing in the ledger. But the Lord offered half of Wolf's wealth for her and the chance to lead a couple friends away from the invaders. He had different priorities now, though. Even though Scott wasn't the smartest man, living as a knight had helped him understand a few things. Namely, that there was a hierarchy among aristocrats that could not be overlooked in any way. Looking at the ledger, the boy realized that thanks to this, the Lord would be finished once and for all. Then he calmly turned to Emma, saying that she didn't have to understand everything, because that wasn't what was most important. Catching incomprehensive looks, the guy explained that the wolf wouldn't bother them anymore and they were all free to go. Emma was genuinely surprised at his words, incredulously questioning if they were all really free now. Pointing his hand at the decapitated body, the boy said they had one last chance to take their anger out on him. With tears in her eyes, the red-haired girl flashed her head towards the dead bandit leader. Her hands trembled with anger, and her feet ran to the lifeless body while insults flew from her lips. Remembering the most unpleasant moments of her life associated with the wolf, she began kicking the corpse with her feet, venting her anger. Emma frantically screamed that she was the daughter of a successful merchant until Wolf simply destroyed her family. Seeing the girl's sincere reaction, the other ladies joined in as well and began to take out their anger on the corpse. Scott noticed that their faces were full of tears and anger as their feet relentlessly trampled the body of the former ringleader. Seeing the whole situation for himself, the boy realized that he was bad at consoling, and it was not his style to repay debts in this way. He ordered the 3 thugs to bring the safe down to the first floor because taking out their anger wouldn't be enough to heal all their wounds. With a rumble and dust rising, the safe dropped to the ground and the door slowly opened, revealing the contents. All the girls and a couple kids stopped. Noticing the glitter, they were encouraged to take as much as they could carry. Scott said bluntly that this belonged to Wolf, and those he forced to stay here let them take the money and leave. The dumbfounded ladies couldn't take their eyes off the safe filled with money, questioning if they could really take it. They looked at each other uncertainly, unsure of how they should handle this situation. Emma's first thought, however, was of Scott, who immediately replied that he had already taken the required amount. The girl voiced her thoughts that because of the boy's age, he doesn't realize that there is no one who could use the extra money. Without showing the slightest bit of surprise, the young warrior decided to ask where she thought the money came from. As soon as Scott said he wouldn't need that much, everyone immediately froze, looking at the contents of the safe. Then the boy noticed that the faces of the ladies present said that they wanted to get their hands on everything for themselves. As soon as he came to attention, the greedy faces changed to surprised and scrutinized the guy. He asked that they not do anything wrong to appropriate everything for themselves and not to tell the Lord about the money. Whereupon he defiantly summoned his 4-legged companion, hinting at the seriousness of his words. Everyone present looked fearfully at the beast, while Scott said that if they disobeyed, his buddy would rip them to shreds. After that, he recommended that Emma go to Diane, travel in groups, and take a mercenary from the guild. The girl was surprised at the fact that she would have to leave and wondered why Scott wasn't going with them. He briefly replied that he had another important matter to attend to, causing the red-haired girl to get worried. Why she looked at his new companion, realizing that he was strong now so he could take care of himself. She immediately accepted his offer to go to Diane, adding that he should visit her as he wanted to take a break. Thanking her, the boy proudly announced that as of this day, the red light district was closed for business. Presently, the two soldiers were trying to remember the name of the new ringleader when a child approached them, calling his name. Examining the commoner with squeamish eyes, they tried to find out how long he had been here. The soldiers clarified that the Lord lives here and he shouldn't hang around, and asked how he knew the new ringleader's name. Summoning a huge wolf spirit who bent over the guards with a grin, he announced that the new ringleader was before them. From fright and surprise, they rushed to the back of the manor, trying to notify the lord of the new guest. However, now wherever he goes, the same reaction awaits him until he summons his companion. Upon entering the manor, an old butler was waiting for him, paired with a tall man in a green military uniform. This man was the Grand Master of the Knights of Haran, who had heard of Scott, but he represented an older man. Upon hearing the comment, the boy asked if it was customary for guests to stand while they were being inspected. Offended by such insolence, the man reached for the handle of the ball and, frowning, warned him to watch his tongue. However, the young man advised him to do the same and also not to fool around and act like he was more important than the Lord. Scott smugly stated that he was a guest in this house, and with all of this, they were trying to raise a sword at him. He was told that more was not to be expected from a man with his past, and that he was directly breathing bile. However, the guy decided to finally piss him off by saying that the stench was most likely coming from his mouth. And it worked! The rottenest man in the entire knightly order blushed and hurriedly pulled his sword from its sheath. The dumbfounded butler immediately rushed to stop him, reasoning that the lord was expecting his guest. The scrambled soldier angrily devoured the perfectly calm boy with his gaze, trying to keep his cool. No reaction to his threatening look, the young warrior only closed his eyes and sighed heavily, tired of this conversation. Putting the sword back in its scabbard, the master immediately agreed with the butler, grudgingly apologizing to the insolent Scott. The soldier led the lad up the stairs, warning him to mind his manners, for the Lord, unlike him, is a strict man. Hearing the sluggish response, Haran grinned again, wanting to finish this guy off at the first opportunity. 3 pairs of feet moved slowly down the hallway as their footsteps were muffled by the red carpet beneath their feet. As he approached one of the doors, a man announced to the gentleman in a loud voice that Scott had arrived from the nooks and crannies. A good-natured and soft voice was heard from the room, beckoning the long-awaited guest to join him. When the door opened, the new leader began to greet the Lord, but suddenly froze in a stupor before finishing his sentence. The dazed young man looked at the man sitting on the chair, not daring to believe that this was the Lord. Coming out of his stupor, the lad greeted the Lord politely while the soldier marveled at his manners. Scott immediately replied that he was exercising a bit to be worthy of being in his presence. Smiling, Lord Timon von Field replied that he was quite good at pretending to be a knight. Examining the man, the boy did not recognize the Lord he once knew, for he remembered that he was addicted to substances. His appearance now shows what he looked like before he got addicted to them. Appearances didn't matter after all. He's still the same aristocrat, and the ledger that was sent to Duke Valentius will do away with him instead of me. So for now, he wants to divert his attention, while Timon noticed that the guy didn't dignify Haran with a similar courtesy. To which Scott, rising from his knee, replied, "That is it possible to treat a gentleman his servants in the same way?" He then touched his heart with his right hand, firmly declaring that he wanted to enter his service. The dumbfounded Haran roared in surprise while the Lord smiled, saying that the soldier had a new rival. He noticed that his young guest was marking far away, but he decided to clarify if he was definitely young in case he had dwarven or elf blood in him. Against reflection, the boy replied that he had turned 13 this year, to which the two men were very surprised. Then Timon said that none of that mattered, especially now that the guy had voluntarily shown up at their door. He rose slowly from the couch and put his hands in his pockets and walked around the table, approaching Scott at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, the Lord's gaze grew sour, for the boy had asked to be his servant, and in doing so had done too much damage to his property. The man's face grew more embittered with each passing second, for he wanted to hear a coherent explanation. The boy calmly assured him that it was for his own good, but the man didn't quite trust the words of his new guest. The Lord thought him quite bright at first, but the boy didn't seem to understand how the world worked. Haran entered the conversation, asking the Lord for permission to get rid of the annoying guy in a jiffy. Suddenly, Scott asked if he knew that Duke Valentius had begun to fight the proliferation of substances and body trafficking. Dumbfounded by such speeches, the soldier at first did not believe the boy's story, demanding detailed explanations. Scott said that Mrs. Valentia had visited the Lord's domain some time ago, and her people had told him about it. And the guy just wanted to clean everything up for him before the mess started, and even if Timon decided to check it out, he wouldn't find anything. The Lord had heard about it. During their youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, they had planned something grand. Haran stated to the gentleman that the boy was talking his teeth off, and Valentino is full of brothels, so they wouldn't do that. Hearing him speak, Timon became angry and grinned. Then, with a single growl, he silenced the soldier abruptly. Then he calmed down, calling the boy's approach primitive, but if the story was true, it should be encouraged. The young warrior wanted to thank him, but Timon interrupted him, wanting to be sure of something else. Once again returning to the couch and smoking a pipe, he became curious about the spirit under the boy's control. Then his face regained its angry grin at the desire to know if he had stolen the wolf from the spirit stone. Suddenly, Scott froze in place, having no idea where or how the Lord could have gotten such information. The lad then felt the presence of his companion beside him, who decided to share some of his power. In that same second, the boy was able to see Timon through the eyes of a wolf, causing him to open his eyes in surprise. In front of him inside the Lord, he saw a human heart enveloped in cursed demonic energy. It was a circle made up of demonic energy, causing Scott to think he was a dark mage at first. Demons never lend their powers without sacrifice, and a level 2 mage is a murderer anyway. He immediately remembered the 2 bandits who wanted to take his sister's corpse and sell it for more money to all sorts of perverts. He also remembered the Randa's brothers who were contemplating selling the manor owner's corpse for a lot of money. And then it dawned on the young warrior that it was the Lord who was buying corpses from the invaders, causing him to frown at that very second. He thought about the dark mage behind him supporting him. These thoughts caused Scott to reprimand the wolf. Timon decided to hurry him up with an answer, but the boy decided to turn away, pretending not to understand the question. Realizing that he would not expect an answer from the lad, the Lord ordered his soldier to bare his sword, knocking out the answer by force. The boy summoned Moonwalker, realizing that things were bad, and with his current strength he wouldn't be able to overpower them both. The beast spirit that appeared behind him immediately roared, releasing a wave of powerful energy, displaying its strength. With a thoughtful expression on his face, Timon summarized that the spirit beast was indeed the Lord of the Forest. Suddenly, the red-haired man grinned again and cursed roughly, trying to figure out how to proceed. He realized that since things had turned out this way, there was nothing he could do, and he needed to get a new test subject right away. The words made the young man tense up, thinking that the Lord wanted to use him as a test subject instead of wolf. He wanted to ask Haran how strong the boy was, and immediately heard the answer that he would soon reach level 2. The soldier added that either he was from a noble family where he had been trained to use mana since childhood, or he was a genius. After examining the guy, he realized that there was no way he could have trained this on his own, as no strands of mana were leaking out and the circulation was quite stable. The master was sure someone had taught him this, but the Lord decided to see for himself by asking a question. The young man couldn't decide whether to make up who had trained him because he wouldn't believe it if he insisted he had trained himself. After making his decision, the boy revealed that he had been trained by his late parents before he arrived in Phillies. He said that he learned this breathing technique from infancy. Gradually, his strength increased, and he realized that it was special. Timon, meanwhile, frowned incredulously, trying to figure out if it was a well-hidden lie or the truth. Scott knew they wouldn't be able to find out, because back then, they were taking refugees from everywhere so the invaders could get rich. Finally, the young man waved his hands and added that the fact that he was standing in front of him only proved the truth of his words. The Lord visibly drained his face and assumed an emotionless look, carefully digesting the information in his head. Taking a lazy drag on his pipe, the Lord calmly replied that he believed him, which was much easier than the lad had expected. But suddenly, Timon's face lit up with a sly, even sinister smile and the declaration that he had gotten the details right after all. Scott looked up, not having the slightest idea who the Lord thought would clarify the details he was interested in. After another puff, the man suggested in a calm voice that the boy stay on the estate for a while. He reasoned that the guy had killed Wolf and things had gotten bad, so he needed to blame it on someone. The young man was surprised that someone should take the blame. After all, it was about one of the members of the organization Wolf had mentioned. If the Lord fears him, it must be some terrible dark mage, and in Scott's case, it foreshadowed danger. After freezing for a few seconds, he heard the comment that once again, there was no answer to the question. The Lord added that if the lad wanted to serve with him, his offer should please him. Putting his hand on his heart, the boy obeyed the order, questioning if this would be the Lord's guest of honor. Smiling, the man nodded affirmatively, adding to make sure the boy watched his manners even more carefully in his presence. Without answering anything, the young man once again thought about the fact that he still had a hidden trump card up his sleeve. For about 3 days or so, the Duke's men will scrutinize whether the ledger is genuine. It will take another 3 to gather the punitive army and then 10 to travel to fillers, totaling 15 days. If he was lucky enough to have the Lord's guest arrive after all this, it should work out just perfectly. Scott decided to find out when the guest would arrive, but Timon was in no hurry to answer, wondering why he would want to know. The young man bowed low, replying that he needed to understand how much time he had to learn etiquette. The red-haired man laughed relaxedly, answering honestly that the guest would be arriving in exactly 1 week. Lowering his head, Scott bit his lip in frustration and mentally cursed because things weren't going according to plan right now. After a couple hours, the boy finally settled into one of the rooms of the manor and changed into clean clothes. He decided to do a little charging, thinking about the fact that he only had 2 options before his guest arrived. The first is an escape, and the only thing that makes this situation pleasant is that the invaders should have already escaped. He should follow their lead if he wants to get out of here, because bypassing the Lord's men would be easy. However, if he was wanted and then meeting the Sword Emperor would be quite problematic. And after all, the guy has something to gain from it, so you should avoid anyone and everyone who is capable of causing him trouble. After finishing light kneading of his arms, he began practicing power punches, chopping the air in front of him with his fists. On top of that, the mere thought of running away made him very angry, which meant that option was completely off the table. He may not have much power now, but finding a way to defeat his enemies has always been his method of dealing with issues. The second option, however, directly refers to a guest who would appear in a week's time, but it was unknown whether it would be an official visit. Before ending the conversation, the Lord spoke of him as if he was some high-ranking aristocrat. However, it was clearly noticeable that the house had not made a fuss over his arrival, and this was highly suspicious. It would probably be a secret visit, as the one behind the Lord can't just show up in public. In that case, before he arrives, a huge and very colourful event has to happen in the Phillies. This event is needed to make people pay attention to this place and overlook the Lord's true intentions. However, if you create an artificial event that the Lord does not know about, it is likely that the meeting will then be postponed or cancelled. The risk was very great, but such was his approach to the business, and with these thoughts, the boy lifted his foot high up in the air. With a thud, he put his foot down on the ground and froze. The guy realized that in order for the plan to work, he needed to get stronger. After all, sooner or later he would still have to defeat the Lord and all his knights, no matter how difficult it seemed now. Finishing his warm-up, Scott felt an emptiness in his stomach and decided it was long overdue for a refreshment. Half an hour later, one of the men was waiting for the cook to pour the soup into his plate, but he had clearly overdone it, spilling the contents. The man immediately started complaining and asking what the cook was gawking at, before turning around unhappily himself. Paired with a kitchen worker, the visitor froze as if frozen, seeing 2 mountains of dishes piled one on top of the other. Everyone in the dining room stared dumbfounded at the child devouring the food with inhuman appetite. People compared him to a dwarf, judging by his height, for they have an appetite like orcs, and this fellow is not a bit behind them. However, Scott was only solving the mana dissonance, as he only needs to eat well enough for his mana count to grow. He doesn't even need to take medicine or herbs, however. At that second, he was disturbed by someone's voice. Turning around lazily, the boy wanted to personally find out who was so brazenly determined to interfere with his quiet meal. A tall man shrouded in steel lats approached him, wondering if he was the homeless child who had learned etiquette from the dogs. Letting the rather harsh barb pass his ears, the young warrior only briefly agreed, causing the man to become irritated. Toth did not tolerate such an attitude, asking the boy about showing respect in the presence of an adult. Stuffing a mouthful of meat, Scott replied that there would be no respect, for he had decided to pick on the kid. The boy then started poking him with a bone, trying to figure out if he was trying to make him laugh or challenge him to a fight. The knight remained silent, but the lad sped up his movements with his bone, prompting the man with an answer and a concomitant insult. The last straw of patience was leaving the man's mind as he began sending insults back at the young man. The shackles were ripped off, and the enraged man pounded the table with his fist, breaking it into splinters, causing dishes to fly around. As the man tried to pull himself together after such a show of strength, another soldier watched him from afar. The mustachioed knight decided to try and calm his co-worker down, proving to him that he was just a kid who wasn't thinking straight yet. But he had no time to finish his arguments, for a heavy and strong hand fell on his shoulder. The owner of the hand turned out to be Master Haran, who politely asked the soldier to be quiet, wanting to see the continuation. He noticed that the boy's face didn't look scared or worried. It instead radiated a snide sneer. Suddenly, Scott turned to the knight who had decided to molest him to continue where he had started. The soldier was surprised at such brazen behavior, while the guy asked if they were curious how strong he was. The man's flushed face gutted that he was as hopeful as the guy trying to sound strong. Standing up lazily from the table, Scott mentally said that they would soon figure it out for themselves. Or rather, the Lord would figure it out. After a bit of thought, the young warrior concluded that Timon was the one behind all of this, and he should see his power first. Against all odds, Scott still came out for the duel with the knight, which was being held in front of the entrance to the dining hall, where a bunch of gawkers had gathered. Intoxicated with self-confidence and the sweet taste of victory, Grant decided that he would personally put the insolent man in his place. The boy was only slightly surprised that they wouldn't be fighting with swords, then asked if he would regret it. Laughing, Grant told the guy to pull out his sword, stating that he could easily deal with him in a second. The knight also noticed that the boy wasn't scared at all, and rubbing his neck, he decided to start fighting. Keeping his hands out of his pockets, Scott kicked the ground in front of him, the shockwave of which rocked Grant's balance. Shocked by such an unexpected start, the man stood dumbfounded for a second, faintly believing what was happening, trying to regain his composure. However, this did not work out at all, and with his eyes bulging, he gathered all his strength and mana for a quick attack. He swung his arm wrapped in lats and tried to finish off the insolent man, but he crouched sharply, evading the blow. Without a second thought to his opponent's tactics and assessment, Scott infused his leg with mana, swinging at his opponent. Without rising above his waist, the guy yanked his leg sharply, attempting to break Grant's lower limbs. Trying to realize this kid's strength and speed, the dumbfounded knight, through his pain, asked if he was definitely level 1. The man was saved from breaking his limbs by the mana he had infused into his legs, and with some effort, he was able to keep his balance. Due to his anger and rage, the man's mana took on a reddish hue that surrounded his legs, wanting to strengthen his host. The man's emotions and thoughts were jumbled, preventing him from thinking soberly. But he knew only one thing: he couldn't lose like this. Looking at the strange expression on the man's face, Scott was surprised to think that his opponent was not so simple. Unable to think of anything better to do, Grant decided to attack directly head-on, folding his hands together and bringing them up for another attack. The young hero reacted instantly, spotting the attack just in time to slip literally under the knight's feet. There was enough inertia to roll over and quickly get to his feet, not giving his opponent a chance to maneuver. The man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his rival behind him, unharmed. In that second while the man was pondering, the guy wasted no time and immediately flew into the air, shortening the distance. Before the knight knew it, he felt a child sitting on his neck, grabbing his head tightly. He still couldn't figure out when the boy had time to do it, but he looked up fearfully when he was told not to be afraid, for he wasn't going to be killed. A loud scream pierced the entire circle. Even the birds sitting in the trees nearby took off in a flash, scurrying away from the noise. While Scott rubbed his hands together contentedly as he stood over the defeated knight, the men stared dumbfounded and discussed the outcome of the battle. The Gawkers kept their eyes on the stern-faced boy, who paused, searching with his eyes for someone in the crowd. Finding a certain person, he met his gaze, Hran answering him with the same embittered expression. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and then the master could not stand it and turned away and left the place of the fight. However, Scott was pleased with the outcome, for he had purposely defeated the knight in plain sight without relying on the Moonwalker's strength. Looking at the unconscious knight being carried away, the boy thought that not everyone would be able to do that, and now the Lord would not dare to send him away. And in the aggregate of all factors, this means that the probability of success of his venture is greatly increased. Suddenly, the young hero felt a sharp second pain in his body and felt his strength quickly leave him. His head spun, and the world seemed to swim before his eyes, and not understanding anything, the guy began to fall slowly. Halfway to the ground, the guy froze, standing on one foot in time to react and keep his balance. Slightly startled and turning his head, the boy thought about the fact that expectantly he had overdone the battle. However, that was the only way to overcome the difference between their levels and use mana when Scott caught him off guard. Returning to his original position, crouching slightly, the youngster realized that in his past life he would have had a hard time. Manatelli's physical recovery was faster then, but there were times when it slowed down. However, now that the Manatello had merged perfectly with the boy's body, that shouldn't happen again. Surrounding his body with mana and smiling, the guy thought that even the extra training was going easier. And clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he was firmly convinced that he could definitely become stronger than what he was before. The next day, breakfast was being prepared at the manor, and Scott made sure that the Lord was indeed behind what had happened. Timon realized he had underestimated the boy. In turn, the boy was grateful for the trust and being tested. Sitting down at the table in front of the master of the manor, the maid set a plate of food in front of him, which the lad looked at with a greedy look. Smiling, the Lord said that this steak was cooked from a calf, but there were still plenty of dishes to eat, so he could get full. The young hero smiled awkwardly and tried to refuse, saying that in his opinion it was a bit much for breakfast. The Lord was surprised, for it seemed to him that his superhuman strength capable of throwing off a knight from a good appetite. Smiling, the boy decided to justify himself by saying that Grant had just acted too carelessly and had lost. The man is eager to see what he will become in the future, and he wishes they had a teacher to train such a genius. Scott knew that most of the knights that were left to mention had raised themselves on their own, without teachers. Cutting up a huge piece of meat, the guy concluded that ultimately all of their power came from God. Thinking about it, the Lord guessed that the lad had studied history and table etiquette and was clearly not a commoner. Carefully eating his food, Scott thought contentedly about the fact that he had learned all of this back in his previous life. Timon had noticed that dark-haired, dark-eyed aristocrats were rare in the Empire and the surrounding states. Smiling wryly, the Lord voiced that considering that place, he had some considerations. Silently chewing the meat, the boy, with a calm look, tried to figure out what place the man was talking about. And he only now began to understand what the man meant, because he did not know that the boy would be so valuable. The man made it clear that the man would explain everything to him, for he had been very excited when he heard about Scott yesterday. Frowning, the hero thought that although he didn't know anything, the fact that this creep would become an addict was clear for sure. Presumably he's content with the power of the circle, but it's impossible to predict when the demon will ask for it back, because in a past life, that man turned his back on him and took the circle, which finally broke the Lord. Timon loved the idea of keeping the intrigue alive until the very end, so he asked only to wait for the meeting. After all, this was such an incredible man that it's hard to imagine, and he's sure to find Scott that great use for him. Temporarily accepting his rules of the game, the boy bowed and thanked the man for the valuable opportunity. Toward lunchtime, the young hero stood outside, frowning, taking time to fully consider his conversation with the Lord. In order not to arouse unnecessary suspicion, he was on the training ground, and while practicing, he reasoned. He was greatly disturbed by that man and organization, but there was no point in going into thoughts about them now. Kran is slightly stronger than Lord, but they are similar in level, as far as you can tell when comparing a mage and a mana user. It was to reach the second stage that the boy had spent a lot of time in his past life, but it would be easier now. Moving on to push-ups and doing another approach, after figuring out the time frame, the guy decided that 6 days would be enough. 3 days later, still at the same site, the bird came down on a wholly and completely broken training device. Scott's body was still small, but he could definitely feel that he had gotten a lot stronger in a matter of days. As he lunged with his fist, he made sure that along with his strength, his flexibility increased and he moved better than he had in his previous life. However, when the boy started working through the basics again, he found out that being a thug was quite problematic. He remembered that in his past life, he had wanted to become big and strong. The manatello that was connected to his subconscious mind wanted the same thing. It reacted with broken harmony with my overpumped body, not giving out its maximum strength. But now he was glad that there was no need to become so huge, because now it had no effect on strength. Suddenly, the lad heard the voices of two knights behind him, who, seeing him, remembered how he had kicked Grant in the leg. Seeing his calm and slightly displeased look, they began to whisper that they would come another time. The boy silently thanked them for orienting themselves and not having to explain where they belonged. During those 3 days, Scott did nothing but train and eat, paying no attention to anything. Therefore, seeing nothing new and amazing, people after a while lost any interest in it. Today was a special day, however, because contrary to the receding soldiers, a man he knew was walking towards him. It was Hran, fully clad in armor, who stated with a disgruntled look that he knew he could find the guy here. With a look of absolute calm, the boy asked what he owed to the commander's personal visit. It was evident that the man did not like all this, but he ordered the lad to follow him, for the Lord had ordered him to be armed. Examining the commander's sword, which was surrounded by mana, Scott thought happily that this time had finally come. After a while, they waited for one of the men to open the entrance to the armory, and Hran stated that the Lord thought highly of the lad. He also asked him to be grateful, but the hero didn't listen, sluggishly inspecting the room for decent weapons. Twirling his head around, he tried to scrutinize the pieces of armor and find something that would fit him perfectly. The boy began to look at the heavy armor, which looked expensive enough, but would definitely not fit him. Examining the weapon racks, the lad noticed that there was nothing like a mace or battle axe among the swords. With a heavy sigh came the realization that there would be no hope of additional income, and weapons would be tight. He then shrieked happily, asking the commander if he could get his hands on a sword similar to the one hanging on his belt. The man smirked evilly, pulling out his sword and asking if his weapon looked like a broadsword. The sword was a precious artifact named Sadness, and the boy was advised not to look beyond his level. Scott couldn't imagine, nor did he want to, how much blood and sweat went into creating one such sword. However, he could not afford to let such a barb of a soldier pass his ears, and so he frowned and drew air into his chest. In a slightly menacing voice, the boy stated that if it was a matter of level, he was clearly more suited to this sword. Not wanting to be silent, he added that a good weapon should be a talented warrior for the sake of the Lord's well-being, among other things. Those words were enough to set the man off again, and he gritted his teeth, trying not to kill the boy right now. An angry shout that came from the bowels of the armory made the two guards jump at the suddenness. Scott stated that if he didn't like those words, why don't they have a fight and find out who is stronger? To the knight's surprise, the young hero grasped the sword point firmly with his bare hands, bringing it to his neck. Whereupon the lad's eyes lit up with excitement when he said that if he lost, the captain might cut off his head. This behavior caused a beastly rage within the man who could not forgive such insolence on the part of the child. The knight's mind clouded, and he swung his sword, attacking the boy without thinking of punishment or consequences. Rumbling and childish screams were heard from the armory, causing the guards and maid to jump up. One of the soldiers leaned his ear against the door, hearing the boy apologize to the commander and promise to behave better. Then the door slowly opened, and the child's shadow-covered face appeared before the guard's face. When the guy came out, everyone stared in shock at his battered face and bruised body leaning on his sheathed sword. The men immediately began to whisper that Hran had treated the child that way, and it seemed the rumors weren't lying. Another soldier began to tell me that the commander did not trust this boy because he was the one who would be the next commander. The maid was concerned, noting that he shouldn't have done that since the boy was still very young. Not listening to their chatter, Scott strode into the manor, limping and leaning on his sword, meeting two maids on the way. The women were genuinely shocked by his appearance, anxiously asking who had managed to beat him up like that. The guy replied gravely that the commander told him he would give him a weapon, so he went after him, and that's how it turned out. Not daring to detain the boy, they let him pass on to rest and let him know if he needed anything. That same evening, the Lord sat in the parlor with the lights off while the butler poured wine into his glass. Relaxedly looking at the dark red liquid, Timon decided to ask the servant about the victims. Smiling, the grey-haired man leaned in slightly, answering that they were all completely at their disposal right now. He wondered if they were corpses from Wolf's gang again, to which the butler nodded affirmatively. The Lord dismissed his servant away, thinking that the boy would have turned the invaders upside down. He had no way of understanding Scott's thoughts and motives, but he decided he would ignore this kind of trivia for now. After all, in a couple days, once a guy's pedigree is confirmed, the path to success will open up for him. The Lord's hand trembled slightly as he remembered that there was only one but serious problem. If it turns out he's from the wrong family, then he, the wolf leader, will have to pay a terrible price for it. But that shouldn't happen. Given his demeanor and knowledge, Timon is sure he's from a respectable family. You can't defeat a knight at such a young age just by being talented. It's only possible if he has studied that family's techniques. But one of the most important pieces of evidence was precisely that the boy had dark eyes and hair, confirming the speculation. Rising from the sofa and walking to his bed, the tired man was sure that this was solid evidence. As he assumed a comfortable lying position, he voiced how much he looked forward to meeting that very person. Covering his eyes, the man tried to fall asleep, slowly drifting into slumber, but something kept getting in his way. The nasty and annoying sounds of warning magic began to sound more and more frequently, making the man frown. As he stood up, the Lord clutched his head, complaining about how noisy his servant was, but the siren's wail continued. Unable to bear it, he shouted loudly to the butler to just sacrifice him so that the siren would calm down. However, there was no response. Timon only felt someone approaching him quickly. Rubbing and opening his eyes, his pupils reflected the silhouette of a boy with a sword in his hands running straight at him. A moment later, the Lord's body was pierced by Captain Haran's enchanted sword that ironically bore the name Sadness. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth, for he could not have expected such a sneak attack. Holding the hilt of his sword firmly, Scott, standing over the man, declared to the Lord that his heavenly punishment had come. However, the man could not realize what the boy was saying as his body was gripped by searing pain and cramp. The Lord's pierced heart began to collapse and release dark demonic energy into the air. When the deed was done, Scott left the room, and Timon spent the rest of the night in his bed, with his sword sticking out of his chest. As soon as the sun rose over the estate, there was a heartbreaking female scream that did not bode well. The faithful maid who had opened the door to the Lord's bedroom froze in horror and trembled with her hands to her mouth. The servants of the entire house began to approach her, looking at the dazed woman trying to address the Lord. A couple hours passed after they discovered the corpse, and the knights gathered in the room decided it was the work of a dark mage. Rem did not believe these words, but was told that a priest had already stopped by and reported that he had noticed demonic energy. Knight of the Order of Field Glen added that the Imperial Investigation Department would be travelling here soon. The other knight decided to wonder why the body was in such a state, as if he had been dead for a couple weeks. The answer was the theory that the dark mage had purposely caused the corpse to rot immediately after the Lord died. All the men present could not look long at the mangled face of the gentleman, staring at the floor. Glenn wondered why the Lord had made that particular choice, trading lineage and honor for being killed. Out loud, he decided to conclude only that they would learn nothing from the dead man, and they were left with only one problem. Upon looking at the murder weapon, they immediately realized that it was a sword similar to the one wielded by the commander. All the knights thought the same thing, however. They didn't believe that Haran, who was his right-hand man, could have done it. Suddenly, one plump soldier cried out, remembering that that able-bodied boy had personally met the Lord. I mean, they were discussing the fact that he could be the next commander, and it probably didn't please Haran, so he freaked out. Upon hearing this theory, he was told that it was too weak a reason to go crazy over it. However, even if that was the case, they wondered where the commander was now. Suddenly, Glenn declared that you can't just leave things as they are and need to do a little investigating. 20 minutes later, several guards began strutting around the estate, questioning anyone who might have information. First, they questioned the maids who had encountered the boy. Then, they went down to the armory and questioned the guards. After hearing everyone's stories, the knight, with a piece of paper in hand, tried to put the puzzle together. The maids and knights he questioned all answered as one that they had seen Scott and how he had been beaten by the commander. While in the barracks, he stated to his co-workers that everyone was pointing to the same person. So Glenn made a definite decision and asked that the boy be called here for another interrogation. Half an hour later, the guy was telling the knight that yesterday he went after the commander because the commander offered him a choice of weapons. The man, sighing heavily, looked at the beaten boy and listened carefully to the story, trying not to miss anything. Lowering his head, Scott went on to state that he didn't expect the commander to suddenly start hitting him, and he was never issued a weapon. Unable to stand it, the man suddenly slammed the table loudly, causing the guy to shut up and pay attention to him. The knight shrieked that they had already inspected the vault and found signs that the captain had been there but had gotten out of there. However, no one on the estate saw him. He just mysteriously vanished after meeting the boy. Staring intently into the child's abrasion-covered face, Glenn asked if it was true that he never saw him again. Pretending to be a victim, the guy desperately denied meeting the captain, trying to look as convincing as possible. However, the soldier did not calm down, asking if the boy had noticed anything different in his behavior. Scott was adamant, replying that the commander was unhappy with the Lord's decision to employ him, but they did not meet after that. The young hero's story completely agreed with the words of the servants, so the soldier had no right to detain him any longer. However, the young man wondered what would happen to him, for the Lord had said he would provide him with a good future. This seemingly unremarkable phrase Glenn quietly took note of, but did not comment. Thinking briefly, he advised the boy to come here tomorrow morning, and in the meantime, he could be free. The guy was then brazenly shoved out the door, which slammed loudly behind his back. The man who questioned Scott was a local knight, and thus a nasty type, but the guy didn't recall his face. There was a chance he had simply forgotten it. However, he distinctly remembered completely defeating them. It was rather strange that he had called the boy, for he had already testified, so he must not let his guard down now. The next day, Scott reported to the same spot where the pouch lay on the table in front of him, with the token next to it. It was a mercenary's token and money, which the boy took in his hands and regarded with astonishment, understanding nothing. A commoner needs to be a mercenary or merchant to move freely, though it's only a sea-level mercenary token. Glenn decided to give the boy a personal recommendation from himself, and the boy wondered why he had been given it in the first place. The man advised him not to waste his talent and go to sea to gain life experience. The boy thought that this knight would like to advise the same to himself, but there was no way he could allow it. It was clear that the handed items meant a demand to leave the estate, judging by the soldier's friendly look. With a Shikoro smile, the kid thanked the man sincerely, saying that he too was thinking of leaving this place soon. After all, if a dark magician showed up, it meant that the imperial family would definitely take matters into their own hands. Even though Scott had stopped the man's movement with his action, the investigative detachment from the duchy would likely not come. And while the boy was engaged in conversation with the knight, under the table, he was deftly going through a ring once given by Khloe. At the same time, he decided that he had to go there himself, because it would be more reliable. Satisfied with the lad's answer, the mustachioed man asked to recall him once he had succeeded. The sudden question dumbfounded the soldier, as the boy decided to inquire about his name after all. Slightly embarrassed, the knight stated that his name was Glenn Rivety, but he could just call him Glenn. Smiling, the boy confidently quipped that he should have memorized his name too, before they parted ways. After a while, the guy wandered around the city alone, trying to think of a further plan of action. Turning his head, he looked at the manor again, saying that now that the Lord and Commander weren't around, Glenn was going to have a hard time. Scott was ashamed of him because they needed mages specializing in tracking traces to get to the commander. And the guy who did all those nasty things just walks away, leaving the problems unresolved. But there's nothing you can do about it. Checking the mercenary token kept in his pocket, he knew he could use it to rent a horse from the guild. Hearing the guy's musings, a blob of energy instantly erupted from his chest and slowly took shape. A few seconds later, a silver wolf surrounded by blue mana with a wagging tail stood in front of the young man. Scott immediately understood the spirit's desire to become a riding animal, but the road promised to be difficult and long. It's very difficult for a person to ride on the back of a wolf because they can be turned inside out in less than 10 minutes. Only creatures like orcs, with their sense of balance thrown off, are capable of such a long journey. However, the noble companion did not have to persuade his master for long, and the latter immediately saddled him. Taking a comfortable position, the young hero noticed that the wolf's physical form was much smaller than his spiritual body. Spirits take the largest form, but in a physical body, their size depends solely on the level of the summoner. The boy infused his hands with mana and touched the animal's fur, trying to make direct contact with it. Opening his eyes, he noticed he was in a different space, sitting on a noticeably older companion. Suddenly, the wolf started talking to him, advising him to synchronize their souls and senses first. Clamming up, the guy decided to do just that, concentrating his mana to synchronize with the moonwolf. Feeling whatever the spirit was feeling at the moment, the second-level summoner used the soul bonding ability. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, back to reality, scrutinizing his four-legged friend. Scott's attention was immediately drawn to the wolf's body, which had noticeably grown larger in an instant. Sometime in his past life, he asked Estina what else a summoner could do, bet even stronger. It turned out it all depended on the level, but its characteristics would clearly affect the physicality of the spirit. The guy saw firsthand that his companion had become stronger and tougher, and also realized how the characteristics affected the spirit. Slightly hesitating, the boy did not expect the sharp jerk of his comrade, who carried him forward. Moonwolf was also pleased with his new power and wanted to show his summoner what he could do. After a while, the young hero realized that all of his senses had sharpened greatly, and all of this would help shorten the travel time to Envenda. But more importantly, he would now be able to travel long distances much faster than before. The lad even experienced a slight instilled hope of reaching Karen, where the first mishap had occurred. In his past life on the continent, numerous misfortunes happened one after another, as if heralding the appearance of the Demon King's army. Then, it all started with the disappearance of the divine object in Karuna, which means we have to prevent it first. There are 7 jewels of humanity in this world, generously bestowed upon them by the great goddess. And these 7 great divine items were supposed to be the last stronghold, however. They were stolen last time. And now Scott needed to become stronger, avert disaster, and fight the Demon King's army along with the humans. The first disaster would happen in the Kingdom of the Sea, Karuna, and he would go there as soon as he dropped by the Duke's estate. At the same time, standing at the news board, people were discussing the killing of the Lord and sending an investigation squad. They also believed that a dark mage was behind it and wondered if this unhappiness would somehow affect them. The 2 men conversing thought it best to be cautious and lurked away for a while. That same night, a man whose head was covered by a hood walked slowly towards the late Lord's estate. The guards immediately blocked the intruder's entrance, pointing spears in his direction and asking who he was. An authoritative voice ordered them to mind their own business, and then, with a single movement of his hand, he caused the soldiers to drop dead. Overcoming the insignificant obstacle, the stranger moved forward without looking back at the guards or fearing interference. Glenn, who was patrolling the estate at the time, paced languidly down the hallway, checking his notes. Suddenly he stopped, feeling some kind of pressurized atmosphere around him, realizing that something was wrong. Without thinking, on mere reflexes, the knight drew his sword and turned around to point it at the unfamiliar figure. Upon seeing the sharply sharpened sword, the stranger didn't even move, calmly mumbling that he only had one question. Extending his hand forward and casting a spell, he began to question what the knight knew about the Lord's death. Not immune to magic, the bewitched man immediately froze with his mouth open, obeying the order. In an uncharacteristically sluggish voice, he slowly began to lay out all the crucial information he knew. After a couple minutes, Glenn fell silent, staring forward with glassy eyes, waiting for further orders from his master. In an emotionless voice, the wizard did not forget to inquire about the whereabouts of the late Lord's body now. As it turned out, he was placed in a coffin and left in the chambers as ordered by the Imperial Family Investigation Squad. After learning everything he needed to know, the dark mage nodded satisfactorily and said that he would go to sleep now and wake up in an hour. After a while, Glenn opened his eyes abruptly, trying to realize where he was and what had even happened. Finding himself sitting on the floor under one of the columns, the man at first thought he had just dozed off from exhaustion. Grabbing his head, feeling a slight pain, he assumed he had been working hard lately. Suddenly, a guard ran up to him, shouting that they were in big trouble because the Lord's body had disappeared without a trace. The news was shocking because it was an important clue to the Dark Mage's interference. While the knights were dealing with the missing Lord, the Dark Mage had already managed to distance himself into the forest outside the Phil's room. Holding the sword that had previously belonged to the temple, the sorcerer used it to try to peer into the weapon's memories. Examining the detailed picture, he discerned that the sword's owner was dead by the time it was thrown away. This means that the dark-haired boy who got rid of the wolf and who disappeared right after the incident is to blame. The sorcerer's eyes lit up with an unkind fire as he promised the boy would pay for messing up their organization's plans. As the pleasant and warm dawn came, Scott had already reached the gates of Lucentia's western castle. As he looked around, he noticed that the gate was already quite crowded with many arriving guests since the morning. Upon entering the city, the guide took a moment to notice that things were quiet, but that could change if that man acted first. Sighing heavily, he decided the first thing he'd do was buy some gear to be ready for any attacks. Taking out a pouch from his pocket, the boy poured out a meager 2 gold coins into his palms, which were clearly not enough. Suddenly his hand and then his face was covered by a shadow. Looking up, the boy saw 2 figures approaching him. The lightly armed thugs, with knives in their hands and a nasty smile, decided to see if the guy had any money. The guys were trying to get Scott to give them the money, as long as they asked nicely. However, they didn't yet know who they were in contact with, and therefore froze when they heard the question asked if they had any money. The smiling child was happily stretching his arms in anticipation of a little fun, and at the same time an easy buck. There was one unwritten rule in my former life in the underground. If a huge shadow surrounded you in an alley, immediately hold your breath. One day, the hero was approached by a clergyman, saying that if he kills so many people, his soul will be corrupted. For the day would come, and guilt would overwhelm him, and then he politely asked to be shown his mercy. Without getting up, the man replied that he would be fine, even in spite of what had happened a little earlier. After all, he had never killed people before, to which the priest was very surprised to see literally the opposite. Smiling, Scott calmly added that he had only gotten rid of a lot of socially dangerous villains, and now he was holding a sack full of money while the two bandits lay before him, dumbfounded by his strength. The men who watched the scene said in shock that the Rufus family, considered the strongest, had lost. He tried to find out how strong these guys were, assuming they were a bit short of knights. However, the bandits were not about to give up, and rising up, they rushed back into the attack, swinging their knife and sword. A brown sack filled with gold flew at the guy who was closer to the boy with the speed of a cannonball. The second rogue tried to stop abruptly, dodging the comrade flying at him, and he succeeded. However, he only opened his mouth, frozen in consternation, realizing that right now he might have made a big mistake. Unable to dodge the second attack, he felt a childish foot step on his face, pushing him back. With incredible speed, the man flew into the crowd of other bandits who didn't dare to engage. Seeing that no one else was moving, the guy slowly walked over to one of the people he had launched the bag of money at. Bending over, the lad picked up his hard-earned goods while one of the bandits said his boss wouldn't leave it like that. However, the guy didn't listen to him, deciding to count out the gold with a smirk on his face, pouring it out onto his hand. When he was done with this matter, he immediately headed to the gunsmith's store to fulfill the original purpose. He had already tried on a brand new armor made from an iron bull that lived in the southern mountains of the continent. While the salesman was praising the new customer's choice, the boy was meticulously trying to pick out a decent weapon. Appraising the weapon, Scott heard two men nearby discussing how they couldn't get any closer just by looking at her beauty from afar. Without much interest, he asked the cheery salesman if there was some big event coming up. The surprised shopkeeper replied to the customer that young Mrs. Valencia would be making the rounds of his domain. Irina was the first to show him what love was, and Khloe was the first to show him and give him hope. It may have ended badly, but thanks to hope, he was able to get out of Invenda safely unharmed. They had both changed his lives, and if Khloe had known how he lived, she would have thought he was adhering to his sister's wishes. However, when they met in a past life, the moment Scott had grown up, the girl had only burst into loud laughter. She then apologized, commenting that he was rather large for someone with such a childish and funny name. There was an awkward pause, during which Khloe tried to cough and take a serious and presentable look. After a second, however, she couldn't stand it and laughed loudly again, causing the man to become very annoyed. Walking out of the gun store, the boy realized that she didn't remember him then because of the drastic change in his appearance. But since they would meet earlier in this life, she would definitely remember and then get to ask her to help him meet the Sword Emperor. At this time, a guy was walking down the street telling me that Lucentia has one of the largest cities in the central region. Count Lucent's eldest son, Edmund, was leading the tour for Khloe, with a number of guards around her in lats. He continued to brag that Lucentia has the biggest night market in the area, and they are also famous for their salmon. The girl wasn't really listening to the guy's boring stories, trying to seize the moment to silence him. Unable to stand it, she abruptly cut off that she was not interested in the business side of things and would like to visit the slums. To his dazed and questioning look, she replied that the slum dwellers were also their subjects. That answer made the blonde-haired boy stiffen with a goofy smile, finding no reason to deny her this request. Stammering awkwardly, he politely agreed and asked Khloe and her guard to keep pace behind him. The girl wondered why he reacted this way. After all, he was the heir and had received a proper education, so he should know the disciplines of the empire. She remembered her father telling her to look out for people from the bottom, only then would their lives be better. Her father held to the values they had been taught, and if she could, she wanted to change people's perception of the slums. But at her coming-of-age ceremony, her fiancé has been announced, so soon she won't be able to lead her usual life. Staring up at the clear sky, the girl considered leaving for the temple, for they had wanted to take her in for a long time. However, she was sure her father would probably be upset, as he wouldn't want her to be alone for the rest of her life. Suddenly, Khloe heard the loud voice of a guard gingerly asking where the little one had come from. Turning her head, the girl noticed that the guards were gripping the hilt of their swords, looking in the direction of the child with a mace hanging from his belt. Scott, meanwhile, was becoming increasingly annoyed, for these men refused to let him anywhere near his mistress. Edmund was also interested in asking what was wrong with him and where he was from, while the guards tried to send him away. Then the guy decided to resort to a backup plan, stopping the guards with one hand and falling asleep in his pocket with the other. He took out a gold ring, raising it high up and stating that this was the ring the lady had given him personally. He sat down on his knee in front of her, reminding her that she had asked to seek her out, and even though he was late, he asked permission to pay her respects. Meanwhile, Khloe was staring with undisguised surprise at the ring that the boy held in his hand. A second later, she confirmed that it was indeed her property, whereupon the guards immediately lowered their weapons. Scott immediately bowed to her, but then she was overcome with doubt. After all, she had given that ring to a slum kid. With a stern note in her voice, she questioned him as to how and under what circumstances this ring came to be in the young gentleman's possession. The dumbfounded guy couldn't believe that he had changed too much in this life, and now he wouldn't be recognized. Hearing the lady's intonation, the guards all drew their swords as one, bringing them to the young hero's throat. All that the guy could see behind the wall of knights shrouded in lats was only Khloe's menacing and displeased face. Because of the swords that were very close to his throat, the guy didn't risk making any unnecessary movements. Khloe's red-haired companion hastened his answer menacingly, not wanting to deal with some thief for long. Looks like they met too soon. It's going to be very hard for them to believe he is the kid. The girls didn't believe that explanation, probably because he had grown up too fast, so she didn't recognize him. The boy pointed to his hair, claiming that he was the only one in Fields who had dark hair, if not in the entire duchy. The blonde changed her expression, remembering that that boy was much smaller and dirtier, even speaking with difficulty. Pointing a trembling hand at Scott, she added that his body was lean and he looked pathetic but cute. The young hero smiled awkwardly, knowing full well that the girl always liked small and cute things. And then a great idea popped into his head, causing him to concentrate the mana in his hands right in front of the guards. The next second, a miniature version of Moonwalker appeared in Khloe's arms, marveling at her form. The dazed blonde slowly opened her mouth, and everyone thought she was scared and wanted to scream out of fear. In fact, she blushed, cradling the puppy against her, asking what such a cutie was doing here. She had been warned to be careful with spirits, but she had heard that spirits only get along with those with pure souls. And the beast himself was not very pleased at being summoned under such circumstances, but the lad only turned away guiltily. Inspecting the boy's equipment, Khloe's companion couldn't believe that he had both a weapon for battle and a spirit. Holding the disgruntled beast in her hands, the girl inquired as to its name, to which she heard the name Scott chose. He also said his name was Moonwolf in the Western language. Khloe complimented the name, surprised at the knowledge of the Western language. She didn't expect the guy to change so much after a couple months. Back then, he was barely 10 years old. He reminded her what his name was, that he was 13, and that he started growing fast after he awakened mana, and the girl remembered his name. However, Vivian, Khloe's companion, decided he was too suspicious, and began to inquire if he had half-human blood in him. She apologized to the aristocrat, explaining that it was her duty to protect her from any danger. Edmund interjected, stating that he too thought the boy was suspicious and it would be better to lock him up and investigate. Scott didn't expect everyone to trust him, but he reminded the girl that when she had given him the ring, she had said she would help. While Edmund was annoyed at being ignored, the blonde frowned, asking how she could help him. Getting straight to the point, the lad asked if she could arrange for him to meet Duke Asgard von Valentius. The guards and Vivian took his words in stride, pointing their swords in his direction again, preventing him from making any unnecessary movements. Scott didn't even move, however, wondering if they thought he could hurt him. After all, Asgard is one of the 7 superhumans of the continent and uses aura. They are talking about the Sword Emperor after all. Everyone immediately froze in surprise as they listened to the boy's explanation, which described the great warrior very well. Laughing, Khloe stated that it was embarrassing for her father to hear that title too, since he had become one of the 7 great knights not too long ago. The boy was taken aback, quickly remembering that the rank of Asgard was not yet that well-publicized fact. He was suddenly reassured when Vivian said that the title suited their duke perfectly, for he was a great man. The knights didn't take the boy's words to heart, happy that even the backwoods had heard the news of his success. Suddenly, the lad assumed a serious look, declaring that he wished to tell the duke about the recent field incident. After looking around at those present, he added that he was personally there and knows a lot of important details. A couple hours later, Khloe was sitting in the manor with Moonwolf in her arms, asking Vivian if it had really happened. She wanted to know what else was being kept from her, and maybe Scott hadn't told her everything. The night girl only looked away in response. But a second later, she replied that he hadn't said anything else except that one of the lords of the Empire turned out to be a dark mage. Khloe thought seriously that Scott's testimony was very important information because he had been there in person. She was reassured that he himself had expressed a desire to meet her father, and they would go to the main estate immediately. Meanwhile, Vivian squeamishly asked how long the girl would be carrying around this spirit unknown to them. Smiling, the blonde took the puppy in her arms and began to show it to the night girl, assuring her that this cutie wasn't capable of such a thing. Unhappy with this outcome, Moonwolf frowned and snickered at the girl, yapping slightly, hinting at discomfort. Vivian blushed as she looked at the little wolf's face, whispering quietly how cute he was. Then she shook her head, reminding herself not to let her guard down, and Khloe wondered where Scott was now. Surprised at such a question, the knight replied that Mr. Edmund had some business with him and had led him away. Hearing this news, the beast in the blonde's hands suddenly jumped up and then quickly dissolved, rushing to its master. Meanwhile, in one of the alleys of the city, Edmund announced to the boy that they could finally have a proper conversation. He asked the spirit summoner to remind him what his name was, to which the boy immediately calmly gave his name. Afterward, the disgruntled man asked if he was familiarizing himself with him, but Scott wanted to omit that point. The young hero was very serious about the conversation, for Edmund had said that he knew something about dark magicians. However, the man stated that he didn't know anything, because he said it was because the guy was acting arrogant. At the statement that he had lied, the blonde rubbed his head, not content to continue being sassed. His irritation was at an all-time high as he swung his hand to strike the child, wanting to teach him politeness. Knowing no pity, the man lowered his arm, but at the same moment, Scott, standing still, calmly intercepted the blow. The man stared dumbfounded at the grabbed limb, trying to figure out how this kid was able to stop him. Yanking his arm ineffectually and clenching his teeth, the blonde realized he couldn't break free of his tight grip. He shrieked that if one more time that man disrespected him, he would make Miss Khloe take responsibility for it. Rubbing the back of his head, Scott abruptly let go of the aristocrat's hand, who immediately jerked, taking a couple steps back. But then he waved a finger at the man, stating to show him first what he had prepared, for something kept him confident. But Edmund hardly listened to him, staring dumbfoundedly at the deep marks of the small fingers on his arm. Enraged, he ordered the insolent commoner to follow him, pointing his finger along the way. At the same time, Vivian saddled her horse and flew like the wind through the city toward the gate leading to the exit. Before doing so, Khloe shrieked wordly for her to go to Scott because he might be in danger right now. The exasperated warrior realized that since the spirit had disappeared, it was too far away from its summoner. As she approached the gate, the guard immediately pointed her way, and she didn't understand how Edmund could have led him outside the castle. Hurrying her horse, she rode out of town, hoping with all her heart that she wouldn't be too late and could come to the rescue. At that very second, the aristocrat was standing next to the boy in front of the entrance to a huge estate unfamiliar to the young hero. Obviously thinking something bad, the blonde man glanced toward the boy with a wry, barely restrained smile. However, Scott paid no attention to the aristocrat's behavior, calmly waiting for them to arrive on the scene. Suddenly, a man of large build came out of the house, asking Edmund what brought him here at this hour. After all, there is still plenty of time before tax collection day, but perhaps the gentleman has decided to come for the goods. While Rufus, the eldest of the family, inquired as to the purpose of the visit, they entered the house, where they were met by a crowd of subordinates. Seeing the men very much resembling bandits, Scott only sighed heavily, realizing it was expected. The aristocrat stated that he didn't care about the goods and wanted to teach this ignorant commoner a lesson. The dumbfounded thug clarified that he wanted to teach the child a lesson, not understanding why he couldn't do it himself. However, the blonde ordered him not to be impertinent and teach him a lesson rather than bicker, then charged the man with a slap. Being displeased with such behavior and holding back his emotions, the elder of the Rufus family accepted the order. He then beckoned Eric and Tillman to attend to the boy, whereupon the two bandits, smiling, began to move closer. However, when they stepped forward, they immediately froze when they saw a familiar face that they would now have terrible nightmares about. Scott, meanwhile, crossed his arms over his chest, calmly awaiting further turn of events and action. The two men standing in front of him stood stiffly, unblinking and hesitant to make the first move, hoping for a peaceful outcome. Recognizing the familiar faces, the boy waved happily, greeting them politely, then grinned slyly. Realizing the potential for this, the bandits cried out, grabbing their faces, not wanting to get into an altercation with him. However, the older man didn't like the behavior of his subordinates and decided to rush them, quickly losing patience. They immediately fell down in front of the elder, saying that he was the scumbag they had told them about and asked him to avenge them. Realizing that his subordinates would be of no use now, he raised his mace above his head, telling the guy that he shouldn't have crossed the line. At the same time, Edmund was glad that he was about to wipe the arrogant smirk off the insolent boy's face. Wasting no time, the man swung his weapon, lunging forward at the child who was waiting for the opportune moment. In the next instant, the bulky man quickly flew backwards in the opposite direction of the young hero. Scott's blow gave the man a hard landing that broke through the stairs, raising a high column of dust. For a while, the bulky man lay immobilized, trying to realize how this could have happened to him at all. And the satisfied youngster smiled, still standing in a fighting stance with mace in hand, waiting for an attack from the other subordinates. However, they did not rush to attack, only dazedly shifting their gazes from the older man to the boy, not believing what was happening. Realizing that he was no longer in any danger, the hero began unwinding the weapon in his hands, wondering if they were done. A terrified Edmund ran to the thug, ordering him to protect the nobleman from this crazy kid. The boy said in a manic voice that he could try, but it was unlikely he would succeed. All the men in the building present realized they had made a big mistake and messed with the wrong guy. Realizing the situation they were in, the two men suddenly foamed at the mouth from fright, after which they simply passed out, hoping that in such a state the boy would not seriously injure them. Scott grimaced at the thought that the man was the ringleader, but it didn't last long, though he hoped to have a little more fun. Suddenly, the boy cried out loudly, causing all of Rufus's subordinates to flinch at the same time, feeling a chill run down their spines. Turning around, the young hero, smiling evilly, asked what the other kids were going to do now. They were sweating in a flash, but they did not dare to answer, fearing for their lives, and hoped that the boy would leave them alone. Half an hour later, an exasperated Vivian flew into the house with sword in hand, ready to rush straight into battle. But what she saw in the next second made her stop, eyes wide. In front of her on the floor, on the stairs, and near the column lay the beaten bandits, unwilling to regain consciousness. On top of that, she noticed Edmund lying unconscious in an obscene pose and wet pants. At the same time, one of the thugs brought down a safe to the first floor, on which Scott sat, quietly reading a book. Jumping to the floor, he spotted the girl who said that the mistress had ordered her to come here because she was worried about him. But the boy merely handed her the book, claiming that it described a complete list of the bribes of the gangsters who were involved in human trafficking. And such proof, even an aristocrat like Edmund can't be outdone. From all this information, the warrior was shocked. The next day, Edmund was banished from the Count's household for his terrible misbehavior, and Khloe, Vivian, and Scott went home. The blonde noticed that the one had been in the human trafficking business for quite some time. Here was the Count disappointed in him completely. She also decided that the relationship between their families would now become more strained, for which the warrior apologized. But was it her fault here? And hearing this question, the girl knight looked questioningly at her mistress. Khloe looked at her with a confident gaze, not understanding why the warrior had chosen to blame herself. Scott decided to intervene in the dialogue, agreeing that the warrior woman was not to blame for what had happened. Suddenly, the aristocrat let out a quiet but noticeable laugh, which caused surprised looks from her carriage neighbors, after which she laughed loudly, saying that she knew it. However, the others didn't understand what she was talking about. The blonde explained that her father always said that attitudes toward merit and crime should not be influenced by the status of its holder. The puzzled warrior asked why the mistress looked at her like that then, as if accusing her of something. THOR'S stated that she should have broken something for Edmund, so he couldn't escape and get away with it. The two, a famous young daughter of a sword emperor and a talented female knight, soon team up. At times they will be like sisters to each other, and at other times they will be like mother and daughter, all because they have a special relationship. Vivian stays at Khloe's side, even if her family's situation drastically changes for the worse. Scott thought she liked being a big sister or mother to Khloe, supporting her in every endeavor. Looking at the boy's satisfied and smiling face, the aristocrat decided to ask what he was thinking about. He replied that now that one name was not enough to get rid of his sins, his own family persecuting him, he had received a suitable punishment. A dumbfounded Vivian jumped up, asking her mistress to listen to what he was saying. Could a child think like that? However, the blonde was busy playing with the spirit, calling him Moon, explaining that it was easier to pronounce his name that way. Suddenly, Scott frowned, confident and incredulous, wondering if they had stopped suspecting him of anything. Smiling, Khloe replied that she had heard stories about the dark-haired boy who had destroyed the underground organization and freed its victims. Winking at him, the girl added that he had also distinguished himself today, and his actions were quite impressive. This answer satisfied the boy, who smiled reciprocally, pleased that she believed him unquestioningly. Suddenly, the blonde waved her hand and threateningly ordered him to report such things in advance from now on. With a relieved sigh, the guy only agreed with everything she said, not forgetting his polite demeanor. After 3 days, the carriage stopped in the middle of the night, causing perplexed questions from the aristocrat and the rest of the travelers. A knight approached the open window, lifting the visor of his helmet, trying to find the words to give a response, after which he stated in an uncertain voice that some elven woman was asking for a little ride to town. Everyone was surprised by such news, after which Khloe decided to personally look at the representative of another race. As they left the carriage, they saw a figure wrapped in a cloak who removed her hood, saying she was an elf of the world tree. The turquoise-haired elf introduced herself as Arena and greeted the carriage owners, asking if they wouldn't mind giving her a little ride. Seeing an elf for the first time in their lives, Khloe and Vivian regarded the long-eared stranger with surprise and a smile. Contrary to the girl's mood, Scott froze, sensing something amiss in an instant, trying to realize who was standing in front of him. As Arena smiled with a sly smile in her eyes, looking at the boy, he realized that she was a dark magician of the fifth circle. Elves are descendants of fairies. Renowned for their beauty, Elfheim is a kingdom of elves located in the far west. In the great kingdom of Aslan, far to the near east, they are extremely rare. But most of the inhabitants are friendly to them, as elves are natural-born spirit summoners. They are also known for their integrity, kindness, and peacefulness, so people do not treat them with hostility. And who would have thought that such a pure and peaceful creature seems to be a dark mage of the fifth circle? Khloe politely asked if she was heading north to the Beastman kingdom via the Duchy of Valentino. To which the elfess replied that they did not find their kingdom a pleasant place. After all, it had long been at odds with Aslan. The aristocrat clarified that that wasn't the point. It was just very far away, while Arena explained that she was heading there for training. With a shriek, the blonde immediately realized what she was talking about, namely the training of 11 knights, the elite among the elves. Smiling sweetly, the pixie immediately agreed with her words, surprised at how well-informed she was. Whereupon the stranger pointed her finger at Moonwalker, wondering curiously if the spirit belonged to her. Khloe was surprised that she realized who the wolf cub was, then pointed her hand at Scott, making it clear that he was the master. The dark mage's gaze changed slightly when she said that she had heard that there were almost no summoners among humans. The boy, however, tensed slightly, realizing that she knew everything before she came here, and that man turned out to be a big shot. Suddenly, the three girls' gazes turned toward the boy, who was trying to surprise everyone with his whole appearance. With childlike naivety and feigned surprise, the boy shrieked that he had never seen an elf in person before. He couldn't rush into battle now, deciding to stall for time, while Khloe and Vivian were dumbfounded by his action. The boy allegedly unknowingly grabbed the thigh of a female warrior who was trying to push him away from her. Fortunately, the mage does not know what abilities the spirit has. Only the one who has contracted with it knows that. Scott was very surprised at how this girl managed to hide so much demonic energy. Meanwhile, the elfess told the boy that it was fated to meet them, and then offered to show him some magic. She lit a fire in her hand, having the ability to release mana, and the boy thought he should have listened to Argon then. He then decided to assess the strength of their allies, quickly calculating that they had 12 Stage 3 experts with them. With a glance at the blushing night girl, he added one Stage 4 swordswoman to all the others. It is said that mages' circles are the same as mana users' stages, because of which it is possible to roughly calculate the strength for a battle. It takes about 5 people of the same level as you to defeat someone who outclasses you by 1 level. That means that for a guy with his second stage to defeat a 5th circle mage, it would take 100 like him. If he engaged her in combat, he would die without a chance. But as long as the mage demonstrates his magic, he has time to think. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young hero at first thought to attack unexpectedly, guessing the moment, good thing he has a trump card up his sleeve. Suddenly, Moonwolf jumped out of Khloe's arms, leaping over to Vivian, showing her whole look of displeasure. The blonde got frustrated, thinking she was tickling him too much, and the warrior started stroking the wolf cub. Looking at this picture, the elfess smiled, complimenting the spirit, and said she would like to take him in her arms as well. Scott took the puppy in his arms, offering the dark mage to take it while she marveled at his generosity. When she handed the beast to the stranger, she said that she would not refuse and called the baby to her. What happened next made all the knights open their mouths in surprise and froze in place without making any sudden movements. At this time, the wolf took on his battle form, attacking the elf while the boy drew his weapons from his belt and pounced on his opponent. The plan seemed to have failed because the elf had managed to put up a protective barrier, but suddenly blood spurted from her mouth. Lowering her head, the dark mage noticed that a sharp sword had slammed into her side, inflicting a serious and deep wound. The one who attacked the enemy from the side was Vivian, who reacted in time to the wolf's quick and unexpected warning. The knights that I couldn't even bring myself to move asked with glee if the demonic energy in front of them was really demonic energy. Meanwhile, the elfess immediately changed in her face, grinning rudely and insulting the boy who decided to attack her. She immediately turned to the people in front of her, asking a question when they realized she was a dark mage. Frowning, Khloe mentally thought that she had done the right thing, trusting Scott and his faithful companion. A little earlier, Lun had mentally addressed the girl, telling her that she was facing a high-level dark elf mage. He then lightly jabbed her with a claw that Vivian should attack her as soon as Scott signaled her. Surprised by such information, the aristocrat looked at the beast in surprise, realizing that he could be trusted. Why, she glanced at the boy who was touching her warrior's thigh, showing with her facial expression that it was just as Loon said. With tactile motions, the blonde explained to the wolf that this could lead to conflict between the races, especially with the chair she was occupying. The hero, who was one with the wolf, understood what the girl was telling him, replying that if they didn't attack suddenly, they would be in trouble themselves. Then he added that he would take responsibility and give his life if necessary, which surprised Khloe. After thinking it over and weighing the pros and cons, the girl looked at the elfess again, agreeing with the boy's plan. After moving into Vivian's arms, she initially started to play with him without realizing what he wanted to tell her. However, when the beast touched her face, Scott immediately recounted the entire dialogue they'd had with her mistress. And now, with their combined efforts, they were trying to stop the dark mage before he did anything. Suddenly, the elfess bounced back hastily, trying to get away from the melee while her wound was bleeding. The young hero and the female warrior cussed, noticing that they didn't hit the heart, causing them to be unable to kill her with a single attack. The dazed elfess hung in the air, covered by a shield of cursed energy, catching her breath and waiting for another attack. At this time, Vivian loudly ordered all the knights to attack together without acting recklessly and alone. The soldiers immediately rushed into action, urging each other to prepare for battle and defend the lady at the cost of their lives. However, the young hero was faster, and ahead of the knights, with a swing, Yu decided to try to destroy the shield of the dark mage. The shield gave a few cracks, but didn't penetrate completely, only throwing the guy aside, causing him to lose his balance. After the boy's first attack, it was immediately followed by a second one from Vivian, who was rushing towards the villain. At that very second, the dark mage reacted, beginning to create an attack spell to prevent the warrior from getting any closer. Letting the whip that split into 3 pieces, she was able to attack the girl and a few other soldiers defending with her sword. Still not understanding how she had been figured out, the elfess tried to find out by questioning the boy who had attacked first. Flying back and smiling, he asked her what was so hard about her reeking of nasty demonic power. As if distraught, the dark mage swore at the boy, realizing that it was all his fault. As she continued to insult him, the turquoise-haired girl focused and began to cast a new, large-scale spell. Landing on the ground, the Scot looked up dazedly, immediately realizing what the elfess was about to do. At this second, with her hands in front of her, pointing at each other, the girl was creating a sphere of demonic energy. In an instant, the sphere exploded, lighting up the sky with purple smoke and shards that flew towards the heroes. Scott was the first to realize that this smoke was magical, and right now was bearing towards him, wanting to attack. With his arms crossed in front of him, he realized that he couldn't dodge and would have to take a risky step. When the smoke was already a few steps away, the guy activated the Iron Divine Armor ability. The defenses he created were shattered in a flash, but the guy himself wasn't hurt much, backwards. After rolling on the ground a few meters, the boy spread his arms, trying to regroup quickly. As he got down on one knee, he took stock of the fact that this was the first time he was using these techniques in his new life, and but it worked. Then he heard the loud voice of Vivian shouting to the knight that the mage's shield was weakened and the demon's servant must be killed. With a single sweep of her arm, the elfess shoved all of her attackers aside, giving her no chance to find a gap in her defenses. During this time, the young heroes sang to summon a wolf and saddle it, turning it toward the dark mage. Without thinking, he ordered his comrade to run towards the enemy, wanting to help the knights who were successfully distracting the mage. With noticeable acceleration and a leap, the boy still managed to strike the shield hard, causing more chipping. At that very second, Irina felt how strong this boy's punch was, which immediately made her cringe. However, it was only a deceptive maneuver, opening a gap for Vivian and the rest of the knights behind the elfess to attack. At the last second, the dark mage managed to dodge two swords coming down on her shield, bouncing to the side. Hovering in the air once more, she declared that there was only one single person to blame for everything that was happening. Then her eyes lit up with anger, a grin showing from her mouth as she added that she would kill them all in spite of it. She was immediately asked not to laugh or get her hopes up, for Scott and the warrior were already flying in her direction in full force. They were able to successfully launch 2 attacks, turning around, picking up a new maneuver to attack without giving the enemy a break. The dazed elfess only swiveled her head, sending insults to anyone who damaged her shield. However, she was too late to notice that a boy armed with a mace was flying quickly in her direction, eager to perform a power attack. The kid's gun reached its target, launching the shield she was hiding behind straight into the ground with the speed of a cannonball. The boy and the girl knight, who were still in the air, looked hopefully at the pillar of dust created from the collision. When the smokescreen cleared, knights were already running towards the enemy, trying to finish off the weakened mage. Rubbing her head, Irina raised her head and asked the boy with an exasperated look how the boy dared to attack her. However, the man paid no attention to her words, noting that they, even with their combined efforts, had never been able to hurt her. Despite several failures, the dark mage would not give up and accept defeat from such insolent and weaklings. Demonic energy rushed from her hands once again, throwing the knights away, breaking formation and order. The only man who had not taken part in the battle, and was standing not far from the carriage, saw an enemy shell flying in his direction. It was Khloe, who had already resigned herself to her fate and only opened her mouth, unable to even make a sound. However, at the very last second, Vivian came to her aid, fending off the dark energy with her sword. She then rushed back into the battle, shouting to the soldiers to hold their positions and not retreat. But suddenly she stopped, staring dazedly at one point, watching intently what was happening. The girl noticed that the fire summoned by the mage was moving away from them in the opposite direction, saving them from harm. It was Scott, who had managed to completely block the fire and was now flying away to pick up speed. After all, thanks to the alteration technique, the Iron Divine Armor is much better now than in his previous life. The girl knight then met the boy's gaze, realizing that this was another opportunity to launch a successful attack. At an insanely tremendous speed, Scott put all his strength into tearing her apart, the warrior immediately joining him. After the forceful impact, the boy noticed the shards of the shield next to him, which finally gave in and shattered. However, the explosion was so strong that it immediately turned into a shockwave, pushing the attackers far back. Vivian didn't have time to regroup and flew downward at an incredible speed, hopefully landing without serious damage. Scott also flew down quickly, but the faithful Moonwolf immediately cushioned the fall with his body, saving his master. However, the soft fur couldn't completely stop more from landing, causing the boy to cough up blood. However, he noticed that the elfess was standing without her shield, holding her bloody side and trying to cover the wound with her hands. Rejoicing at his apparent success, the young hero saddled the wolf again and, without wasting time, rushed to finish what he had started. Gathering his strength, the summoned spirit strode at full speed towards the dark mage, eager to help his master. On the opposite side, a female warrior was attacking the elven woman, unwilling to give her opponent a chance to defend herself. Realizing that there was no time to heal her wounds now, the dark sorceress began to cast the spell again. After that, a surge of demonic energy erupted from her body, spreading out in all directions, repelling any attempt by the attackers. Unable to reach her target, a tense Vivian, defending herself with her sword, wondered where that one still had so much strength. Suddenly she spotted Scott, who, surrounded by blue energy, was flying towards the elfess. He knew he needed just a little more to end it all once and for all, managing to save thousands of lives. The young hero took another wide swing, noting the spot on the elf's body where he was going to deliver the decisive blow. The dark sorceress managed to put up a block with her hands, but the force of the blow still forced her to take most of the damage. Looking at this picture, the warrior ordered the nearest soldier to finish her off, to which the latter replied in agreement, as a cloud of purple smoke suddenly appeared in front of the knights, which blinded them for a few seconds. Looking up, the young heroes noticed that the dark mage had fled, not wanting to say goodbye to life so easily. Meanwhile, Arena, who was in the air, could hear the shouts of the knights and the orders related to her capture. A crazed smile lit up the elf's face, and her eyes widened maximally as she cried out loudly in praise of his will. A few seconds later, the silhouette of an incredibly huge knight emitting demonic energy appeared behind her back. This technique is an extreme measure of demon followers, for they sacrifice themselves to enhance their own mana. The fire sacrifice began its effects as soon as it was activated, causing the elf's hand to begin to rot and crumble rapidly. Directing huge streams of fire in different directions, the dark sorceress shouted loudly, wishing that everything here would burn to the ground. The cursed fire immediately began to pounce on the knights, giving them no time to rest or somehow regroup. In the meantime, Scott was managing to dodge every tongue of flame, trying to come up with a new plan. As he looked at the soldiers, he realized that the knights were already at their limit, and they now needed the force to finish off the mage. Suddenly, he shouted to the aristocrat that they had bought enough time. Now it was Khloe's turn to join the fight. Hearing the boy's words, the blonde girl put her hands to her chest and began to concentrate all the energy around her. Then she raised her hands up, from which began to appear a blindingly bright light, able to overcome the darkness. The power given through repentance and blessing is a sacred power that may not be within the reach of everyone. A person who has repented, been baptized, and become a priest will begin to possess anti-demonic power from that moment on. But there are also those who possess it from birth. They are messengers of a god, heroes, or in the rarest and most special case, those who did not become priests. And Khloe was one of them, right now sending sacred rays of light to fight demonic power and fire. With a loud explosion, the darkness collided with the light, scattering shards of energy in different directions. Unable to fight for long, the knights looked at this light spectacle in shock, not expecting their mistress to possess such power. It turned out that she had been hiding her power even from her own knights, for the Sword Emperor was afraid she might be taken to the church. Guy also admitted that he had never seen a priest stronger than Khloe, and it seemed to him that she must be weaker now. But looking at her strength and confidence, it was obvious that her level was high enough to defeat such a strong opponent. Having lost one arm, there was no way the elven woman expected to see a priest among the group she was fighting against. With great speed, the beam of divine energy was approaching the dark mage, who barely had time to put up a shield in front of him. However, it was too weakened for the defense to withstand such a force, causing the shield to simply collapse. As Beta caught up with the elven woman, a deafening explosion rang out, lighting up the area for the next few kilometers. Lowering herself to the ground, the dark sorceress tried to catch her breath and stifle the pain her body had undergone. She cried out that she couldn't lose to lowlifes like them, followed by a hard blow to her head. The blow struck Scott, using his mace as a finishing tool, silencing the elfess for good. He reasoned that everyone around him was in shock, so he had to finish her off before it was too late. Running up to him, Khloe loudly announced that he shouldn't have done that, which made the guy surprised. The blonde explained that it was worth questioning her and getting all the information out to understand what to do with her. Even though she's a priest, I couldn't feel her demonic energy, and I wanted to ask why she did that. While the boy apologized, the aristocrat pondered the fact that her divine power would not be able to heal her. Scott only tried to unsuccessfully guffaw, saying that it would only finally assure them that she was dead. Since they didn't have much choice, they had to cut off the mage's head, so there was no way he could come back. Against all odds, the young hero was satisfied that they had killed a high-level dark mage without any serious losses. Meanwhile, all the knights gathered in a bunch and began to admire Khloe and her abilities as a priest. The blonde only sighed heavily, saddened that her secret had come out when she had so carefully hidden it. She then asked the boy if he knew about it, for he was the only one not surprised to see her power. The youngster immediately admitted he knew, but it was unclear to the girl how not even all her relatives were aware of it. The boy didn't dare to lie, saying that he couldn't tell yet, but one day she would surely find out. Without asking any new questions, the aristocrat only smiled, accepting the boy's argument, trusting him completely. Rubbing his head, the young hero said he would take responsibility for what happened to the dark mage. After all, they were in big trouble because of him. But Khloe clarified, like the kind of trouble that would follow what had happened to Edmund. Not understanding anything, the boy interjected to ask if she thought his actions had put them all in jeopardy. Long an aristocrat, rid of demons, and if she died, it would only be because of her weakness, so she had no reason to blame him. Scott briefly covered his eyes, wondering if this girl was as kind, generous as she used to be. She then gave him a sharp pat on the head, asking if he was worried, noticing how cute it looked in her eyes. Looking at the kid's face, Vivian asked if he didn't like being called cute, to which the kid shook his head negatively. He's an adult after all. Why would he like that? However, the warrior stated that he really was just a baby. She also added that kids his age don't like to be called cute, and it turns out there is a human side to him. While the night girl was squeezing the boy's cheek, Khloe frowned and turned around, glancing at the dark mage's body. She watched as the elf's body finally turned to ashes and began to slowly flutter in the wind. She then declared that they should report the matter to their father as soon as possible, sending him a message from the nearest town. A few days later, they arrived at the main gate of Tyvan, and to the gazes of the crowd surrounding them, they confidently entered the city. Seeing what appeared before his eyes, Scott thought he knew the Sword Emperor had a heart for his daughter. But this was too much. Meanwhile, Khloe covered herself in paint, covering her face with her hands, asking aloud why her father had done this. And the people watching all this opened their mouths dumbfoundedly, whispering loudly amongst themselves that the rumors were not lies. An order of blue-winged knights was lined up in the middle of the town square, which contained about 100 knights. After examining them, the boy thought that power emanated from them. They were worthy to be called the Elite and the Duchy of Valentino. The only distinguished knight began to take off his helmet, while the guy thought that everyone in the group was at least with the rank of expert. There was no one stronger in the Empire. The vice-captain of the Order of the Blue Wing, Garen Kleiman, fell to his knee before them, and with him his 103 comrades. The blonde waved her hand awkwardly, thanking him and the knights, ordering them to stand up so as not to embarrass her any further. Laying his hand on his heart, he announced that he was glad to see her in good health, and that the gentleman was greatly concerned about her. The disgruntled girl responded by texting back that she was fine and why they should have met her. The man's excuse was that she had been attacked by a dark mage. If they hadn't been ready to leave immediately, the Lord would have personally come in their place. The girl froze, understanding nothing of why her father would come in person or what journey they were suddenly about to embark on. As it turns out, the case is that about a month ago, the family jewel, Tempest, suddenly went missing. The girl noticed that her father always wore it. However, that was the problem. When he woke up in the morning, the jewelry was gone. Dumbfounded by such unexpected news, the young hero decided to ask Khloe, "Is it by any chance not an artifact?" Ta replied that she probably did, and the guy looked at her with interest, interjecting, very doubtful that she didn't know. It was a secret that only priests know, so the girl could only assume it was a powerful artifact. The young man briefly muttered an understanding reply and closed his eyes, thinking about something of his own, not daring to sound it out loud. Then he smiled confidently, loudly announcing to the audience that he seemed to know why he was missing. 3 pairs of eyes stared at the boy in shock, genuinely not understanding how he could know such important information. However, Scott only asked to be allowed to see the Duke. Then he would personally explain and tell him everything. A short time later, the familiar carriage, and with it the heavily armed cavalry, set off. Accompanying the carriage on foot, Garen cast frequent glances in her direction, wondering if the little boy knew the reason why. He decided to ask the soldiers who the child was when a knight came up to him, asking if he was talking to Scott. He knew he had heard the name before as the soldier continued to praise the guy, saying he was incredible, and his contribution to defeating the dark mage was very great. And from what he'd heard, this boy would soon be an expert at such a young age, something the vice captain was very surprised by. After all, even the 7 great knights in his divination were so talented, this guy is definitely a genius. No, a monster. After a bit of thought, the blonde-haired man firmly decided that he was definitely obligated to bring such a treasure to his family. Then he paused for a moment, repeating his name, and remembering that this was the man who had sent letters from Phillies. This kid's name was very rare, so he's sure it's definitely the one sitting in the carriage with his mistress right now. At this time, Khloe looked out of the carriage window, paired with Scott, marveling at what appeared before their eyes. They had a view of a small field strewn with flowers, with tall trees growing in the background, adding even more beauty. Deciding to check something out for himself, Scott turned to the blonde, politely inquiring if she liked lilies. The aristocrat smiled broadly, replying that she liked them, for her deceased mother and father loved them too, where her parents, even as a child, wanted to name her that, to which the boy replied that it would suit her very well. The love story of the Duke and his wife is very famous. She is the only woman he loved so much. However, the youngster remembered Asgard's words that he was not so fond of this flower, but that was the most important part of the secret. Smiling wryly, the young hero thought that it was no wonder the Sword Emperor kept this a secret. He most likely has no memory of his past life, making it very difficult to prove his arrival from the future. But since he asked to track him down as soon as possible, he's sure he has a way to make him stronger. He owes it to him to meet him, start training, and find a way to become an aura master for the salvation of the continent. His main goal is to gain more power, because without the aura, he won't be able to even leave a scratch on monsters with the level of a corps commander. In this life, he will break everyone's arms for sure, because solely for the sake of it, he went here with a new chance. After a couple more days, they reached Valentino, the land of Duke Valentius, one of the largest cities in the kingdom of Aslan. As soon as the weight of the carriage entered the bridge lowered before them, the knights immediately broke into a shout of joy of returning home. Khloe was also glad to be back, and for the sake of interest, decided to ask Scott if he had been to this town before. Smiling and surveying the architecture of the city, the boy calmly replied that he was now here for the first time. Glancing at the boy in surprise, the girl didn't quite understand the meaningful answer contained in the word now. Suddenly, they, along with the rest of the knights, froze in place, simultaneously turning their gazes towards the square. A loud, authoritative voice called Khloe's name, and also inquired at a distance if she had been injured during the journey. A dumbfounded Scott immediately recognized the man to whom the voice belonged, realizing that he had finally found the man he was looking for. An elderly man ran towards the aristocrat, holding out his arms and flooding with tears, hoping to hug his daughter. With a slight movement, the blonde dodged, causing the Duke to fly forward, falling to the ground in front of the knights. Khloe flinched, reminding her father that people were looking at them, and asked him to keep the Duke's dignity in mind. She also asked him not to press pity and to apologize to the knights he had disturbed. A moment later, the man cleaned himself up, telling the soldiers how well everyone had done, and thanks to them, Khloe had returned unharmed. In a commanding voice, he ordered everyone to accept his thanks and not in any way from Duke Valentino, but as a loving father. The Duke then smiled widely, loudly declaring that he had already organized the feast, then ordered everyone to enjoy it to the fullest. The subject knights immediately kneeled before him, all as one agreeing to do his bidding. The man then noticed Scott, asking with interest who the child was, causing the boy along with Khloe to turn their attention to him. Smiling slightly, her no thought that he didn't recognize him after all, which would make it take longer. The blonde stated that she had written about him in the report, and that he would appear as a witness at the mage, but the Duke had forgotten about it. Suddenly, the young hero approached Asgard, declaring that he had something to tell him. It concerned Tempest. The knights and noblewomen who were watching immediately froze in shock upon noticing his informal address to the Duke. The man's face changed in an instant as he looked sternly at the boy, talking aloud about how brave he was. Suddenly, a strong aura formed around the boy, pressing him into the ground, causing him to crouch down abruptly. This was a spiritual pressure, but the Sword Emperor also still had a lot to learn in the future. But he couldn't believe that his skill is at the level of an aura user. After all, Astina, who is also one of the 7 great knights, is an aura superior. Zorik would likely be one soon enough, and he would overcome his pressure by using the fortitude he had accumulated in his past life. In defiance of the monstrous pressure, the boy, spilling his mana outward, began to slowly rise up, overcoming the Duke's strength. Unsatisfied with such a stern greeting, Scott, frowning, declared that he could tell everything here too. Asgard was surprised at the boy's extraordinary strength, who was able to resist his pressure and still stand on his feet. Khloe ran up to them abruptly, loudly telling her father that Scott was ignorant due to his young age. Lowering his head slightly, his father replied in the negative, for he wouldn't behave like this because of mere ignorance. Looking into the kid's calm face, the man frowned, deciding that he'd have to talk to the lad after all. 20 minutes later, they were in the Duke's office, who started asking about Tempest's disappearance. The guy put his hands behind his back, calmly saying that he had one guess regarding this relic. The man was curious to hear his thoughts, as any clue could help in the search for the missing man. Tempest was one of the few ancient words Scott knew at this point in his life. It means time or opportunity, and if this jewel went missing a month ago, he may have the power to reverse time. The young man watched carefully the reaction of the Duke, who absorbed his every word carefully, trying not to miss anything. Folding his hands in a lock and putting them to his lips, Asgard frowned and asked the lad politely to continue his thoughts. Scott begins his story by saying that it all starts with a horrible incident that happens 20 years from now, after which he took some time to tell the Duke in detail what trials awaited them in the future. Not daring to interrupt, the man listened intently, noticing details that a normal child could not know. Toward evening, Asgard declared that his story was too well ordered, and a child would not have come up with such a thing. Guardian of the World Tree and first hammer of the dwarves, the boy even knows the name of the great warrior of the Orc tribe. Looking away, the guy added that they had all been comrades fighting shoulder to shoulder for a whole year. The disgruntled man asked that the comrades were the same foes he had already been fighting for years, after which he stood up from the table saying that Tempest means time and opportunity. It can only transport one person into the past. But he must accept as a sacrifice of life a superhuman, so his descendants have used him very carefully and wisely. This information had been passed down from generation to generation with him, but the Duke had never believed it to be true. But it turns out to be for nothing if the guy isn't cheating after all, which was very unlikely given the detail of the story. Something still confused the man, however, and he thought for a moment before telling his doubts to the boy. He could faintly believe he had made that decision then, to rely on his talent and send him back in time specifically. After all, if the Duke himself returned, he would be able to benefit from the experience of his past life, which is much more logical. He was confidently able to prepare all the available forces of humanity to fight against the Demon King's army. But instead he sent the boy instead of himself. After those words the man tensed, releasing energy. But when he saw the boy's calm and confident face, the man calmed down, thinking that he really wasn't lying. To which Scott menacingly replied that it was because that's how he would become and constantly talk about saving talent and other nonsense. For he then thought he was suffering from senile marasmus at the same time he twirled his finger near his temple. Duke thought, replies that it seems there was no way to know in advance how far back in time someone could be sent. Scott was surprised at that answer, saying that he had used a power on him that he wasn't even completely sure of. Returning to his chair, the man stated that where would this confidence come from if he had never done anything like this before? He assumed he had told the boy something to the effect that he would go back at the moment when the effect on his soul would be the strongest, to the place where his personality was formed, which is probably what the future Asgard predicted, bringing the kid back. The young hero was taken aback by such words, realizing that this was why he had moved to the day his sister died. Looking at the changed expression on the boy's face, the Sword Emperor decided to clarify if he was right. Scott confirmed that the man was right, realizing that no Duke's guilt in his sister's death was here. The boy thought he should be grateful to him already for being able to see her again, albeit under these circumstances. The Duke raised his voice again, saying he had one last question left, but the lad was ready to answer anything that wasn't asked. He wondered if he had only asked to track him down because he had to tell him something to gain his trust. The boy immediately began to answer that his daughter's baby name was Lilia, for he had chosen it because he and his wife liked that flower. But the man frowned, replying that absolutely everyone knew about it, making it become insufficient evidence. Scott added that he didn't really like the flower, which made the Duke tense up slightly, thinking about it. But the guy didn't end there, saying that he clarified that this is the most important part of the truth and he shouldn't forget it. Suddenly, Asgard burst into loud laughter, holding his stomach, causing an ambiguous reaction from the boy. Then he calmed down, noting that he could say such a thing, for it was so, because even after her death he could not admit it. So he didn't dare to tell anyone about it. After that, he put his head down on his hands, trying to realize the truth of the situation. Why he rose from his chair and cried out loudly that it was all true and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now the man finally believed the boy, and it was clear to him why his family's jewelry had been stolen right out of his hands in his chambers. The boy wondered if it was because he had gone back 20 years, the Sword Emperor was more cranky than he had been then. But suddenly the man said he still needed special proof of the veracity of the guy's words. Then he turned to the servants, asking them to call Khloe here, which Scott could not have expected. The servant of all a second had already taken orders. Hitchhiking away, the young man was wondering what he had summoned this man for. As it turns out, he's convinced that the boy has indeed traveled back in time, but he's not entirely sure about himself yet. The man again asked a question of the guy's name and that he was one of the 10 future great knights, to which the guy agreed. Since it was indeed true, the Duke asked me to personally prove to him the truthfulness of such a serious statement. After all, Asgard was very interested in seeing a future ability that he would appreciate. 10 minutes later, they had left the office and were on their way to another room, passing over a long bridge. While the disgruntled hero thought that somehow it wasn't fair to come out, because he had asked to be found, and now he was running tests. Suddenly, he decided to play a little prank on the man, asking the man if he was curious about what the future would be like. Putting his hands behind his back, the Duke walked forward at a leisurely pace, satisfactorily answering the boy's question. The youngster then started running around the Sword Emperor, asking if he could tell him a little about his family. However, the latter immediately refused, strictly arguing that he did not need such personal, albeit important, information. After which he clarified that he was only interested in the foreshadowing of the catastrophe for which the upcoming test would be conceived. Beyond the disaster, however, he earnestly asked that nothing be told, not to him, not to his daughter, not to anyone else. Looking down from the bridge, the Duke mused that people only grow through their mistakes and blunders, and he is proud to have raised a daughter who will not be discouraged or broken in the face of adversity. And so he asked not to take away her opportunity to evolve by telling her what she could get around knowing in advance. Hearing this, the guy relaxed, saying that actually he knew quite a bit about her and nothing at all about his family. He was then trying very hard to save himself, so he had no time to take an interest in the affairs of the Duke's family. At these words, the Sword Emperor fell into a stupor, looking at the boy's calm face with surprise and shock. Suddenly he began to shake him, asking him if he didn't know where their world was going to go next, but the guy only knew about the incident. The dumbfounded Duke could not believe that this was all the young man could tell him, who himself did not know what the man wanted to know. In the future, there would be people who would unite the army he spoke of, but Asgard wanted to know what happened before that. Hearing no response from the young hero, he clutched his head, screaming loudly in hopelessness. A second later, the boy was grabbed by the ear by the warrior's strong hand and pulled him forward behind him, giving him no chance to break free. Not letting go of the boy, the man advised him to remember everything soon before he was wiped out. After some more time, they entered the training hall surrounded by bleachers, but stopped near a table standing almost in the middle of the hall. Reading the records that Scott had personally scribed to the Duke, the man wondered why there was almost nothing here. There have been more than 10 misfortunes, but he remembers only these, asking what happened to the others. Answered that besides this information, he had heard of other events either from gossip or from his comrades. Asgard asked menacingly if he had any more valuable information. At this second, the lad wanted to grow up. After all, they used to talk to each other as equals. The man remarked that the only useful thing here is that the hero and the saint appeared according to prophecy and went to war. His name was Cromble, and he was 20 years old, which meant we needed to find him soon and train him before it was too late. The young man didn't really want to upset the already nervous Duke, but someone had to tell him the obvious thing. He recalled that the hero was 20 years old at the time, but now he might just be born, and there was no way to train him. The pen in the man's hands broke sharply from the force of the compression, and he asked why God had chosen to test him so. Should he blame himself for the future, or should he beat up this creep who's no use to him? His thoughts were interrupted by a servant who bowed and said that Khloe would arrive shortly, but the Duke ordered Drexler to be brought in instead. He also asked me to tell him that he needed to teach someone a lesson, and the man with glasses was very surprised at the request. 10 minutes later, the vice captain arrived in shining silver and gold armor and regarded the boy menacingly. The vice captain of the Blue Wing Order had the 5th stage of the highest-ranked warrior, making him a very dangerous opponent. Whereupon the man, with a huge hammer in his hands, headed straight for the Duke, announcing his presence. Whereupon he bowed low, listening to the greeting of his master, who expressed him in loyalty and confidence. He wanted him to give the lad a test, for he needed to see if he had any bragging rights. The warrior stiffened, dumbfounded, clarifying that he would have to fight the child, to which the Sword Emperor only briefly agreed. The vice captain wondered if he had done something wrong and was now on the cusp of demotion. If he lost his salary, he would not be able to maintain his estate. These dreadful thoughts made him uncomfortable. However, the Duke called out to him, noticing that he was once again making up unnecessary things, which is his weakness. However, he only gave him a very important task, to fight him and thoroughly test his abilities. Examining the youngster, the knight couldn't understand what his lordship was up to by asking him to fight the child. Suddenly he froze, noticing something unusual and entertaining about the future rival standing across from him. The man was surprised, clearly noticing that the kid had a stage 2, bordering on the rank of expert. He looked to be about 10 years old, so how on earth did he manage to get so pumped? At this second, Scott started talking about his hammer, whereupon the boy began to specify that it would be better if it were bigger, a hole in the headboard, the handle lengthened by an inch. However, he was interrupted by the Duke's voice asking him to concentrate, for if he didn't take this seriously, he would be breaking their agreement. After which he asked Drexler to put his best foot forward, but not to kill him, at which time the boy asked about breaking the arrangement. Asgard turned his head in his direction, and replying that the current him had not promised to help him, so it all depended on this fight. The dumbfounded guy asked if he had to overpower the knight, to which he heard the answer, something this cannot reach. After which, the Sword Emperor raised his index finger up, saying that only one any strike was needed. If the guy could land even one punch, he would recognize his victory. But even Drexler was surprised by such a statement. In anticipation of an interesting battle, Scott's body was surrounded by Manhwa, who happily agreed to the Duke's terms. And exactly a minute later, they were standing across from each other, holding their weapons in front of them, examining their opponent. The owner of a huge hammer and the owner of a small mace with great potential were about to clash. They stayed still for a while, trying to figure out what tactics would be best to use for a better battle. At this time, the Duke watching the young hero thought that his way of using mana was unique. And judging by the harness he was watching right now, this underdog is actually a genius and a capable warrior. After that, the man frowned, thinking that this guy wasn't so simple, and he might have some more tricks up his sleeve. Since he was able to bring him back from the future, he had managed to overcome his limit and become an aura master after all. And since he ordered this boy to go back in time, it means he has an outstanding talent. But what did he see in him? Wasting no time, Asgard stepped forward, raising his hand and telling those to try their best. As soon as he started with himself, the young man immediately summoned a spirit that appeared to him in battle form, showing a grin. Gathering on the wolf's back, Scott turned to the knight, saying that if the latter didn't want to attack first, he would take the initiative. After that, without wasting time, he rushed straight at the soldier, trying to attack him directly head-on. Drexler was slightly surprised by the spirit's appearance, smiling at another of the talented lad's busy abilities. Then he swung his hammer wide, unwilling to give the victory so easily to the arrogant boy. He declared that he didn't stand a chance, then swung his weapon menacingly in an attempt to sweep the wolf off its feet. However, his opponent jumped up sharply, causing him to dodge the vice-captain's very strong attack. Without wasting time, the hero accelerated, swinging his mace, infusing it with mana, and pointing it towards his opponent. A moment later, the loud clang of an iron object hitting armor was heard in the hall. Scott managed to land a blow to the knight's shoulder. Returning to his original position and examining his opponent, Scott cursed, for he hadn't even left a scratch on him. He knew immediately that the knight specialized in both attack and defense, which only added to his problems. Upon seeing the boy's attacking abilities firsthand, the warrior immediately commented on it, calling his attempt entertaining. He then jumped up, putting the hammer behind his head, pointing it towards the kid, telling him not to worry because he would try to hold back. And at the last moment, the hero, riding a wolf, managed to bounce back from the earth-shattering blow, giving himself a few seconds to think. He realized that if he couldn't take the victory by force, then he would try to surpass him in speed, which was beyond the reach of such a bulky man. He then jumped onto the pillars surrounding the hall and began to move around them, jumping from one to another, confusing his opponent. The man first tried to track its trajectory, then began to fill his weapon with mana, preparing to strike. The hammer came down deafeningly on the ground, creating cracks that only grew larger with each passing second. Upon reaching the columns, the cracks completely shattered them, forcing the guy to climb back down and let his guard down. As soon as the boy was on the ground, the vice-captain's weapon immediately flashed before his eyes, which he barely dodged. Holding the edge of the hammer's handle with one hand, the warrior hoped that this way he would be able to reach the nimble boy. But the boy immediately noticed that he was wielding the hammer, which was longer than a half-ball, with one hand, which meant he usually had a shield in the other. Consequently, his defense is better, so we need to buy some more time to figure out how to overpower him. At this point, the vice-captain was starting to lose patience little by little, asking how much more dodging was going to happen here. Scott paid no attention to the man's nagging, however, continuing on with his original plan. The annoyed man turned his head and commented sadly that the guy was a very good runner. However, Duke, who was watching the fight, immediately realized that the guy was reading all of Drexler's movements. He doesn't seem to have lost his past experience at all from his 10 years of hard work as a knight. The boy was talented, but it was too early to decide anything, as the Sword Emperor wondered if he was still capable of anything else. Suddenly, the Duke called the vice-captain by name loudly and menacingly, wishing that he would hear him quickly. He then asked how long he was going to embarrass him, and upon hearing this, Drexler took the words too seriously. These words had too much effect on the vice-captain, who, as if falling into madness, began to attack with more force. Behind his back, the headboard of the hammer increased in size several times, covered in a blob of golden energy that he directed at Scott. The dumbfounded Duke realized that he had made a huge mistake when he saw the spiritual weapon behind the maddened warrior's back. He immediately decided that he must stop him at all costs to prevent the impending disaster. He shouted his name, but suddenly noticed a smile flashing across the face of a young boy who clearly wasn't afraid. They flew at each other despite the danger of the situation, having within themselves the desire to prevail. Asgard, who was watching all this, could not believe his eyes that the young hero did not retreat, but rushed forward. A moment later, a loud explosion resounded throughout the hall, caused by two fighting warriors in the sky. Suddenly, out of the cloud of smoke, the body of a child flew straight down, emitting a cry of pain and unable to stop falling. Drexler landed next to the Duke, apologizing for being completely oblivious while he was cursing loudly at him, whereupon they both ran up to the boy, huffing that he had been told to demonstrate his talent, but not his bravery in any way. At the same time, Scott, completely covered in abrasions and burns, smiled and proudly announced that he had won after all. After which, he slowly raised his trembling hand and pointed at the knight who was standing still behind the Duke. Both men noticed a small cut on his cheek left by the guy during the final and decisive blow. In the final seconds of the fight, Scott grabbed the mace like a spear, about to throw it straight at the attacking knight. When the huge hammer almost reached him, the boy launched the weapon straight at Drexler's face, trying to soften the blow of the hammer with his other hand. The vice-captain didn't have time to dodge, getting a scratch on his cheek, giving the guy a last-minute swipe at him. Only now did the dazed men realize where he had been aiming originally and what he wanted to achieve from this fight. But this made the Duke even more furious, claiming that the one could have died because why act so insanely happy to win a sparring match? Rising, the heroes replied that he had not died and had even won, but the Duke only asked if he had been so reckless in his past life as well. The battered fellow didn't understand why it was necessary to ask the obvious things, but Asgard didn't understand what was so obvious. Suddenly, the young warrior grew serious, saying that if he didn't act like this, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere on the streets. These words reassured the Duke a little and at the same time surprised him, as he realized that the guy knew what he was getting into. Scott, meanwhile, went on to say that he was bound to win at any cost, and it was because of this approach that he managed to survive. What his lordship thought of all this was far more important now. The rest didn't matter to Scott. He wondered if he had lived up to his expectations, to which the Duke immediately agreed, but he wouldn't have done so if he were him. The man thought he was from the future believed in him, seeing how reckless and brave the guy was. Crossing his arms over his chest, he declared that he would keep his promise and give him what he needed most right now. The boy rejoiced at this outcome, smiled broadly, and thanked the Duke for the opportunity he had shown him. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from the young warrior's face, whereupon he fell backwards, abruptly losing consciousness. The vice-captain was startled to see such a sight, but Asgard remained standing, not even moving. Hours later, Scott came to, slowly rising and realizing he was lying in a soft bed. The Sword Emperor stood next to him and commented that he had poisoned himself faster than he had hoped. He then turned around and explained to the guy that they had a lot to discuss and therefore invited him to follow him. As they walked down the hallway, the boy wondered how long he had slept, after which he learned that it had been almost half a day. Scott was surprised that he had slept so little, then asked if a high-ranking priest had been summoned to see him. But instead of answering the question, he heard Khloe's voice instructing him to get more rest. He had just woken up, but his father was already dragging him somewhere. The angry aristocrat asked the man if he was going to harm the boy in any way again. Pointing his finger at the guy, the Duke said that the creep had gotten himself into trouble, and he would harm his daughter's savior. The young hero was surprised that he was considered Khloe's savior, because it seemed to him until now that it was the other way around. Turning to the boy, the girl shrieked if he knew he had only just woken up, having been 1 foot in the grave before. To which the guy only smiled slightly, trying to find the words to appease the disgruntled blonde. Rubbing the back of his head, he cheerfully declared that, as his lordship had said, his over-ambition was to blame. He made a guilty look on his face afterwards, apologizing for making her worry too much. Patting the boy on the head, the aristocrat calmed down and smiled, telling him not to be so serious. Just as suddenly Scott froze, feeling the Duke's breath behind him and the embittered question of what that look was. He may be a child, but he already knows about beauty, and Asgard warned him that he'd be in trouble if he pursued his daughter. The girl tried to stop him, and the boy replied that he was just surprised when he called him mistress's savior. After all, last time he hadn't caught the dark mage or saved the lady, and with those words he was able to surprise the Duke no end. The man froze for a second, realizing that this was a new event for him that he had not done in his past life. Khloe tried to know more about what it meant at once, but her father said not to fill her head with it and would tell her everything later. For now, she needed to concentrate on her coming-of-age ceremony, which was coming very soon. Suddenly, the aristocrat bit her lip angrily and lowered her gaze, reluctantly agreeing with her father's advice. Then she slowly turned around and, under the gaze of 2 pairs of eyes, headed back to her chambers with a chagrined look. Scott, watching her, realized that as much as he wanted to tell her everything, he couldn't afford to do it. After a while, they were in the office of the Duke, who said that from now on the fact that he was from the future must remain a secret. The priests in particular shouldn't get wind of anything, but the guy wasn't going to go around shouting about it everywhere. The flow of time and space is the core of faith, propagated by the Creator. This power even a goddess cannot resist. A mere man who goes against the established order will be labeled a blasphemer, which is the reason their family hides Tempest. There was no way Scott could have known about this because this information was removed even from the scriptures in the temple. The truth was that the present description was only passed down to the ancient clans, which the guy could in no way belong to. In addition, it was necessary to minimize the number of knowledgeable people so that this secret would not fall into the wrong hands. For example, only the 10 great knights the boy was talking about could quite possibly know about it. He also asked the young man not to say anything about the hand of God to anyone, but he already understood that it was useless to argue with fanatics. However, he didn't plan to put them behind him. He would have them even stronger as he applied the abilities he had mastered in the future. The excited Duke immediately jumped up from the table, eager to ask what these abilities were. But the guy immediately frowned, stopping the man, asking what was up with the thing he wanted to give him. The Sword Emperor froze at the same second, removing the smile from his face and looking at the boy with a surprised, incomprehensible look. The boy grimaced, telling the Duke to get a conscience, for he should give him what he needed from the first. Such insolent speech made the blonde-haired man frown, slowly beginning to lose his patience and calm. The boy was a little taken aback and decided to suggest aloud that age had made him a marismatic, causing him to get a kick in the head. Hearing the Duke loudly call him a cheeky man, the kid asked why the man had hit him, since he hadn't said anything of the sort. The Sword Emperor smiled, but no longer out of joy, but to try and contain all his anger. But he made a different decision, after which he took the boy back to the arena, saying that he, the bastard, should first of all be taught manners. Holding his cheek, Duke listened to what just rolled off his tongue. He must realize that the guy is an adult at heart. But this seemed even worse to him, however, since he had promised he would have to fulfill what he had said, whereupon he flung Scott away. Becoming an unbreakable mountain over the boy, he declared that he would share with him the special knowledge of the head of the Valentia family. Then a sly smile appeared on the man's face, followed by a question as to whether he had ever heard of the force of gravity. Under a clear sky in the middle of the arena sat a boy, who immediately dozed off without deigning to listen to the Duke. As suddenly a heavy fist came down on his head again, with shouts that they hadn't started yet, he was already asleep. Clutching his head, the guy asked to stop hitting him, to which he heard a request to listen to him carefully. Their family's secrets are represented by 4 techniques: mana training technique, defensive and offensive ball technique, techniques for obtaining the internal skills of the 3rd stage, and techniques for obtaining special skills to reach the 7th stage. After asking again about the number of techs, Scott decided to flatter, saying that their family was considered the best for a reason. The man smiled, agreeing with the boy's words, a little glad in his heart that he appreciated the techniques. Asgard knew the guy was using a striking weapon, which meant he had no need for the sword's attacking technique. In response, the young hero waved his hands demonstratively, declaring that a fragile sword was no match for a sturdy hammer. However, such a statement didn't exactly please the Sword Emperor, for he didn't consider the sword to be a fragile weapon. The guy looked away, realizing that he was interested in something else entirely right now, namely incredible defensive power. After all, with it, his offense and defense will be perfect, which means that he needs to learn exactly the defensive technique. Duke, on the other hand, stated that of these secrets, the most important ones were the techniques for obtaining internal and special skills. And right now, he's going to teach Scott one of them, namely the technique for gaining inner skill. Suddenly, the boy cried out pitifully, asking why he wouldn't learn defensive techniques, to which the man only smiled, having lost the last drops of patience before slapping the boy's head again. At the same time, in another part of the continent, in the same dark and damp room lit by candles, a council was meeting. Consisting of many figures whose faces were hidden under a hood, one of them declared that Irina was dead. She was the blade that pierced the heart of Elfheim, a resource that could not be lost so easily. After which, one of the people gathered loudly announced that Wanhan was the expected heir of the Morse family. While everyone gathered was very surprised, one of the figures asked to gather data about him, but in a way that the kingdom knew nothing about it. With a hand on their hearts and a glance at their leader, all simultaneously and in unison declared that the order would be obeyed. The head of the assembly, having finished his wine, loudly placed his glass on the table, drawing the attention of everyone gathered. With a threatening look, raising his index finger upwards, he ordered everyone not to mess up and to make everything perfect. Meanwhile, a mutilated Scot has stated that the assignment in Karuna is now more important than anything else, and the Duke suggests learning the technique to obtain the inner skill. However, he already knows which one I have that suits him, as in a past life it will be a stage 3 explosion. But the man protested, saying he had analyzed everything as he carried his collapsed body after the fight. Let him be a child, but he weighs more than many knights, for he used some secret to do so. The boy hesitantly agreed, but the Sword Emperor's stern voice interrupted him, asking him to think about something. He asked the young hero if the Duke had worn very heavy and incredibly bulky equipment in a past life. Scott thought for a moment before replying that it was indeed unrealistically weighty and huge. Consequently, his body weighed more, and the more energy there is in it, the more axe-like the movements become. In fact, some magicians call this law of the universe gravity, and if you master it, the following will happen. The heavier the body, the faster and stronger it will become, and the amount of energy will increase noticeably. He then looked at the boy, trying to see the excitement and desire to learn the technique in his eyes. After all, the result of an expert who mindlessly selects internal skills will never compare to this. The body has a power that moves it, but the more Scott listened, the more he liked it. But something confused him. While the Duke was trying to convey the truth to the boy, he interrupted him, asking him what nonsense he was telling him now. The Sword Emperor froze as if struck by thunder, not realizing what doubts the boy had gotten from this explanation. He tried to explain that there was a force pushing people from above, but the boy thought he had overdosed on his expensive alcohol. After all, if it were actually true, all humans have long since been pinned to the ground. Otherwise, it all sounds like utter nonsense. Increasingly annoyed, Asgard decided to ask him why objects were falling from heights then, to which he heard the reply that that was the order. Infuriated, he asked what exactly is causing this to happen, to which the guy said it just happens, that's all. The man was already visibly shaking, infuriatingly telling the guy that he wasn't even trying to understand what he was being told right now. Suddenly, Scott decided to ask why the man was making things so difficult, causing the man to stiffen, not understanding the point of the question. While picking his finger in his ear, the youngster calmly said that if he didn't understand something, then let him just accept it. The last straw of patience broke when the Duke grabbed the boy, noticing that the insolent man had his own views on life. Climbing up to the high bell tower, the man loudly announced that no one would help him and he was now going to fly out of here himself. Without realizing anything, the boy only floundered, having been grabbed by the strong hand of the embittered Sword Emperor. Holding the boy by the pecs, the angry man straightened his arm, forcing the boy outward, making him hang dozens of meters above the ground. Standing at the edge of the archway, Asgard stated that the lad would have to learn by personal experience what mages call gravity. Suddenly, the young hero felt the man use a mana freeze with the hand that was holding him down. Asgard asked again why things fall from heights, hoping this lesson would help the boy answer correctly. Smiling fearfully, the heroes replied that gravity was to blame, showing that he had learned his lesson. However, the Duke still unclenched his fist, letting the guy go into a free fall, which he could not have expected in any way, because he had answered the question. The infuriated Sword Emperor declared that he must experience gravity on his own skin to learn his lesson. Hearing the Duke's last words, the exasperated boy loudly declared that the old man was just crazy. Then he looked around, roughly calculating the distance to the ground, thinking that now he had to save himself or he would die. Without wasting any time, he used the Iron Divine Armor technique, sensing problems with his mana usage. Then he called loudly to his faithful companion Moonwolf, who would surely never let his master down. Once on the ground, the puzzled beast tried to figure out where he was and where the voice of the summoner was coming from. Looking up, the spirit was surprised to see that the guy was flying straight at him from a very high altitude. He turned his attention to the guy's guiltily smiling face, causing the beast to realize too late what he had summoned him for. Scott apologized loudly to his comrade before colliding with him, cushioning his fall, followed by a pitiful howl. Lying on top of the wolf, which was unconsciously sprawled on the ground, the boy tried to catch his breath. And while the spirit barked angrily at its master, the man tried to apologize, trying not to move in pain. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over his head, drawing the boy's attention, who began to slowly turn his head. When asked by the man about the power of gravity, the guy replied that he felt this refreshing sensation with every inch of his body. Duke added that a fall from that height wouldn't have killed him, and then asked if he could control gravity. The dumbfounded boy flinched, not understanding what the man meant, who stated that he needed to do it all over again. However, the boy said that explaining in words would suffice, but the answer was that he was much quicker to learn by practice, after which he fell down the bell tower several more times, constantly asking the old man to explain with words instead of actions. A short while later, Scott opened his eyes in shock, feeling healing magic run through his body. As he lifted himself off the bed, he noticed Khloe sitting next to her, who was treating him, smiling sweetly. She was genuinely glad that he was already awake, adding as she heard that the guy had already become an expert. The dumbfounded boy looked at his friend, wondering to himself when he had time to become an expert. Scraps of memories of him falling off the same bell tower numerous times popped into his head. Remembering this, the boy cringed and shuddered, not fully believing that such a method actually worked. Khloe asked why he trained so hard, because he realizes that being his father's apprentice is a great joy, but it's not worth it. The boy was horrified to learn that it was a training session, and the girl rejoiced, saying that everyone in the order had summa cum laude at the news. He then looked at his friend again, asking if it was all right that she was here, for there must be many other healers in the manor. After all, she probably has a lot of things to do because of her upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, but she chose to be here instead. The aristocrat stiffened, not knowing what to answer, and tried to find the right words for a while. Why? She replied that it wasn't exactly what Scott said, and she just needed to work on etiquette, so there wasn't much to do. For a few seconds, the boy looked at the blonde hesitantly, trying to figure out if she was telling the truth, and then, in a serious tone, decided to cheer the girl up a bit, telling her that she could definitely handle it. "I don't understand the guy," she asked for clarification with what exactly, to which she heard the response that she could handle the ceremony. Whereupon she irritably tapped the boy on the head, declaring that she would have handled it anyway. The aristocrat then calmed down, proudly proclaiming that she would be the top star of the entire city that day. And then Khloe asked if it was noticeable that she was worried, to which she heard the reply that everyone she's close to has noticed it. The blonde smiled, saying it was no big deal since they were like family now, to which Scott reacted with surprise. The girl decided to clarify that since his father was teaching him, it could be said that they were family, and he could call her sister from now on. The young hero kept his eyes on his friend, trying to understand how sincere her words sounded now. But she only snorted irritably, asking what kind of reaction that was. After all, it was a great honor. She was the Duke's daughter after all. The boy replied with a laugh, and Khloe said that since they were a family now, let him keep their conversation a secret. Agreeing to fulfill her request, the boy smiled and the blonde jumped up to say that Sir Drexler was looking for him. 10 minutes later, he came to the now familiar arena, noticing that there were some familiar and not so familiar people in costumes sitting in the bleachers. All of them watched silently with the calmest possible look as the puzzled guy entered the training room. The boy also saw Drexler, fully clad in his usual armor, with hammer and shield in hand. The man stated that he had heard that the man had become an expert. The boy confirmed his words, asking why he had been called in. He also added that it was not like a normal meeting, starting to look around at all the spectators present. They all kept their eyes on the young genius, silently waiting for something, hoping for some interesting entertainment. Releasing the heavy hammer from their hands, the vice-captain asked them to ignore them and answer his question. Tapping his fist loudly against the shield he had left attached to his left arm, he asked what the guy thought about a rematch. Noticing the hammer lying on the ground, the guy clarified that he would be fighting unarmed due to sparring last time. Covering his eyes, the man explained that he had lost his mind in the fight with the child, and that was unworthy behavior for a knight. He then went into a stance, stating to attack and fight as he wished, and that he would help him get used to his new power. In response, the young hero only smiled sincerely, unwilling to turn down such a pleasant opportunity to assess his strength. Then, after infusing his body with mana, the boy pushed himself off the ground and jumped high up, swinging his mace towards the warrior. The huge shield took the entire blow, but at the same time, the vice-captain immediately realized that there was something wrong with this attack, and his feet immediately began to press into the ground, and his hands trembled from the strain, struggling to hold back the guy's blow. Squinting, he didn't understand how it was possible, asking if this was definitely the kid from a week ago. Suddenly, the young genius decided to change his pose, and holding onto his defenses, he placed his feet on it to bounce back from a sudden counterattack in case of anything. Tensing slightly, the boy pushed off the shield, flying backwards, creating a bit of distance between him and his opponent. Touching the ground, the boy slid a few more meters, successfully maintaining his balance and equilibrium, preparing for another attack. After briefly thinking, taking the right distance, Scott made a sharp dash and again rushed into the attack, wanting to break through his opponent's defense. As he approached his target, the guy showed his opponent his grin and swung his mace again, infusing it with mana. Drexler decided to respond to his opponent by swinging his arm, realizing that even a light touch could result in severe injury. The next second, his fist collided with his mace, lingering for a moment, for neither of them wanted to lose to the other. Due to the equal and incredible force as well as the shockwave, both warriors were thrown in different directions from each other. Rising to his feet, the vice-captain looked at his trembling hand. What a strong fist the boy had. There was no time for such comments, however, as his opponent was already closing in on him, wanting to attack again. Put into a defensive stance, the man began to take on the quick and incredibly strong blows showering down on him from all directions. Only able to defend himself, the knight didn't realize what was happening, noticing that as the battle progressed, the guy only sped up. Using numerous strikes, Scott managed to get behind his opponent, trying to give him no time to rest. Retreating from the last blow, the vice-captain tore forward, leaving his attacker behind before he could get into position. At this time, the spectators watching the fight commented that it looked pretty heavy in the guy, but he was wielding it with all his speed. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Drexler gripped his hammer tightly, declaring that there was no point in holding back now. Seeing this, the young hero smiled, not surprised by his opponent's actions after all. This was what he originally wanted. Wasting no time, the knight immediately rushed to attack, realizing that now was his time to charge at the guy. Ducking and dodging the hammer blows, the boy felt himself getting more and more mastered with each blow. As the fight progressed, he realized that he needed to swing lighter, and that such a battle could not be won on strength alone. However, it was still worth hitting more powerfully, and with these thoughts, the boy raised the mace above his head again. Quickly flying down, he struck the shield again, unsuccessfully attempting to pierce the knight's unrivaled defense. The man was surprised looking at the young man's new strength, but even so, there was no way he could lose to him. Twisting his arm, he threw the guy farther away, once again successfully blocking the blow, thus increasing the distance again. Leaning against the pillar in mid-air, Scott thought happily about the fact that once the Manatello got used to it, the full force could be unleashed. Pushing away from the stone sculpture, the heroes once again decided to try their chance at a crushing blow, weakening their opponent. Suddenly, the knight froze, sensing that this attack would be much stronger than the previous ones, so one must be on guard. With a loud shout, the boy decided to use his first combat move, which was a lightning strike that immediately rained down on the shield. A deafening rumble erupted from the center of the arena, raising a huge column of dust, blocking all spectators from any view. There were surprised and delighted shouts from the stands from people who had seen firsthand what kind of power the expert actually had. When the dust cleared, everyone noticed a kneeling knight sitting on his knees, across from whom stood a guy with a weapon in his hands. Drexler stated that they didn't need to spar anymore, for which the sweating young man thanked him profusely. The smiling vice-captain decided to ask if the man realized that he was giving in by not putting his best foot forward, to which Scott answered him with a genuine smile, stating that he was also giving in. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun to check out new possibilities. Hearing these words, the man looked at the guy dumbfounded, not understanding whether he was joking or just wanted to brag. But to prove his point, the guy summoned a wolf, claiming with a snide smirk that he was a spirit summoner. Completely forgetting about it, the vice-captain burst into loud laughter, praising the boy for fighting fair. The spectators in the stands broke into shouts of applause as the man stood up and declared that he had passed the examination for a blue-winged knight. Surprised by this turn, Scott stated that he had no plans to join the Order of Knights. The Duke should have told them that, after all. Hearing the answer, Drexler froze dumbfounded, unable to believe that their ranks would not be replenished by such a brilliant warrior. A while later, the boy was standing in the Duke's office, apologizing for forgetting to tell the Knights of the Blue Wing everything. After all, someone who is about to travel the world had better not join anyone, and the man also did not forget to praise the young student. And Scott, once again remembering exactly how his training had gone, bit his lip, trying to politely thank the Duke. Looking out the window, the man also added that preparations to handle the first disaster were almost complete, but something was missing. At the boy's questioning look, Asgard replied that he would make an artifact for him personally, namely a battle hammer. An artifact is a weapon enchanted with magic. They come in different values and the power of the magic that was put into it. However, the cost of such weapons could equal a knight's income for several years, so not everyone could afford them. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy with a serious look decided to refuse, because it would take a long time to make. But Duke stated that it had been made for months, to which Scott asked in surprise how he knew it would be needed. As it turned out, it was to be a gift to Drexler for his long and faithful service in the Order of Knights. A couple hours later, the lad headed to Valentino's finest forge, Rendel's hammer by personal order of the Sword Emperor. Upon meeting the master of the forge, the young hero immediately reported the Duke's order for the craftsman to adjust the hammer to fit him. In response, the dwarf cursed rudely, stating that he would rather refuse the order and pay compensation. Back in a past life, a gnome acquaintance had told Scott that a house would always find a suitable owner for its weapons, even if it had to suffer a loss. Smirking, the guy thought that this blacksmith was just like Heinen, so he needed to prove to him that he was really worthy. After which, he tried to assure the incredulous master that he was several times better than a top-level knight. At first, the gnome thought the boy was talking complete nonsense, after which he froze, examining his energy. Looking at the mana that the boy decided to demonstrate to the master remarked in shock that he was an expert at that age. With his mouth hanging open, the gnome tried to find a catch or trick by which this youngster was displaying such high scores. But to make sure for sure, the blacksmith decided to use a special gnome skill that would help him distinguish truth from lies. It was a skill that, thanks to the waves of emotion in one's voice, separates truth and falsehood, thus bringing the interlocutor out into the open. After double-checking everything a few times, the master turned away, acknowledging that the guy wasn't too bad, though Scott had expected a slightly different reaction. Turning his head slightly, the blacksmith frowned, asking the boy to wait a bit to get it right. An hour later, a weighty-looking hammer with a short handle and various engravings lay on the table in front of him. Inspecting the implement carefully, the boy asked when it would be ready, receiving the reply that it had yet to be adjusted to fit him. On top of that, you will need to fix auto recovery, hit boost, and defense magic. When asked about the magic offense, the frowning smith asked that lovers of simple weapons were not interested in defense at all. After all, an artifact hammer is an unusual thing, even rare. Only a fool would turn down the opportunity to have 3 magical functions. Suddenly, looking away, the master remembered that he had another hammer, to which the young hero reacted with interest. The hammer was made of pressed black iron and has a hard-to-increase weight, making it difficult to carry. The person it was originally intended for gave it up due to weight because his shoulder got sore. Abruptly placing his hands on the master's shoulders, Scott immediately began excitedly asking about what other features he had in him. The shocked gnome began to tell me that it had an automatic shock amplification and self-repair function. At the young warrior's requests to show the weapon, the dwarf took him to another room where the lad was able to evaluate the hammer with his own eyes. The lone gun stood near the wall, occupying a rather voluminous area, making it hard to miss. Closing his eyes, the master politely offered to hold him, specifically clarifying that he weighed over 100 pounds. Contrary to the weight, however, the boy swung the huge weapon with ease, commenting that it was indeed heavy. The dumbfounded dwarf couldn't believe that a child could easily lift such a heavy weight and smile while doing so. Overjoyed, the young man swung the hammer sharply, shattering the floor built of sturdy stone. While the blacksmith reprimanded him for being able to ruin the place, Scott only stroked the hammer, saying how cool he was. He noticed that the hilt was a bit short and reminded him of the nocturne he had used in a past life. The boy then asked if the master could adjust the handle so that he could use it when he got older. The blacksmith asked for payment first, to which the boy told him to ask the Duke for double payment, and then asked the name of the hammer. The gnome pondered the lad's words, for a double allowance is a good thing, after which he declared that the name of this weapon was Stamp. After a while, Scott returned to the estate, where the dumbfounded Duke couldn't believe the blacksmith had a different hammer. But that's even better, because Drexler will be happy too, but the remodeling of the new hammer will take 2 weeks, during which time he'll be practicing. After all, the young hero didn't even think he could ever become superhuman. Asgard, meanwhile, marveled at some Western word for it. As it turned out, because of his appearance, the guy decided to add foreign words to his vocabulary because many say he is from a clan of mages. The Duke reacted with a smile, thinking the lad was entertaining and had thought it out very well, and the boy interjected with a question about what it was. The Duke joked back that if he used foreign words here, everyone would be sympathetic to his collared hair color. The man then remarked in a serious tone that in 2 weeks, Khloe's coming-of-age ceremony would be over and she would be gone. Scott wasn't very happy with the news, asking the man if he still wanted to announce it to the whole nation. Asgard hesitated, answering in the affirmative, for could he cancel his daughter's engagement to the Crown Prince? Determined to break one of the rules, the boy declared that the Crown Prince would die the day after the wedding. After all, next summer, all the direct heirs of the royal family of Aslan will die in the second calamity. Because of this, the strongest kingdom will split and split into several parts in internal strife. The princess, however, will become a widow, and she will be dubbed the unhappy crown princess, for which she will suffer. However, if Asgard knew about everything, he could prevent it all, so there was nothing to worry about. Scott decided to share another piece of information that the second robber prince would also die following his brother. The boy immediately remembered Khloe's face when she declared that he could call her sister from now on, then shrieked that in her past life, the Duke had not been able to help her, nor did they know any details now. Folding his hands in a lock and closing his eyes, the Sword Emperor quietly said that his daughter was a bright and pure child, and her character and abilities are brighter than her appearance. But unfortunately, not all people don't realize it. Lowering his head, remembering a past life, the boy replied that sooner or later they would learn of her kindness. As he could remember, the Duke would help, but ultimately she alone would have to settle things in the kingdom. And when the hero met the girl in person, she turned out to be not happy at all, showing it with all her appearance. Placing both hands on the table, the Sword Emperor declared that for his daughter, for the world, he would choose the best path. For whatever misfortune befalls them, it must be prevented, or he is not called Asgard von Valentius. After listening to him, the boy replied that he would not interfere, but he would not stand by if anything went wrong. Especially if someone or something harms Khloe, he will definitely save her, no matter what it costs him. Suddenly, the guy felt a pretty hard blow to his head, causing him to deflect, and he cried out loudly. The Duke didn't let anything pass his ears, noticing how he called her daughter in a friendly way, and thought he had developed feelings for her. After all, when it comes to his daughter, he goes crazy, which caused the boy to ask him to stop doing it. The next day, guests were approaching the manor because the coming-of-age ceremony was about to take place. Two strange men walking past the fountain were discussing with each other the ceremony they were organizing. After all, it's not a long time away, but they've put all their heart and soul into the preparation, so it should work. While outdoors, guests entertained themselves by socializing and getting to know each other and making useful connections. Many more guests arrived for the coming-of-age ceremony than expected, as everyone respects the Duke's family. Xenos Frivol, captain of the Blue Wing Squadron, stated that they would do their best to make sure everything went as well as possible. And while the man praised him, the white-haired guy added that there would be a representative coming from the Writers as well, namely their vile third son. Why the Duke was not at all happy, remembering this family with a kind of spite. After all, the Roctors are a family of dukes with great influence and enormous useful connections in the kingdom. And for generations they've been feuding with the Valentia family, trying to prove their strength to each other. Duke clarified that if they had indeed sent him to their ceremony, he needed to be reminded that he was not in his home. The captain reported that they had already prepared for everything, to which Asgard replied that he could be relied upon. He then removed the smile from his face, staring out the window, hoping the ceremony would go off without incident. Then he turned to Xenos, who immediately turned at the Duke's call, wondering what the man wanted. Carefully deciding to elicit something, he asked if, by any chance, he had an illness that he had kept from him. The answer he got to his question was only a surprised look from the captain, who asked where the man got such thoughts from. Watching his interlocutor's reaction carefully, Asgard only covered his eyes, waving away the explanation. The Duke changed the subject by saying that the lad didn't need to bother so much with organizing the ceremony. However, Khloe was like a niece to the captain, which Duke agreed with, feeling as if she had 3 older brothers. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor grew grey again, asking the knight if he was still planning to marry. The white-haired guy in the suit herded himself at the Duke again, not sure why he was asking a lot of strange questions today. After which he replied in the negative, adding that he promised not to ask about it again, but the man forgot about it and immediately apologized. Unable to stand it, the guy said he was acting weird today, to which the guy replied that he was just nervous about the ceremony. After which he stated that the captain probably had a lot to do, so he could go here and not worry about him. As Xenos left the office, the Duke began to speculate that the lad had become captain after his father's death. However, Scott was doubtful and surprised when he heard of him, for he had never heard of such a captain before, then froze in shock when he found out that one was already at the challenger level, and it was highly doubtful the guy didn't know about him. Asgard tormented himself with thoughts that perhaps, in the future, Xenos might cross over to someone else's side. And since no illness or marriage would be cause for termination, it could be literally anything. And in normal combat, a 6th round mana user can't die, which means that the death option is declined. And it's most likely about a second disaster that could cause the captain to turn out to be a traitor. At the same time, Scott, who was on the training ground, was also thinking about Xenos, who was a stranger. There's a reason the Duke is worried, because it's likely that something will happen at Khloe's ceremony and a lot of people will be involved in the incident. Suddenly, a familiar female voice called out to the boy, causing him to interrupt his not quite cheerful thoughts. A cheerful Khloe came up to him, accompanied by Vivian, who, unlike the aristocrat, looked downcast. The lad wondered if they needed to be elsewhere, for many ambassadors had already arrived who might be offended that they weren't around. Turns out the warrior was trying to talk some sense into her. But alas, it turned out the room was too stuffy to stay in. The blonde, on the other hand, decided there was something interesting to talk to the guy about and even see the wolf. The guy offered to borrow it for a bit, which the girl was immediately happy about, reaching forward with her hands. She immediately told the beast that he would have more fun with her, and the summoner noticed that they had already become friends and the animosity was gone. Suddenly someone's voice called out to them, greeting the angel of the Valentia family, not forgetting to add how irresistible she was. Kneeling down, the man said she was the most beautiful woman he, Tibron von Roller, had ever met. Disgusted, the girls asked him his last name again, to which he agreed, replying that he was competing with their family in good faith. He also asked for some time to let their first encounter stick in his memory. The aristocrat listened to his little speech with disbelief, noticing the opaque innuendos he was dropping. The man with blue hair replied that it could happen that they could be friends for life, after which he offered her some conversation, even bringing some drinks with him for such an occasion. Scott wondered what was wrong with this weirdo and how dare he offer a drink to an underage girl who was about to be engaged. Vivian stood in front of Khloe, asking the man to step aside, for the lady could not accept his offer, for she must return to her guests. Guy marveled at the female knight, asking how the wench dared to get in his way, then called out to Graham. A huge man shrouded in lats stood in front of the warrior, trying to press her with his mere appearance. After which he politely asked the lady to stay out of the way so the kids could talk amongst themselves in peace. The red-haired girl frowned, feeling pressured, replying that what was happening was absurd. But the man wasn't listening to her. Graham turned to Khloe, saying that his master was sincere, for he had waited years for a chance to meet her. And then they started apologizing for being disrespectful to her, asking for another chance. As they tried to pull a polite smile on their faces, Moonwolf, in puppy form, let out a vicious growl. Scott, watching them from the sidelines, hesitated to intervene, biding his time if necessary. First and foremost, the boy didn't like their smirks, which visibly made their appearance very suspicious. Unable to bear it and smiling, the guy decided it was time to prove himself by doing it in his best manner. Then he approached Khloe, addressing her as a sister, which made her flinch and turn around in surprise. Making as childish and innocent a look as possible, the boy asked her who these strange uncles were, something that made her stumped. The noblewoman was confused, not knowing what to say to him, at which time Tibron, noticing his dark hair, asked who the boy was. Turning away for a second, he menacingly ordered Graham to get him out of here, unaware that someone's hand was approaching him. The young hero wasted no time in noticing that he was distracted and immediately rushed towards him, wanting to protect the blonde. However, the boy's blow was so strong that the guest flew several meters before touching the ground. While the wealthy man was in the air, the cattle wryly told him that scavenging was the thing he had mastered best. As soon as Graham saw that his master was injured, he immediately grabbed his sword, intending to attack the boy. But after the first slap, another one flew at the knight, leaving a bright mark and knocking out the man's tooth. The warrior, who didn't have time to draw his sword, also flew into the air, unaware that someone was watching them from the window of the manor at this time. The man looked dumbfounded at the scuffle, questioning how the boy was able to take the knight down in one blow. With bulging eyes, the man watched this child's actions with rapt attention, eager to see what would happen next. At this time, Scott stood over the two lying men, smiling contentedly as he looked at the result of his work. And the stranger on the estate was anxious to know who the boy with the dark hair was. The second Graham was in free flight. He dumbfoundedly wondered why things had turned out this way. For a few days earlier, the Duke had given him orders to take Tibron to the missus to make a scandal there, to which the surprised knight said that it would tarnish the name of his entire family, causing them to have a very difficult time in the future. However, the Lord only briefly replied that Tibron would soon be banished, and therefore it would be no big deal. Graham was shocked at how calmly the Duke talked about chasing her own son out of the family. The argument was that settling their main problem and losing only one lowlife was a great trade-off, and so ordered the knight to accompany him and keep silent about their plan, adding that he would await further news. Meanwhile, the two men watching from the window continued to observe the scuffle while one of them asked about the boy. The swarthy blonde replied that he was a genius who could only appear in fairy tales, though he was probably a monster. His interlocutor immediately laughed upon hearing the answer, questioningly suggesting that Duke Valentius was raising a monster. Thinking and figuring something out in his head, the Russian man would prefer to meet him to find out more, and all would be fine. But that old serpent, the Duke of Alim von Rochler, plans to keep interfering with the royal family. The swarthy-faced interlocutor assumed that he wanted to stay in their sight, and his goal was to break the bond between them and Valentia's family. It is a pathetic attempt, for the rollers cannot pull against Valentia, for the Duke of Asgard has become an aura user. However, everyone has known for a long time that Roller doesn't want Valentia to surpass him and win the supremacy between the families. These words drew the attention of his interlocutor, who immediately frowned, trying to ponder this information. Crossing his arms over his chest, the russet-haired man thought that must be the case. Otherwise, this war of families was pointless. First, however, they'd have to deal with the guys the boy had just put down, maybe even in the open. The blonde corrected him, thinking they wouldn't have to do that, in response to which he received only a questioning look. After all, many people say that the young gentlemen of the Valentia family adore their little sister, and they have already returned home, which means that as soon as they find out what happened, they'll be more than happy to take care of it themselves. Half an hour later, Scott was standing in the study across from the Duke's desk, helping himself to a cookie resting on a plate. Asgard had heard that Tibron had made a stir, and thanks to that, the boy would not be caught attacking the nobleman. This was a relief to the boy, but the Duke immediately became furious, which frightened the unsuspecting boy. After all, that one was just lucky, after which the Sword Emperor advised him to stay back and not swing his fists. The man asked if he wanted to be imprisoned before the Demon King's army arrived, to which he immediately heard no. The guy explained it by saying that those guys were acting weird, to which Duke agreed, having expected something similar. But suddenly his eyes lit up angrily as he announced that Tibron had gotten a decent bang for the buck. As the boy walked out the door, he could still hear the screams of Asgard, who wished to punish the Roller with his own hands. Not understanding his perpetual mood swings, the boy heard someone's screams not far away from him getting louder and louder. Turning his head, Scott saw two men running toward him, dressed and looking exactly alike. They commented loudly that the rascal dared to look at their dear Khloe and decided to teach him a lesson. When they ran up close to the guy, almost colliding, he thought their faces were very familiar. However, in the next second, one of the guys slammed into the boy at full speed, bouncing backwards and falling to the floor. The young hero remained standing still, enduring the collision, only watching the falling guy in surprise. His brother dumbfoundedly thought that the coach was an expert, and yet this boy pushed him away, remaining standing still. Not understanding anything, he began to scrutinize the young man, trying to figure out what kind of power he possessed. Seeing the energy that flowed through the boy's body, the man only opened his mouth in surprise, trying to find the words. Realizing who was standing in front of him, he asked if he was Scott by any chance, and the boy, hearing the question, only turned around. Suddenly, a jumped-up Tren wondered if this was the kid who had fought Drexler. Scratching the back of his head, the boy replied that they had fought him, but he was giving in and not using his soul weapon. As it turned out, the rumors weren't lying. He actually has a high enough level to learn the secrets of the Valentia family. However, it was a pity that they met at such a time, for the brothers now had one thing to do, and so they quickly said goodbye to the lad. They ran forward again, menacingly chanting that they would personally kick Tibron away from their duchy. The brothers were quite far away now, but Scott could still hear the occasional scraps of their cries. Along with this, the boy heard the name of the second brother, whose name was Aaron, who was the heir of the Valentia family. Unsurprisingly, his face seemed familiar to the guy, yet he didn't know who the guy running beside him was. In the future, there was only one young lord in their family, which meant that at some point in the future, terrible news would await one of the brothers. Perhaps the fate of Zenas, whom the guy knew absolutely nothing about when he went back in time, would await him. After a while, Scott walked outside, cursing the royal family of Aslan, getting more and more annoyed. Members of the ruling family consider their Aslan clan to be the most aristocratic, letting only those with blood ties to them in. Because of this, even within Valentia's family, few people can relate to them, causing their relationship to be held together only by norms of behavior. This is bound to lead to misfortune in the future, and to prevent this from happening, an incredible effort must be made by bringing them together. Realizing this, Scott continued to curse out loud the damn aristocrats with their damn kinship with the Golden Dragon. Suddenly, he heard a chuckle not far from him, followed by an unfamiliar voice calling out to him, drawing his attention. He saw two dressed-up men telling him that it was better to say such things when no one was around. The guy immediately frowned, not appreciating being so brazenly overheard, whereupon he asked who they were. Looking closer, he noticed that the ugly and fake face of one of the strangers was made by magic. The man immediately introduced himself as Baron Randall von Narshav, who had come here for Mrs. Coming-of-Age ceremony. Hearing how the boy was overcome by the night made me want to meet him, whereupon he asked if he was related to Valentius's family. Heroes replied that he was a guest in his house and a debtor, and the man remarked what a short-sighted man the Duke was. Scott reminded him that he was now on his lands as a guest, so it wasn't very kind to speak of him that way. Randall froze, wondering at the tone the young lad was using while talking to the aristocrat. Whereupon he laughed sharply, agreeing with the boy, asking if they could now be even. After all, they give each other advice like true friends, which the man found very amusing in this situation. And in honor of their friendship, he would have liked to buy him lunch. But Scott, arms crossed over his chest, responded dimly to the sign of courtesy. Being in an elevated mood, the aristocrat only smiled broadly, asking him not to refuse and have fun. Frowning, the boy was mentally deciding whether to pounce on him and find out who he really was. However, he remembered the words of the Duke who had ordered him and swinging his fists, causing him to decide to just keep an eye out. The boy found this decision very difficult, but he knew very well what would happen if he disobeyed. The man added that he had heard that the youngster was quite close to the young miss, causing the boy to stiffen, quickly losing his composure. While the aristocrat was asking for the man to arrange a meeting for them, the hero was already flying forward, swinging his hand in a flattering face. With a dumbfounded look, Randall flew back, receiving a powerful slap that he could not have expected in any way. His companion noticed too late how his comrade's body flew straight at him, and because of that, he didn't have time to dodge. Assessing the situation, the boy froze with a guilty look, knowing he had made a mistake, but really not caring. But against his good reaction, he managed to make a leap to the side and turn around, noticing his comrade land on the ground. Scott, meanwhile, glanced at the fellow aristocrat who never spoke to him, not knowing what to expect from him. Smiling, the boy said he was going to get hit hard for this, noticing the blade rushing at his neck. Managing to react, the guy deflected backwards, bypassing the sword's tip, ready for any surprise attack. The swarthy man, noticing that his master had been maimed by the boy, immediately lost his temper, swinging his sword again. As he attacked, he noticed that the little brat was able to defend himself with his hand, infusing it with enough mana. However, that didn't stop the man, who declared that he would tear the man apart, punishing him for the terrible misdemeanor. To the guy's surprise, it was very difficult for him to hold back this man's attack. His hand even trembled from the exertion. Suddenly, Scott frowned, trying to examine the man he was now fighting, trying to find out his power level. With his own eyes, he saw the mana territory control of the yellow energy compartment surrounding the swarthy-faced man. After that, he realized he had the level of a challenger, which makes him a pretty serious contender. With growing fury and strength, the blonde roared angrily that he would chop the insolent boy's hands off first. At the same time, the hero noticed that his iron divine armor was beginning to crack little by little. Suddenly, his trusty comrade Moonwolf rushed to the young man's aid, leaping at the challenger from behind in an attempt to catch him off guard. However, it didn't work. The swarthy man immediately turned around as soon as he noticed the spirit, thinking it was impossible. If a guy has mana Volk, it means he's a summoner, which really stressed the man in the middle of the fight. However, the boy noticed the second in which his opponent was distracted and decided to strike, eager to take his chance. Swinging his fist, he punched the man in the face with all his might, hoping to end this fight in his favor. A second later, the guy froze in place, realizing the situation he was in, looking menacingly at the blonde man. He didn't budge an inch, only grew even more angry, examining the fist that was still on his forehead. Wasting no time, he grabbed the guy by the pecs, making it clear that he wasn't going to leave here that easily without getting punished. In one easy motion, the warrior launched the boy into the air, hoping to do the same to him as he did to his comrade. However, Scott immediately grouped up, hustling one bounce, landing deftly on his feet, keeping his balance. But this time was more than enough time for the knight to approach the boy with lightning speed and swing his sword. Covering himself in armor, the boy didn't notice the summoned beast coming under attack instead, protecting his master. Seeing the disappearing spirit, the young hero cried out loudly, feeling incredibly angry towards the attacker. The force of the blow still made the guy land painfully on the ground, rolling a few more meters. As he shook himself off, but before he could get up, he heard the man saying that he had lasted a long time. The challenger was already standing right above him, once again swinging his sword, saying that he would end his suffering. The blade stopped a few centimeters from the boy's face, due to some voice stopping the fight. Turning around, they saw the one who prevented the knight from punishing the boy for his unforgivable act. Randall stood in front of them, holding the latch, addressing Ixalan and saying that it was his own fault for what had happened. Half an hour later, Zenas was telling Scott that he had wanted to see him for a long time, but didn't imagine it would happen like this. They were sitting in the living room discussing what had happened, and the captain was informing the boy that he was being overly suspicious here. While the boy apologized, the man, sipping his tea, explained that Randall had forgiven him, so the matter would be hushed up. He also added that the guy should definitely keep in mind that Valentino is no place for such fun. After all, if a person hides his identity from everyone by magic, it means that he has permission and right to do so. Scott agreed with him, thinking how frightening his energy was, so much so that there was no way he could afford to object. However, the angry captain quickly calmed down, trying to convey to the boy that people expected a lot from him. Taking another sip, he added that if the one was a little more restrained, he would become great. Placing the empty cup on the table, Zenas said that he had a lot to do, so he had to leave now. However, the boy stopped him, wanting to ask a question, causing the captain to stiffen, listening intently to the talented kid. In an annoyed tone, the hero asked who Randall was, wanting to know a little more about the unknown man. With a smile and a raised hand, the man replied that this was classified information and therefore the question would not be answered. However, the guy asked another question if he was related to the royal family, which made the white-haired man stiffen. Putting a hand to his face irritably, the captain mumbled that he shouldn't tell the nosy guy anything. However, it was logical, because his knights are at the level of a challenger, and therefore it would not be possible to completely hide his connections. Scott immediately realized it had something to do with Khloe's fiancé. He must definitely be royalty. Khloe's ceremony is actually the announcement of her engagement to the crown prince, which many people knew or guessed. A week later came the day of the ceremony, which was attended by a very large number of guests relaxing in the ceremonial hall. While at his post and looking over the guests, the captain noticed with a satisfied look that my lady was still not at the gala. He remembered the time when Khloe was just a child. Since then, he had considered her his favorite sister. And because of that, he will do everything he can today to make today one of the best days of her life. However, there was a small problem that irritated the man every second, pulling him out of his pleasant thoughts. Right now, Scott was beside him, chowing down on his food with great pleasure, slurping loudly. Before he could swallow the food, he turned to Sir Zenas, who was losing patience, to ask what this magnificent food of the gods was. Trying to restrain himself, he asked the boy to settle down and eat more slowly, because there was enough food for everyone. After filling his mouth full, the boy clarified that he was already eating slowly, which, looking at him, looked very contradictory. Suddenly, the captain's face contorted, rudely telling him to stop stuffing his mouth or his jaw would fall off. Upon hearing such a statement, the boy stiffened, interjecting what the man had just said, which made the man lie wince. Zenas apologized, correcting himself, thinking he was at an age where he should eat more to grow up. And while the lad continued to eat, a familiar man approached him, saying that he had finally found the young knight. It was Randall, saying that Zenas was a busy man and therefore had asked him to speak to him instead of the captain. Noticing the man, Scott stood up, saying he was disgusted with the man's behavior last time and drew the wrong conclusions. Bowing low, he thanked the man for being generous and being able to forgive him so easily. The man replied that he shouldn't have approached the guy with that request, and therefore, if he said something rude, let him hit him again. The guy agreed, not sure if he was joking or talking seriously, because he could be some kind of pervert. Suddenly, a loud voice called the entire room to welcome the star of the day, namely Khloe von Valentia and her father. Everyone turned around in a flash, glancing at the door that was slowly opening, letting a few people inside. The first to enter was the Duke, who was examining the guests with importance, together with his daughter, who looked rather depressed. The girl's older brothers followed them proudly, looking like trustworthy guards. Suddenly, the blonde's face lit up with a smile, after which she waved her hand, greeting all the guests present. Scott at this time watched the look on Randall's face as he watched the girl enter with rapt attention. Tears even came from the man's eyes as he spoke of how statuesque and beautiful she was, still holding her hand on his chest. Such comments didn't please the boy, who wondered exactly if he could let this man talk like that. However, it wasn't just the man standing next to him who expressed such a reaction. All the other guests also froze with their mouths hanging open. Both men and women immediately blushed as they looked at the angel of the Valentia family proudly and confidently striding forward. Literally, everyone was admiring her beauty without hiding it, while the smile disappeared from the girl's face as she walked around all the guests. Covering her eyes, she thought with grief and sadness that things wouldn't be the same after today. She approached the throne slowly, holding up her gowns, trying to go as slowly as possible, delaying the moment. Scott alone noticed the true mood of the girl who had earlier announced that he could call her sister. Looking at the Duke's daughter, the boy thought he didn't want to see her in this state, wishing he could help her somehow. He then infused his hand with mana, which did not escape the eyes of Randall, who stood nearby and watched silently. The boy firmly resolved that in this life he would pray for her happiness. With these thoughts, he summoned his spirit. Taking on a disembodied form, the beast flew above the guests, who watched the magical creature in fascination. Noticing a familiar face, Khloe immediately smiled, happy to have a loyal friend who came to support her. While the pup licked the girl's cheek, Duke was surprised to notice that it was Scott's wolf and didn't realize where it had come from. The girl's mood immediately lifted and a beautiful smile lit up her face again, chasing away bad thoughts. Taking a seat on the throne, she placed the puppy on her lap, asking it to sit still while she fidgeted and yawned. Sighing heavily, the Duke and his sons listened to the whispers of people who wondered if this was part of the plot. Suddenly, Moonwolf shone brightly, which surprised the blonde, because it had never happened before. The beast you had already jumped, crouching down next to your friend, taking on its true form, growing several times its size. A couple seconds later, there was a dangerous fighting predator sitting next to the Duke's daughter, who had decided to be the girl's guard. The wolf lay down next to the throne, allowing the blonde to stroke herself without any apprehension, for she knew he wouldn't touch her. Guests immediately started commenting excitedly that it turned out to be a spirit and an angel along with a divine creature. Randall, spreading a smile, began to say that the true spirit form looked very elegant and spectacular, after which he lowered his head and cheerfully thanked the boy for a brilliant and appropriate performance. The guy frowned, however, wondering who the man even thought he was to thank him for this. In the young hero's eyes, the man still looked very suspicious, making him want to hit him again. After a few minutes, the Duke walked over to his daughter, thanking her for growing up to be so wonderful and lovely. If her mother could see her now-grown daughter now, it would be as wonderful and exciting as possible. Listening to his touching speeches, the aristocrat had tears in her eyes, which she couldn't hide. Even some of the knights covered their eyes after hearing the Duke's word, trying not to burst into tears in front of everyone. One of the guests asked what was going on with them, and his interlocutor was surprised that he didn't know the Duke's story. At this time, Asgard picked up a red ribbon to which was sewn a golden cross, which was a gift for his daughter. He personally walked over to Khloe, carefully placing it around her neck, trying to do as tradition demanded. Seeing such a beautiful picture, all the guests immediately smiled, looking around at each other, looking at the reactions of the others. Suddenly, the herald announced the main event of the ceremony, namely the presentation of my lady's groom to everyone. The hall immediately clamored frantically upon hearing such news, but the loud, imperious voice of the Duke silenced everyone. The man declared that his daughter's husband would be that man over there, and after these words he infused his hand with mana. A huge ball of energy that Asgard had prepared in advance rushed into the middle of the hall. Looking at this light spectacle, all the guests immediately realized that it was nothing but a magical projection. In front of the faces of everyone present looking out of the projection appeared the silhouette of a young boy proudly looking forward. The blonde-haired man then raised his voice, loudly introducing himself as Bradley von Aslan, but many of the guests recognized him. The guy said that he is incredibly happy Khloe will be his companion. However, on this joyful day, he will not be able to be personally present. Dumbfounded Vivian, upon learning who would become the consort, said that he was just like the reincarnation of the wise king. Hearing her dazed scream, Scott thought that no matter if he was wise or not, he had died in vain in his past life. Suddenly, the perpetually cheerful man next to the cattle announced that it was time for him to come forward. Suddenly he froze, feeling his hand being gripped very tightly, not allowing him to budge. Turning his head, he spotted the boy addressing the Baron of Nolsa, where he had decided to gather right now. The young hero frowned evilly, for he very much doubted that this was the right time for his sudden appearance. In defiance, the man only stroked the young man's head, laughing and putting him in a stupor by this action. He stated that he understood the kid's concern. However, the kid did not need to be wary of him or suspect him of anything. He then advised Scott to try pronouncing Nolsa backwards, slowly removing his hand. With a wave of his hand, the man answered in place of the boy that would turn out to be Aslan, at the same time changing his appearance. After saying goodbye to the boy, the Crown Prince headed to the center of the hall with a confident stride, waving his hand in greeting. All the guests immediately clamored, calling to look at His Highness, surprised that he had personally come to the ceremony. While dumbfounded, Scott realized he had punched the Crown Prince in the face and suspected on top of that. Realizing what a great foolishness he had done, he chastised himself for acting so recklessly. Feeling guilty, he considered letting him die next year at the wedding. Suddenly, the captain pulled the boy out of his thoughts, asking what he was thinking about, which made him wince. Puzzled, the young knight replied that it was a bit hot outside today, to which Zenas only smiled in a friendly manner. He knew what the guy was thinking, telling him not to worry, for His Highness had forgiven him long ago. But even if he remains dissatisfied, the lad will be perfectly safe in the territory of the duchy. Scott didn't quite understand the meaning of the captain's words, which only made him look at him questioningly, waiting for an explanation. The one who explained that the one who went against the will of the emperor, who had chosen Rolla and insisted on this marriage, was the Crown Prince himself. As he looked away, the young hero thought about the fact that Bradley personally had wished to unite with Valentius in defiance of his father. Suddenly, the captain called out to the boy, saying that his lordship had asked him to give him something very important. Smiling slyly, Zenas confidently stated that the preparations were complete and that he would check in with the Duke after the ceremony. That same night, the boy stood in front of Asgard's desk, looking at the piece of paper and the token lying next to it. Smiling sincerely, the man thanked the guy for the spirit, for he was able to calm her down a bit and lift her spirits. Scott, on the other hand, was very proud of the work he had done, stating that it was nothing, after which he asked if everything was already done. Suddenly, the man grew serious, giving an affirmative answer, though he still found it hard to believe. After all, it is inconceivable that Karuna's great divine artifact, Humanitas, would disappear without a trace. It's also hard to believe in a sudden attack of magical monsters, Krakens, that will leave the capital city of Ortus in ruins. Growing more and more annoyed and frowning, the Duke asked the boy why, of all the monsters, there would be Krakens. Taking up and discarded paper, the young hero stated that this was what they were to find out, after which he asked about the hammer. Asgard's face immediately changed to a majestic smile that signified that he had finally been finished. So the next day, Scott immediately went to the blacksmith, eager to see the result. The new gun now had more weight, high in efficiency and self-repair, and corrected manifolds. As the boy picked up the hammer, the blacksmith declared it strange, asking what the boy was made of. Ignoring his question, the young hero only smiled, happily stating that young suited him just fine. Crossing his arms over his chest, the blacksmith suggested in the most serious manner that he try a swing to make sure. The boy gripped the weapon's hilt with both hands, testing its balance and how it held in his hands. Then he got into a fighting stance, swinging his new gun. I sincerely replied that it is an awesome and extraordinary feeling. Without wasting time, the boy thanked the blacksmith for his work, heading off into the forest to test the weapon on wild beasts. Riding a summoned wolf, Behold caught up to the boar, then struck it on the head with all his might, marveling at the sheer force of the hammer. Seeing the boar's head explode, leaving nothing behind, the boy shrieked with joy that this was it. Taking another look at his new companion, Scott commented that he was much better than expected. Suddenly, Moonwolf glanced deeper into the forest, clearly sensing something, and growled slightly, flicking his tongue out. Suddenly, the beast rushed forward without his master's command, which surprised him very much because he usually does not do that. Lifting his head up, the young knight realized that it was all because of the moonlight that gave his spirit new strength. Making huge leaps along the way, the lad noticed that his faithful companion was hopping like a rabbit today. Hearing a confident bark in response, the boy smiled, adding that they would reach the port city of Axen in a week. At the same time, on the other side of the continent, an unknown figure in a hoodie was rearranging the figures on the map that lay before him. Another hooded figure approached him that put his hand over his heart, telling him that the boy had left the duchy, informing that he was currently traveling on a spirit beast, rushing at an incredible speed. Everyone in the meeting froze, listening intently to the fact that his speed was 4 times faster than palanquins. One of the figures immediately asked where the guy was going, for that was the most important thing they wanted to know. To which the informant replied that the boy was keeping to the nearest town towards Karen and Axen. The faceless figures immediately shrieked dumbfoundedly, beginning to clamour and comment on the information they heard. The head of the assembly loudly ordered to take the opportunity to get rid of him and call for a tamer. At the same time, Scott, riding a wolf, stopped when he saw a small group of bandits in front of him. He made a disgruntled face and began to ask who they were, guessing that it would not be without a fight. The indignant strangers immediately began to say that he didn't realize what an unpleasant position he was in. They heard that the boy has become an expert, but there are 5 of them here with the same level, but he continues to believe in his own strength. The 2 rascals immediately prepared to attack, declaring that the kids needed to be beaten to come to their senses. Loudly calling themselves Black Knights, they declared to the boy that they would teach him a lesson he would remember for a lifetime. With those words, they rushed to attack, while the archer behind them quickly released an arrow from the bowstring. Listening to their rants and attempts at action, the boy only relaxed, allowing them to strike first. However, as soon as the arrow came close to him, he sent it away with one sweep of his arm without blinking an eye. The bandits immediately stopped, not believing that he had just pushed her away, asking himself if it was definitely expert level. But suddenly, one of them loudly ordered everyone not to be frightened, certain that it was some kind of sneaky trick. After encouraging his companions, the man said that it was probably an illusion, and that the guy was in the minority. Realizing that the Black Knights were not going to give up, the boy gripped his new hammer tightly, after which he declared that they were talking nonsense, and therefore against the dickishness, he would prescribe a hammer blow to them. Rushing forward, he sent the first blow to the loudest of the bunch, immediately knocking him down without giving him a chance. The Black Knights stopped abruptly again, dumbfounded at the speed and incredible power of the boy's punch. Looking at their losing captain, they could see for themselves that the boy really did have the level of an expert. There was a deafening rumble, caused by the head of the bandits being stamped into the ground and raising a column of dust. Looking at the man who lay unconscious with his eyes open, the boy dejectedly declared that here was a great Black Knight for you. He then looked at the rest of the company, changing his face to a threatening one, declaring that they were vermin and servants of the demon. However, no one dared to attack the kid, desperately wondering what they should do next and stay alive. Having made up their minds, they unanimously rushed away from the dangerous boy, saying that that was not at all how he had been described to them. As they scattered, Scott got off the wolf, loudly asking them who was letting them get away with it. He then infused his legs with mana, unwilling to let go of any of the bandits, disposing of every last one of them. Soaring into the air, the young hero infused the hammer with mana, concentrating the energy, swinging it, wanting to strike. His targets were not each individually, but all together, so his hammer collided with the ground, creating a shockwave. Using a thunderstrike, the bandits were not so much overtaken by the crushing power, but by an incredibly painful lightning strike. The Black Knights attempted to escape, but they couldn't get far from justice in the form of a young expert. A few seconds later, the boy was standing on a small pedestal, around which lay the bandits buried underground. Delighted with the fruits of his labors, Scott, hammer in hand, smiled happily, saying it came out just fine. Looking at his new weapon again, the boy proudly declared that he would crush everyone and everything with it, no matter what. He began to scrutinize the bodies of the Black Knights, wondering how they knew where he was now. The guy realized too late that he should have left at least one alive to ferret out all the information. Suddenly, he heard an unpleasant crackling sound not far from him, accompanied by a loud roar that did not signify anything good. A huge tree was flying at him, which he, riding a wolf, managed to dodge, falling to the ground. In a flash, the pair and the wolf rose, not tensing up as they tried to figure out what had attacked them so suddenly. They then noticed a huge silhouette slowly and clumsily coming out from behind a tree, realizing who was in front of them. A dazed Scott bulged his eyes, realizing with horror that he had personally met a dangerous two-headed troll. The monster roared loudly again, hinting that it was in a very unfriendly mood and wished to kill the stranger. The huge green-colored carcass began to stride towards the boy, speeding up with each step, catching up with its target. The only question on the guy's tongue was why there was a top-level monster here that shouldn't be. However, the embittered monster didn't give him time to think long, swinging an incredibly huge axe. The level of monsters is only determined based on how their own strength correlates to human strength. For example, a level 5 monster corresponds to a 5th round Mog or a superior level mana user. At that very second, the thug threw the first punch, narrowly missing hitting the fleeing guy riding the wolf. Turning around, Scott suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice ordering the troll to kill the boy. He noticed a mage next to the monster who was saying that the worthless boy was getting in the way of their organization. Holding the staff in his hand and releasing energy, the stranger loudly ordered the monster to beat him until there was nothing left of him. The guy wondered where the monster came from, but it turned out it was all about this monster tamer. The young hero then ordered his companion to grab the troll, pointing his finger at his opponent, determined to distract him for a while. However, the dark mage, whose face was hidden by a hood, continued to release demonic energy, saying that it wouldn't work. After which, he began to strengthen the tamed monster, giving it even more strength and making it come to a rage. Not daring to wait any longer, the two-headed behemoth rushed to the attack, swinging its axe, eager to catch up with the wary victim. Scott managed to dodge an incredible blow that took down several trees next to the boy. Several trees immediately flew up into the air like branches that had no weight to the troll. Glancing at the results of one swing of the axe, the lad noticed only stumps with logs lying beside them. Looking at his opponent, the boy was horrified to realize that he had gone into a rage and was even stronger than before. Distracted for a second, the hero did not notice the approach of danger looming literally over his head. Managing to bounce away at the last second, the boy was starting to get angry, saying out loud how it was starting to piss him off already. Strength and regeneration are pesky abilities that are enough to make a troll a level 5 monster. Dodging the monster's attack, the boy reasoned that his rage had a limit, and one must be patient to match the moment. Suddenly the troll stopped, slowly sucking in a huge amount of air with his nose as if preparing something. In the next second, greenish smoke began to appear from his mouth, enveloping the entire space around him. The boy immediately realized that it was a very dangerous poisonous smoke, however. He could use mana to defend himself. However, something abruptly weakened him, causing him to land on the ground, leaning on his knee, trying not to let go of the hammer. Why he realized that an axe enchanted with demonic power was moving towards him with great speed. Picking the right moment, the boy turned around sharply, swinging his hammer, hopefully successfully fending off the blow. He realized that there was no way to dodge, so the only thing left to do was to respond to the attack, relying on his own strength. With a loud clang, the behemoth's axe swung upward, throwing him off balance and opening a good moment for a counterattack. However, the monster managed to trip over its own foot and fall, completely exposing itself, unable to defend itself. This moment was immediately taken advantage of by the hero, who was already flying towards him, swinging a mana-infused weapon. The hammer reaching its target caused a shockwave and the unpleasant sound of bones breaking and the monster screaming. Seeing the open wound in his stomach, the monster immediately began to heal it with demonic energy. While grinning contentedly, Scott bounced back and noticed that his punching power had become many times more powerful. As soon as he stopped, jumping onto a thick tree branch, he immediately noticed a troll quickly approaching him. The young man attempted to break his knee, but he immediately began to regenerate, quickly returning to normal. After which, experiencing huge bursts of rage, he would once again start chasing the annoying boy to finish him off. From that moment, the fight became again not in favor of the guy, who had to dodge now and then, thinking how to defeat the monster. When he got tired of running away forever, he turned around, swinging his hammer to dare another attack. Approaching the troll's leg, the guy ripped it off in one blow, hoping that the torn limb could not be repaired. Meanwhile, the mage controlling the behemoth had retreated some distance, watching the fight from the side. He smiled and thought about how much longer this boy would run, because he would be finished once the troll caught up with him. Having regained his footing, the monster chased after the guy, swinging his axe, wanting to corner his prey. He succeeded after a while when Scott, bouncing back once again from a punch, ran into a dead end. There was no way to retreat, and all that was left was to take a direct hit from the monster, trying to defend himself. The monster, noticing that the victim had nowhere to go, swung his axe once more, hoping to end the fight. But in the same second, the monster froze in some kind of bewilderment, trying to figure out where it was and why it was here. The wizard, who was watching from the side, was shocked to realize that the rage mode had already subsided. Smiling, Scott also realized that the monster had reached its limit, for the constant regeneration was wearing off greatly. The dumbfounded mage turned to the boy, wondering if this was what he wanted, to which he received no response. At the same moment, a silver wolf jumped out from behind the bushes and pounced on the wizard, grabbing him tightly. The stranger fell to the ground under the immense pressure of the wild beast, lurching and realizing that this was a fight he had lost. Noticing that the summoned beast had already disarmed his opponent, the young hero praised him as he looked at the lying mage. The boy asked his comrade to hold the sorcerer back while he himself swung the hammer again, determined to make another attack. The troll was once again feeling indignation, but the guy was already in the air with his hammer raised above his head. The guy used his trademark lightning strike, aiming straight for the monster to finally finish it off. There was a deafening explosion, and the glow of lightning illuminated the entire forest, scaring away all wildlife for miles. As the dust began to settle, Scott walked slowly toward the wizard while two troll heads lay behind him. The boy's smile foreshadowed that he wanted to talk to the mage straight, wanting to get all the information out. After a while, he clarified that the headquarters of the organization is in the lawless city of the Alliance, and their head is its mayor. Nodding in panic, the wizard agreed with every word the guy said, hopefully staying alive and avoiding death. However, the young hero concluded that it was a lie, which made the wizard cringe, asking the boy why he thought so. Smiling at his conclusion, the guy stated that if that were the case, a speech control spell would have been cast on the chain dog. However, the man turned out to be quite talkative, even though he is a level 5 magical beast tamer. After which, the guy asked if they were planning to steal Karuna's divine artifact, which made the mage's eyes immediately glaze over. He immediately began to deny it, loudly shouting that it wasn't true, which Scott, smiling, decided to temporarily believe. However, he decided to ask one more question, and that was to name the person responsible for this assignment. Then he would let him go. The frightened wizard doubted whether he would really be released, to which the boy advised him to think carefully. The young hero asked the man with a snide smile if he had heard of people dying by having their skull crushed, and added that the odds of it happening to him were higher than the odds of him finishing him off with his bare hands. Not understanding anything, the man was even more frightened, having only one wish in his mind: to stay alive. Near dawn, a loud explosion rang out in the sky as the young hero strolled casually through the port city of Axen. People on the street immediately took notice of the explosion, asking each other if someone had set off fireworks. Scott paid no attention to them, however, remembering Asgard's words that everything was ready and he would be expected at an Axen's pub. After walking a few dozen more meters, the boy noticed an unremarkable building next to which hung a sign with a beer mug. No sooner had he entered the building, the boy immediately froze, finding himself in utter shock, realizing that he had in no way expected such a thing. Dumbfounded, he pointed his finger at the man standing in front of him, unable to believe who was going to help him. Across from him stood the Sword Emperor, dressed in a bartender's uniform and smiling in a friendly manner. I was counting on a similar reaction. However, after putting his hand to his face, the man began to apologize in a voice completely different from the Duke's. The next second, a completely different man was standing in front of him saying they don't sell alcohol to kids. A dumbfounded Scott immediately activated his magical vision, trying to figure out what the hell it was and why his face had changed. He realized that it wasn't because of the masking magic, for he didn't sense the presence of mana in the person across from him at all. The boy didn't know if he had imagined it, while the visitors sitting nearby immediately burst into loud laughter. Two men sipping beer cheerfully declared that this was no place for children, much less black-haired children. Then they turned to the bartender, saying he would lose all his customers that way, while Moonwolf slowly circled above them. Before they could finish the last sentence, they heard a loud roar, and when they looked up, they saw an embittered grin. The beast flew over our heads in a flash, scaring me even more, causing the men to immediately start covering their heads. Shivering with fear, they watched the wolf, who had returned to his master, keeping his eyes on them while the boy only sighed. He looked at the poor souls and said grudgingly that he always had to put everyone in their place, then turned back to the uniformed man. The worker immediately realized that the boy is the summoner. It turns out he is the customer that made the special order. The red-haired man immediately bowed politely, asking him to forgive him since he didn't recognize him right away. He then invited the boy to follow him, while the frightened and dumbfounded customers kept their eyes on him. Walking to a secluded area, the young hero held out some sort of object to the employee, proving that he was that customer. After carefully examining it several times, the pub employee confirmed with accuracy that it was his lordship's token. This item directly confirmed that Valentino's secret organization, the Black Wing, had taken on this assignment. Not only are her people impeccable with the sword, but they are unrivaled when it comes to information seeking and networking. It is an organization that tries to keep a low profile and works solely in secret, often without resorting to weapons or direct combat. Bowing once again and placing his hand on his chest, the man stated that he was the commander of the Black Wing J. Scott crossed his arms over his chest and realized they had him in charge, and so he wanted to ask a question that had been on his mind for a long time. After all, as a head, it should be on the level of a blader, but the guy doesn't feel the presence of his mana at all. He was very curious as to how the man was hiding his abilities, but had to wait a few seconds before he heard the answer. It turned out that the commander's mana had not awakened. Hearing this, the boy froze in a stupor, not understanding how this was possible. Jay added that if you tried to hide her, it would be hard to disguise yourself like that. Whereupon he waved his hand. And instead of the young lad, the Sword Emperor, who was smiling in a friendly manner while spreading his arms out to the sides, once again stood across from the boy. The boy realized in shock that he hadn't imagined it after all, and that it was just an ordinary disguise. Another wave of his hands, and the red-haired man returned to his original appearance, smiling. Video of the boy's reaction. Slightly missing the point, the young hero decided to politely clarify if the captain thought it was a bit risky. Smiling oddly, Jay replied that it was rather exciting, while Scott only wondered at his preference. However, the captain advised the boy to think better of his assignment, causing the boy to flinch as he tried to focus. Meanwhile, Jay began to reveal that the magician, Gail Anderson, who was supposed to issue the recommendation, was missing. The young man immediately cringed, not believing the man's words, then began to interject, wanting to hear the details. After all, this title is given to those who reach the seventh circle, and given that Gale has the power to control the waves, he has no equal in the sea. Knowing this, the boy could not understand who or what was capable of overpowering or disarming such a strong man. The captain added that they could not locate his location, and he was due back 2 weeks ago. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy grudgingly replied that it was obvious he was going to have a hard time getting a recommendation. To which the captain agreed with him, however, he had a plan B, along with which he showed the boy another token. Demonstrating his new badge, the captain advised the boy to get to know his new identity. Smiling at such a generous gift, the fellow declared that the Sword Emperor had chosen the right assistant. Stashing the token in his pocket, the young hero also asked to find out something about Hasla. The man immediately decided to clarify who it was. To which he heard the answer that it was the demon follower responsible for the incident in Karuna, to which he was genuinely surprised. Scott was sure of it, since the informant's head would explode if he lied to him, and so the information was more than reliable. Upon reflection, the captain suggested that the name could belong to a beastman or an orc, but he would keep that in mind. Suddenly, a loud knock was heard on the door behind them, behind which a man called out loudly to the captain, summoning him. The knocking did not stop, the voice demanding that the man go there, for they were already here, without saying anything specific. The boy looked at the door, trying to find out what it was about, but Jay only replied that he had to go. Frowning, he added softly that a big fish had shown up, and therefore the matter did not require delay. The young hero tensed, realizing that the matter was very serious, judging by the look of the captain, but he didn't question further. Descending to the first floor, the boy froze, seeing only a crowd of customers that occupied all the tables. There were several employees standing next to the surprised guy, who looked at the visitors cheerfully, clapping their hands. The big fish ended up being an influx of customers, and the captain in turn was running between tables picking up orders. The workers standing nearby were almost in tears, saying they even prayed there weren't so many of them. The young man genuinely didn't understand why this fake pub was doing so great, as if it was their main business. 2 days later, the huge ship Flaxen stood at the dock with her sails up, waiting to sail soon. Dina shouted loudly behind the workers that Flaxen would be leaving soon, and Scott, who had come up to him, asked if they were going to Karen. The sailor was surprised to notice the little customer and then asked to see his identification tag. Unhappy with such checks, the guy immediately stuck his hand in his pocket, trying to find something that would help him pass on. He immediately provided the man with the token Jay had given him, knowing that this document could help him anywhere. Infusing the token with mana, the boy created a projection, causing the sailor to dumbfoundedly ask if he was an aristocrat. He wondered why such a man was walking unaccompanied, whereupon he asked to be forgiven for his impoliteness. Smiling slightly as he looked away, the boy replied that it was fine, and that he was a former aristocrat, and therefore it was okay. The man calmed down a bit, still looking at the child with astonishment, who was clearly not of his age and behavior. The sailor then bowed, wishing the young man a good journey and letting him into the ship, escorting him with a glance. Clutching the token in his hand, the boy stepped forward confidently, remembering Jay's words about who the symbol belonged to. There is an aristocratic Morse family, They were mistakenly recognized as followers of a demon and disappeared 40 years ago. Black hair and eyes are traits of the heir to the main line, and therefore it was the perfect bloodline for Scott. Without heirs, they were never restored to their rights, and henceforth the lad would be the runaway heir of the Morses, the child of noble elves. Sighing heavily, the young hero thought about the elves, and even though he was a summoner, it was a bit much. Suddenly he froze, sensing something wrong with this ship, nervously looking around, wanting to find the source. Looking under his feet, he realized with surprise and shock that he could feel the mana emanating from the ship itself. The boy began to look around, noticing the evil energy that emanated not only from the ship, but from some of the people as well. He recognized anyone who might be in danger and immediately tensed up, trying to stay alert at all times. The most important question was what they were planning, and if one found out now, one could try to thwart them. However, it's more likely that they want to kill everyone here, and you have to be extremely careful not to let yourself be caught off guard. Suddenly, a blonde-haired man carefully approached the boy, slowly pulling a knife from behind his sinus. While the boy was looking the other way, the villain swung his weapon, trying to stealthily take the boy's life. Relying on his own strength, Scott reacted lightning fast to a rustle behind him, then quickly turned around. He immediately grabbed the cunning assassin by the hand in which he was holding the knife, causing the blade to miss its target, going sideways. With a sharp movement of his hand, the boy broke the villain's forearm, blood gushing from it, the blonde man's scream echoing throughout the ship. Everyone immediately turned their attention to them, contemplating the picture of a little boy holding the broken arm of a screaming man. The dumbfounded men immediately became agitated when they noticed the blood and then tried to decide how this could have happened. One of them immediately turned to the young hero, asking what he was doing, while Scott didn't even think about letting go of the bandit's arm. He was asked to let the poor man go, to which the boy only looked away sullenly, wondering how best to proceed. Suddenly, he saw under his feet the knife that the killer had dropped, deciding to use it. With a forceful stomp of his foot, the boy tossed the weapon into the air, watching it spin, giving in to inertia. The young man swung his leg, hitting the hilt of the knife with precision, sending it flying free, aiming for a specific point. With an unpleasant crunch, the knife went straight into the chest of its owner, from whose wound a stream of blood once again gushed. The others on the ship looked at this picture in shock, not understanding what had prompted the guy to take this action. At the same time, the victim of his own weapon coughed exhaustedly, slowly falling to the ground, saying goodbye to life. After his body assumed a recumbent position, the assassin let out his last breath while the other men were at a loss for words. Suddenly, demonic energy began to emerge from the dead man's body, demonstrating that this person was originally dangerous. Some kind of smoke began to emit from the body in addition to energy, rising air, causing all the people to be terrified. Not understanding anything, everyone immediately started asking why there was smoke coming out of his body, and one of the workers immediately threw up. One of the girls covered her nose, complaining about the stench. Another man stated that he had heard of such a thing. It was called rotten smoke. People immediately concluded that he was a demon follower. At this time, one of the men frowned, getting agitated, then calmed down and walked over to the boy, thanking him for getting rid of the lurking demon follower. As he did so, he added that he would need to own something officially, after which he asked to follow him, extending his hand. With an acerbic smile, the guy immediately responded to the handshake by interjecting what was so important to decide officially. Then he swung his arm sharply, throwing the guy over himself, to which he did not have time to react without expecting it. Scott yanked his arm again, aiming the bandana-clad man at his comrade, who didn't have time to dodge. They collided, causing both of them to bleed from their mouths, for such an action took both of them by surprise. Calling out the number of people defeated, the boy headed towards the other team members, seeing the demonic energy in them. Wasting no time and continuing to voice the score, the guy lashed out at the rest of the crew with an evil grin. Using one of the bandits as a ball, the guy destroyed the demon followers one by one. Other people thought quite differently, and seeing what was happening, tried to run away, thinking that the boy was really a murderer. Suddenly, one of them stopped, shouting that it couldn't be, and asked the others to follow suit. Turning around and not noticing the boy next to him, demonic energy began to emerge from the bodies of the slain. They couldn't believe that all the workers turned out to be followers of the demon, while the young hero turned around abruptly. He noticed an elderly man in a huge hat, slowly descending to the sound of a fierce battle. The captain of the ship looked dumbfounded at the multitude of bodies and then at the boy, asking what was going on here. Unsure of anything approached him, never stopping to look at the bodies, not understanding how this was possible. He then noticed the child, realizing that he was the one who had defeated them all, causing the man to go into a stupor. After a little thought, he bowed, offering his deepest apologies for having to go through such difficulties. He stated that his subordinates had been bewitched by a demon before thanking him again for his assistance and saving the passengers. Scott only smiled wryly, saying what a terrific captain the man was, realizing he was the last one left. Then he pointed 2 fingers at the man, saying that he was a good actor, causing the captain to stare at the boy dumbfounded. But in the next second, the guy pulled out his hammer to deliver just one blow, bidding farewell to the demon follower. One single swing was enough to blow the rogue's head off, in addition to breaking the deck of the ship. The frightened people slowly crawled over to the hole to see if the captain had indeed been bewitched as well. They waited in awe and fear for the smoke to settle around him to see for themselves. The next instant, violet energy also began to emanate from the captain's body, which confirmed the boy's argument. A couple hours later, the royal palace was sorting out that the crew here had been in charge of Flexen for the past 5 years. Some man claimed 5 sailors had low-level evil infestation, 2 navigators expert level. Also, the king's subordinate closed his eyes and calmly concluded that the captain had a blader-level infection. King Ahmad von Karun interjected with surprise about the blader level, which sounded very serious and dangerous. Scott stood opposite the throne and listened as hundreds of living people, and then, if you counted the dead, thousands more were offered to the demon. If the demon these believers serve is from a high-level evil clan and can pass through dimensions, the sacrifices will enhance the believers. But at the same time, the ceremony itself would endow their clan with great power, but such rituals would require a great deal of sacrifice. The young hero only frowned, adding to the subordinate king's true words that they were like pests. Ahmad lowered his gaze sadly, saying that he hadn't met them in 30 years. He must have relaxed too much. He then addressed the summoner with the blood of the elves, thanking him for preventing a major sacrifice. He had also heard that it was his spirit that the follower had identified, so he politely asked to take a look at it. His subject immediately looked dumbfounded at the Lord, declaring that let the fellow elf, but it was very dangerous. Ignoring the man's warning, however, Scott had already concentrated mana, summoning his faithful companion. There was a loud roar from the wolf behind him, and the lad himself said that if the king so desired, it was only to his liking. The elderly man gazed in awe at the beast that had taken on a battle form, not daring to look away from the rapturous gaze. The moon wolf that was behind the guy immediately sat down, proudly raising its muzzle, closing its eyes contentedly. After a little thought, Ahmad declared that now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he believed the boy definitively. He then waved his hand, saying that he would like to have a word with him, and ordered the guards and subjects to wait outside. Everyone immediately began to resist, surprised at the Lord's order, while the young hero was also surprised at such an order. At this time, the men loudly begged that his order be rescinded, for a personal encounter with a stranger did not bode well. However, the king calmly said that it would not take much time, making it clear that he would not change his mind. A moment later, everyone the king had sent away went out the door, closing slowly, leaving only 2 people in the hall. They stared at each other in silence for a while the king tried to find the words to start a conversation. Afterwards, the elderly man asked the young hero in a friendly manner not to worry about being overheard. He then asked if the guy had lied about being a quarter elf, which made Scott stiffen, not expecting such an observation. And then Ahmad changed his face, and in a stern manner stated that he wanted to know the real purpose of his arrival here. Realizing that he had been exposed, the boy thought in despair about where he had gone wrong, not knowing what now awaited him. The king, however, added that having been in the position for so long, he has had to hear all sorts of stories. For example, he'd heard that elf blood couldn't flow in a person with black hair, which made Scott immediately tense up. However, the king was quick to reassure him, saying that only members of the royal family knew about it and no one else. Guiltily lowering his head, the boy immediately hurriedly apologized for lying, hoping for the ruler's understanding. After which the guy sincerely stated that he had come here to hunt down the demon's followers, which made Ahmad surprised. The young hero strictly but sincerely added that he must prevent the theft of the divine artifact and trouble in Karuna. The king grayed a bit, looking the boy over carefully, then said that this kingdom was like home to him, by the looks of it. Dumbfounded by such an observation, the boy immediately decided to ask how he knew such details. The man huffed in response, saying that Karuna had a neutral position but was in the kingdom's alliance. And it just so happens that they have a hard time trusting someone from another kingdom that is in conflict with the alliance. And though the boy's intentions were good, he was deliberately hiding his identity, which meant he didn't want anyone to start sniffing around about him. However, he still decided to trust the guy who had heard that King Karan was called wise and was now personally convinced of it. But then Ahmad added that after all, he is an invoker with a pure soul, to which the cattle thought that even a wise king is not able to shield himself from stereotypes. For since summoners can control spirits that are the true embodiment of pure magic, they naturally become enemies of the followers of demons, because of which the stereotype about the purity of their souls appeared. In his past life, everyone thought the same. Coughing, the boy thought he was even a little bit ashamed of himself in front of the king. But suddenly Haraz raised a finger up in an attempt to ask the man for a favor. The man nodded affirmatively. The hero asked to be appointed as the guardian of the divine artifact, for he will try very hard to sort out the problem in Karuna. The old man thought for a few seconds, then stated that he approved of his decision and believed that he would be able to catch the demon's followers. After some more time, a man entered the hall carrying a knight's sword on a cushion with a golden token beside it. He crouched down on one knee between the king and Scott, signaling that the ceremony was about to begin. Rising from his throne, Ahmad declared that he was not a follower of empty rituals and ceremonies, so they would omit them. The boy also crouched down on one knee while the man took the token and stated that the lad had already proven his worth as a knight. And so he made a unanimous decision that in the name of the royal family of Karen, he would appoint him, Scott von Morse, a knight. And now he is hired for the purpose of protecting the divine artifact, whereupon the man handed the token to the boy. Clutching his new ID card in his hands, the boy mentally addressed his sister, declaring that he would start his life anew, and this time everything would be different. Wasting no time, the lad told the king that someone named Hasley was behind the incident, in response to which the man flinched. Putting the new token in his pocket, Scott added that either orcs or beastmen used that name. He hoped that the king might know something and he could find out vital information. However, Ahmad only turned around, looking at him with eyes full of shock, incomprehension, and suspicion, evoking a strange feeling. Whereupon the king turned around completely, asking if the boy was sure of his words while he tried to understand his facial expression. Thinking briefly, the guy replied that the Fifth Circle Saint had said exactly that before his head exploded. Thinking about something, the king turned around again, telling the lad to tread while he pondered the young man's words. On the other side of the continent, the man was activated by a magical staff, casting a spell, making him glow. In response, the Kraken's huge eyes that had previously been covered by large tentacles showed out of the portal. A voice behind the warlock pronounced it perfect as expected, while the warlock himself dropped to all fours, holding the staff. The strength left him very quickly, making it hard to breathe, which did not escape the stranger's gaze. He then walked past the exhausted sorcerer, disregarding his condition, wanting to see the awakened monster. Overcoming himself, the wizard turned to the stranger with anger and rage, calling him Hazel, shouting loudly. However, the one did not even turn around, stating that he would not let the plan of the child that could see through the veil come to fruition. At the same time on the training ground, Scott stood next to the commander before a few wars to get acquainted. The dumbfounded knights couldn't believe that this boy was able to kill all the demon followers in Flaxen. To which Mason, a member of the Divine Artifact Defense Squad, stated that he was part elf, so one shouldn't underestimate a guy from mere looks. As is, the boy made it through and earned the title of knight, which I announced to the commander, waiting for his squad's reaction. After which he added that this phenomenal kid had been given the authority to join and oversee their squad. In response, the men only cast incredulous glances in the young man's direction, doubting his great strength. Scott in turn only sighed heavily, wondering who he thought he was, but the decision had already been made. A little earlier, the guy had asked the king if he could definitely appoint him so easily, because someone in the palace would definitely be against it. However, the king asked him not to worry, for hundreds of years with the defense of Ortis had been handled by Karen's army. The divine artifact is now a mere symbol, and the position of its protector is a boring job. The boy only looked dejectedly around the knights, who continued to look at him, trying to understand the king's strange decision. And to put it simply, Their squad is made up of losers who don't even have a chance to get stronger. Even if there had been no external confrontation, you can be sure there would have been carnage inside as it was. Guy turned to the captain, clarifying if he had heard correctly that his name was Sir Mason, at which the man suddenly became angry. After which he extended his hand to the boy, stating that he didn't care about the exclusive right given to him, because they had a seniority system that mattered. The young hero immediately realized that he needed to show who was in charge, so he decided to summon a spirit, which immediately grinned. As the wolf looked over the night, Scott stated that he didn't know what their seniority was, but who had the upper hand was clear right away. The terrified knights stood silently while the guy said he was looking for the demon's followers and could use that as an excuse. Pulling a strange smile on his face while the beast began to growl, the boy asked if they were followers. The pale knights all as one replied that they were not one of them. Hopefully the boy would do nothing wrong. Pointing his finger in their direction, the guy asked them to try to serve properly, in response to which everyone immediately saluted. While the young man wondered if the king's reaction interested him, there was a possibility that he knew Hasla. Suddenly, a voice behind the guy asked if he was their new star, and the one who single-handedly caught the demon followers. The guy was approached by an older man who was honored to meet him, while Scott gave him an appraising look. He was addressed by the captain of the Divine Artifact Defense Squad, Truman, who smiled in a friendly manner while waving his hand. The boy mutually greeted the old man, noticing with surprise that the man was only an expert and the strongest in the squad. That's kind of weak for the captain, who, by the way, had heard that the boy had volunteered to join the squad. He then changed in his face, looking menacingly at the boy, asking if he was interested in the divine artifact. The young man froze in place, realizing that his desire might not have been perceived as a defense, but as an attack and a desire to steal. Even so, the boy was not going to give up without a fight, and so he immediately reached for the hammer, smiling slyly. Then he suddenly thought that perhaps this old man could be connected to the coming misfortune in Karuna. The man said that he had come to the right place, after which he took the boy to some room and sat him down at a table. Sitting in the library, dressed in the knight's casual clothes, the dazed cattle tried to figure out what they were doing here. Throwing a few books on the table, the old man stated what everyone says. The divine artifact is just a symbol, and holy power has only one purpose to ward off evil creatures, after which he placed another huge stack of books on the table. Placing two more, he continued that it only works within a kilometer radius and blocks demonic energy and not above level 1. However, if the boy learns more about her, his opinion will change. With those words, the man stared at the boy, smiling widely. The uncomprehending boy only silently watched the captain's actions, trying to understand why he was saying all this. The man recommended familiarizing himself with them, asking in passing if he had heard of the promise in the age of mythological times. But without waiting for an answer, he continued that since ancient times, people had considered divine artifacts to be jewels. Hours later, the man, not to be silenced, said they were created by the gods, even the evil hands and those under their influence. Then, without even finishing the sentence, the man loudly slammed the book shut, saying that it was better to learn by doing. Scott half laughed at the old man, not realizing then what this pointless and long lecture was all about. The man turned around, and with a wave of his hand, he politely asked the guy to follow him to show the real divine artifact. A few minutes later, they wandered down the hallway for a while, passing the long steps leading down. They were now in the central part of the castle, namely the corridor, which was lit by torches hanging on the wall. Stopping at one of the doors, the man asked if he knew why the work of the Artifact Protection Squad was not appreciated by anyone. Scott thought for a moment, uncertainly answering that it was likely that the artifacts were seen as simple symbols. Slowly opening the door, from which a bright light emanated, the old man smiled, saying that the reason was even simpler. The boy looked inside the hall his captain had brought him to with wonder and awe, wanting to examine what was inside. In the center of the hall stood a huge, perfectly polished stone, which was the source of light. The divine artifact Humanitas, which the old man said didn't need any protection at all. However, the boy couldn't take his amazed gaze away from it, saying how huge and beautiful it was. Nodding, the man added that it was not incomprehensible to anyone what made such a huge thing manage to hover. There is a very ancient legend that an incompetent person cannot even touch it, no matter how hard they try. Looking at the magnificent stone, the man added that this was the true reason why he didn't need protection. He then turned to the guy, wanting to see if he had enough skill to touch him, and Scott immediately reached out his hand. Whereupon the man stared dumbfounded at the boy, not believing his eyes, expecting a very different result. The young hero, meanwhile, was able to touch the stone, feeling something unusual as he saw his fingertips glow. In a trembling voice, the guy declared that he was level 7, making this artifact unusually powerful. A blob of light that seems incapable of harming anyone of this world has the power to repel all things foreign. The guy, not letting go of his hand, noticed the mana that didn't belong to him starting to flow through his body, noticing that the barrier was talking. Examining his body, which was completely covered in mana, he asked himself if he was the only one who could hear him because of his distinctive sensitivity. Scott, after examining this glow, asked if the barrier itself was an artifact since it could even move. Finding himself in complete shock, the old man grabbed the boy by the shoulders, trying to find the words to describe what was happening. Trying to string together the mumbling into intelligible words, the captain asked if the guy had just communicated with a divine artifact. A little while later, they were back at the training ground, while the man was telling the boy that he had a talent for surprising people. After all, he had been in this unit for many years, but this was the first time I had seen such a thing, to which the young hero was not at all surprised. Looking at the captain, the young man realized that he lacked strength, but at least he was proud of his work. The rest of the squad clearly didn't look like him. With these thoughts, the guy noticed the man stop abruptly. In front of them stood Greg Simbo, a member of the kingdom's knightly order, who held a scabbard in his hand, turning around at the approaching footsteps. Truman grudgingly asked what business he had come on, to which he received the reply that he had not come to see the captain, after which he roared loudly, asking Scott if he was that holy half-elf, with his whole appearance trying to show indignation. With as calm a look as possible, the boy replied that he was a quarter-elf, figuring that both were lies anyway, to which the insolent knight only hummed, turning his gaze away, placing the right one on his shoulders, holding onto the hilt of his sword. Taking his sword out of its sheath, the knight began to ask how dare the hero who had punished the dark mages lie in the royal palace. After which he quickly lunged at the boy, shouting loudly that he would reveal his true identity right now. Standing calmly, Scott only sighed heavily, saying that you can't just take him at his word. After which he deftly returned the blow, realizing he was sick of all the incredulous comments. He decided to end things quickly, grabbing Greg's arm firmly and tightly before he could group up and jump out. Wrapping both hands around the heavy lats, the boy placed them on his shoulders, jerking forward sharply, smiling menacingly. In the next second, the disgruntled new guest knight was already flying forward, flying over the guy's back. With a clatter, the man landed on the ground, dropping his sword and shrieking loudly, not expecting such force. Trying to even out his breathing, he was still trying to pester her with angry words, unwilling to give in. Smiling maniacally, Scott noted that he was still able to speak, then asked if he was feeling well so far. Realizing that the man didn't understand who he was now daring to be impertinent to, the guy grabbed his arm again, wanting to continue. After which, with a sudden movement, he began to flip the knight from side to side, knocking him to the ground. When the knight shouted out to acknowledge him, it was too late, and a second later, an unconscious body lay on the ground. As the old man watched the boy's actions in shock, he asked himself if it was worth it to show good manners. Deciding it wasn't too late, he bowed politely toward Greg, saying he had learned a lot from him. The captain, for his part, stared at the boy in silence, not knowing how to assess what had just happened. As they looked at each other in silence, a blonde-haired man watched them from the balcony with interest. A shadow hid his face as he smiled slightly and noticed what an interesting kid they had gotten. A little later, a number of knights gathered in front of Scott, one of whom stepped forward claiming to be a knight of the Royal Order. He then pointed his sword towards the kid, asking if he had defeated Greg. It was clear from his tone that he was asking for it. He told the boy to show what he could do, but no sooner had he finished the sentence than a fist flew into his face. After defeating the knight, a couple more soldiers approached the guy, introducing themselves loudly, wanting to finish the job. After the call to battle, one of the knights immediately received a blow to the chin, momentarily losing consciousness. Ignoring the beating of their comrades, all the soldiers jumped into the fray while Scott dealt with all the attackers with ease. Following the others, a blonde-haired man came out claiming to be the vice-captain of the Order of Knights, Randolph Granchairs. Smiling, he shouted that he wanted to test the guy's abilities, then lunged at him with his sword, crossing his weapons. However, in the next second, the sword bounced off the hammer, flying into the air to pair with the cocky knight. As he approached the uplifted man, the boy mused that his hit-and-run tactics were onto something. Looking at the battered man, the guy added that since they were fighting, did he happen to know who Hassel was? Lowering his head and passing out, the blonde replied that he had never heard of him, then passed out. The young man didn't understand what was going on, because no matter who he asked, no one here knew about him at all. Suddenly, he heard loud laughter behind him, and an unfamiliar voice remarked as the boy ruthlessly massacred the vice captain. Frowning, the boy asked who he was, noticing just in time that the stranger had a top-level or entry-level challenger. The man encased in lats smiled apologetically, while Scott scrutinized his power level. Raising his hand in greeting, the man stated that he was Liam von Petersen, captain of the Order of Chivalry. Not making past mistakes, Scott put his hand over his heart, bowing and apologizing for his rudeness. Keeping his hand up, the man smilingly asked me not to be so formal, for he enjoyed watching the young talents. After that, he began to draw his sword from its sheath, asking if the guy would consider him skillful enough to do a shoot-down with it. The surprised boy saw the knight throw away the scabbard, saying that if he amused him, he would get a prize. Specifically, useful information about Hasler, then asked if that would be motivation enough for him. The dazed guy couldn't believe his ears, marveling at how incredibly lucky he was right now. After all, a person with a level of challenger and useful information came to him herself, which means you have to try. Liam mused that he didn't know if the boy could match his level, but he'd better get his resolve up. To which the young man replied with a wide smile, happy for the opportunity, for he had been waiting for someone who knew something. And one would have to be a complete asshole to refuse. After these thoughts, he began to infuse himself and his hammer with mana. No sooner had the knight given the start of the fight than Scott was already taking to the air, not waiting at first to gain an advantage. Grabbing the hammer with both hands, he was already aiming at the warrior who was still holding the sword in front of him on his outstretched arm. As soon as the hammer almost reached the man, he quickly brought his sword to bear, fending off a rather strong attack. Crouching slightly, the knight's feet began to press into the ground under the heavy weight of the guy and his weapon, who wasn't about to back down. Long expecting a good fight, the little guy stated that if he underestimated him, he was in big trouble. Whereupon the boy slumped to the ground abruptly, while Liam was surprised to think that the boy had gotten lighter. Wasting no time, the guy fell to the ground, turning around sharply in an attempt to knock his opponent down with a swift kick. However, as soon as the boy reached the target, nothing happened, to which he was very surprised, searching for a reason. He then noticed that part of the knight's leg was covered with a stone, causing the guy to conclude that it was his attribute, after which he heard loud laughter. Lowering his head, the man guffawed upon noticing the guy, saying he didn't realize at first that he had thrown some kind of punch. To which the guy answered him with a smile and blinked away, keeping his distance to think over the battle plan. But the mirth flickered off the boy's face as he realized that his opponent was very serious and quite dangerous. His challenger-level defensive technique looks almost impenetrable, which was one big problem. He is as strong and steady as a rock and is perfect for battle, as he doesn't even need a shield. Suddenly, Liam smiled, stating that he was gathering his words about not being able to match his level back. Then he rushed into the attack, putting his sword behind his back, preparing to strike, but trying not to overdo it. Their weapons clashed, and neither wanted to yield to the other, despite the difference in strength and experience. The challenger stood confidently over the guy, holding the sword firmly in his hands and smiling, declaring that it was going to be fun. To which the young hero immediately agreed, feeling his hands shaking as he struggled to hold the hammer under the pressure of the sword. Then, turning his guns around, the knight drove the boy's hammer into the ground, hoping to put him in an awkward position for a few seconds. However, the boy immediately realized his intent and with a sharp swing of his hammer, knocked the sword away, still holding the weapon at the ready. The captain of the night squad realized that the boy's technique was flawless, and so he only lacked experience and level. The young knight in turn embittered himself, trying to land at least one successful blow in hopes of gaining information. After reinfusing his body with mana, he decided that when the going got tough, he should shift his center of gravity and attack with all his might. After which their weapons rejoined, but he did not do much damage, nor did he gain any advantage. However, the boy did not lose hope again, swinging and attacking the knight who was only defending himself for now. Liam laughed harshly, saying that the guy couldn't even be called a genius because he saw so much more in him. After which he called him a monster and a beast while trying to repel all the blows of incredible strength sent at him. The young man rejoiced at such a compliment, remembering to thank the knight right during the battle without stopping for a second. The captain's sword was as strong as its master, for it withstood every attack of the huge and heavy hammer. A little bored, the knight smiled, offering to end it there, then began to concentrate his energy. With a menacing stomp of his foot on the ground, the man created a shockwave that threw the guy away from himself in a flash. The boy was still on his feet, but wobbling clumsily, realizing that he wouldn't be able to stay on his feet at this pace. And in the same second, he noticed a sword flying towards him at breakneck speed, and there was almost no time to defend himself against it. However, reacting lightning fast, the guy set up his hammer, then saved himself from imminent and final defeat. But even that defense wasn't enough to keep him from flying into the opposite wall the squad captain had sent him into. Lowering his sword, the man stated that fighting further was overkill. On top of that, he was pleased with the lad's skills. Leaning on the hammer, Scott slowly stood up, not noticing that his hands and a bit of his face were covered in abrasions. Wiping under the pillar, Liam smiled, saying that he was even surprised at the end, then mutually thanked the boy. And also, as a token of gratitude, he will tell the promised information, to which the hero immediately rejoiced. But when they were in the hall, his joy was immediately replaced by distrust and suspicion. Looking at the blonde-haired man, the boy wondered if he really was the Hassel he so ardently wanted to know about. And Liam began to tell me that there is a man named Littman, although he is a member of the knightly order, but he only takes orders from His Majesty. Scott, I wondered, turning my head, why he was being told about some Littman and not Haslel, whose name he clearly called. Putting his head down, the knight continued that not much is known about his work, but he is sure that he travels to different places. That is why this man may know Hustler. Not only after that, the gist of the story came to the boy, whom the man turned to the boy, asking how he thought but meant to meet this man. Suddenly, with a loud noise, a knight ran up to them, calling out to Mr. Scott, waving his arms wide. A panting soldier, resting his hands on his knees, delivered orders to the boy that His Majesty urgently wished to see him. Scott hadn't expected such an invitation, for he didn't understand why the king might need him, and not knowing what to expect from him. A few minutes later, he was standing in the throne room while the king said he had found the man he was looking for. Standing beside me next to the old man was a tall man who was very familiar with the East Coast. His name was Littman. The dazed hero looked at the two men, not realizing how he had found him, or if he had even asked to look. And then Liam's words popped into his head about how he'd told him about a man with the exact same name. And so he looked with surprise at the man the two had already spoken of, and who Hustler might have known. Littman said hello, saying he knew the boy was a hero who had killed the demon's followers, but didn't know what he could do to help. The guy began to scratch the back of his head uncertainly, not sure where to start the conversation, saying he was honored to meet him. The young man then shifted his gaze to Ahmad, realizing that he was uncomfortable being under such a gaze. If the king wanted him to play along, a hint should have been given beforehand, and now the lad didn't know what to do. The blonde-haired man noticed the uncertainty in the boy's demeanor, causing him to ask if he was okay. To which the guy awkwardly began waving his arms around, trying to find the words so as not to give away his original purpose. He said that because of his unusual appearance, he thought he might be from the East Coast. For His Majesty inquired his wish, and he replied that he would love to visit the place. Littman replied that His Majesty did not hesitate when it came to remuneration, and every time he found a new path, he was lavishly gifted. But suddenly, the king's voice came up, distracting them from their conversation by telling the boy not to go east at once. After all, first he needs to fulfill his promise regarding the demon's followers, to which Scott immediately agreed, bowing. Whereupon Her froze, not realizing why he had suddenly mentioned them, trying to match the current situation with his words. He then looked at the blonde man, realizing that he could be one of them, and therefore he should be disposed of as well. Wasting no time, Scott infused his eyes with mana and activated his magical vision to see for himself. At first glance, however, the inspection found nothing suspicious, enveloping the man in blue energy. Scott only sighed, realizing he was fine, because even the spirit would have rebelled had he been a follower of the demon. And at the same second, the boy heard a vicious barking within himself, realizing that the beast was not at all calm, for it smelled something. Not understanding anything, the boy again decided to scan the stranger with his magical vision. Looking more closely, he then saw new streams of mana that were not the same color he had originally seen, realizing that it was maniform. A red energy enveloped the man, hinting that both beast and man were one, now standing before him. The boy remembered Jay's words, saying that the name belonged to either an orc or a beastman. And in that same second, Littman noticed what a confident answer the boy gave to the king, adding that he was very reliable. But suddenly, the king turned to the man himself, saying that he would come in handy greatly in destroying the demon's followers. The man looked dumbfounded at the old man, asking what he was getting at, while Scott watched his reaction. After all, the man had business for tomorrow, namely the search for Gale, which Ahmad immediately ordered cancelled. The king gave the blonde man a stern, oblate look, telling him that dealing with the impending threat was a higher priority, not forgetting to add confidently that the most capable person to whom he could entrust it now was he. The man stiffened for a second, shocked at such an order, but after thinking for a bit, agreed with it, though he was worried about Gale. Dropping to his knee, the blonde immediately stated that he would follow the king's order. "Don't you dare ignore the importance of the matter." The young hero watching him noticed that there was no evil energy coming from him, but it was obvious that the man was Hassel. A little while later, Scott is alone with the king, saying that it doesn't look like the man is a follower of the demon. The king nodded faintly, agreeing with the boy's words, adding that it was still best to make sure and check it out. Not understanding all this silence and suddenness, the boy asked why he hadn't told on him sooner, even though he could have. The man touched his heart, not loudly stating that he had no choice or it would only get worse. Whereupon the king's chest glowed. Let me understand to the hero what was the meaning of the silence and reticence. Frowning, the guy decided to clarify that the reason for all of this was the manacle the king had made earlier. Ahmad barely nodded, agreeing with the boy's words, a little regretful that he couldn't tell him sooner. A mana oath is an oath sealed with mana, and here whoever breaks it will suffer a shock at their circle level. However, a third circle shock is not as dangerous, but not for an elderly person, which for a king can be fatal. The astonished guy immediately questioned why he had gotten this far, trying to understand the illogicality of his actions. The old man had not expected such a question, only looking questioningly at the boy, waiting for some sort of explanation. For as he could understand, Sir Littman seemed to have been loyal to him for years, and was a loyal enough man. And they only met him for the second time, and yet the king made the decision to give the manacle, which is very strange. After thinking for a bit, the old man lowered his head, trying to find the words to give a logical and correct explanation. As it turns out, in the Karun family's rota, as the relatives age, they develop a strange ability to foresee the future. And he had a dream about a sacred artifact going missing and a monster destroying the capital, and he saw it many times. And afterwards, a boy came and said that the artifact would disappear, at which time the king's face took on a stern expression. From this information, ours froze, not expecting that the man had seen everything beforehand, but still couldn't prevent the danger. Clutching the armrest of his throne, Ahmad said sadly that he would rather this was a foolish old man's dream than a horrible reality. If there is an opportunity to avert disaster by doubting a loyal vassal, a man will be only too happy for such an outcome. At that very second, the spirit inside the boy barked loudly, alerting his master to what he had just smelled. The dazed boy turned around, interrupting the king's speech, realizing what had his loyal comrade so tense. It turned out that Hassel had just left the castle, realizing that being here didn't bode well for him. After bowing, the young hero immediately rushed after the fugitive, trying to catch up with him as quickly as possible, bypassing the city streets. Moonwolf didn't feel the demonic energy either, which means the real Hassel is someone else, more dangerous. However, the guy didn't understand why this man took off and ran away, clearly afraid of something or someone. And although the answers were obvious, we had to get proof, and to do that, we had to catch up with the fleeing man. At the same time, under cover of night, smugglers were busy loading a huge ship in one small port. Someone dropped a box while the captain asked them to keep it down. Remind them that's why they work at night. At this time, a figure whose face was hidden by a hood approached them, and the bandits immediately turned their attention to him. Drawing their weapons, they surrounded him, trying to find out who he was, while the man began pulling down his hood, revealing his face. A blonde-haired man with green eyes stood in front of them, calmly examining the people in front of him. Frozen in place, they called him Hazel at the same time, relaxing slightly but not deciding to budge. After laying down their weapons and standing at attention, the bandits began to ask why he was already here, since they were expecting him tomorrow. An irritated Hassel replied that something had gone wrong and the king had ordered him to stay with that boy. All the workers were surprised. After all, he had only recently arrived to them. The blonde man didn't realize what he was thinking either. Then he loudly ordered to stop talking and get ready to sail, for time was short. Unanimously agreeing, the men went back to work, speeding up twice as fast so as not to let the ringleader down. As in the same second, there was a loud explosion, drawing the attention of everyone on the shore. All as one turned to look at the ship, which was blazing with bright flames and was clearly out of commission. Splitting apart, the huge vessel was already going to the bottom as the fire devoured the parts of the wooden sails that were not soaked, lighting up the shore. At this time, there was a boy standing at the stern of the ship, watching with interest all that was happening from above. Smiling and reaching for his hammer, Scott asked curiously what the demon's minions were doing here in the middle of the night. Jumping up, the young man heard the cries of the brigands that they were under attack and that someone was on the ship. Landing and hitting the ground with his hammer, the guy threw several bandits into the air at once, taking them out of the fight. The man standing next to Hasley dumbfoundedly stated that the boy had calmly put down 4 men in a second. With a sly smile, the young hero got down on one knee and asked everyone if anyone was willing to surrender right now. While the bandits were hesitant to get into a fight, seeing the abilities the guy had, in addition to being intimidated by his hammer. Hassel cried out that they were pathetic lowlifes, for he might be called a saint, but he was only at the level of an expert. So he was sure the boy was exhausted after all those jumps, to which he saw only a smile on Scott's face. The man shouted again, asking not to let himself be fooled. After all, this was just a trick to buy time and restore mana. Without getting up from his knee, the sweating boy stated in a playful tone that he was being played out, trying to make a tired appearance. The blonde also smiled as he slowly drew his sword, stating that he hadn't expected the boy to show up here alone, and so it was a great chance for him to get rid of him, whereupon he lunged at the young man. The boy was glad that his lie was believed, whereupon he urged his opponent to attack him by swinging his axe. The man attacked, but to no avail, meeting the hilt of the hero's weapon, which reacted lightning fast to his every move. But suddenly, Hassel began to draw his second sword, trying to take his opponent by surprise, and the fact that 2 balls are harder to defend against. The man swiped with his second blade, hopefully ending this bout by rejoicing in his victory beforehand. But suddenly he froze, not realizing how this could have happened, for this blow was supposed to be decisive. However, after infusing his hand with mana, the boy stopped the sword while his opponent didn't realize how he did it. The young man grabbed the blade as the man tried to wrench it away with a trembling hand, then summoned his spirit. Quickly running, the wolf shortened its distance to its target, showing its embittered grin, aiming its claws straight at the man. With a single swing of his paw, the beasts struck, after which he heard the scream of an enemy who was slightly able to defend himself. Bouncing to the side, Moonwolf growled, surveying the damage he had done to his opponent and awaiting further command. Hassel flew into a rage, feeling a deep wound open in his side from the 3 claws left by the beast. Ignoring the wounds, the man turned to the boy, stating that he would rip him into little pieces. Wrenching the sword from the boy's tight grip, the warrior stated that it would be much easier to forcibly cancel the spirit summoning, which would cause even a summoner like him to be surprised, whereupon the man changed trajectory and rushed to attack the wolf. Belatedly realizing his intent, the boy immediately ran towards his comrade, realizing he might not make it in time. Throwing 2 swords behind his back, the man soared through the air, shouting to the beast that he was about to get rid of it once and for all. Swinging his swords, he added that he would then kill his master as well, sending the wolf 2 energy attacks sent by the weapon. Blood began to ooze from the spirit's body, causing the beasts to growl viciously, but remained standing on its paws, withstanding the attack. The worried summoner called out to his comrade, realizing that he might now be left without help. But as soon as the dust cleared, her hours noticed the spirit slowly approaching him, being virtually unharmed. The dumbfounded Hasla only glanced at the beast, not understanding why his attack failed and the beast was still alive. It was very strange, as he had done a lot of damage to him, but now he had to be wary of being set up. He looked over the boy again, not understanding how he'd held off cancelling the draft, trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, he realized that this little guy was only protecting the target's attack area to reduce mana consumption. Embittered, the man declared that he was ridiculous and that the beast should have died, whereupon he resumed his fighting stance. At the same time, Scott was attacked by several of Hazel's minions, wanting to help him and trying to take his numbers. However, with one small swing of the hammer, the guy sent all the bandits knocked out so they wouldn't be in the way anymore. Returning to the wolf's back, the young man motioned for his opponent to continuing to fight one-on-one. After that, the boy smiled, calling his opponent a crazy beastman, trying to piss him off. The man froze for a second, and hearing such a reference to himself, was obviously thinking about something. At this time, the boy was trying to even out his breathing, telling Moonwolf that he was low on mana, so would have to control the movement himself. After the beast responded by barking, Hassel raised his voice, saying that it seemed the king had told him about him in detail. Temporarily lowering his swords, the man grudgingly stated that the old man had no sense of gratitude at all. Such speeches did not please the boy, but he answered nothing, waiting to see what else his adversary would think of. The boy remembered his dialogue with the king when he told him that Hassel had left the castle rather briskly and was now running away. To which the old man replied that he was a man of countless varied and interesting stories. The man lowered his head, saying that beastmen usually inherited the skills of the local animals, but sometimes mutants were born. People kill such children immediately because they remind them of the tribe of mermaids who opposed their god. Scott didn't understand what the king was talking about at first, not understanding the point of the story and how it could help. Then he froze, eyes wide, only now realizing what substance was embedded in those incomprehensible speeches. As it turns out, Hassel somehow managed to survive away from his homeland by carefully and at length hiding his true identity. The king needed his abilities, so he volunteered a manacle that helped them both. Because of this, the man had kept his identity a secret, but now the oath had begun to take effect, killing the king. At the same time, Hassel approached the water, quietly asking if the king had told him anything else interesting about him. As suddenly, clots of water began to rise up beside the man, lash-like clots of water that he could control individually. The boy remembered that the king spoke, punctuated by a cough that was also accompanied by blood coming out of his mouth. The old man said that if he turned out to be an enemy, let him not even think of fighting with him near the sea, because he would only make things worse for himself. At the same time, the hot red energy of the swords began to envelop the water swirling around the focused man. He resumed his fighting stance, fully confident of his victory, for it was he who was called Orca. With renewed strength and ability, Hassel rushed into the attack, swinging his sword that was completely surrounded by water. This attack was now more ranged than before, making the boy now need to be extremely careful. Before the attack could catch up with him, the guy riding the wolf managed to bounce back at the very last second. But completely dodging didn't work, taking some damage, causing the guy to be unhappy with his position. After all, the opponent had new abilities while he was running out of mana, and the opponent swung his sword again. A new wave rose up, shrouded in mana that was directed towards the hero to destroy him permanently. But suddenly, the wave began to turn into a huge water balloon, looming over the confused guy with the hammer in his hands. He didn't know what to do or how to come back from something like this, realizing that the water had strengthened his spiritual weapons quite nicely. A huge ball descended on the hero, followed by a deafening rumble, splashing water all around the shore. While the drops of me so-and-so fell on Hassel, the man smiled, disappointedly asking if that was all the boy could do. He was about to lay down his weapons when he noticed some movement behind him. At full speed ran Scott, riding a wolf that had no thought of dying from such an attack, albeit a dangerous one. With a swing of his hammer, the young man approached his opponent, advising him to die quickly, not wanting to mess with him for long. Dropping to one knee, he took the blow of the huge weapon, defending himself with two swords crossed together. He hadn't expected this kind of strength from a boy he had just nearly killed with a rather powerful stream of water. However, upon seeing his embittered expression, the man realized that he had an extraordinary recovery speed. As he slowly infused his swords with mana, the blonde clearly realized that it would be difficult to fight such an opponent. The only problem now was that if it dragged on, the support squad would come up, so no time at all. With a wave of his blades, the man bounced away, increasing the distance for maneuver, keeping his eyes on the boy. Without thinking, he plunged into the water, confident that no one would get him there, because it was his native element. Scott clenched his fist with anger, realizing that his opponent was running away, and it would be damn hard to get him through the water. Suddenly, his anger was replaced by surprise as he looked up and saw what loomed over him as a huge mountain. A sea monster whose body was surrounded by water was looking at him, which said that the boy was definitely unusual. He would have to deal with it later, however, and in that second, the whale flashed its eye, showing the guy its grin. Then he turned around and swam away with incredible speed, trying to get away from the boy through the water. The annoyed hero reprimanded, declaring that he could not rush after him in pursuit across the water, but suddenly the wolf raised his voice. They met glances as the beast tried to convey to his master that they could track the monster anywhere. He showed the guy the picture, explaining that a wolf could walk on air, thus ignoring any surface to pursue. The young hero watched carefully at what his comrade was showing him, understanding the plan of action but still a little hesitant. He asked the wolf if he had shown him his special ability now, to which the beast only nodded, showing the semblance of a smile. Then there was a joyful bark. Scott thought about it, and wondered what if he helped, if the wolf could use her. But he apologized guiltily afterwards, because he wasn't ready to figure out how to do it yet, so they would try it another time. While the wolf whined disappointedly, the boy remembered the words of Hasla, who stated that they would see each other one way or another later. Looking at the boxes floating on the sea that had been thrown from the wrecked ship, the boy asked himself what exactly he was planning. At the same time, a man entered the cave, carefully leaning on the rock while checking to see if there was anyone extra. Stepping forward, stripped to the waist, Hassel cheerfully announced that everything had gone perfectly as he thought it would, turning his attention to the man. Next to him sat the sorcerer Hale, completely exhausted and red with anger, who lived up to the blonde's expectations. Suddenly the mage roared, roughly ordering him to shut his mouth, adding what a filthy scumbag Littman really was. Sitting down across from him, the blonde smiled, saying how rude it sounded, and yet he was honestly trying to help him. You can't tell from him, but he's worried about the mage. If he doesn't eat, he'll pass out. Whereupon Hasley pulled out 2 loaves of bread. Raising his head and looking at the barrier, the man asked what they were going to do with this monster, to which the mage answered nothing. Meanwhile, the young Kraken woke up again and began to break the barrier, creating chips and cracks that spread across the surface. Hale immediately rose up, sealing the barrier, infusing his hands with mana that didn't have much left to last much longer. Feeling the mana aimed at him, the monster opened its eyes wide, then began to slowly dissipate its energy. A few seconds later, the monster closed its eyes, heading off into the dream world while the mage shuddered, maintaining the spell. Hustle meanwhile laughed, asking Hale if that wasn't awesome, adding that it was a miracle they got him. After all, if they let him go, he'll telepathically contact his mother, and if they kill him, she'll know about it too. Then the destruction of Karun will only be a matter of time, and so to save his people, the mage must try harder. On what the disgruntled wizard said that his people will catch the punishment of God because the guy crosses all norms of morality. Hearing such a loud statement, the blonde smiled widely again, seeing Hale's futile attempts to get through to him. Suddenly the Beastman became angry, kicking his backpack with all his might, which spilled out innocent loaves of bread. He then turned around and walked away, stating that he was smitten with her back on her birthday, so he's just looking. Waiting for the madly scribbling man to leave, Hale looked carefully toward the exit, hoping he wasn't being followed. He then turned to the barrier, re-infused his hands with mana, and concentrating, began to cast a new spell. A seal appeared on the barrier, after which the Kraken sleeping inside made a loud sound that the mage paid no attention to. The wizard's face frowned as he declared to the departing Littman that his plan was not destined to come to fruition. At the same time, Scott and the captain of the night squad stood in front of the king's throne, laying out a detailed report. Liam was the first to raise his voice, saying that after checking, they found out that all the movers were followers of the demon. The king inquired about the cargo, to which he heard the reply that it consisted of items used in magical rituals. Lowering his head, the man added that if you added up their value, you would get half of the kingdom's annual budget. Hearing this, a worried Ahmad put his hand to his head, saying that he should have doubted Sir Littman earlier. After all, the king had long known that he was both a mutant and a man burned by a thirst to show the world what he could do. But he had indeed proved his skillfulness. But why did things turn out this way in the end? This question kept the old man in suspense. Suddenly, his anxious speech was interrupted by Scott placing his hand on his breast and bowing low, for he had something to say. He stated that he had learned from Sir Liam that little was known about his work, and he had also learned something important about Littman. The king immediately replied that it was his own wish, and he himself thought he needed it to avoid being pursued by the werewolves. With a stern look, the boy added that he should have been regarded with suspicion, for ambitious people never hide. The old man immediately stopped the dumbfounded captain, stating that everything was fine and the guy had correctly noticed it. After all, the king should have realized this earlier, but it is useless to bemoan the past when we need to prevent the destruction of the future. The man then thought for a few seconds before turning to the young hero again, trying to put the question right. Then he wondered if there was another way to track down the demon's followers since Hassel had eluded them. Satisfied with such a question, the boy immediately smiled, answering in the affirmative, having some plan in mind. After all, things could work out if they helped him a little. Then they would quickly find Hassel and all his minions. The next day, the boy headed to a familiar bar and noticed the movers unloading some boxes. Wrapping himself in his hood, Scott walked to the door and knocked loudly to be heard and let in at once. A familiar red-haired man immediately opened the door, apologizing and saying they were closed for now and the bar was not open. In response, the young hero merely waved his hand, asking the one how he was doing, never mind the words of closure. The man let his eyes drool with surprise when he saw a familiar face, greeting him happily, watching the boy smile. The guy then asked what the boxes were, and after a bit of telling, the young man realized what they were up against. As they made their way inside, Jay listened to the story, saying that if they were having trouble identifying the demon's followers, things got complicated. The boy clarified that one person in particular had no demonic energy, making him unable to track him down. He spoke of Hassel, who had only teamed up with followers, but he himself was almost impossible to calculate. The captain immediately thought about it, thinking something over in his head, and then answered that there were such people. Suddenly, the man stated that he was uncomfortable meeting Scott in person, and he didn't expect him to be the one to show up. With a sly smile, the man added that he wanted to personally show him the true power of the Black Wing. After imagining something in his head, the boy said that he still had a chance to prove himself, and very soon. The surprised man asked about the chance, but the boy only turned his head, pointing to the boxes next to him. Taking one of them, the guy slowly and carefully placed it on the table, trying not to disturb or break anything. Opening it, he began to say that he had asked His Majesty for a favor while pulling something out of the receptacle. Seconds later, the boy held a scroll in his hand, stating that he had taken the remaining cargo, which could be of great help. Suddenly, the guy tossed the scroll aside, saying that he was sure there was at least one expert with tracking ability in the Black Wing. Shrieking with joy, the boy informed the captain that it was time for them to get down to business and start showing off their abilities. The man wanted to say something, but Scott loudly requested that the experts check the entire shipment and figure out all those guys. He then started pulling out the entire contents of the box, asking where all his men were, and then asked them to get them here. When the young hero fell silent, the man turned to him in an unsure voice, trying to find the right words. In a rather polite manner, he informed that what he was asking for was quite difficult to fulfill, after which he saw the guy frozen. After all, they have tried this before, but the followers are too cautious and have covered all their tracks. Whereupon the captain awkwardly lowered his head, realizing that the boy's plan could not be carried out so easily. The dumbfounded young man clutched his head and began to shout loudly that he had endured all this suffering and horror for nothing. However, the captain tried to calm him down by saying that he wasn't quite right. Hearing this, the boy turned his head. As I got up from the table, Jay said that almost all of the demon followers' stuff ended up in their possession, which was quite fortunate. Looking at the boxes, he noticed that there were a lot of them, and it would be impossible to sell that many at once, but something could be worked out. Smiling, the captain stated that here was almost everything needed for a ritual that even they could perform. Not understanding the essence of his scheme, the boy only looked at the man silently and questioningly, waiting for further explanation. Jay came in from afar, starting to tell us that once they survived the fire, Karuna carefully began to fish out anyone with artifacts with them. Raising his index finger upward, the red-haired man clarified that the materials were not concerned. And it takes a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 10 ingredients to create an artifact. But they lost almost everything. Reproducing the same amount would take a long time, but what if a store came along that sold all the ingredients needed? They would have no choice but to go there to save time, to which the man saw the boy's dumbfounded look. When the captain's intent reached him, he smiled, stating that it sounded great, and that he was good at more than just business. Suddenly, one of the waiters entered the room, holding a covered tray in his hands, to which he heard a question from Scott. Jay replied to the employee that he was on time, then turned to the boy, asking him to try it. After all, it had been prepared especially for him, whereupon the man slowly reached for the lid, enduring the intrigue. Suddenly, with a sudden swipe of his hand, he removed the lid, proudly saying that it was one of the most popular treats on their menu. The captain showed the young boy a whole Inoxen chicken, which the boy looked at with utter shock. He then shifted his gaze to the captain, thanking him politely, but clarifying that it wasn't lunchtime. Raising his index finger up again, the man sternly asked him to try it, not forgetting his polite manners. Scott slowly tore the leg off, eyeing it suspiciously, for though he liked to eat, he had better things to do right now. He replied that he would only bite once, but as soon as his teeth made contact with the meat, the guy froze, understanding nothing. It was as if he was hypnotized, and when he came to his senses, he was already finishing the last piece, not understanding how it happened. However, the guy didn't stop there either, picking up his plate, drinking all the juice that had managed to drip onto his plate. Suddenly he heard the captain's voice inquiring about the flavor of his dish, to which the lad began to answer very earnestly. Unable to imagine how such a man became captain, he asked why not give himself fully to the cause. Jay replied that he could be proud of his skills now, and he was sure they would succeed in not arousing suspicion. The two of them then stood to the captain's confident words that they could now begin preparations to search for the demon's followers. 2 months later, two figures were walking down a dark alley, trying to act naturally without being seen by anyone. One of the men hesitantly asked if it was definitely safe where they were going now, wasting their time. To which his companion smiled, reassuring his comrade that he had already checked the owner and found no problems. He began to tell off the owner that he was a good businessman and must have set up store just to make a profit. And while his comrade was saying something about disobeying an order from a petty officer, the other opened the door, replying that he had already made an investigation. And so now they need to spend their time wisely, after which they entered the store, examining a wide variety of goods. Meanwhile, Jay, standing behind the counter, greeted the new customers and asked them what they wanted. One of the men stated how he had heard he had a pretty good product, then asked to bring what was written on the paper. A man with slicked back red hair and a monocle over his eye began to scrutinize the list. Familiarizing himself with the full list of items, the man smiled slyly, finding exactly what they were looking for. The captain was immediately reminded of the early days when they were organizing this store and work was just boiling. Scott asked with interest why he took it so seriously, while the man considering the merchandise asked him to stay out of the way. For 2 months, the man professionally served the wizards, selling them a variety of goods. Not 2 months of hard work for nothing, for this day has finally arrived. Jay announced to the buyers that he would now get everything ready. He asked them to wait a bit, then stepped aside a bit, gathering what he needed and eavesdropping on the customers. One of them trembled with indignation, asking his comrade if he was sure, for he sensed a catch in it all. The same man added in a strained voice that the petty officer had clearly said to be extremely careful, to which his interlocutor replied that it was much easier and quicker, and in the meantime another figure was striding toward the store. Opening the door, a third man wrapped in a robe stepped inside the store, looking around at everyone gathered with undisguised interest. The two dumbfounded shoppers froze as they stared at the doorway, seeing someone they definitely weren't expecting in this place. Jay, too, was surprised to see the startled faces of his customers, shifting his gaze to the entrance, examining the newcomer. The one with a smile on his face stated that they were having a very entertaining conversation, after which he asked to share it with him. While the men were talking to their foreman, Jay figured he was one of their companions they would tell everything to. However, the man with the scar on his face began to approach his fellows, glowing with dark energy, heating up the situation. After which he menacingly declared that he could no longer tolerate their failures, for they had been given a very important assignment. The two guys were immediately startled when they saw the murderous look in their boss's eyes, hopefully apologizing and making amends. One of them immediately started shouting about how he might as well not worry, since they hadn't told them who their master was. However, it did not help, and with a wave of his hand, the ringleader killed his subordinate with magic without hearing any excuses. The other guy apologized to the petty officer, while the captain watched in horror at the carnage that was going on in his store. In front of his eyes, the charred body hoarsely apologized, saying he would not disobey again. However, it was to no avail. As the body fell, the man ordered a subordinate to clean the place up, to which he heard a loud agreement. Then the hooded figure approached the salesman, apologizing for what had happened, while Jay's whole body tensed. Smiling, the man, with a scar on his face, stated that he had a little doubt in his mind about everything. He then began to cast the spell again, putting the vendor into a stupor that immediately stirred. The petty officer added that everything happened in too timely a manner not to make a big deal out of it. He then sent a spell at the captain, who could do nothing or defend himself against the flames in any way. Due to the lack of mana, Jay only covered himself with his hands, feeling incredible pain burning his body. The hooded man watched in silence as the suspicious man disappeared from the face of the earth, going down in flames. Unknown. How much time later, the man heard the familiar voice of a child urging him to open his eyes. Being riddled with rags, the captain recognized the young hero who had tried to bring him to consciousness. Dazedly examining the injured captain, the boy immediately began to question what had happened to him. Lifting up slightly and looking forward, equalizing his vision, he slowly replied that he was out of luck. The boy only stared at the captain in surprise, not understanding what he meant, waiting for a more coherent explanation. Jay remembered how the petty officer had tied him up, saying that there was a person who couldn't use mana, it was very rare. He then looked around the store, declaring with amazement that he had a lot of good and useful goods here. After that, the wizard freed the vendor from his shackles, deciding to let him live, because he might still be useful in the future. Released, the captain began to cough violently, greedily sucking in air as the evil magic left his body. Suddenly, a pouch filled with a large amount of gold coins fell onto the table with a clinking sound, spilling out onto the table. While Jay looked at the mage in surprise, the mage stated that he would pay generously, so he was counting on him to get more stuff. The black mage also threatened the seller that if he told anyone about what had happened, he would definitely not get away with it. Was the maimed captain relieved that he wasn't awakened, which meant he still got off easy? Scott was dumbfounded by such talk, asking the man about letting the situation go so easily. To which he received the answer that the mage must be sure that he could finish him off at any moment, like this time. Seeing the ashes on the floor, the boy stood up, saying that just because Jay couldn't use mana didn't mean he had to turn a blind eye to what had happened. Taking a handful of black ashes, the lad added that the sorcerer had been brave to make such traces after himself. Then he told his comrade that they would call a professional mage tracker to help them find them. To this statement, the man answered nothing, silently looking in front of him as if pondering the boy's words. Suddenly he turned his head, addressing the young hero, saying that he wanted to check something first. After all, this incident may be saying a lot more in danger than they realize, which is what brought Jay to mind. After all, the aura that emanated from the Duke during the training was beyond human capabilities, and the black mage felt it as well. Putting his head down, the captain concluded that perhaps his level was about the same as a captain in the 7th Corps. To which the boy confidently replied that no matter how dangerous it was, one had to figure it all out at all costs. Smiling and clenching his hand into a fist, he added that if it didn't work, they'd just make it work. The Black Wing captain was surprised at the positive attitude of the guy who didn't seem to be afraid of anything at all. The man caught his attitude, concurring with everything the boy said, slowly rising from the floor. Deciding that Scott deserved the praise, the man bowed, saying he trusted and would follow his orders. A month later, the young knight was at the training of the soldiers in charge of protecting the divine artifact. He looked over the records and reports, learning that they had been able to track the movement of a demon they could handle. After all, just a couple of days later, a major magical ritual was recorded on the neighboring islands. We need to ambush them with the Black Wing, taking the enemy by surprise and ruining all their plans. They were also able to pass on a bit of information to the royal family, so they will definitely get some good help. His lordship would also organize support for them, but the boy didn't understand what kind of support they were talking about. Suddenly, the doors leading to the barracks opened, releasing a knight who strode towards the boy, muttering something to himself. Why the man started complaining that a lot of knights had been sent on vacation, and apparently he wasn't too happy about the news. Truman, scratching the back of his head, noticed that Liam had also taken a long vacation and so would have to drink alone. Tucking the letter into an inside pocket, the young hero turned to the captain asking if he and Sir Liam were on good terms. Well, the man smiled back, replying that they were longtime friends and often had drinks together. Then he jumped up abruptly, inviting Scott to join him for dinner, hopefully finding himself a conversation partner. However, the boy smiled apologetically, whereupon the captain was surprised to realize that he too was taking his leave. Sighing dejectedly, Truman asked him to get a good night's rest and return soon, for duty did not wait. The boy smiled, satisfied that the captain hadn't questioned him about all sorts of vacation details. A few days later came the day of the operation, which caused 4 warships to withdraw from the harbour. At this time, A few soldiers were coming down the hallway, saying that there were very many knights missing and they couldn't miss such a chance. The door in front of them slowly began to open and a bright blue light began to show from the room. Upon entering the room, the knights unanimously declared that today they would protect the divine object no matter what it cost them. Scott, who was hiding behind a pillar, immediately raised his voice, saying that's what he thought, and it was a good thing he decided to stay. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the boy, who apologized, adding that they were acting too obviously. Looking around menacingly at the traitors, the guy that he didn't know had a man involved that he wouldn't have thought of. At this second, Captain Truman was looking at him with a cold stare, not answering anything, watching the boy's actions. However, the young warrior wasn't going to just deal with them, he needed to ferret out all available information. But suddenly, the knights stood up to the captain, declaring that the boy was just a stranger and couldn't possibly know anything about the captain. After all, he had trained countless knights who, over the years, were able to achieve unprecedented heights. He was also the one who founded the order. The man's last phrase grew into a loud shout, showing genuine emotion. The soldiers also added that he was not the one who should have been left to guard the relic, a statement that absolutely everyone agreed with. Scott then turned to Truman, asking if he had started out as a knight, to which he received the reply that it was a long time ago. For thanks to his brilliant comrade Liam, he quickly realized his limit and his limited capabilities. He also realized where he belonged, so instead of starting a band to train, he decided to go into the service. However, all his efforts were in vain, even though he had spent many years and effort to achieve it. Even so, the Baron and Baroness crossed out the notices of his transfer, pretty much dashing any hopes. The captain stated that it was unfair, and even the current king did nothing about it, though it cost him nothing. But to his deep regret, at the time, Littman was the only one who was in a trusting relationship with him. But he was the one who gave him a new dream, because since Truman's very childhood, no one recognized Truman as worthy. And the Beastman did not do it out of personal gain, but for the common good and the good of the captain, who would get what he deserved. It was all about building a new kingdom, and after his words, all the knights immediately drew their swords. The boy only laughed upon hearing the speech about the new kingdom, from the video look, and without even glancing at the blades pointed in his direction. Thinking briefly, he decided to ask the captain if that was how he explained his alliance with the demon, to which the man grinned in response. With his head down and his gaze averted, Truman replied that there was no turning back, for he already knew that there was no forgiveness for him here. He then loudly ordered his soldiers to grab the boy, who immediately rushed to the attack, swinging their blades. The young hero had heard more than enough, and so he confidently reached for his hammer, pulling a smile onto his face. In the next second, several bodies of knights flew away from the boy, having been knocked back by the huge hammer. The dumbfounded captain watched as his knights were simply beaten before his eyes, robbing them of precious life. Scott, on the other hand, lit up with a wicked grin, after which he declared that, to be honest, it suited him just fine. The bodies of the soldiers with all their weight landed on the ground, sprinkling the floor with their own blood, having sustained numerous injuries. Dropping to his knee, Truman turned to his comrades, who were trembling in pain and in agony, and called out to the captain. The man realized he couldn't let it end like this, whereupon he reached into the pouch tied to his belt. Rising abruptly, he threw an unknown object at the boy. Hopefully it would destroy him once and for all. However, the guy was already prepared for some sneaky tricks, and therefore was perpetually in suspense, because of which he was able to fend off the object. The thing turned out to be a ball, which fell to the ground with a crunch and, rolling away, shattered while Truman stared at it in horror. The red-colored ball began to crack, then began to splinter and melt, slowly releasing demonic energy outward. A second later, there was a sudden explosion of a surge of dark energy that scattered throughout the room. Dark tentacles began to encompass the boy, who tried to dodge them or defend himself, while the orb began to return energy, absorbing it at an incredible rate, increasing in size. Suddenly, the finely shattered ball began to bubble and enlarge, pulsing and continuing to absorb energy. A moment later, someone's huge clawed hand emerged from the artifact, quickly gaining a full body. After that, a very real demon with an ugly face, horns on its head, and huge wings appeared from the ball. Realizing he was free, the demon roared loudly, rejoicing in his release and deafening everyone nearby. The dumbfounded captain, seeing this, asked how this was possible, since they were now near the relic. Hearing his voice, the monster immediately grabbed Truman, who clearly did not expect such a turn of events, but could not break free from his grip. Squeezing harder, blood spurted from the armor, which the demon immediately began savoring, spilling into his mouth. The man's loud scream drew the monster away while Scott was already flying to his aid, swinging his hammer. With one swing of his weapon, the boy swelled the demon's arm in an attempt to save, albeit a traitor, but still a human being. The monster howled in pain as its arm paired with the captain's fell to the ground with a clatter, showing no signs of life. Barely breathing, the old man asked the boy why he was helping him, but the boy, not paying attention, asked where the demon had come from. Bleeding, the captain, grief-stricken, replied that Sir Litman had given it to him, but it was evident from his face that he regretted what he had done. The man also added that the man told him to use it as a last resort. Upon hearing this, the young hero turned his attention back to the monster. He watched as the barrier of the divine artifact dealt damage to the demon, dissolving its wings and inflicting incredible pain. Scott noticed it immediately, trying to mess with the magic of this barrier, much to the captain's surprise. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that there was no way they didn't know about it. But still, this rascal made them bring the demon. The hero then turned to the trembling old man, saying that he had many questions and asked him to stay here. In the next second, the demon began to fly away from the artifact, while the young man began to reach for his hammer again. Rushing in pursuit, the guy began to infuse the weapon with mana, shouting the subject but to make sure he didn't dare to run away. Upon catching up to the behemoth, the boy landed a single blow to the side that was definitely able to bring the behemoth to the ground. The demon's deep wound was bleeding, causing him to feel unbearable pain, causing him to scream deafeningly. The monster was spending his last strength to escape from danger, for he was in a losing position. The trembling demon watched as a child, armed with a hammer and no fear, slowly approached him. The boy attempted a final blow, but the monster soared through the air in a sudden motion, scurrying away. It was a distraction so the demon could get closer to the artifact, clearly planning something terrible. Upon realizing this, the young hero cursed, then ran after him in an attempt to prevent an imminent disaster. But with each passing second, the demon drew closer and closer, being illuminated by a bright light, reaching out with his remaining hand. At the same time, the ship docked at the island where the operation to capture the demon's minions was beginning. A hooded man with a bloody sword in his hands watched the 6 corpses lying on the seal. Afterward, he stated to Jay that he thought there was a disturbance on the island that prevented them from tracking properly. He was also asked if he had a clue what the issue might be, and the man in turn lowered himself to the ground. Trying to find any traces or clues, he clearly stated that someone was using concealment magic, to which his interlocutor was surprised. Not understanding anything, the hooded figure asked the captain what it meant while he pulled something out from behind his sinus. Sprinkling the seal with magic dust, the man replied that he knew nothing, but it was best to stop the ritual and go back. After which he concluded that if they wanted to hide the magic circle, then their real target was Karen. And looking at his companion, Jay froze, seeing his expressions and realizing that Scott was in great danger. At the same time, the boy was in pursuit of the demon, realizing that for them, following orders was more important than their own lives. He saw that the hell spawn had practically touched the divine artifact, and there was no way he could be allowed to do that. Upon catching up with it, the hero kicked the monster in the back, pushing it aside and giving himself room to maneuver and attack later. The boy then swung the hammer once more, concentrating the energy to deliver a heavy blow. He shrieked loudly to get his paws off of him with a clatter, bringing the weapon down on the demon's head. An unpleasant crunch sounded first, and after the monster collapsed to the ground, huge chunks of stone flew through the air. The scattered dust gave the notion that the monster was still alive, though it was incredibly weak against an opponent like Scott. Raising its head, the half-buried demon roared loudly and angrily, showing its sharp fangs. However, he only made it worse for himself when he saw the dangerous boy with the huge weapon in his hands rushing towards him again. The demon began to infuse his body with dark energy, hoping to ride a little defense against the unthinkably painful blows. And the boy, realizing that the behemoth had nowhere else to run, properly set his center of gravity, was on his way to deliver the decisive blow. In the next second, the demon's body was literally torn apart while the guy rejoiced in victory. After a moment, the boy looked around and was surprised to notice that the evil Blader-rank monster was moving around freely. After looking at the monster's remains, the young hero declared that the Demon King's followers were using a higher level of magic than he had imagined. He then carefully looked around the room, noticing that the bastard Truman had gone somewhere while he was busy fighting. Wasting no time, the boy saddled his wolf and ran out of the castle, not letting the traitor get away unpunished. Noticing the bloody footprints, they ran towards the captain while the boy thought he turned out to be the savior, but was still thrown. You can't let him get away, and so you have to use every means available, whereupon the boy activated his magic vision. Looking at the brightly glowing blood prints, the guy asked his comrade to speed up his run, wanting to catch up with the escapee as quickly as possible. At this time, Truman descended into the sewer, leaning against the wall and continuing to leave a trail of blood behind him. Suddenly he saw a blue-lit door in front of him, towards which he headed, exhaling cold air. Crouching down beside her, the man gripped his wounded rib, feeling the incredible pain the demon gave him. Lifting his head, those horrible moments flashed before the old man's eyes, mentally returning him to the monster's clawed paw. For a second, he thought about the boy who had decided to fight him, deciding that even he wouldn't make it out alive. In the end, everything he wished for so much would not come true, and it was only his weakness and the evil doom of fate to blame. He was well aware that his strong and loyal subordinates had needlessly died because of him. Even the divine relic he considered precious had not decided his fate, and his end must have come. Suddenly, a familiar childlike voice addressed the man, saying that at least he was aware of it. With a dazed look, the captain saw Scott alive and unharmed in front of him, asking him how he had survived. Before he could finish, the guy rudely interrupted the old man who was barely speaking, asking what he was so surprised about. The young hero began to move closer, unafraid of the captain's sneak attack, for it was evident that his strength had almost deserted him. The guy started to clarify whether the old man was surprised that he was alive or that he had found this secret place hidden by magic. Activating his magical vision, Scott looked around the door where the captain sat next to it, telling him he was brave. In a completely calm tone, the boy stated that he never would have thought he had a sanctuary in the sewers. Realizing how hard it was to keep anything from this boy, the man only laughed hoarsely, holding back a cough. Clutching his head with an iron gauntlet, Truman agreed with the guy, concluding that he was definitely finished. Reaching from behind his back with a youngster, the boy announced with a serious look that the knight had a couple questions left to answer, and he was primarily interested in what these scoundrels were planning, to which the old man replied that he didn't know the details. Whereupon he began to rise slowly, trying to keep his balance, while stating in passing that he only knew one thing. The tall man's shadow completely covered the boy, who tensed slightly in anticipation of any sneak attack. However, the man only leaned forward, telling the boy not to forget his promise, whereupon he slowly began to fall. A dazed Scott decided to shout to stop him, but the man who had fallen dead could no longer hear him. He began to call for the old man, but it was useless, for his hour had already passed and his strength had finally deserted him. Checking his condition, the boy realized he wasn't breathing and had reached his limit, meaning there was no way to get information. And upon rising, the boy noticed that if he hadn't become an accomplice of the demon's followers, he wouldn't have died like this. Suddenly, there was the sound of a beast barking, which drew attention, reminding them that they had found something interesting after all. As the wolf disappeared, the cattleman asked him if he could sense strong mana outside the door, then decided to check things out for himself. Forcefully kicking the door open, the young man flew into the room, expecting to see an ordinary room where some records might lie. However, what he saw in front of him made him open his eyes in surprise and freeze for a few seconds. In front of him was a cave, with an elderly man lying in the center of it, showing no signs of life. The boy ran up to him, turning him over to face him, recognizing him as the tsunami sorcerer they had long sought. Looking at his pale skin and lack of breath, the guy realized that he was already dead, and there was no way to help him. Not understanding anything, the boy tried to realize whose mana Moonwolf had smelled then, if the only person in this room was dead. He then turned his head, seeing the body of a huge monster, recognizing it as the baby Kraken lying not far from him. The body didn't radiate life either, whereupon the boy questioned where the beast from the mystical era had come from here. Suddenly, he saw the mana source that had so attracted his comrade, and he began to scrutinize it. Imagines what the sorcerer was doing to this monster. Our realized that he was transmitting information and his memories were getting to him. Touching the monster's body, the boy said aloud what one would expect from a tsunami sorcerer in his lifetime. After all, he was protecting the Kraken even after death, and if he sacrificed himself for such a thing, then there was a reason. Suddenly, Scott felt a surge of incredible magical energy surge through his entire body. After infusing himself with mana, he definitely felt a frightening evil aura that was too strong right now. After all, it felt like it was of the same level as Leon's, which could only promise more danger and misfortune. The boy grinned, keeping his eyes on the monster's body, trying to figure out where the sinister energy was coming from and what it would lead to. The young hero realized that there was no time, so he began to deal with the barrier created by hail very quickly. There are only 2 spells left, but there's no telling how long they'll take, and so you have to do everything very carefully. Not to use the mana of the first one suspended to begin with, but it was a bit hard for a tired Scott. After the first manipulations, it was necessary to restore the barrier, because if the information leaves this room, a catastrophe is coming. Suddenly, a huge stream of mana left the sewers, surging into the sky, attracting the attention of everyone who was still awake. The dumbfounded king looked out of the window, not believing his eyes, for he certainly did not expect to see such a thing right now. In the sky was a message woven with mana. On top of that, the king accurately recognized Hale's handwriting. However, as soon as the old man read the message, he immediately turned pale and aged 10 years, for it said only one word, Kraken. The man immediately realized that the beast was swimming here, and so he was seized with a primal fear not only for himself, but for all the people of Karun. And as if confirming his fears, a man flew into the room, calling for the king to hear the terrible news. First principle. Henry von Karen entered the room, along with his assistant, saying they had a big problem. A frightened man announced that a huge tsunami was heading towards them, and evacuating people alone would not do. The heir also asked for the highest warning level to be announced, which made the old man stiffen in even greater horror. Turning his head, Ahmad looked out the window, realizing that if it was indeed a Kraken, they wouldn't be able to keep it away from Karen. The only question the old man was able to ask was that it was the end, and they were unable to do anything. And suddenly, their anxious discussion was interrupted by a familiar voice asking if they had decided to surrender. They turned their heads and saw a child confidently carrying a man's body, which they were very surprised to see. The heir's aide immediately shouted, asking the boy how dare he barge in here, but the king immediately calmed him down. As Scott placed the body on the ground, the heir to the throne immediately looked at him dumbfounded, realizing who lay before him. The sorcerer Tsunami, who gave no sign of life, which the boy agreed with, claiming to be Mr. Hale. Guy also added that he fought for Karen until the very end but died. This news only made the king feel worse. Clenching his hand into a fist, the old man was furious and indignant that someone had killed his loyal mage and comrade. Henry asked who had done this to one of the 7 sorcerers of the circle, to which he received the answer that he had been ruined by the followers of a demon. Now feelings of overwhelming fear tormented the young heir as well, who said that they had defeated one of the pillars of their kingdom. However, Scott stated that there is still hope, because even in such a seemingly hopeless situation, and left them with something. Everyone was eagerly waiting to hear what the boy had to say, for this could be a chance to save an entire kingdom and thousands of innocent lives. After a brief pause, the young hero said that they had not misheard, and what the sorcerer had left them was a shield that could save Karen. Losing hope of rescue, the men hesitantly asked if what the guy was saying was true, doubting to the end. Lowering his head, the king said sadly that what Hale had left behind would not be enough at all to save the whole of Karun. Scott asked for clarification on what the old man was talking about, but the man replied that he couldn't tell him about it yet, after which he declared that holy power had a limit, drawing the attention of everyone present, especially his heir. After all, the divine artifact is supposed to protect them from the beasts, but it alone will not be enough, for the danger is far greater. And the power of the artifact will not be enough to protect them from the Kraken, which is one of the most terrible monsters. A dumbfounded Henry asked with terror in his voice if it was the monster from the legends, then asked if he had caused the tsunami. He heard no reply, realizing that he knew everything himself. However, the boy stated that they were wrong and they could use the divine object. He asked the men to recall the legend, his whole confident look making it clear that not all was lost. After all, even in ancient times, artifacts were valuable because they were created by God and therefore will always be stronger than monsters. In response, the king, without saying a word, immediately cheered up a bit, realizing that there was some truth in the boy's words. After all, the Kraken is a legendary monster. If the ancient scriptures are true, the holy power will always prevail over his. Thinking about something, the old man said aloud that the Kraken was different from other monsters, so the boy's words made sense. Ahmad then swung his hand sharply, ordering his heir and his aide to evacuate as many people as possible. After that, it was necessary to order the sorcerers to protect everyone from the tsunami, to which I heard the answer that it would not be possible to evacuate everyone. Well then, they should have just been brought to the inner square if they had to, used the ships to transfer the others to the islands. With hope appearing in his eyes, the king shouted for you to relay his orders and evacuate every last inhabitant. Suddenly, a knight came running into the hall, addressing His Majesty, shouting that they had a big problem. All the ships in the port have been destroyed, to which the old man and the young warrior reacted to such information with utter shock. Meanwhile, in the harbour, the last ship was going down while two unknown figures watched. They were wrapped in dark cloaks and their faces were hidden by hoods, causing them to try to be inconspicuous. One of the men approached the first elder, saying that he had destroyed every last remaining ship, to which the dark mage, with a scar on his face, replied that they had taken away their last chance of escape, thus winning. He then asked what had happened to the other sorcerers, to which he first received a startled look from a subordinate. Trembling with fear, he replied that they had been informed that the knight had interfered with the execution of the plan, and no news came afterward. The elder didn't like that answer, and immediately guessed that someone knew about them, but that wouldn't stop them from finishing what they had started. He then ordered his subordinate to call for reinforcements to get rid of all pursuers, which he immediately agreed to. Rejoicing and surrounding himself with dark energy, the leader said that everything was going well, while his interlocutor only looked at him questioningly. Turning his head and noticing the barrier, the elder stated that he thought even they would be tight despite their futile attempts, after which he ordered them to kill the knights that would stand in their way, which they would do just fine. The ringleader walked through the streets of the city, followed by a dozen of the demon's subordinate followers, for the show was just beginning. People who recognized the danger and tried to escape, while Karen will have to try to defend himself against the tsunami. While the mages of the kingdom surely have all their strength and mana for this, banding together in one group, they will definitely create a barrier that they will use to try to keep the water out, preventing it from entering the city. The madly smiling ringleader declared that when panic set in, they would engage the sea evil in the form of the Kraken. In the end, the royal lineage and the bright light of the divine artifact will be destroyed forever, and Karen will be buried underwater. The elder loudly declared to the minions that they had waited a long time for this, and their hour had come, and it was time for the world to know what Malam was. After 2 days, parts of the city were flooded with water and some buildings were destroyed, while there were hardly any people on the streets. Scott watched the exhausted mages who sat exhaustedly on the floor, trying to regain some strength. Breathing heavily, the king, who was holding his chest, said they were defending themselves against the tsunami without respite. Looking at the old man's condition, the boy inquired if he was all right, suggesting that he rest for a while. But suddenly, a very strong energy ran through the guy's body again, making him stiffen and realize it was coming. Such force made the young man fall to his knees, trying to keep his cool, but his condition was noticed by the king. The old man immediately started asking what was wrong, trying to figure out what could have brought such a strong boy to his knees so easily. At first, the guy didn't want to answer anything, but then he frowned, saying that he had sailed in, which meant everything was about to start. The people who had gone outside to move their belongings and evacuate simultaneously turned their heads, looking towards the sea. A dome began to rise from the calmly flowing water, making it clear that whoever lurked beneath it was very huge. Suddenly, an incredibly huge tentacle rose above the city, blocking out a huge part of the city with its shadow. Now the one who would determine Karen's fate was the terrible monster that was the sole ruler of the depths of the sea. The residents immediately dropped their belongings and rushed away from the monster in panic, wanting only to save their lives. Several mages, a knight, and the king watched the monster as it approached as close to the city as possible. Everyone immediately recognized the Kraken and kept their eyes on it while Scott called out to the king, carrying a huge sack behind him. Turning his attention to him, the old man inquired what he had in his sack, to which he replied that Hale had left it for them. Without going into detailed explanations, the boy summoned a spirit to personally greet the monster that had attacked the kingdom. Not losing hope in his savior, Ahmad shouted that he was counting on Scott, then let him go. The boy, riding a wolf, ran forward. Hopefully his plan would work, saving an incredible number of lives. Some time ago, the king watched as magic was used to hear Hale's last words. Wrapped in mana, Tsunami turned to his majesty, asking him to forgive him for leaving him so suddenly. The wizard also conveyed to the old man to let him know that for his and their people's sake, he had fought to the very end, sparing no effort. And on top of that, he left the looms of his allegiance to them. Using them, the young hero flew very quickly towards the harbor. After a few minutes, the boy reached one of the monster's huge tentacles, dodging its attacks. He then saw one of the limbs rise high up, thinking that this couldn't be possible. The guy started to look closely. Turning his head, he noticed the glittering eyes of the monster very far away from him, making it very difficult to get close to him. Reaching for the hammer from his back, the young hero reasoned that his main body was too far away. But there was a need to get there. He turned to the wolf, saying that there still had to be a solution. However, he didn't understand which one, causing him to ask his mate for help. Without hesitation, the beast showed him the scraps of the picture again, as it calmly parted the air without any obstacles, after which the young man felt the mana he was surrounded by, saying that he had experienced this sensation before. Trusting his faithful friend, the boy agreed to give it a try, to which the wolf reacted very happily. This was the third stage of the Summoner Spirit Connection Force, which caused them to push off from the ground and soar high up. Pushing off from invisible supports in the air, the young man riding the wolf and the tethered body of the monster behind him headed forward. The sensation of flying on a riding animal was new to Scott. Looking around him, he realized he was enjoying it. After seeing the huge monster from the top of the flight, the guy decided to get closer to it to put the plan into action. Upon noticing its dead child, the Kraken immediately let out an unbearably loud scream, goggling with eyes glowing red. Scott immediately covered his ears, struggling to bear the howl of the water monster that managed to deafen them for a while. At the same second, a huge tentacle was bearing down directly on them, eager to destroy the stunned opponents. A second before it was hit, the wolf managed to bounce to the side, thus saving its master from imminent death. The boy only became embittered, saying that the Kraken thought he was the one who killed his child, though he didn't care about that. He hopped from side to side to avoid being hit by the monster again, getting to its face safely. After all, the baby Kraken's body is sealed with traces of his killer, so he will be able to sense and find the culprit. Whereupon the boy tied the rope that the child was tied to, preparing to throw him forward. Tensing up, he forcefully dropped his weapon, sending the body to his mother. Hopefully this plan would work and the monster would retreat. With incredible speed, the hammer rushed forward, confidently approaching its target through the tentacles. The monster immediately noticed the child's body approaching him, stopping its destructive tentacles for a moment. The mana-infused body stopped a few meters away from the monster, halting and floating in the air. The barrier you've already earned, and the monster began to scrutinize all the information stored in his child. The wolf stopped on one of the rooftops, watching as the monster laid its body on its tentacles, ceasing its attack. After a moment, the monster began to let out a deafening scream again, showing all its anger and incredible rage. The boy began to be enveloped by a dark energy from which he could only defend himself with his bare hands, covering his face. In the next second, the body of a baby Kraken flew into it, which the mother threw with all her might, wanting to destroy the enemy. There was a deafening rumble, destroying an entire building, from which came a loud child scream. The wolf, unable to withstand this power, began to disappear into the spirit world, leaving his master to fight alone. The dazed guy thought about his failure, not realizing what could have gone wrong, since they weren't the killers. After which he looked around, realizing he was in free flight, and tried to get his body full of mana as soon as possible. Some unfamiliar voice told him to relax, but the guy couldn't hear where it was coming from or who it belonged to. A meter from the ground, the boy was caught by an unknown figure who prevented him from crashing and losing much strength. At the same second, a huge tentacle descended in front of them, blocking their path and hinting at a battle. The unknown entity, picking up the boy, began to run away while the tentacles began to move after her, running off some distance rather than turning around, trying to realize their situation, and at the same time bring the boy to his senses. However, the young hero was conscious, so he was surprised that his savior was Sazinus, whose hair was now red. The guy immediately started asking him if he could be here, since he must have some business of his own to attend to. He replied that it was more important than that, but the guy wouldn't stop, saying that if he interfered, it could lead to political problems. The man smiled, asking him to calm down, for he was wearing a mask, and then it would be very difficult to reveal him. A person who possesses both silver mana and the cold wind attribute is a young knight with the level of a challenger. There simply isn't another like Zenus, and now they could fight on the same team, something Scott hadn't expected. Suddenly the man looked at the monster, noticing that it had suddenly calmed down, but it was unclear what that had to do with. Suddenly, Scott noticed a demonic energy not far from them that was hovering right in the air, and it was easy to calculate. Among the destroyed building, they noticed the dead bodies of the demon's followers, from which the demonic energy was emanating. Not understanding anything, Scott wondered aloud why they were here, beginning to slowly piece together the facts. Remembering where the monster's punch was aimed, the guy realized that they were the ones who had planned the attack, which means that it was the demon's followers that the monster attacked, which means that Hale's plan worked. But suddenly, the monster became angry again, letting out a piteous scream, and with burning eyes began to tense its tentacles again. This picture made Scott and Zenus cringe, not realizing what could have made the monster so angry again. The boy stated in shock that there were no more followers of the demon around here because he didn't understand what it was all about then. The puzzle stubbornly didn't want to add up, so the guy asked what was up with the summoning magic the man was studying. The captain replied that she had the ability to hide anyone's presence anywhere, but they had destroyed most of the circles. After listening to him, the hero thought that even now he seemed to be the one who knew more about the demon's followers than anyone else. After a second, the guy realized that the Kraken's attack was just a distraction while the divine artifact was needed. Then, her Nash began to infuse his body with mana, clenching his hands into fists, while Zenus looked at him questioningly. Closing his eyes, the guy asked his spirit to show him the location of the divine artifact using his vision. A picture of the royal castle immediately appeared in front of the boy, which did not give any accurate information. Tensing harder, the young man asked Moonwalker to focus and show a more accurate picture to see where to go. Suddenly, figures wrapped in dark hoods appeared before his eyes, heading straight for this castle. Without wasting a moment, the hero summoned the beast, immediately saddled it, and without any warning began to run towards the castle. Zenus immediately caught up with him, moving on his own too, asking the boy if it was a good idea to leave the Kraken alone. Without slowing their step, the heroes replied that the demon's followers wanted to get their hands on the divine artifact. The man was surprised at this statement, but the boy added that his defense was a priority, for it was the only way to keep his holy vows. Frightened to death, the people watched as several huge tentacles of the water monster rose upwards. The women squealed in fear while some shook and prayed, appealing to God for survival. At the same time, the soldiers inside the temple heard loud noises and felt a terrifying energy. They didn't understand what was happening, nor did they know whether to rejoice or whether this was just the beginning of something terrible. However, thanks to the divine artifact, the area around the temple was safe, but was unknown for how long. They only had to defend it as a friend entered the room with a few more people that someone originally shouldn't be there. Bare their swords, the knights immediately became rudely curious as to who had entered, loudly and imperiously demanding that they show themselves. The voice immediately mumbled that it knew the concealment spell was useless, asking if they were tired of standing guard all the time. It didn't matter though, as they were only getting in the way, causing the elder to emit demonic energy, showing who was standing in front of them. The knights were silent as they watched the actions of the stranger, who firmly stated that it was easier to kill them than bugs. Stepping forward with his hand in front of him, concentrating the energy and creating a spell, the man added that they were no match for him. The elder released the first spell, sending flames towards the knights who could only defend themselves with swords. However, the guards quickly realized that they could not stand against the wizard, feeling the incredible pain that went through their lats. With a single spell, the sorcerer removed several knights from his path, who would no longer be able to hinder him. The elder smiled evilly, realizing that his plan was working perfectly and his goal was as close as it could get. At the same time, Scott and Zenus were running at full steam toward the temple as the boy declared that there was little left to give to the artifact. However, there were already several of the demon's followers standing guard at the temple, who recognized the boy and were ordered not to let him get any closer. Pulling the young from behind his back, the boy grew angry, pitying that they had plenty to do as it was, but the captain decided to handle it himself. The man then began to infuse his legs with mana, using his special ability that Scott had never seen before. A moment later, the captain rushed forward with a speed that was unbelievable, even for a knight, surprising the boy. The dazed followers immediately stopped, realizing that they wouldn't have time to do anything against such speed. With a few swings of his sword, the man scattered the dazed villains, making way for the lad without wasting any time. Unconsciously, the young hero smiled as he realized that Zenus was incredibly fast and quite strong, which was very suggestive. The man asked if the demon's followers would be able to touch the divine object at all, for there must be some kind of protection installed there. The boy frowned, agreeing with what he said, but he had already seen an example of how one man had almost been able to take an artifact. However, something did not give rest to the young hero, because of which he had a very bad feeling, which was building up more and more. They may have made a big mess with the Kraken, but things could only get worse from here because there's no telling how much preparation they've done. The dumbfounded captain stared at the guy, not realizing that it could be any worse than what it already was. As they ran past one of the houses, they heard a voice, immediately turning their heads and were surprised to see a familiar face. Sir Liam was watching them with his huge sword in his hand, saying hello and saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Descending to the ground, the knight decided to inquire as to what had happened, for he had not had time to be initiated. The boy began to pick up the words, trying not to waste too much time, as he suddenly noticed a huge looming shadow above him. Two men and a child, riding a wolf, managed to dodge the sudden attack of the tentacle that caught them by surprise. Dropping to the ground and tensing up as much as possible in preparation for another attack, Scott was the first to raise his voice, asking what it was. The next second, he opened his eyes wide, seeing what appeared before him, unable to say anything. From the dissipating cloud of dust, figures in dark robes began to appear, with something shining brightly beside them. One of the followers held the core of a divine artifact bound with dark demonic seals. Angered, the young hero immediately grabs his hammer, claiming that they stole it after all, and that's why the Kraken is here. Due to the theft of a divine artifact, the holy oaths could not be kept, causing the danger to only increase. Realizing what was really going on, the captain said it was now clear to him what worse the boy had been talking about earlier. Looking at their opponent, he said that first the Kraken and now one of the dark sorcerers with the seventh circle was here. Smiling, the elder grabbed his chin, saying that they had come much earlier than he had expected. He felt like it was going to be fun now, as the Morsair and two challenger-level knights were up against him. He didn't know who they were, but they definitely seemed strong enough to thwart their sinister plan. Rejoicing in such merriment, the dark mage began to concentrate energy, declaring that he would finish them off right now. Not wanting to delay, the sorcerer sent a dark lightning bolt at the heroes, which could simultaneously take all three lives. The spell was first directed towards the boy, who was sitting on top of the wolf and preparing to defend himself. Realizing the full danger of the situation, Zenus saw that Scott was in danger, so it was necessary to save him. Rushing forward, the captain stood in front of the lad, shielding himself with the sword of this terrible spell, withstanding his onslaught. The young hero was surprised at the captain's action, noticing that Sir Liam had also joined him, protecting him from the lightning. However, such a struggle only irritated the dark wizard, who increased the flow of the spell, saying that resistance was useless. In that second, it became harder for the men to hold back the attack, but they decided to put all their strength into defense, not giving the mage a chance. Scott tensed, realizing that they wouldn't last long and needed to return the artifact to the temple. He then began to look around at the minions, wondering where the one with the artifact had run off to. Looking up, the boy noticed that the rogue had soared through the air, eager to leave the scene of the battle, taking the stolen goods with him. Without wasting any time, the summoned spirit began to run through the air, catching up to the fleeing enemy very quickly. Unwilling to accept defeat, the guy grinned, ordering the thief to return the divine artifact as quickly as possible. Looking at the boy catching up to his subordinate, the elder calmly stated that he wouldn't succeed, after which he raised his hand, directing a stream of spells at the young man in the air, wanting to take him out. A frightened Zenus covered himself with his sword and immediately realized that he was aiming at Scott, and there was no way that could happen. Casting a stream of lightning downward, shattering the ground beneath him, the man abruptly soared into the air, leaving Liam standing alone on the ground. Being in the air, it was much harder to defend against the lightning, but the captain had to try to do so. At this time, Liam noticed that he had fended off a blow from one of the sorcerers in the seventh circle, deeming it reckless. The captain, without wasting precious time, began to use the sword art of Valentius, Zenus's first equinox. Once he had enough mana in his weapon, he swung it around, aiming straight at the dark mage. and bringing down the songs of the frozen blade, a stream of turquoise energy clashed with the demon's energy in an unequal battle. However, no matter how hard the man tried, the lightning still caught up with him, leaving many wounds of damage. In free fall, and the captain flew down, hoping that this was enough time for the guy to accomplish what he had planned. It was also for his safety, as Scott's protection should be prioritized over all other assignments. After all, the captain had listened directly to the Duke's words that it was necessary for the common good and for the safety of the entire world. Asgard was as serious as possible when he stated that if he didn't trust the guy, at least let him trust him. The captain clearly understood that he could not fail to follow the Duke's orders, and so a second breath opened in him as he landed on the ground. Putting his sword out in front of him, in passing beginning to brew a spell, Zenos declared to the Dark Mage that his opponent was him. Sir Liam immediately approached the captain, swinging his sword, adding that it would be difficult, but there was no turning back. The Seventh Circle Mage only laughed, asking his opponent if he was trying to provoke him. Without answering anything, the captain only mentally addressed the boy, telling him that he was counting on him, while Scott steadily approached the fleeing demon minion that held the artifact in his hand. Right now, the demon minion saw two opponents in front of him, namely two knights of the challenger level. Surrounding himself with dark energy, he decided to see what such strong warriors were made of, wanting to destroy them as quickly as possible. The sorcerer sent dark lightning at them again, wanting to see how they would resist it after last time. The two men had already prepared to defend themselves, displaying their blades in front of them while thinking up a plan of action. The lightning quickly caught up with them, but they held off the first attack with dignity, though it was obvious they were having a very hard time. Liam, who was one of the strongest knights in the kingdom, tensed up completely, realizing that with one defense, they wouldn't win. After that, he changed the trajectory of the lightning bolt, directing it into the ground so that he would have a moment to counterattack. Energizing the sword, the man grasped it with both hands, lifting the ground that was beneath his feet. He then swung his blade, sending his elemental straight at his opponent, testing his defenses. An explosive stream of magic whipped towards the minion, which he wasn't even going to dodge, letting him get closer. Responding with a smile at their exertions, the man declared that it was a good attempt, but it was all to no avail. After which, he let the lightning bolt directly into the ground, for simply stopping the knight's attack without moving from the spot. Liam was dumbfounded by the ease with which his attack was repelled, as he had invested a rather powerful supply of mana into it. Seeing his reaction, the Dark Mage smiled widely, asking the knight if he thought things would go according to his plan. Suddenly, however, he froze, turning his head quickly, not realizing what this energy was raging behind him. At the same time, Zenos was approaching him, taking perfect advantage of the moment while the sorcerer was distracted. In the next second, the captain sent a vortex into him that spun the sorcerer around, preventing him from escaping, dealing damage in the process. For a while, the whirlwind didn't stop, wanting to destroy their opponent to the end, delivering them all victory. While the captain was looking at this picture, Liam came up to him, saying that it looked like they had made it, and it was all thanks to him. Running up to Zenos, the man added that he didn't know Sir Scott had such a wonderful, strong friend. The red-haired man reacted a bit oddly to the word friend, but agreed with the knight's statement. But suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the voice of a dark mage who recognized the owner of the ice and air attributes. Hovering in the air, the demon minion stated that he finally realized who he was, asking if he had the right to fool around here. After which he called him Valentino's dog, to which Liam reacted with undisguised surprise as he looked at the captain. Zenos knew that his disguise wouldn't last long, but it didn't matter anymore because thousands of lives were at stake. At this time, the demon minion only smiled broadly, declaring that since he himself had appeared, he would get rid of him with his own hands. His opponents immediately went into a defensive stance, trying to figure out what the dark wizard would attack with now. A huge sphere appeared above the sorcerer's head, with whips of dark energy emanating from it, slowly charging up. A moment later, the elder lowered his hand, aiming the spell straight at the captain and knight, realizing their end. The sphere stretched from the speed at which it was sent at the opponents, wanting to destroy everything it saw in front of it. The dazed warriors realized that they would not be able to defend themselves with their own hands against that much energy. They had very little time to make a decision. They had nothing else to do but dodge. Jumping back as high as they could, they hoped the residual energy and huge shards wouldn't reach them. As soon as the sphere made contact with the ground, the shockwave immediately threw the men away from themselves, creating immense destruction. While the captain was in the air, he thought about the fact that the mage is very dangerous and that one attack to defeat him will be unrealistic. And before he attacks again, you should try to get him by trying to dodge all his dark attacks. However, the man had completely forgotten that the demon's minion wasn't the only problem they encountered along the way. He turned his head and noticed a huge tentacle flying towards him, almost completely covering the warrior. Putting his hands out in front of him to defend himself, the captain thought for a second, noticing that something wasn't right here. But in the next second, the Kraken's huge limb came crashing down to the ground with a clatter, kicking up dust. At the same time, Scott continued to chase after the man carrying away the divine artifact, ordering him to stop. Almost reaching for it, the boy held out his hand and the wolf put his paws forward. But upon reaching the cliff, the villain jumped down. With a final smile, the demon minion ducked under the water, causing the young hero to curse. Suddenly, Scott heard a familiar voice coming from the water, telling him how stupid the guy was. From the surface of the sea, Hassel looked up at him, who smiled and said that only a fool would fight him in the water. To which the boy told him that he was wrong, to which the man was very surprised, thinking that the boy had something wrong with his head. Pushing himself off the ground, the wolf Scott was sitting on lunged forward, straight at his opponent, eager to engage. They ran down the cliff, still trying to keep their distance as the young man declared that this time would be different. This attitude pleased the man, hinting that he had an opportunity to finally overpower the brash and cocky boy. The man agreed, cheerfully asking to try and overpower him, creating several tall and dangerous tornadoes in the process. Scott immediately armed himself with his hammer, preparing more for defense than offense, watching his opponent's actions. Rising to his full height, the man grabbed two swords, menacingly declaring that the sea would be the young hero's grave. He then swung his blades, directing the attack energy at the boy, sending tornadoes in his direction. However, the guy was surprisingly not frightened, only smiled, being prepared for such an attack, expecting something like this. Everything that Hassel sent at him reached its target, splashing water in all directions, making up a lot of water just to watch. Meanwhile, the man smiled, noticing his apparent victory, commenting that the boy was just a naive fool. However, at the same second, a child's voice was heard saying that he was wrong, to which he received only a surprised response. Raising his head, Hasley noticed that the boy was floating calmly in the air, unharmed, having managed to dodge his attacks. He asked the boy when he had learned to fly, noting in passing that his strength had increased considerably in the intervening time. Without answering anything, the young hero rushed forward, only saying that now it was his turn, swinging his hammer as he drew closer and closer to his opponent. The man didn't dare to go completely on the defense, trying to attack the guy, disrupting his movements to prevent him from getting any closer. However, her finder curled up from each attack sent, deftly leaping through the air, with which his spirit successfully assisted him. Once he was a short distance away, the youngster immediately touched the water, raising the water and creating a shockwave. The blonde managed to bounce back at the very last second, realizing now that he wasn't completely sure of his victory. As he looked at the artifact hanging on his belt, he realized that if he lost, everything would be lost and the plan would be ruined. As much as he wanted to end the fight, the man thought otherwise and immediately ducked under the water, swimming as deep as he could. After which he blinked and turned into a huge whale, putting the divine artifact into his mouth, deciding to just run away with it. After gaining speed and clutching the artifact in its teeth, the huge whale rushed forward, eager to leave its opponent behind. However, after sailing a short distance away, he heard a question as to where he was hurrying, whereupon, raising his head, the mammals saw the hammer. Against the pressure of what was underwater, a blow to the belly managed to throw the whale into the air, forcing it to open its mouth. Unable to deal with the pain, Hassel let the artifact go into free fall, unable to grab it in any way. At the same time, the boy held out his hand, smiling slyly, stating in passing that it now belonged to him. With a deft movement, the artifact core was in the hands of the young hero, who immediately rejoiced at saving the jewel. However, the whale immediately began to take huge leaps toward the boy, mentally stating that it would not let him take the artifact. Remembering where he was, Scott said he'd almost forgotten something, which only caused Hasley to look at him in surprise. While the guy had already soared through the air, infusing himself and his hammer with mana, preparing to deliver a decisive blow, Claiming to be done with him, the guy temporarily tossed the artifact and delivered a lightning strike to the whale's head. It was enough to finally dispose of someone who supposedly couldn't be fought on the high seas. As Hassel went underwater, the young hero once again found himself on the wolf's back, picking up the cannonball he had planted himself. One had to finally make sure the sea sorcerer was finished, watching as the breathless whale was belly up. Rubbing the back of his head, the boy thought about the fact that he had almost lost. But now he needed to get back to the castle, returning the artifact to its place. However, another trouble awaited him in the form of a Kraken that was clearly unfriendly, destroying everything in its path. The guy stared dumbfounded at the monster, realizing where it was going, which meant the fight wasn't over yet. At this rate, Scott knew he could not save the artifact, and Karen would be completely destroyed by the monster. It was now his duty to stop the Kraken, for only he had the power to drive the trouble away from the kingdom. The boy immediately covered his head, feeling a very powerful evil force. It felt like his head was about to split open. But the guy didn't hesitate, quickly unsealing the core of the divine artifact, hoping that it could help. Completely rid of the seal, the young hero turned to the divine monster, politely asking it to stop attacking, not forgetting to add that innocent creatures were suffering, and to the lad's surprise, the monster reacted to his words. He heard the monster's powerful low voice firmly declare that he didn't care, which made Scott cringe. The Kraken added that sacrifices were inevitable so that he could cleanse this world of evil. It was definitely clear that the monster possessed intelligence. He then unleashed on an incredible amount of evil energy that scarred the boy, and only bypassed him thanks to the artifact in his hands. The behemoth also added that the divine object was no longer in Karuna, which meant that the oath was no longer valid. Therefore, he would not break his promise even if he killed all of its inhabitants. At the same time, he raised up a huge tentacle. Seeing this, the boy immediately asked him loudly to stop, wanting to drive away the trouble and save all the innocent people. As the monster prepared to attack, the guy continued to get its attention by calling it a bloody clam. Reacting to this and turning around slightly, the Kraken noticed that the divine artifact was in the boy's hands. Not daring to ignore such a thing, the monster turned completely towards him, addressing him with fury in its eyes. Roaring wildly, sending a tremendous amount of energy into the boy, he interrogated if he was asking him to forget the pain of losing his child. Contrary to the artifact's protection, the young hero took immense damage, coughing up blood and trying to regain his breath. The Kraken's rage was intense, but even so, the boy feels his deep sadness and grief for his own child. Afterward, gathering his strength, Scott addressed the monster again, declaring that he would bring those who had killed his child. Tensing up, he raised the divine artifact overhead again, asking the Kraken to trust him and stop his rage. Looking at the young man with huge eyes, the monster declared that he was holding the divine item even though he lacked strength. The hero immediately agreed, after which he stated that he would still come up with a solution to help the monster patch up his mental trauma. After thinking for a bit, the Kraken agreed with his statement, adding that it would help him a bit by starting to absorb energy. The dumbfounded boy could not make up his victory, staring in amazement at the calmed monster. Meanwhile, Zenas slowly opened his eyes, noticing that he still hadn't let go of his trusty sword from his hands. He was immediately picked up, asking if he was awake, quickly examining the condition of his comrade, who could move some. Slowly rising to his feet, leaning on his sword, the captain replied that he was fine and very lucky. Remembering the last picture before he passed out, it seemed to him for a moment that this place would be his grave. In response to which the knight smiled, saying there was good news, much to the surprise of the captain who was holding his head. When asked about the news, Liam advised him to look in the direction indicated, where they saw a Kraken tentacle wiggling from side to side. It wasn't until a second later that Zenas noticed the dark mage pinned to the ground beneath the monster's limb. The slightly shabby man, with a scar halfway down his face, angrily thought it was very bad timing, then looked up. He noticed his two opponents who were once again ready to fight, noticing that these creeps still wouldn't give up. However, it didn't matter, because now he was determined to fight at full strength, not sparing his already enormous strength. His eyes glistened at the incredible amount of dark energy he began to envelop his body with. He soared through the air again, enveloping everything around him in darkness that spread in all directions at an incredible speed. The two knights were unprepared for this turn of events, while the captain stated that his evil power was spreading very quickly. At this time, the sky above the heads of the warriors was slowly dyed in black and purple colors, hinting at the sheer volume of the disaster. Meanwhile, the sorcerer in the air loudly announced that he would burn them to the ground in the pitch darkness, after which his face lit up with a crazy smile that made it clear that he would stop at nothing. The dumbfounded warriors, looking at all this, quickly had to make a decision on what to do next. Finding no way out, they turned around and started running away to the loud laughter of the sorcerer, who called the knights pathetic. After all, they are insignificant and worthy of their rank. Yet the dark mage did not notice the Kraken tentacle rapidly approaching him. There was a deafening thump followed by the sound of a fall, raising up a column of dust that hid the sorcerer. The wizard's spell was immediately interrupted as he was left lying pinned down by the monster's huge limb. The Kraken raised a tentacle, taking time to release the hostage, who was still catching his breath after the effects of the blow. The dazed, dark mage was still conscious, wondering why the man had attacked him again. After all, it couldn't be a coincidence. Glancing around, he noticed the monster's limb heading in his direction again to attack the enemy once more. The blow hit him in the back, breaking several ribs, causing the wizard unbearable pain accompanied by coughing. The monster sent the demon minion into free flight with incredible speed, after which it collided with the wall. When the man turned around in flight, the impact was again on his back, causing the pain to cloud his judgment. Dumbfounded Liam and Zenas, looking at this picture, didn't understand how it was possible for a Kraken to attack a demon follower. The monster didn't end there, however, sending a stream of evil energy in a certain direction, bypassing residents and buildings. The defenseless sorcerer had no choice but to take the full brunt of the monster's blow while still conscious. Trying to grab some air, the man wheezed while his robe was torn to shreds, revealing a tortured body. Losing consciousness and noticing that his body had begun to swell, the dark mage didn't fully understand why the monster had injured him. At this time, the two warriors watched in shock at the bacchanalia going on in front of them, not sure how to react. Suddenly, a dark energy began to approach them, and Liam, who was a little farther away, told the captain to run. But Zenas didn't have time to dodge, and then stopped altogether, only hearing the knight ask what he was doing. Feeling no pain or danger from the murderous energy, the captain stated that it was a power that only worked on the sorcerer. The man added that exactly no harm done, and thinks the Kraken chooses its own target, and it looks like Sir Scott has done well. At this time, the dark mage began to swell more and more, screaming wildly in pain, somehow withstanding the incredible pressure. His teeth clenched tightly and his eyes rolled upward, but he still tried to keep himself conscious. It felt like defeat, however. He would not die without a fight, whereupon the mage raised his hand, expending the last of his strength. Suddenly, the sky was colored red and then began to crack, releasing huge green shoots. The warriors looked up, not realizing what the sound was, trying to figure out what was happening to the sky and what was coming out of it. A moment later, a huge tree grew above the ground, upside down, its crown replaced by a huge slimy ball. However, the tree turned out to be an incredibly sized flower that unfurled its petals, releasing its stems. Without any warning, the flower abruptly rushed to attack the two warriors who were not expecting it. They successfully beat back the attack of the first stalks, asking each other in passing what the hell it was while continuing to defend themselves. Suddenly, there were several times more stalks, after which they attempted to tie up the careless knights, while the flower itself headed towards the swollen sorcerer who had summoned it, not sparing a moment's speed. Whereupon the plants immediately devoured him, but it was unclear whether this was for the purpose of saving or eating. Liam and Zenas stared dumbfounded at this picture, still in the bonds of the stalks that refused to let them go. Suddenly, the monstrous plant rushed away, leaving the bound knights standing still to prevent them from moving in pursuit. Unwilling to put up with it, the captain of the knight squad swung his sword in a burst of anger and rage. He could not allow the sorcerer to escape so easily, escaping imminent doom for the sins he had committed. He managed to shatter the entanglements, reaching the trunk of a huge flower that he was able to catch up with his sword. The freed warriors bounced back, landing on the ground, being alert and not taking their eyes off the plant. But against all odds, the plant managed to escape, while the knights, without wasting time, rushed after it. One thing was clear: it could not be allowed to enter the castle, or those in there would not be able to get out alive. Liam opened the door with a sprint with his shoulder, quickly pouring into the room, ready for whatever dangers lay ahead. However, he paired up with Zenas and stopped and froze, staring in shock at what appeared before their eyes, leaving a bunch of questions. In front of them were knights surrounded by dark energy who looked like they had lost their minds. Turning around, the zombie-like soldiers with blank stares endlessly repeated only one phrase, "Die." Zenas flinched, while Liam calmly surveyed the bewitched co-workers who had already bared their swords. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that this was the order of a person with power, which made the two warriors very tense. At the same second, a loud fist bang was heard against the wood of the railing that came down from the second floor, hinting at anger. The surviving sorcerer grinned, saying, shifting to a growl, that because of them, this incredibly important task had been failed. Still, he expects to find a way to reach his goal, and let them, the weak and worthless knights, try to stop him. Opening the door and turning around, the dark mage smiled, asking them to put their best foot forward to survive. Armed, the warriors tried to figure out what purpose the sorcerer was talking about, realizing where the doors the man had gone through led. For it was a direct route into His Majesty's resting place, which was obstructed by crowds of bewigged soldiers. Liam was the first to realize that the king was in danger, immediately infusing himself with mana, activating his special ability. Reacting to this, the bewitched knights immediately ran clumsily to attack, shouting for those to die to glorify him. Raising his sword, the captain of the knight squad stated firmly that he would take care of them, seeing Zenas's confident nod. The knight then struck the bewitched soldier with the side of his sword, taking care not to inflict critical damage. But against all odds, the soldier flew off a decent distance, crashing into the wall with a clatter, raising a column of dust. Still in the wall, the soldier shuddered, slowly coming to his senses and trying to figure out how he got here and why he was in so much pain. The Blue Wing captain asked if Sir Liam was sure he could handle it, to which he replied that he was hitting them with the side of his sword so they wouldn't die. Once again adopting a fighting attitude, the man rushed to the attack, shouting that they must get to His Majesty and asked the soldiers to get out of the way. With a single swing, he tossed aside a few more bewitched comrades who immediately flew high up. Looking at this cruel picture, Zenas thought in shock that he was able to do it somehow softer, in spite of his anger. At the same time, the Dark Mage created a huge hand of demonic energy, slowly killing the king's guards. In a hoarse and trembling voice, a man on his last breath begged His Majesty to flee as fast as possible. However, the sorcerer knew no pity, throwing the man headfirst, robbing him of his head and with it his life. As the man walked past the corpses, he stated that he should have introduced himself from the first, but he was interrupted by those gnats. However, he could now greet the king as he was supposed to, whereupon the man raised his hands and smiled broadly. But at the same moment, another wizard, whose duty was to protect the king at the cost of his life, stood between them and the king. Suddenly, the old man screamed, losing his temper and pointing at the sorcerer that he was to blame for everything that had happened. The one only agreed, beginning to infuse his hands with dark energy, adding that he had gotten it perfectly right. And as a reward, he decided to put an end to Karen's lineage today by wiping out all of his family members. But his villainous speeches were immediately interrupted by a familiar voice that said the end would come first for him. The Dark Mage turned around and saw the Valentino warrior who was halfway to him, charging his sword with his energy. The sorcerer replied that he was brave for following me, but that his blows were useless against him, however, something I hadn't noticed. Zenas was only a distraction while Liam ran up behind him and stabbed him squarely in the back. After which, embittered by the sorcerer's actions, the knight apologized to the king for being late, adding that they had just arrived at the palace. The king rejoiced at the hero's timely arrival, telling them that he was glad to see them safe and sound. But at the same time, the wizard laughed, asking him not to laugh, for he was definitely sure that two people wouldn't change anything. And the fact that they are here, and means that there will be 2 more corpses, after which he began to create spells with both hands again. The Dark Mage asked them to watch carefully as his hands filled with dark energy, creating something horrible. Then, with a sharp jerk, he unleashed magic straight at his opponents, all living things in his path. After all, he is the embodiment of their death. At this time, Liam and Zenas wondered where he got so much power from, after past battles. After that, the knight realized that even if he dodged, the king wouldn't make it in time, which meant there was only one solution. Suddenly, the man grabbed the Blue Wing captain, pulling him sharply towards him, causing him to look very surprised. The captain of the Royal Guard began to apologize while a dumbfounded Zenas asked him what was going on. But suddenly, the knight began to cover his comrade with a stone, saying that he must do whatever was necessary to protect the king. Meanwhile, the deadly spell sent by the dark sorcerer had come close to him. The red-haired man understood his comrade's intent, then began to mutually surround him with a barrier of air. A picture of the past surfaced in front of Liam, where the young king had asked him to serve in the crown's favor and also told him that he had faith in him. And after the sorcerer's spell had finished its work, the knight sat on his knees, shrouded in dark energy. His lats were shattered, and he looked only forward, oblivious to the unconscious Zenus lying nearby. The voice in his head whispered that he should always risk his life if he wanted to become a noble knight. One had to give his life more meaning. His eyes glazed over. But suddenly, he heard a voice saying that an evil force was trying to strike the most vulnerable parts of his mind. Suddenly, Liam woke up, whereupon he turned his head and saw the king feeding him manna and telling him not to give in. After all, even if the knight did a thoughtless act, and it is important in the end not to give up and not let evil take over. The warrior immediately jumped up, asking His Majesty not to overdo it, to which he replied that it wasn't difficult. Smiling, the blonde-haired man replied that he was already feeling better, for he could feel the evil energy receding. But they were immediately interrupted by a voice asking them to stop talking about this nonsense, for the knight was alive only because of him. Zenus stood up, saying that he had come here to help him, and the man used him like hell, asking where his conscience was at that moment. The Blue Wing captain added that he wouldn't forget what the knight had done today, but Liam immediately apologized, saying he would repay him somehow. However, now they had to deal with the sorcerer first, who, looking at them, didn't understand how they had survived. The dark mage once again began to create spells, sparing no mana to completely destroy the pesky warriors. He asked them how dare they, but hearing no answer, he continued to create another deadly spell. As they prepared for battle, Zenus stated that they only had one chance, so they needed to completely destroy his evil magic. And the sorcerer, who had surrounded himself with evil energy, loudly declared that this was the end, directing lightning bolts towards his enemies. At the same time, the Blue Wing captain decided to use Valentius's sword technique, Zenus's second technique, after which several dozen swords identical to the one in his hand appeared around him. The brightly glowing guns soared through the air, being aimed at only one target to catch up with. It was the skill of the Song of Mad Wings, which, with a flick of his hand, the man sent into the dangerous enemy. Trying to defend himself from the swords and taking damage, the sorcerer didn't understand how someone with the level of a challenger could harm him. He knew, however, that this could only be a distraction, while the real danger awaited him from behind. Turning around, he saw the knight who was about to use the Karun Royal Guard technique, Liam's lethal strike. Surrounding his sword with rocks, the man grinned and swung it, trying to aim as accurately as possible. The knight launched his sword like a spear, which flew into his opponent with incredible speed, coming closer and closer. Unable to dodge, the dark mage took the full impact of the boulder, into which Sir Liam put all his strength. Punching through the ceiling with his body, the wizard once again experienced the unbearable pain that only two challengers could inflict upon him. Under the high pressure, the ceiling was shattered as everyone in the room watched, hoping for the end. Due to the destruction of the ceiling, a lot of dust rose up, and it couldn't be seen if they had defeated the sorcerer. But suddenly, the king coughed, thanking someone, after which he knelt down without stopping coughing, causing the air and night to quickly run up to him. The man noticed that the old man had just passed out, while Zenus only looked around carefully. The man then stood up and cursed loudly, calling out, which immediately prompted a question from the knight, who didn't understand what had caused such rage. In response, the Blue Wing captain only showed the arm they had managed to cut off the sorcerer, which meant he had escaped. At this time, fleeing through the air with dark energy, the elder held onto the place where his hand used to be. He tried to get as far away as he could to avoid being caught up as he weakened, but he stopped suddenly with his head up. Just above him, riding a wolf, sat Scott, with a hammer in his hand, whom the sorcerer believed to be the heir to the Morses. The sorcerer's eyes then rounded as he asked why the boy had a divine artifact in his hand. The dark mage cursed repeatedly before facing the boy, realizing that his plan was going downhill. He tried to contact his shadows, but they would not answer him, for he did not know that they were all defeated. Bandaging his shoulder, the mage estimated that they had lost 30% of their men on this mission, and even he had somehow managed to get wounded. But at the same moment, a silhouette emitting blue mana appeared in front of him, letting him know that he couldn't get far. Noticing the enemy, the young hero, without thinking, surrounded them with a huge barrier so that he would not escape anywhere. Smiling, the boy asked the sorcerer if he had any guesses as to how he managed to get his hands on the divine artifact. However, the wizard was not eager to find out, starting to cast a spell with his remaining hand. He had already lost too much on this mission, so it didn't matter now, he just needed to successfully escape. The sorcerer ordered the boy to get out of here, sending a killing spell at him, sparing no effort. However, the young hero did not dodge or attempt to flee, but merely smiled, calling his comrade to action. Hearing the approving barking, they rushed straight for the lightning, which was flying towards them at an incredible speed. The dazed sorcerer didn't understand why he was running towards her, condemning himself to imminent death. While running, Scott activated the iron god armor, knowing full well that it grew heavier as he sped up. And it gets easier when he gets into action. With those thoughts, he forcefully pushed away from the wolf, picking up speed. Creating an iron body around himself with mana, the boy immediately swung his hammer, aiming for the lightning. After all, he also knew very well that when he started to go down, he would get heavier again, multiplying his strength many times over. Now the wizard wasn't remotely scared, not understanding what the hell was going on here, realizing that the spell was useless. Scott moved closer and closer to the demon's minion, ignoring the dark energy of the lightning, successfully breaking through it. The young hero was able to handle the spell, cheerfully, yet embitteredly declaring to his opponent that he was now going for his head. Realizing that he was done with the lightning, the boy immediately summoned his spirit to pick him up to stay in the air. Saddling into the beast, the lad once again began to feel more confident in the situation as he was able to overcome the first attack of the enemy. The demon's minion was unwilling to admit his defeat to the end, glaring at the boy in exasperation, growing more and more annoyed. However, after hesitating for only a second, the man received a rather painful blow to the chest with a huge hammer. Bouncing back a bit, he immediately grabbed the wound with his only hand, but he was still on his feet, still conscious. However, the blow was so hard that blood spurted from his mouth and made the wizard himself curse roughly. Noticing that his attack was successful, the young man noticed that the mage was definitely weaker than before, so it was necessary to continue. But suddenly the boy stopped, looking dumbfounded at yet another trump card the sorcerer had stashed up his sleeve. Raising his hand up, the man began to cast the spell again, breaking the space above him, causing the sky to crack. The villain's smile didn't bode well, and the energy coming out of him poured out in a violent stream. A small sphere shining with a bright purple color appeared above his hand, from which an incredible amount of demonic energy descended. Not daring to attack, the boy watched as the man completed his spell, blowing waves of dark energy in all directions. The seventh circle mage realized that the next attack would be the decisive one that would allow him to leave the area safely. He loudly declared to the boy that he had made him resort to it himself, and therefore he would never forgive him for it. The next moment, the boy noticed that the sorcerer's leg had begun to disintegrate, crumbling into ashes of dark energy. The dumbfounded guy immediately recognized this spell called Fire Sacrifice, which did not bode well. There was an incredible amount of energy around the wizard, which energized himself, giving up his leg in return. His evil energy is rapidly gathering, and the sorcerer himself is preparing to strike, sparing no sacrifice of his victim's full power. The sorcerer's eyes slowly filled with madness as he realized that here and now it would end. The man declared that he would burn and kill the boy in the most painful way possible, for it was he who had ruined all his plans. Then the wizard's hand came down, sending a spell at Scott with the desire to destroy him forever. In the direction of the hero flew a huge beam with incredible strength and power, which can kill any living creature. The dazed boy had not expected such eagerness from the sorcerer, but now he had to figure out how to defend himself. The young man realized that he had to act very quickly, and on top of that, it was useless to fight at a distance now. And since that's the case, he'll use what the divine item taught him. Only by using it can he avoid defeat. Normally, this is only possible if you've become superhuman. However, Scott believed he could do it. And given the experience in his soul, he can use the power of the artifact because nothing else will help him. He called out to the core as in the same second dark energy surged over him, illuminating the sky with a bright violet light. Using too much power, the sorcerer began to breathe heavily, imploring the boy to take a look at himself, for he was done. But suddenly he froze, even forgot how to breathe, refusing to believe what was happening before his eyes. The first thing the sorcerer saw was a divine artifact that was intact in the guy's hand. The man cried out that this was unbelievable. not realizing how such a strong attack couldn't leave much damage on the boy. Scott, riding a wolf, used a compressed spirit ability that protected him from the effects of the fatal blow. The dark mage, being already without 2 limbs, asked loudly how someone with the level of an expert could do such a thing. The boy, however, was pleased by such words, which made it clear that the demon follower was completely weakened. Wasting no time and swiping his axe, the young hero loudly proclaimed that this was his chance, which should definitely be taken. Rushing forward, the guy launched a successful attack, reaching his opponent's body with his weapon, spreading dark energy around him. Having surrounded only himself with a barrier, the enemy's demonic magic diverging around him was no longer dangerous to him. Being practically exhausted, the dark mage has all but given up hope of winning, trying to find a way out. At this time, the young man was watching the wizard closely, trying to see if he had succeeded in winning. But at the same second, the sorcerer grabbed the boy's arm, causing him to hesitate briefly, not knowing what else he had in store. Enraged, the man shouted loudly that he would tear the boy apart, even if it was the last thing he did. Noticing something, Scott only smiled, snickering at his opponent who didn't understand why he was smirking. Seeing where the guy's gaze was directed, the man looked up, noticing a huge tentacle moving towards him. Letting go and pushing the kid away, the dark mage soared upwards, declaring that there was no way the Kraken was going to grab him this time. But contrary to his words, the young hero immediately grabbed the sorcerer's leg, releasing the hammer from his hands and asking the man where he was going. The dumbfounded wizard loudly asked the boy to let him go because he too would die, to which he heard a question whether he would surely die. Creating a spell that he could use to push the boy away, the man shouted that the boy was crazy and it was all because of him. It was too late, however, and the sorcerer, gaunt from the loss of so much energy, only watched death approach. With a hoarse scream, the man took the full brunt of the Kraken's huge limbs, going under. When the monster retreated, the hand of a defeated demon minion who had lost everything was sticking out from under the rubble of the ground. At this time, the airborne boy, screaming that he had no mana left even to summon Moonwalker. He would surely die if he fell from such a height, but it can't end like this. And with these words, he began to fly downward. But suddenly, a monster came to his aid, setting up his limb, thus saving the young man from falling. Using my energy, the boy felt kind of weird, but the monster held him tight, helping to put him on the ground. Afterward, the Kraken thanked him, saying that thanks to the guy, he felt that he had toned down his anger a bit. To which Scott smiled genuinely, happy that he had managed to save an entire kingdom and help the monster at the same time. Against the dawn, holding up the hammer, the boy replied a little more, that it was nothing, for in the end, all ended well. The kingdom of Karen soon made an announcement about the event, that due to the antics of the demon's followers, the kingdom was in trouble. But thanks to the young hero who risked his life, giving all his strength to save the kingdom, which he successfully coped with. Without a doubt, all of the demon's followers were defeated, and the Kraken that the enemies had brought was also taken care of. With great gratitude to the young hero, the king bestowed upon him the title of Shining Knight, bestowing all honors. 3 months later, Scott is left in the kingdom of Karuna while being approached by a man claims he is unrecognizable. Examining the visibly grown lad with no trace of the child in him, Zenas asked how this was possible. Hearing his voice, the young hero turned around, surprised at the question from the Blue Wing captain, who looked at the lad with delight. The man who returned to the former appearance was happy to note that the guy had grown so much in just 3 months. Smiling, the heroes replied that it was the power of his secret technique, for he had been focusing on growth for some time. However, it was still very surprising to the man, who began to look around, noticing how quiet the training ground was. Scott hesitated, replying that it was because the coronation was coming up and everyone was very busy preparing for the event. Smiling, Zenas replied that they too should go see such a great event, suggesting the boy take a walk first. A few minutes later, they were wandering around the castle grounds, and the captain was telling them that the place had been completely rebuilt while he was resting. Remembering recent events, the hero worriedly asked the man if he was sure he was okay to walk yet. Snickering slightly, Zenas asked if the man was hinting at his serious injury and the effects of mana depletion. Seeing the agreement on his interlocutor's face, the captain confirmed his words, adding that he was almost completely cured. But he didn't need to lie down that long at all, especially if Sir Liam hadn't used him as a shield. But suddenly he asked Scott what about him and if he was okay, to which the guy looked surprised, not understanding what the question was about. The man replied that he had unleashed the power of a sacred artifact while being at the expert level and fought someone who was far superior to him. After all, such a thing must have taken a heavy toll on his body. But before answering, the lad pondered the words of his interlocutor. Unsure of his hands, the hero stated that his body didn't quite obey him, which sometimes caused discomfort. Zenas worriedly stated that this was the aftermath and the guy should rest, but he smiled and said he was almost well. The dumbfounded captain could not believe such a statement, realizing that recovery must take much longer. Refusing to take the boy's words seriously, the man said he was sure he must have more symptoms. Scott didn't dare tell the whole truth to his interlocutor that he had gotten something in return because of it. He was able to study the power of the soul, which opened up new opportunities for him to become even stronger than in his previous life. In his efforts to heal his body, from which he had squeezed all the mana out of, filling its gaps with his soul, he had gained this power. It responds to mana, but the principle is completely different. At this time, the cattle began to cast a spell, unnoticed by the interlocutor. Because this power replaces depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the effects. In addition, he could do so without using mana, after which he tossed the raised stone into the air, infusing it with spiritual energy. Smiling, the guy activated the action spell, waiting to see what would happen to the stone next. While high in the air, the dense piece of earth exploded, scattering shards over quite a distance. Even living life a second time, the guy did not know that such a thing existed, and therefore such an opportunity should not be missed. He did the right thing in not giving up until the very end, and that strength opened up incredible new possibilities for him. The legend of an aura wizard controlling the soul must have been true, as Scott had witnessed firsthand. Looking at his condition, Zenas smiled, glad that he had no problems, but would like to hear his decision. The hero didn't understand the decision in question, whereupon the man handed him an envelope, speaking of his next destination. Whereupon the captain frowned, saying that the Duke wished them to go to Elfheim at once. However, a disgruntled man raised his head, stating that he would like to visit the capital to take part in the Valentino celebrations. When he asked what Scott thought about it, the guy froze, looking at the envelope, realizing that this moment had come. It was the moment of the second calamity that would happen very soon at the solemn wedding of the royal family of Aslan. Elfheim is just an excuse. The hero looked worriedly towards the captain, not understanding what the guy's look meant. Upon hearing that Zenas would not survive the wedding, the Duke must have wanted to give him a task that had no connection to the second disaster. It wouldn't be so bad if he went to Elfheim, for he could be safe there for a while. The only problem was that a third would happen at that location, but there was a chance that the captain wouldn't die there. Also in Elfheim, Scott will meet Irina for the first time, the same elf woman I've been helping him with both business and advice. However, before him immediately surfaced the image of Khloe, who was a very dear person, family, and savior of the guy. Frowning, the guy decided for sure that he wanted to help, and in any way he could, so that mourning wouldn't overpower her for the rest of her life. After all, in the past, even when Zenas was in the palace, the calamity could not be stopped, resulting in so many casualties. The hero definitely doubted they'd be able to do anything without them, which only caused him to grab his face irritably. The concerned captain decided to inquire about the lad, but he firmly stated that he had made up his mind. The man couldn't wait for an answer. Hopefully they had the same one, while the boy replied that they were going to the capital. Pleased with this outcome, Zenas said it was a good choice, and so another interesting adventure awaited them. A short while later, the king gathered everyone at an event, to which Scott and Zenas showed up, hearing that the city's reconstruction was going well. Following the advice of the Shining Knight, he spread a warning about the divine artifact and the demon followers. The old man thought it was a good time to wish Karen safety and prosperity, for today was a momentous day. The king therefore announced the beginning of the coronation ceremony for Prince Henry, to which the crowd responded with cheers of joy. While the heir was on one knee before the king, the clergy came up to them holding a staff and crown. While everyone was cheering and rejoicing, a voice was heard behind the two warriors saying that the king would now be much calmer. It was Sir Liam, in good health, who had remembered to apologize once again for last time to Zenas. The disgruntled captain muttered that he had a duty to the royal family, so he would let him get away with it. Afterwards, the knight addressed the hero, saying that thanks to him, everything is good now and the city is calm. Suddenly, he spoke in a whisper that he heard, "There is a reason why the North Wind Lion is called the seventh deity. Scott was surprised at such information, glancing at the Blue Wing captain, trying to recall information from a past life. However, he was distracted by Liam saying that he had done well for himself as well, while Zenas turned around, wondering what the two were talking about. The knight proudly added that people talk about it a lot too, and respect the guy as a warrior, and as a savior of the kingdom. But now the guy was worried about something else, because he had never heard of the seventh deity in his past life from anyone. There were probably a lot of other people talented with Zenas, causing the guy to miss that information. However, he decided to reflect on that later. Let's continue to watch the awarding, while the king was saying that he would now hand Henry the crown. Putting it on his son's head, the man asked him to take care of the kingdom, to which he heard his son's heartfelt thanks. Raising his head and standing up from his knee, this guy was now a king worthy of bearing that title for the good of the people. At the same time, he turned to his new subjects, declaring that he was honored and under the pressure of responsibility. And he would also like to take the opportunity to reward the Shining Knight, which made Scott come to a standstill. He hadn't expected such a statement, as he had already asked for the right to borrow a divine artifact a little earlier. Stepping into the center of the hall and raising his head, the fellow addressed His Majesty, stating that he had already been rewarded handsomely. Turning his head and seeing his father's satisfactory nod, the new king said that they felt it was not enough. And then Henry waved his hand, loudly ordering the award to be brought, after which everyone in the hall turned their heads. The door slowly opened and knights began to enter the hall as well, loudly stomping their heavy lats, interrupting the murmurs of the whispering crowd. Several men were walking toward the king, while one of them carried a pillow on which something lay. Said they had heard that the kid was growing up fast, so it was useless to give him artifact armor now. So the reward would be a little different, and he happily pointed with his hand to what lay on the cushion, waiting for a new owner. The king specified that it was one of the artifacts used by their ancestor, the adventurer King Karuna. On a soft red cushion lay a huge mana necklace with a stone inside, emitting a warm and bright blue light. The boy stared in shock at the treasure lying in front of him, not believing that they would give him the thing so easily. After which the king said that he originally wanted to give him superior armor, which made the hero cry out questioningly. But Henry smiled and waved his hands, adding that she was considered a national treasure, so it didn't work out with her. However, Scott was immediately assured not to worry, because the necklace was also a great item, as it contained the sixth circle of mana. Dazedly looking at the man, the hero thought in shock that he knew Henry was generous, but not that generous. The seventh circle's superior armor has superhuman power that can be legendary. This kind of treasures even the 10 knights of the continent had touched once or twice, except for the weapon master. He is a special case. The former king got into the conversation, asking the guy not to worry, because even if he used up his entire mana supply, it would be renewed in a day. Overjoyed at such a gift, the lad put his hand over his heart and bowed low that it was a great honor. Taking the necklace in his hands to personally present the gift to the hero, Henry asked to be reminded of them when the guy would look at the necklace. Putting it on the savior of the kingdom, the new king added that Karen will always remember him as a hero. After the final speech, the hall filled with people roared with joy, shouting words of honor to the Shining Knight. Henry then took Scott's hand and lifted it up, prompting another round of praise and loud applause. The next day was the time for Scott and Zenas to depart, as they were finally convinced that the kingdom was safe. Turning around and looking at the city, the Blue Wing captain looked up and declared that they were all wonderful people. However, the young hero's mood was not so cheerful, causing him to call out to his comrade. At the captain's question, the boy held out his hand, which contained a mana necklace, then demanded to take it. The smile on the man's face was immediately replaced by surprise and then shock, for he did not understand what it meant. Waving his hands, the white-haired man immediately began to wave away and refuse, saying that this was clearly too much. However, the hero said that he couldn't use much mana at a time right now, and even if he could hold it back, it wouldn't do any good. The captain was still hesitant and didn't believe it was reason enough to give away such a valuable artifact. But the lad remained standing his ground, not lowering his outstretched hand, nor taking his eyes off his faithful comrade. Sighing heavily, Zenas had nothing else to do but agree, for the guy was really coming down hard on him. Suddenly he found a way out of the situation, reasoning that he would keep him until the hero was ready. Handing the necklace to his comrade, Scott breathed a sigh of relief, at first thinking he would disagree, but everything went perfectly. After all, everything had to be done to keep him strong, but the captain didn't know what the future held, and so he didn't worry about anything. They moved on their way, and while the man examined the necklace, Scott thought he was leading him instead of where in his past life the man had died. A couple of hours later, their feet led them to the beach, and before their eyes appeared the peaceful and boundless sea, warmed by the sun. Zenas offered to take the boat from here, to which the guy immediately gave his refusal, stating that they wouldn't need it. He then began to infuse himself with mana, while the blue wing captain looked at his comrade with astonishment. A second later, a grown silver wolf was standing next to them, and the guy declared that he wasn't going to save time and money that way. Without thinking long, they saddled the beast, which immediately began to carry them through the air, bypassing the water and accelerating to incredible speed. Already after a couple of jumps, the captain realized that agreeing to this was a very bad idea, as he had just seen for himself. Scott turned around, looking at his comrade's unimportant condition, deciding to ask how he was feeling, hearing only an incoherent wheeze in response. After gathering his strength a little, the captain declared that they had better swim, but the lad asked him not to talk nonsense, for they were almost there. As soon as the heroes turned away, he guiltily remembered that for the master of the Moonwalker, it was nothing, but for the common man, a ride on it was hell. Suddenly, the blue wing captain covered his mouth with his hand, feeling his stomach already starting to fail, giving slack. Scott turned his head worriedly and beheld the way the man couldn't stand to move so incredibly fast, releasing his stomach. Meanwhile, the port of Valentino was very busy, with many people crowded everywhere and a lot of noise and clamor all around. Some passers-by stopped and looked at the two men sitting on the ground with surprise and squeamishness. They wondered only one thing, who the tramps were, while an exhausted Scott and Zenas tried to catch their breath. The hero, who had used too much strength, had become exhausted literally in front of his eyes and was trying to recover his mana. The captain was in the same condition, saying that he first thought he was going to die, after which he asked to rent a horse from here. The suddenly dumbfounded warrior froze, looking down, at which he heard the hero ask what was wrong. Suddenly, understanding his worries, Scott also began to look through his pockets, realizing the nature of the problem. Slightly startling the captain, the boy shouted that he was missing, and this information too shocked the hero, shouting to the whole street. Both warriors grabbed their heads, realizing that they were both missing their wallets, which meant they wouldn't be taking the horse. They tried to remember where they might have lost their wallets, but all they could think of was the vast, endless ocean. Dejectedly lowering his head, Zenas stated that it was his fault and that he was sorry, but it was clear that he had other things on his mind. After all, the man really didn't want to continue traveling on the huge wolf he had already suffered because of. Suddenly, Scott got to his feet and smilingly told his comrade that they could always make money. Now was a good time to remember the days when the young heroes suffered from poverty and knew where to find a few coins. After which, the guy immediately spotted two candidates who were harassing the weaker man with the intent to rob. At the warrior's mute question, the hero smiled, saying that cities usually had money bags that were made for situations like this. Toward evening, they were approaching the kingdom while Scott explained to his comrade that everything happened because the city was free. Looking happily at the bag of money, the guy added that those scumbags had some money with them in their pockets. Zenas, however, who was not happy with what had happened, watched the cheerful kid with a sullen look, trying to keep his cool. But he could not stand it, beginning to tremble and declare to his interlocutor in an instructive manner that he had the title of a sacred knight. Then, with a sharp movement, he turned around and, breaking into a shout, asked the guy if he wanted to lose him so stupidly. The man was screaming at the top of his voice that the guy didn't investigate or assess their sins, but just used brute force. After all, such behavior will lead society to chaos, and the heroes only thought the captain was too studious, but great. After the guy bounced off, Zenas chased after him, and the hero thought about the fact that on horseback, the man gallops many times faster than any rider. This man was amazingly talented. If I was still knight hopeful, I made the right decision in taking him along. Catching up with him, Zenas swung his fist, pointing it in the guy's direction, declaring loudly that he was hit. This was a misleading statement, however, for his fist strode through the air, and lifting his head up, the man noticed the boy hovering in the air. Without descending from the wolf, he successfully and deftly landed on the ground when he heard the captain's menacing growl not far away. But suddenly, the hero asked in a serious tone for something from the man before the ceremony began, namely, what he knew about the second prince. Surprised by such a question, Zenas replied thoughtfully that his reputation was fine. He had also heard that he was close to the Crown Prince. For a moment, Scott froze, trying to digest the information, not fully believing that they were close in this life. After all, it was rumored that the second prince staged a coup d'etat, and they all died in a family war. Without lowering his gaze from his interlocutor, the hero mentally asked himself what was going on in the royal family. At the same time, a blonde-haired boy was sleeping peacefully on the woman's lap, quietly slumbering in his sleep and shuddering slightly. Stroking the boy's head, the woman sitting across the fireplace whispered quietly that the crown prince almost woke up. Lulling the boy to sleep, the woman waited for the man, who slowly walked over to the couch and stood behind her. Glancing at the crown prince, the second queen of Cartier asked the man about their plan not working, thus disappointed in what had happened. From the magic ball that lay across from the woman, a voice was heard that answered in agreement. The man, whose face was covered by a hood, could not give details, but assured her that she could not worry about the results. The queen replied that she had already heard about what had happened in Karuna, and in her opinion, it was a major and nightmarish failure. The interviewee wanted to respond, but the woman interrupted him, stating that they had been hatching the plan for several years and had spent 3 months preparing. Suddenly she was angry, a grimace on her face, asking them why they were saying the plan had failed and how much longer she should believe them. Hearing such a statement to himself, the man in the robe only lightly chuckled, not allowing himself to rudely reply to the queen. Then he smiled, saying that even if she didn't believe them, he doubted it would work to break the treaty. The woman froze, looking at her interlocutor in surprise, for she had not expected such a statement from her allies. Pulling a crazy smile on his face, the man stated that if the contract broke, they would be very sad. Reminding her of her own words, he added that she wanted to kill all the members of the Aslan family she hated, saying everything word for word. While the queen looked at the demon's minion in shock, Tut advised her to think carefully, for such an opportunity was rare. After bowing slightly, the mysterious man asked what she would do, to which the woman only clenched her fist to a shudder. Cartier's face filled with anger and a desire for revenge, whereupon she asked if they were sure they could achieve the desired result. Seeing that the woman had made the right decision, the demon minion smiled, answering the question in the affirmative. At the same time, the crown prince began to wake up, calling for his mother through his sleep, to which the queen immediately responded. Distracted from her son, she turned her attention to the magic ball, within which the silhouette of a man was no longer visible. And why she turned to her son, saying he was finally awake, which the boy immediately agreed, rubbing his eyes. Shaking him by the shoulders as well, Cartier asked if his classes would start soon, to which the boy only nodded affirmatively. Slightly miffed, he asked if he could not go since he was only half royalty and didn't even have golden eyes. The woman tried to keep herself in control, not reacting in any way to such a statement from her own son. After that, she only stroked his head in a caring manner, which elicited a surprised reaction from the awakened child. After that, she asked him not to upset her with such words, because the knowledge gained in the class will be useful for him in the future. Smiling, she added in a sweet and good-natured voice that he should just keep growing up like he had done before. The boy was more and more surprised by his mother's strange behavior and her words, the meaning of which he could not understand. But suddenly, he jumped up, loudly agreeing to her request, hoping to show her how strong and reliable he was. Smiling broadly, the crown prince declared that when he was older, like his brothers, he would put her on his back and run her around the palace 10 times. Upon hearing his loud declarations, the queen took a feigned delight in telling him how glorious he was, whereupon the boy began to talk about what had happened in past classes while his mother listened with interest. At this time, there was once again a gathering of demon minions on the other side of the continent, one of whom said that she had realized everything. He then told the second elder that there was nothing they could do even if they had prepared more. However, at the moment, the first elder was seriously crippled and was being treated, and many of their people were dead. The voice of another person, whose identity was unknown, was heard saying that it was all because of the Morse freak. Someone sitting in the audience questioned what the hero was doing now that he was able to disrupt all their plans. A reply that he had gone to Assyrian was heard, as whispers and dumbfounded exclamations were immediately heard. Everyone immediately started asking each other if the great thing was going to happen there, although it's probably a fluke since he's related to Valentino. The second elder's menacing growl immediately ordered everyone to shut up, after which the hall fell into a sepulchral silence. Everyone froze, listening to the command that said to keep watching him, but do nothing. After all, they now need to concentrate on the great cause and utilize the blue fox without failing. At the same time in the royal palace, after hearing the report, Bradley asked that he had come all this way to report to him personally. Thinking that Lot had decided to keep making life difficult for himself, the guy thanked him anyway, giving him a friendly smile. The second prince replied that he was now working with a local information group, asking if he hadn't been doing the same thing in his time. Raising his index finger upwards, his brother replied that it wasn't much at all, but noticed that it didn't suit Lot. After all, he was sure that his brother would lecture everyone and command his subordinates, which did not please Lot very much. The second prince tried to quiet his brother, but he himself fell silent, spreading his arms out to the sides, trying to play it off as a joke. The first prince then decided to ask how the queen and Tinel were doing, for he had not heard from them lately. Lot immediately frowned, not though telling his brother that it seemed their mother had summoned the head of the knights again. He knew that this news would not please Bradley, who understood perfectly well what such an action meant. However, Lot added that he was still in charge of the king's troop of knights. It couldn't go on like this. Lowering his head, Bradley thought it was all the fault of the policy of disparaging royal knights. He was brought out of his unhappy thoughts by the sudden cry of his brother, who had forgotten to say something else equally important. Scratching the back of his head, the second prince grudgingly said that their mother was treating Tinel like a child, and he was already 14. The first prince smiled as he asked his younger brother's age again, after which an amusing memory came over him. Instead of answering, the guy sitting at the table started tapping his index finger, beating out an uncomplicated motif. Lot added that the lad was infantile because of this, but suddenly called out to his brother again without hearing a reply. Bradley said he remembered someone the same age and that one boy punched him in the face. He even flipped in the air. The dumbfounded Lot froze at such a story and at the cheerful expression with which the prince himself was telling it. Hearing the reminder of Scott, the knight that stood next to the boy also recalled that skirmish, remembering the strong boy. The second prince boiled up, asking how he could let the ignorant sod go, to which Bradley stated that it was fine. After calming his brother down, Bradley stated that the boy was able to handle it, and sure enough, Lot had heard of the Shining Knight as well. The one who saved an entire kingdom almost single-handedly, yet survived and received that very title. The second prince even jumped in surprise, clarifying if this was the same knight who had stopped the Kraken and caught the demon minions. Oloth was surprised that he was 14, for they said he was a half-elf in his 20s, but Bradley could not know such details. After all, when they first met, he was just an ordinary kid, but he'd like to see him again. They wondered where he might be now, not knowing that Scott was at Valentia's second estate in Assyrian. With a languid gaze, the Duke gazed into the hero, scratching his beard and repeating for the third time how much he was surprised. Then he said that the boy had grown a lot in a year, to which he answered nothing, crossing his arms over his chest. Without raising his tone, Asgard inquired as to how it happened, and what the hell he ate to grow so tall. Unable to stand the endless questions, Scott roared, angrily asking if he was being too mean and meticulous. After all, it had been so long since they had seen each other, and that was the first thing he wanted to tell him, since he had just returned from a major assignment. Not giving in to provocation, the Sword Emperor only nodded politely, telling the fellow that he had done well with the task. For a second, the hero froze, not understanding where the Duke's former temper had gone and what was happening to the old man in general. Deciding to put those questions aside for later, the young man calmed down, returning the relaxed look, saying that it wasn't about that right now. Asgard frowned, agreeing with the young hero, saying that what was more important now was the second calamity that would happen in the royal palace. Namely, during the wedding of the crown prince and his favorite daughter Khloe, for whom he is ready to sacrifice his life. However, if no one from within interfered with the barrier they had set up, a second calamity would definitely not happen. And that would only mean that there is a traitor among the royal family who is working with the demon's minions. A great magical barrier has been placed over the entire royal estate. It is an ancient relic connected to the outer wall of Assyrian. It does not allow evil energy from outside to pass through, completely rejecting it under any guise, bringing the defense to perfect. It also freezes mana and has magical effects with which one could not be afraid of getting severely injured. Only members of the ruling family and imperial knights and mages are not subject to restrictions. So without the obligatory help of someone who can directly influence the barrier, the second disaster would not have happened. It turns out, a traitor among the highest ranks, but they can confidently trust only the eldest prince, Khloe's fiancé. The Duke hazarded a guess that the criminal was fooled by the demon's followers, for they would surely use him. Suddenly, the Duke gruffed even more, saying that it was only possible if he was as stupid as the guy. Dumbfounded by such a statement, Scott immediately roared with indignation, interjecting to ask what the Sword Emperor meant. However, the one misdescribed a careless gas who never does what he is asked to do, no matter how many times they explain everything. The only superhuman in the Royal Alliance was the Master of Weapons, the great and unrivaled Grid von Sheldon. This man, in the battle between the Kingdom and the Alliance, proved to the whole world how strong he is and what he is capable of. After all, he had personally fought countless times with the Swordmaster and kept the Alliance united and independent. He still fights with the Swordmaster even when the war is over, doing so to keep himself in shape. Their level was obvious after all. Grid had become an aura wielder 3 years ago and had managed to gain experience in that time. But at the same time, the Swordmaster had only become an aura wielder 2 years ago and was now angrily reading the letter. It was at that time that the world was rocked by the incredible fight between these two superhumans, whose equals were virtually non-existent. The Duke squeezed the letter, realizing that Grid had chosen a bad time, then asked if he didn't understand where he belonged. And does he really think this is a good time to figure out who's stronger? The man then tossed the crumpled letter in Scott's direction. After thinking for a bit, the boy asked why he shouldn't accept the challenge, to which the annoyed Asgard only stiffened questioningly. However, the boy raised his index finger upwards, clarifying that it would go through with one condition. It would be good for their plan. A week later, people decided to visit the Colosseum outside the city, where battles between knights usually take place. The people who had already managed to take their seats were watching in amazement at those who were now in the arena. Seeing a guy with dark hair, everyone started whispering immediately that he was a shining knight, while others argued that he must be much younger. At the same time, Zenus looked at the stands in surprise, noticing how many people there were, to which the hero reminded him that the fight would be between superhumans. However, the Blue Wing captain was primarily concerned about the wedding before which this fight would be held. They also heard the voice of people from the stands wondering why the Swordmaster had agreed to fight. One of them heard that the wound inflicted by the aura does not heal, and this could lead to a national loss. Suddenly, a third man also joined them, saying that the rumor was probably true. The interlocutors were immediately interested. After all, it was said aloud that the Swordmaster was against this marriage, and upon hearing this, Scott and Zenus stared toward the stands in shock. But hearing such speculation on the part of the men, the captain approached the Duke, saying that he was a little worried. Then he asked what the Duke thought of the king's decision regarding this fight. Not that his opinion was the most important. You could see by the look on Zenus's face how much he was disturbed by what was happening, yet he didn't know the true motives behind this fight. Asgard smugly told his subordinate not to worry, because everything was under control. After all, if the king didn't give permission, the Swordmaster would personally ask him for it, because he just has to trust him. Scott didn't understand the Duke. The thing was that he was still young, because compared to the past, the old man has a more heightened sense of loyalty. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that the Crown Prince was here, to which the hero paired with Zenus froze in surprise. The servants immediately opened the door, letting the blonde-haired boy forward over a small bridge, straight into the arena. When Bradley turned his head and smiled at the audience and then at the Duke, people realized that the rumor about problems with Valentius was a lie. At the same time, Scott watched the prince closely, certain that the king did not like him at all. And what is most interesting, the Crown Prince also knows about it, but with all his appearance and behavior, tries not to give the appearance. However, judging from his actions and the fact that he personally came here, he could definitely be trusted this time. The young hero and the Duke bowed, while each thought of his own, and the lad was reassured that the traitor was not Khloe's fiancé. Bradley greeted the Duke, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, to which the latter replied that it was an honor to meet His Highness. Suddenly, the Crown Prince turned his head, noticing another familiar face, slightly surprised at how different that rumpled boy was, after which he immediately stated that he recognized Sir Scott, while the guy smiled awkwardly, asking if he had come to see the fight. However, the Crown Prince suddenly blushed and smiled, scratching his cheek guiltily, trying to find the words. Bradley blurted out in the same breath that his fiancée wanted to see Scott's dog, to which the hero simply stiffened in response. Then he thought that with his mana sensitivity, he was managing to keep Moonwalker inside the barrier. Summoning a battle wolf in puppy form, the Shining Knight asked if he was the one in question, to which the prince enthusiastically agreed. He immediately took the puppy in his arms and started scratching behind his ear and telling his owner not to worry too much. Then he shifted his gaze to Scott, clearly implying that they were in the same boat as him. Without saying anything else, the guy paired up with Moonwolf and headed for the exit, leaving the hero in thought. Suddenly, the Duke's voice came up, saying that he had already informed the prince that they should put guards in case of an attack. He then looked at the young man, asking him to be ready if anything strange happened in the palace, especially near Khloe. After all, the man was worried primarily as a father, but Scott was in solidarity with him in his opinions, responding with a confident smile. Just as suddenly, the arena suddenly turned cold, making all the spectators in the stands shiver and gnash their teeth. The thing was that another person appeared in the arena and offered to organize this fight. Glaring at his rival, Asgard stated menacingly that Grid hadn't changed a bit, to which the mustachioed man replied nothing. Moving a little closer so the Duke could hear him, the man stated that there was nothing elegant about a noisy crowd. The warriors stood across from each other while the noise of the crowd only increased as everyone anticipated the incredible fight. Scott and Zenith took their places of honor in the bleachers and waited anxiously for the start, glancing worriedly at the Duke. Grid, who had a variety of weapons behind his back and on his belt, stated with a smirk that Asgard had finally managed to come to his senses. With a stony expression, the Sword Emperor replied that he was fooling around at foreign festivals, so his words meant nothing. He also asked him to remember where he belonged, to which the mustachioed man only twitched his eyebrows, questioning which one of them was fooling around. Fixing his mustache, the weapons master said that was why he thought he was a bore, because the tone of his speeches didn't match the title of an aristocrat. Irritated, Asgard stated that if he had time to think about the tone of his voice, why not think about his actions as well? After all, in his opinion, his harsh remarks deserve more attention than his lack of class. Weapon Master told his opponent to stop talking. In the meantime, begin to infuse your body with mana, preparing for battle. As soon as the two warriors lit up with mana, the referee roared loudly into the microphone, preparing to discuss the rules of combat. Superior armor is forbidden, and a safety consideration. This was done at the request of Sir Asgard. And the loser to fulfill the winner's wish. Hearing this, Scott crossed his arms over his chest, hoping for a Duke victory. Pulling out his sword, Grid stated that he wanted to end this quickly, as he already knew in advance who would be the winner. The Sword Emperor noticed with surprise that his opponent was using his sword against him, thinking it was time to stop his pointless attempts. In response, the mustachioed man said that he had realized something when he became a hurrah master and would teach him a lesson as an elder. The weapons master tried to piss off the Duke, and he succeeded perfectly, for he grit his teeth and devoured his opponent with a glare. Rushing forward, the man attacked, loudly declaring that they would see what kind of lesson the stuck-up old man had in store for him. The Duke pointed his huge sword towards his opponent, unleashing its full force on him, causing his opponent to even duck to reflect the blow. Asgard tried to be at the peak of his powers, for there was no way he was going to lose this fight. Taking the Duke's blow on his sword, the tense old man asked if this was what he called fencing, preparing to repel the attack. In the next instant, he swung his sword, pushing the Duke away from him, keeping a long distance. Landing and dropping to one knee, Duke slid a few meters, keeping his eyes on his opponent. However, Grid was already on full alert, smugly declaring that he was about to show him true swordsmanship. After which, he made a straight lunge at an incredible speed, moving towards the Duke, infusing the sword with mana. The dazed Sword Emperor could only watch as the blade swiftly flew towards him, and there was almost no time to dodge. On instinct alone, the man used parry, moving away from the tip of the blade at the last second, closing with his sword. Such an action surprised the weapon master, who thought that he was able to parry the power of aura destruction by using a rookie trick. However, while he was pondering, the Duke wasted no time in swinging his sword, aiming straight for his opponent's torso. Grid reacted lightning fast, managing to get his shield up in time to avoid getting hit by a very dangerous blow. However, Asgard's strength was enough to push his opponent farther away from himself, thinking of a further plan of action. However, the enemy was not slow either, and tried to stay in the air as long as possible, deciding to switch to long-range combat. However, the Sword Emperor made a different decision, stating to his opponent that since he had shown him a good move, he would show him his. whereupon the man pushed himself off the ground and lunged upwards, infusing the sword with mana, knowing in advance how I would pull this off. However, looking at his exertions, Grid said softly that it was nonsense, for he was more than confident of his victory. After which, the weapon master quickly changed from sword to bow, pulling the bowstring sharply, loading a huge ice arrow. However, the Duke was already in the air and therefore no way to return, only looking dumbfounded at the counterattack. Releasing an arrow, Grid watched his opponent take the full impact, back to the ground. Against the surprise, the Duke landed right on his feet, pressing into the ground slightly, for the end of the attack had not yet come. The man tensed, holding back the attack of the mana-infused arrow that pressed down on him, drawing on his speed. However, the old man had had enough of this, and with one sharp blow he chopped the arrow, trying to catch his breath. However, the weapon master didn't end there, pulling the bowstring with incredible speed, releasing several magic arrows. It was one of his vision abilities' blooming ice arrows, dozens of which were heading towards the Duke. The Sword Emperor remained standing still, watching as the ice arrows came closer and closer to him, saying that this was a great attempt. He also added that those ice arrows were useless against him, whereupon he began to repel them by swinging his sword. But suddenly his face changed to one of surprise when he noticed that these arrows weren't exactly simple. One of them suddenly exploded, creating a shockwave and scattering shards of ice that managed to catch the Duke slightly. Looking at this picture, the gunmaster said loudly that he was relaxing here, for his eyesight was not as simple as he might have thought. Hearing such a statement, the Sword Emperor only sighed heavily, deciding to move on to more complicated magic. After that, he stuck a huge sword into the ground and then began to infuse it with mana, creating a spell. Seeing this, Grid launched a few more arrows, but they only collided with the insurmountable barrier. The dazed weapon masters saw this technique for the first time and so decided to pull out a shield to avoid getting hit in case of anything. He felt his shield take the damage, but the attack ended and he successfully landed on the ground. The audience watched the fight with rapt attention while Scott was smiling and Zenas was in complete shock. After only managing to see the aftermath of the destruction, onlookers began to shriek and ask each other what had happened. At the same time, the Duke raised his head slightly, asking his opponent what he seemed to be saying about teaching him a lesson. After which he showed his hands to the arrows and swords lying around him, asking again what he thought the elder's sword art was. The Master of Arms laughed, agreeing with the Duke's words, adding that he could not defeat him with this sword, for he was his sworn enemy. The irritated Duke did not relax for a moment, declaring to his opponent that he had abruptly changed his shoes without blinking an eye. Such words made Grid laugh again, who also began to light up with mana, announcing the start of the second round. Getting slightly carried away, the mustachioed man suggested that the Duke fight to the very end until one of them was dead. He then rushed to the attack, deciding to strike first this time to prevent his opponent from relaxing. Jumping up, the old man raised the hand he held his shield with upwards, trying to make a deceptive move to disrupt his opponent's coordination. Asgard thought the same thing, but the weapons master saw it coming and decided to strike with his shield, drawing his sword aside. Frowning, the Sword Emperor asked loudly why all this meaningless rubbish about aristocrats was necessary. He received no answer to this question, however, and instead, more attacks followed, raining down from all sides. Stating that the one was fighting like a madman, the Duke went on the defense while the weapons master smiled as he continued his onslaught. The arena split into two parts, one of which glowed with blue mana, while the other emitted an orange color. Mana, bright sparks and huge boulders flying in different directions blocked the spectators' view of the two warriors. The dumbfounded people, even through the barrier, felt an inconceivable power and energy, not realizing what was going on inside. The dumbfounded mages loudly demanded to add more mana to the eastern part of the shield as the barrier became covered in cracks. However, even they couldn't do that as they watched the bacchanalia that was going on inside the protective dome. And not everything refused to believe it was human strength. These two that fought inside were indeed superhumans. At this time, unable to contain his elation, Zenas opened his eyes wide, saying that this was an unthinkable and unbelievable fight. After which he thought about it, he gradually began to grasp the essence of this ice element that was so cleverly used by the weapon master. When asked by Scott who he thought would win, the captain replied that the Duke would. But the chance of that happening was slim. After all, they've been aura masters for different amounts of time, and even 1 year can create an incredible gap. And even though at the moment their forces were roughly equal, Sooner or later, someone would definitely take the lead. It was noticeable that Grid was fed up with this childishness, causing him to declare that it was time to call it a day, reaching for a new weapon. A second later, he was standing in front of the Duke with a long spear in his hands with which he wanted to end this battle. The Shining Knight thought that the Swordmaster would have already lost, noting that in a normal situation, the difference would have made a difference. Not understanding the meaning of his words, the Blue Wing Captain interjected what he meant, looking at his smile. To which Scott replied that this time will be different, as he and Duke have a definite plan for which this fight is being held. In the meantime, the Weapons Master had rushed to attack again, armed with his spear, and the Duke waited calmly, willing to let him get closer. However, Grid also created dozens of ice blades beside him, wanting to unleash a tremendous force from all directions. Without showing a shred of doubt on his face, Asgard raised his sword, preparing to repel every attack sent his way. A Weapon Master spell called, which the Duke tried to withstand with his mana shield, while fending off flying projectiles with his sword. The dumbfounded opponent couldn't believe his eyes at how noticeably the Sword Emperor's strength had increased. However, he wasn't going to lose to his enemy so easily, raising the top of his spear, infusing it with mana. The Duke noticed a huge shadow looming over him in a huge column that did not bode well for him. That shadow was the mana emitted by Grid, who asked the Duke what he would say about it then. After which, he swung the weapon, controlled by mana like a whip, directing it towards the Sword Emperor. The Duke, never for a moment removing his defenses, swung his sword, wanting by all means to emerge victorious. In the same second, the barrier was covered with an incredible number of cracks, incomprehensible how it hadn't broken yet. Wizards from everywhere claimed that the Western Shield had fallen, followed by the Eastern Shield, and the Northern Shield was barely holding on. At this point, there were no casualties, and people were in shock trying to see through the cracks to see what had happened. Smiling Scott abruptly removed the satisfied expression on his face, looking worriedly at the barrier. Zenus also backed him up. Seconds later, the barrier finally collapsed, revealing a curtain of smoke and dust to the audience while the referee picked up a microphone. When they were dispelled, everyone noticed the Duke pointing his sword at Grid sitting in front of him, whereupon the judge declared Asgard the winner. The people immediately roared, applauding loudly and saying that Duke Valentius had won, and also asking what happened to the Weapon Master. The onlookers shouted loudly that their empire was better even with one sword. And hearing this, Scott and Zenus smiled. At this time, still facing each other, the fighters didn't dare to relax until the last. The Weapons Master trembled, angrily asking the Duke what this ability was if an honest man like him was using it. Wiping the blood that was on his lips, the Sword Emperor asked his opponent if he had figured out his trick. But not hearing an answer, he asked another question if he had finished talking about aristocracy, to which he was asked to close his mouth. Grid cried out that his attack had definitely gone through. However, it was going to end up far from that. After all, his mana lash accurately caught up with the knight who was defending himself with a huge sword and a mana shield. But in the same second, something caught the attention of the Weapon Master, who even opened his mouth in surprise. Without stopping to defend himself, the Sword Emperor used his free hand to create another spell. He then swung his sword, dispelling the mana around him and pointing his free hand towards his opponent. A tremendous energy overtook the mustachioed man, and he felt as if his body had changed in a strange way. Wasting time, the Sword Emperor rushed to attack while his opponent was in confusion and surprise. Recalling those seconds bitterly, Grid frowned and said that he would have died if the Duke hadn't stopped his sword. However, the whole problem was that the warrior didn't realize what the attack was, guessing that there was no way it was without magic. Satisfied with his victory, Asgard smirked, declaring that this was a force control field he had mastered extra recently. It was an ability he had to use in the future. But just like Grid said, this trick, but not that bad. The Weapon Master was trying to figure out what the hell this was. The Sword Emperor's powerful shout drowned out the screaming of the crowd. The man stated that he, Asgard von Valentius, was asking Grid to fulfill his will as the victor, earned in a fair fight. The mustachioed man listened exhaustedly to his opponent's speeches, being in a very depressed state, not fully realizing his defeat. After all, he can't even see his brother, and that would definitely cause imminent damage to the allied countries. As he looked at the Duke, he thought he had reached the top a few years before him, but in no way did he think he would lose. Covering his eyes, he adjusted himself to the fact that it had really happened, and a promise was a promise to be kept. Still, he did not dare to completely discard his pride. telling his opponent that if he asked for too much, he would rather die. The Duke stated that Grid von Sheldon would remain in the Empire until after the prince's wedding ceremony. The man then progressed even louder that this was his will as the winner, confidently stating his decision. The onlookers immediately began to whisper that he had shown magnanimity before the enemy, which was to be expected of Sir Asgard. Not sure what was going on, the weapons master leaned on his spear and asked the Duke what he was up to. Turning his head, the man replied more quietly that if he was very curious, he would be sure to find him later. Such an answer did not really like Grid, who literally hated to get involved in this kind of adventure, about which he knows nothing. News of Duke Valentia's victors quickly spread throughout the city, and the citizens did nothing but discuss the event. Still, the Swordmaster turned out to be stronger than the Weapon Master. Reading about it, Khloe and Vivian were delighted. In this life of Scott's, Sir Valentius is henceforth the Emperor of the Sword officially, having attained his former rank. The next day, the young hero joyfully announced to the Duke that he had received the same title as in his previous life. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a servant's voice calling out to Mr. Asgard, who immediately turned his attention to him. The butler immediately announced that Mr. Grid had come to see him, and he appeared at his personal invitation. The man who entered immediately crossed his arms over his chest, saying that as the man had requested, he had shown up, albeit without much desire. Sitting down in a comfortable chair, the old man, without unclasping his hands, asked the Duke why he wanted to see him so urgently. Raising his head, the Sword Emperor began by deciding to put down the typical aristocratic chatter, to which Grid, sighing, replied that an aristocrat had to remain virtuous even with decent conversations. The weapons master also noticed that his subordinate was also with them, so they would have to keep order. Scott immediately said that a man with power must maintain grace and remain stern. After all, he was the one who had said that this habit was developed by trauma. And after saying that, the mustachioed man turned his head angrily towards the guy. The young man added that he had heard how, when he was young, he had killed his relative when he couldn't control his strength, and in response, he immediately felt steel near his throat. Dumbfounded by such insolence, the weapon master barely kept himself from blowing the head off the insolent boy. After Grid asked who he was, Scott replied that he had told him that himself. However, the man stated that he did not know the boy. Looking at the weapons master losing his temper, the Duke, covering his eyes, explained to him that the guy was telling the truth. Dumbfounded by the man's words, Grid immediately turned his head without lowering his sword, trying to understand what his opponent was talking about. Asgard explained when he asked yesterday what trick was used to win, the answer was that this kid had taught it to him. The shocked warrior could not believe what his friend was telling him, for such a boy could not have taught someone such a powerful technique. Turning his gaze but not lowering his sword, Grid asked the Duke how to understand this, addressing him by his old nickname, Esgar. Looking at his comrade with a stern gaze, the Sword Emperor stated that since he still called him that, he was willing to listen. After that, he asked the mustached man to calm down, but he saw that on the contrary, he was getting more and more heated. There was something he needed to know, but he couldn't be allowed to hurt Scott in any way, but it was obvious the man was hesitant. Looking at the weapons master with astonishment, the boy thought that apparently these were the kind of people called terrible friends. Deciding something for himself, Grid abruptly hit his sword in its scabbard, declaring in a disgruntled tone that he was ready to hear their statements. Looking at the way his comrade was calming down, the Duke decided to lighten the mood by saying that he hadn't expected to hear his nickname, to which the disgruntled weapons master replied that his name was too long and should not be spoken even in an official meeting. Then turned to Scott, calling him Buddy, asking in a disgruntled tone what he needed to know about so urgently. Then he got angry again and threatened the boy with his fist, telling him not to talk nonsense. The young hero was genuinely surprised, realizing that what the man would hear would be nothing but nonsense for him to believe. But the mustachioed man did not relent, adding angrily that otherwise he would break his bones and tear his skin apart, to which the lad laughed in response. With an uplifted mood, the young hero agreed to the warrior's terms, noticing that here he was, good old Grid. At the mention of old age, the weapon master became very angry, but the Duke politely asked him to calm down and just listen to him. Scott said he is about 56 years old, and in a normal situation, they would have first met in about 15 years. Dumbfounded by this statement, the man froze for a moment, trying to comprehend what the obnoxious boy was saying. While the young man added that his shining blue hair was half grey then, unable to cope with age. After the long story, the Grid sat as if submerged in water, thinking hard about what he had just heard. Looking away, he noticed that everything sounded reasonable, then agreed to do it, still in doubt. Then flicked his hand away, addressing Scott like an old comrade, asking that the future was going to be terrible. With the most serious look, the heroes asked him not to worry, because this time 10 nights will prevent trouble. There was a little confusion in the weapon master's mind, for it was still unusual for him to hear about these nights, for there were now 8 of them. He decided to ask where the other 2 were, to which the guy honestly replied that he didn't know how to properly approach them yet. However, he was sure that they had already become knights, and that the Reaper was probably practicing somewhere without making himself known. And the Caster Knight must be in the Sage Tower, who also undergoes hard training and various drills. Grid listened to the guy's story with interest, asking about the Reaper and the Caster Knights, also wondering what their names were, after which he began to nod his head fiercely, saying that in such harsh and hard times, all means would be good for them. In the end, the Master of Arms concluded that they were asking him to stay because of a calamity that would happen very soon. Scott confirmed his words, while Duke calmly added that the kid made it up with his tiny brain, after which the guy got angry, asking the Sword Emperor why he would say such a thing, to which the guy replied that it was just the truth. However, Grid drew them away from the skirmish, asking the young man what about the ability he had seen earlier. Pulling away from Asgard, the hero immediately began to tell the man all the details, trying to enthrall him with his story. A few minutes later, the entire manor shuddered under the screams of the weapon master, who was genuinely shocked. Looking at the young man, he clarified that the guy had trained the ability he had used against him at the end of his past life. But he was only interested in one thing, what had happened, and how it had ended, for it was important to him to know the result of the battle. As he began to recall the details, the guy raised his hands and closed his eyes, saying they were both on the same level. Last time, Grid had said that the Duke's sword technique was superior to his level. That was how Asgard obtained the title of Sword Emperor. This information once again made the weapons master mad, causing him to once again shout that it was impossible, and decided to negotiate a duel again. While the old man was shaking, eyes darting with a snicker in his voice, Scott asked the man to calm down and listen to him carefully. In a whisper, the hero said he would train his future ability so he could fight the Duke fairly. It worked, and in the same second, the mustachioed man was nodding smartly and agreeing with the guy, supporting his venture. Asgard watched in shock as the boy and the old man conversed, while the latter marveled that he had 5 eternal armors. They spent a little more time talking while the guy talked about what kind of man he would be in the future. Rubbing his chin, Grid said that it was still suspicious, then asked why the guy had told them all this. The man decided to explain that they might be allies in the future, but that wasn't the case now, and Scott could use the knowledge for himself. The guy sighed and smiled awkwardly, replying that there was no point as the world could end at any time. After all, fame meant nothing to the boy, to which the weapons master only responded with a surprised look and an open mouth. But the young hero continued, saying that he knew for certain that the man was a true warrior who would keep his promise at the cost of his life. These words moved the old man, causing him to even sit down on the couch, unable to find the words to respond to such a statement. Suddenly, the man burst into loud laughter, but he decided not to say what it was that had amused him so much. He then calmed down, telling the guy that he would have to believe him, after which he agreed to do as the guy asked. The Duke asked in a serious tone to make sure that this conversation stayed between them and never left the walls of this office. With a haughty smirk, Grid declared to the almighty Sword Emperor that he wasn't stupid and understood everything perfectly. Asgard began to grow annoyed at the man's behavior, as Scott mumbled that he wouldn't be so sure of that, which caught the old man's attention. With a skeptical face, the young hero stated that he and Heinen were always and everywhere running into trouble. The dumbfounded weapons master stared at the young man, while the Duke tried to hide his laughter by covering his mouth with his fist. Coughing, Grid irritably replied that Heinen was as energetic as himself, but the Duke asked him to just shut up. After a while, the mustachioed man left the manor, moving farther away with each step, reflecting on what he had heard. At this time, the Duke and the hero were watching from the window, waiting for the weapon masters to distance themselves enough. Afterward, they sat down in front of each other again, Asgard clarifying that the one had left, and Scott stating that the conversation had gone well. Hearing this, the Duke agreed, adding that to build a bridge between the kingdom's alliances, they needed Grid. After all, he is the Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Selden, the center of all the magical towers and alliances of the continent. However, the joyful lad was definitely sure that the Master of Weapons would keep his word and help him in the fight against the calamity. But there was one point that still confused the young man, which made him decide to ask this very question to the Duke. Wiping the smile off his face, the young hero asked when the Sword Emperor was going to tell Cezinus the whole truth. However, this was a question that the Duke did not want to answer now, or at any time in the future. The hero added that it would be better if he could prepare ahead of time, as that would make it much easier for him to stay alive. Folding his hands in a lock, the Duke declared that he would tell him when he had quite figured it out, for the man would be mad if he asked him to lie low. Rubbing the back of his head, the guy agreed, saying that they were better acquainted with him, but contradicting that, they needed to prepare as well. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Duke agreed with those words, adding that he and the prince would use every opportunity to find out what was going on. At the mention of the prince, the young hero tensed slightly, not entirely sure if he could be trusted. Scott said that all members of Aslan's royal family are fools who sold out their own country through their own fault. However, such a comment angered the Duke quite a bit, who rudely asked the boy to watch his words, and also asked not to underestimate the intelligence of the royal family, which works very hard and promptly. So they've probably already guessed something and will try to take some action to protect themselves. However, Asgard is concerned that the disaster may not have anything to do with the demon's followers. The astonished young man interrogated the Duke, not understanding how such a thing was even possible, since all the trouble came from the minions. But the man said that if it happens because of a political war between members of the royal families, he is powerless here. Scott was dumbfounded by such speech, trying to realize the meaning of what he had heard. He stared at the Duke in silence for several seconds, after which he asked that they would just watch from the sidelines, even if the entire capital simply blew up. The man immediately began to swivel his head, saying that this was just one of the possibilities, but they wouldn't be able to predict everything in advance. The Sword Emperor's serious tone said that the thought of defending the palace made him doubt more. Suddenly, Scott smiled slyly, saying that the answer was already obvious, but Hertz was unclear about his train of thought. Scott clarified that the Duke suspects someone in the royal family, and yet the demon followers are also connected to him. The man still didn't understand the meaning of the young man's words, who added that as he knew the guy wasn't part Valentino. These words made the Duke tense more and more, because it was clear that the guy was thinking something serious. Whereupon her hero gave a thumbs up, asking the man to tell her who he suspected and he would get rid of him and run away. At these words, Asgard clenched his hand into a fist, swinging at the boy, telling him that he was crazy, for such a plan was utter nonsense. However, the young man simply asked to make sure he had a place to retreat to, but the Duke immediately talked him out of the idea. Suddenly, Duke said that he realized that the guy's mana was growing to match his physical development, and therefore he was already almost at the level of a blader. Not understanding where the man was going with this, the young hero hesitantly agreed, questioning the purpose of his statement. Hearing the answer, the man smiled evilly, happily, and with unconcealed sadism, declaring that he would personally train the young man. Remembering the last training session with Duke, when the guy had tried to control gravity, Scott immediately broke into a sweat, after which he began to laugh awkwardly and waved his hands, telling the Sword Emperor that there was no need to bother. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from the couch and ran towards the exit. However, the Duke tore after him, asking why he was running away. A month later, 3 huge hurricanes circled the training arena, accompanied by bright lightning. Holding the hammer in his hand, Scott watched the wind currents, trying to learn how to control the elements apart. The young hero began to infuse the hammer with electricity, concentrating his mana while in full concentration. He then swung his weapon, creating a new whirlwind of a hurricane, trying to keep his balance and keep the elements from dispersing. When the time came, he swung the hammer, pushing the hurricane forward with force, sending it to all the others previously made. An incredible and crushing flood of elements rushed forward, not docking with other created hurricanes. And this time, he would definitely be able to do what the Duke had been teaching him for a month, for it would help him become stronger. Everyone calls them bladers because they use swords. But the most important thing with a level 4 mana user is the use of mana. After all, this is a common ability that everyone uses at this stage, but you have to maintain incredible control to do so. Along with that, he needs to build physical strength where his body can't reach, and there's not much left for him to do. As he practiced with the Duke and lay on the floor, the latter asked if this was how he was going to defeat the members of the imperial family. The man was a stern teacher who asked what the guy wanted to be wanted all over the kingdom. After that, he picked up his sword again and chased after the young man who claimed he just needed more time. But at the same time, he thought it was still better to hurry up with the pumping or the Duke would squeeze all the juices out of him. The hero had to go through terrible things to get to where he is trying to get to now. At this time, Zenus was heading towards the arena, thoughtfully recalling his dialogue with the Sword Emperor. After all, the man had stated that Scott was about to reach blader level and therefore needed to be tested and go to the Dragon's Eye. The Blue Wing captain was dumbfounded by such news, for it was almost impossible to reach the level of a blader at such an age. He admitted that the kid was too talented, but Mr. Asgard expected too much from him since he was still a child. But when the white-haired man walked towards the arena, his eyes widened in surprise and his breath immediately caught. A huge tornado was in front of his eyes as it shouted his words, shattering his hair and clothes from the strong flow of wind. He saw a familiar fellow standing on the opposite side with a hammer in his hand, trying to tame the elements. However, the boy didn't hear the knight, being completely focused on overcoming his barrier. He only has one detail left. He needs to force himself to reproduce the ability he used in his past life. And only a blader can master it. And with these thoughts, the hero sent a projectile of orange mana right into the thick of the tornado. When the projectile made contact with the elements, an incredible reaction occurred, sending an incredibly strong shockwave. Then there was a deafening explosion, causing the captain, who had been watching, to cover his face and squeeze his eyes shut. The young man stood in front of the wreckage, used just now the ability of the King of Strength, the second characteristic movement, the Storm Destroyer. Looking at the whole scene took Zenus's breath away, forcing him to only watch with undisguised delight and silence. At the same time, seeing the excellent result, Scott smiled, genuinely happy that he had succeeded at the hardest part. He then began to jump for joy, shouting out what he could, after which loud, slightly insane laughter filled the arena. Suddenly the guy stopped abruptly, grabbing his back, remembering that such exertion made all his muscles aching with pain. This caused him to sink to the floor, holding the hammer in his hand, realizing that the manatello was being driven by his normal body. Following that, his stomach made a pitiful characteristic sound, announcing to the guy that it was time to eat. The guy had already imagined a lot of food in front of him, for a manatello consumes an incredible amount of food, when suddenly he heard a sound somewhere nearby. Clapping his hands, Zenus stated that he couldn't even imagine such a thing, that a guy so young had become a blader. The young hero was surprised to see the Blue Wing captain approaching him, asking why he had come to see him. Zenus replied that the Lord had asked to keep an eye on him. I also added that he would soon be able to outdo himself. Scott grudgingly thought that the Duke knew something was going to happen, and at the same time, his stomach signaled again. The man heard this and said it was time for a refreshment, to which the young man immediately agreed, saying he was damn hungry. Pointing his finger toward the exit, the captain suggested we go grab something and tell the guy something at the same time. The last words immediately piqued Scott's interest, who was already in anticipation of some interesting news. At the same time, the man turned around, inviting the guy to follow him, because he knows a great restaurant nearby. A couple hours later, they were walking down the street, and the young hero was asking why they had dyed his hair, as it turned out the gentleman had asked for it. The guy was immediately surprised to learn that it was the Sword Emperor's idea and that he had decided what mission to send him on. It was because of him that he had to dye his hair, because the new color will allow him not to attract a lot of attention. After all, the Shining Knight was very popular nowadays, and even now people were discussing the fact that he was a half-elf and had black hair. And then the captain began to speak a little more quietly, so that no one would hear, about the fact that from now on his alias would be Thorin. His legend is that he is a trainee knight and servant of the captain, which made Scott stiffen in a daze as he heard the last words. He got angry afterward, asking the man if it was necessary to go that far, but judging by his satisfied face, that wasn't all. After all, the master also said that if he refused, he would crumple his face. The Sword Emperor is a great joker. Squinting, the young hero knew for a fact that he meant what he said, and therefore there was no way he could consider him a fine joker. Saying this out loud, the captain asked him to watch his speech, causing Scott to immediately apologize, saying he was just used to it. However, the man interrupted him that wasn't the point, which made the guy glance in his direction, waiting for an explanation. Zenas smiled and said he needed to calm down. Then his spirit and body would be better synchronized, which would help achieve greater heights. These were also the Lord's words that he passed on to the lad to begin to comprehend strength through control and calmness. A picture of a past life immediately popped up in front of the boy when the familiar pixie noticed that Scott had beaten the bandits again. With surprise, the man asked what the big deal was, to which the girl replied with a sigh that maybe he had his reasons, but she was disappointed. After all, if the hero could control her temper enough, would become stronger and wiser than the one who now stands before her. The young man immediately thought about it, because in his past life he had been told something like this, so it was worth listening to. The captain added that he was sure his mana color had changed when he became a blader, to which Scott immediately agreed. However, what bothered the guy was that he was somehow different from the one in his previous life, which meant that something had changed. Lowering his head slightly, Zenas said that in the Valentino family, it is believed that the mana of a person with the strength of faith and will reflects the light of his spirit, and he himself becomes like an aura user, and to keep his faith strong, it is better to learn to control his temper. The young hero immediately lit the mana on his hand, examining it carefully, pondering the reflection of the spirit color. He brought his hand closer to his face, wondering why he had been so different in his previous life. Suddenly, he realized the change that had happened to him, for now he had the summoned spirit moonwolf by his side. After all, elemental beings are created with spiritual power, which means that if his spirit affects mana, he can try something. He lit a fire in his right hand, then lit a red fire in his left hand, noticing that the fire on one side was heavier than the other. Turning around, the man paid attention to what the guy was doing, but did not understand the nature of his actions, which he asked about. At the same time, Scott decided to merge the two flames by bringing his hands closer together, creating a ball of flame. Captain, you've already realized that the guy had some idea in his head, and right now he decided to test it out while standing on a crowded street. But the young man did not care about that, because he only wanted to squeeze the balloon to the limit, then shoot it straight into the sky. A couple seconds later, the heroes sent the projectile high into flight, while the dazed man didn't even have time to say a word. His head unconsciously lifted upwards, watching the flight of the flaming projectile while the guy hoped it would work. At the same second, a deafening explosion rang out in the sky, redecorating the sky in orange and red colors. People walking around the city watched with horror and fear, then what was happening in the sky directly above the city. However, the shock wave was able to reach even the ground. Passers-by immediately began to cover themselves from the wind, or cover their children. Meanwhile, the captain could only say that it was amazing, and the young hero was shocked at the power of such a charge. Then he smiled broadly, pleased that everything had worked out perfectly, and this was already his second victory of the day. The dumbfounded man couldn't hide his amazement, asking the guy how he'd done it, though he didn't really understand it himself. Looking at the young man with delight, the captain thought that he had used powerful abilities twice in one day. So much for talent. After which he asked to let me know as soon as he understood, and the hero, rubbing the back of his head, replied that his advice had helped him a lot. However, was he sure he was allowed to tell him? Because just now he was able to reinforce the guy and more. The man smiled, affirmatively stating that they were one family and therefore should help each other get stronger. At the word family, images of Zenas, Khloe, Duke and Jay popped into the guy's head, smiling as they looked at him. Suddenly they heard people near them whispering that a guy had done it and it was best not to go near him. Dazed, the young men turned around and noticed that they had been spotted, and passing townspeople immediately turned away. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the captain noticed that the guy had caught his eye, and to be more careful next time. 5 minutes later, they approached a huge establishment that looked many times more luxurious than the other buildings nearby. There was a symbol painted on the wall and an inscription that read, "To aristocrats from aristocrats in the glory of aesthetics." Zenas headed confidently forward while Scott hurried to stop him, waving his arms and demanding he stop. Turning his head, the captain asked what was wrong, to which the hero replied that the place looked very expensive. After all, he eats a lot, and maybe they should eat at the estate because it would be much cheaper and maybe even tastier. However, the man only made a wry smile, smugly stating that as the captain of the Blue Wing Squad, he had received some money. It was a very strong statement that the guy couldn't let pass his ears, immediately smiling and accepting the invitation. Half an hour later, the captain began to slowly but surely regret throwing around statements without knowing the full extent of them. He saw several mountains of empty and dirty plates in front of him, replenished with more and more, blocking his entire view. And at the same time, Scott held the meat in both hands and ate it greedily, not wanting to interrupt for a second. The waiters, along with the captain, were in complete shock, having met such a hungry and insatiable customer for the first time. The workers were panicking, unable to keep up with the guy who was emptying a new plate one by one with each passing second. Looking at the young man's appetite, the man thought that God had taught him a lesson today that man could hold even that much food. Without taking a break from eating, the guy turned his attention to his hand, examining the state of his mana, which was becoming more plentiful. The gravity element has gotten stronger too. Veteran, he could control a weight 8 times his own and now 16 times his own. This meant that only superhumans could oppose him from now on, and these conclusions really lifted the young man's spirits. As he set aside the last bone, he heard the captain question if he was full, but the lad still had room for dessert. The waiter ended up demanding 11 gold pieces for 150 servings, causing the disappointed man to hand the employee the bag without change. At this time, the young hero leaned back on the table, rubbing his stomach, saying how full he was, then thanked the captain. A distressed Zenas considered the bill, occasionally covering his eyes, realizing that he could live on such an amount for a while. Scott smiled, surprised to see that the Blue Wing captain had only had enough of one plate to eat his fill. Whereupon he turned his attention to the symbol he had already seen, while the waiter left, closing the door. He then turned to Zenas, asking if he could ask him a question, to which the man immediately gave his assent. The young hero noticed that all of the restaurant's employees had pretty strong mana, and so he wanted to find out what this restaurant was all about. The man noticed that the guy had noticed something unusual in the restaurant, then suggested he get to the point. He waved his hand, index finger out, casting a spell that immediately began to envelop the walls of the room. Scott immediately realized it was sound blocking, but didn't understand what the captain had chosen to use the ability for here. Looking at the white-haired man, the hero realized that the latter was not so easy, as he had a very clear control of mana and elements. After making sure no one could hear them or interrupt their conversation, Zenas began to say that this was a great restaurant. However, it also serves as a branch of the Royal Information Gathering Organization, the Dragon's Eye, located in the capital. The young hero was surprised to find the Information Gathering Organization masquerading as an ordinary restaurant. The man also added that the Dragon Eye exists with the support of the prince due to his succession of the state. After that, the man reached into his sinus, wanting to find something he had wanted to show the guy since the beginning of their meeting. The man then stated that this is the only organization in the palace that we Valentino people can trust. Behind his sinuses a scroll, saying that the Lord had requested that he be brought here at least once, for he thought the latter underestimated the influence of the king's connections. Such words made the guy a little flustered, remembering the recent words he had said to the Duke regarding the royal family. Zenas raised his index finger upward and added that there was another reason he had brought the young man here. The wedding is about 10 days away, and only members of the royal family, royal knights, and direct heirs of Valentia can attend. However, the Duke and Captain know that the knights turned out to be not so good, so the Lord wants the hero to pretend to be a servant. By this guy will be able to sneak into the ceremony without hiding and without fear of being caught or kicked out. However, Scott asked if it couldn't have been done sooner, but the man asked me to underestimate the gentleman as they had already found a position for him. The captain spoke so seriously, as if he had thought the whole operation through. I wish everything would go well. He also held out another scroll to the guy, telling him that in an emergency, he needed to head here immediately. When asked by the young man what was there, Zenas replied that it was the location of an artifact. Without hesitation, the hero took the scroll, wishing to familiarize himself with it a little later. The captain stated that the guy took good care of the artifact in Karuna, so he expects the same this time. You guy at first wasn't sure if he could handle it, which he told Zenas. A second later, he immediately gathered his thoughts, saying he could handle it. The captain was pleased with this attitude, smiling at the hero, not forgetting to add to have someone study the map, for it might come in handy. But after that, they put away the spells and headed for the exit, while Scott considered the restaurants of all the employees. A waiter approached the captain, asking if they liked the menu, to which the man replied that it was very decent. At the same time, a man passed by the young hero, who caught his attention with something, and the boy felt a familiar feeling. He then activated his magical vision, examining the stranger, trying to figure out what made him so confused. He immediately recognized the unassuming man as the magic-cloaked prince who didn't recognize the painted Scott. 20 minutes later, the two of them were sitting together in the same office at a long table while the prince noticed this coincidence. After all, the guy was clearly not expected to meet here, to which Herau replied that Duke Valentius told, "The principal of the Duke try their best," all to find the demon's minions, and the man was greatly surprised to learn how informed the hero was. Whereupon the man smiled and nodded, saying that it was best to keep himself as safe as possible. Without hiding a smile, the prince stated that together with him, the one who had saved Karen, he was definitely calmer and safer to be here. Scott decided to try his luck by asking him if anyone could tell him what was going on between members of the royal family. After all, it would help protect everyone from potential dangers. But the prince only paused, gazing at the hero. The boy lowered his head, but didn't look away, thinking his question was too direct and rude. The picture of the Duke beating him over the head again appeared before him. He was sure that was exactly what would happen if he found out about it. He was pulled away by the prince's voice, who said it might come in handy, but he was sure the guy got most of his information from the dragon's eye. After that, the disguised man smiled politely and friendly, asking the guy what he wanted to know. Scott, wasting no time, asked if there was anyone among the royal family who wished to destroy the country. The next second, there was a slight pause, after which the man said that he did not understand his intentions. However, he knew the guy could be trusted, so he said there were a couple of people like that, about 3 of them. Not expecting such directness, the guy shrieked loudly, trying to find out who they were, for this was very important information. Raising his index finger upwards, the prince sternly stated that first of all, it was the mother of his favorite brothers, the second queen. Scott was surprised that it was a second queen and not a second prince, but the man added that there was one rumor going around the palace. It is said that 10 years ago, when the second queen refused to marry, his father murdered her entire family, leaving a mark on her soul. The dazed guy couldn't believe his ears, because he didn't even know about this important detail even in his previous life. However, the prince stated that it was just a rumor, but if it was true, he had the answer to his own question. Trying to digest what he had heard, the young hero asked who else might be under suspicion and harm the kingdom. Frowning, the man pondered for a moment before firmly stating that they were royal knights who couldn't be trusted either. Because they are discriminated against in Aslan, mages are treated much better, so maybe they are the ones who want to destroy the country. He also announced the last man he was his own father, who is currently the king. The further the conversation went, the more shock was seen on the boy's face, for he could not believe that the king himself wished to destroy his state. The principal continued by saying that for some reason he was deeply displeased with Duke Valentius, who had recently made a name for himself in a duel. And looking at the Sword Emperor's antics, it made his father very furious, causing his mind to become clouded with the desire to take revenge on the Duke. So the heir declared that the lad had to be careful too, he and the Duke, not to fall into the king's hands. After all, it was known that his father had a secret power, but it was a big secret, so it couldn't be told to anyone. Scott understood the importance of this conversation, so he wasn't going to talk to just anyone. But now he was thinking about what he had heard. Having learned enough, the boy bowed to the man, thanking him for sharing such information. The prince stated that it was no problem, then stood up, saying today he had to meet his father and his fiancée. When evening came, the young hero met with the Duke, who listened to all the new information and was shocked. After making sure that the prince had told him all of this personally, the boy added that the situation could be much more confusing. Tiredly placing a hand on his face, Asgard said he couldn't believe the king was thinking of such a small thing. This definitely complicates things, and because of which they're going to have to try even harder and be several times more careful. The young man squirmed in his seat, sensing that Moonwolf, who was now with Khloe, was clearly concerned about something, and Scott sensed it. After all, right now his comrade is sending him alarms, which means the girl could be in some kind of trouble. Night had fallen upon the Assyrian palace, but lights still burned in some of the windows, not releasing the busy nobility to sleep. In one of the rooms, a thin woman with a stern look and a pointer in her hands was watching the Duke's daughter do a curtsy. When Khloe leveled, the woman stated that it was very elegant and therefore there were no comments or complaints. After which she decided to end their lesson in learning manners for the day. The blonde immediately thanked her teacher. Without saying a word, the teacher left the room with a smooth and proud gait, as if demonstrating everything by example. As soon as the woman left the chambers, the girl immediately sighed heavily, glad that the lessons were finally over. She lifted her head up, not looking at anything in particular, thinking only of how her life as the prince's bride was going. She didn't understand why the position of her fingers as she sat made any difference, or who one had to be to think about such things. With only Vivian here to visit her, Khloe felt sorry for herself for not connecting her life with the temple she had thought so much about. Taking a seat on the couch, she began to pet the puppy, saying that she was glad Moon was here, for he was the only one whose company pleased the girl. Suddenly, the maid announced that the crown prince had come to see her, causing the girl to raise her head in surprise. Peeking out from behind the door, a smiling guy greeted Khloe, saying that she had done a great job today. The Duke's daughter immediately rose from the couch, greeting her fiancé, clearly unprepared for his arrival. Walking up to Bradley, the girl noticed that he had been visiting her a lot lately, which was quite unusual for her. The slightly blushing guy replied that when he sees her, all fatigue is lifted as if by hand, and then he smiled. Surprised, Khloe also blushed, not expecting to hear such words from her fiancé, which made her feel embarrassed. She wondered how the Prince of the Kingdom could say such nice things after all. He was the future heir to the throne. Meanwhile, the guy asked if she remembered that they had an important appointment with His Majesty in the evening. The Duke's daughter was glad that the guy decided to change the subject, and therefore immediately agreed, smiling along the way. However, the boy immediately became serious, saying that his father may be strict, but he asks for the sake of his fiancée to bear with him. Khloe didn't understand what he was talking about, but Bradley explained that His Majesty was angry with Valentius, and more specifically, with his father-in-law. The dumbfounded blonde looked at her fiancé, not understanding why the king was so suddenly angry with her father. The girl had already heard about it when she was walking through the city in Vivian's company and happened to overhear the conversation of people passing by. However, she thought it was just gossip. But then why did he choose her to be the princess if he disliked her father so much? The girl noticed that the prince with all his appearance also didn't share the king's views, and that this also bothered him. However, he smiled and took the girl's hand, saying that as they would be together, the kingdom would unite with the duchy. Without letting go of Chloe's hand, Bradley continued that he was rushing the marriage a bit, and it might irritate His Majesty even more. He sincerely wanted his bride to understand him, and as if sensing his mood, she smiled sweetly, agreeing with his words. She thought her father had said he'd known His Majesty for a long time, but if the king's anger was more than rumor, she'd have to tell her family. A little later, they went to meet the king, and while the man entered the throne room, he was flanked by servants and his son and bride. The man turned his attention to his subject knights, who placed their hand over their hearts and bowed low, then turned his head the other way, seeing his son and the Duke's daughter looking down at the floor in a low bow. The elderly man then lowered himself onto the throne, trying to get into the most comfortable position possible. Bradley and Khloe immediately knelt down in front of him, politely greeting His Majesty, waiting for a response. Resting his head on his hand, the king asked the young couple to raise their heads so they could look into each other's eyes. The boy and girl also lifted themselves up, while one held his hand over his heart and the other held up her dress. Guy decided to start the conversation with politeness and formality, asking his father if he had been doing well lately. The man smiled, discerning that his son was trying to set his mood, then answered affirmatively. After all, his son had taken over most of the affairs of state, so why should he feel bad with the advent of free time? Bradley immediately bowed, saying that his participation was a mere convention, for the kingdom belonged to him and would continue to belong to him. And by the power he has, it was the king who gave it to him, in response to which the elderly man gave him a hard look. He realized that his son was trying to flatter him to soften his mood and attitude, but he would not succumb to such a thing. The king only asked if he then wished to take her back, in response to which the prince and the duke's daughter froze in shock. They had in no way expected such a question, but the prince found the strength to reply that if it was his will, he would obey. However, the king immediately interrupted him, smiling and stating that there was no point since all the aristocrats would be against it. After all, the king he had pushed away by surrendering his tower and knighthood could not return, however, in the guy's opinion, this was foolishness. The prince was sure that this was an important necessity under the law of the realm, which he confidently stated to his father. However, the man stood firm, saying that he was very curious about the law being above the ruler himself. Then he shifted his gaze to Khloe, saying that the companion his son had brought annoyed him even more. After all, she is the daughter of the Sword Emperor, which caused his entire gut to immediately become resentful and annoyed. The prince shouted that the title was given to him by ignorant commoners and asked him not to take it seriously. However, Khloe decided not to remain silent, introducing herself as the daughter of the Sword of the Realm, Asgard von Valentia, then greeted the king. Raising the hem of her dress slightly for comfort, the girl curtsied, expressing etiquette and politeness. It looked very brazen in the man's eyes, so he interjected about the sword of the kingdom, which he wasn't so sure about. However, the girl did not give in to his hard stare, saying that her father had recently defeated the Sword of the Alliance and earned excessive honors. But it was for the glorification of the kingdom after all, and so she wanted to defend her father's honor with all her might. But suddenly, the elderly man burst into loud laughter that echoed throughout the throne room. Looking at the two young men, he stated that the prince had chosen the one that looked so much like him, and it looked very funny to him. After which he clapped his hands, saying that the girl was very brave for throwing around such loud speeches. But suddenly his smile turned to anger in a second, as he declared that he had to warn the girl and her father. Without letting the man say a word, his son immediately cried out, trying to keep the horrible insult from being directed at the Duke and his daughter. At the same time, Moonwolf, who had been sitting on Khloe's shoulders all this time, imperceptibly growled, sensing the approaching danger. That's when he signaled his master, letting him know that his girlfriend might need help. The guy with dyed hair immediately jumped up. "I don't understand what could have happened to the girl. After all, she is not far away." He immediately connected the souls to his spirit, surveying the situation through the eyes of the beast and the video that the king was addressing her. Meanwhile, the man stated menacingly that Aslan's clan had ruled the people since ancient times and would not stop doing so in the future. After all, simpletons like the superhumans can't change that because one way or another, they obey the king. The prince's father tried to morally pressure the duke's daughter, trying to make her realize that he was the true ruler. And the crown of their lineage is the king to whom everyone and everything dukes, barons, mages, and knights of various levels are subject to. Suddenly the girl realized that perhaps His Majesty wanted something more than a kingdom. Then the king paused, looking menacingly at the duke's daughter, wondering only if she could answer anything to his speech. Looking confidently into the man's eyes, Khloe turned to him, determined to say everything she thought about his statements. However, Bradley immediately stood in front of the girl, asking his father to calm down, for he realized that the king was overreacting. The man glanced unhappily at his son, for he did not like the fact that he had interrupted the duke's daughter's answer, which he was so anxious to hear. Realizing that he would not be able to achieve the desired result, the king simply turned around, ordering the young men to leave. The prince frowned, bowed low for a second afterward, replying as he would. Khloe did the same. Whereupon the guy turned around, asking the princess to go with him, and the girl was only surprised at this treatment of herself. After all, they weren't married yet, and he had already called her a princess, but still she obeyed and followed the guy. A little while later, the king sat alone, going over the entire conversation from beginning to end in his mind, telling his son aloud that this was overkill. The throne room was illuminated only by the light of the moon, while the man sitting on the throne said that his son had grown up too fast. Suddenly a shadow approached him and asked His Majesty what reason he had for saying this to the princess. The king covered his eyes, languidly stating that he was simply delighted, he must just be getting old and couldn't do it any other way. The man standing next to the king asked again if he was that much bothered by Valentius's bloodline. Opening his eyes, the elderly man plunged into memories, saying in a tired voice that it happened 40 years ago. Then one boy came up to greet him, introducing himself as the heir to the duke's great family. He was about 10 years old and said he had just started learning the art of the sword, after which the king personally trained him. However, the man's joy over his new student faded rather quickly, and the smile fell from his face. One day, the defeated king sat on his knees, looking at his sword stuck in the ground and all blunted and broken. Suddenly, he jerked sharply at the sudden but harmless childish question of whether he was okay that sounded beside him. The young duke held out a hand to the man, addressing His Majesty, wanting to help him up after overpowering him. In that instant, the man was incredibly ashamed, and then he gave up the idea of becoming a knight and holding a sword in his hand. A little later, the king tried to convince himself that they, the Aslans, were originally predisposed to wield magic. However, he didn't even turn out to have a talent for it, making it one of the most embarrassing stories in his memory. However, he did not favor Valentius not because of personal animosity, for the reason was much deeper than simple shame at his own powerlessness. It was all about the fact that no matter how long the peace lasted, a pathetic aristocrat's family had no right to outshine the royal family. The man shuddered, declaring that it was a threat to the fundamental laws of their country, which was no different than treason. However, it was also a big problem that the prince doesn't know about it, even though he was developed beyond his years. But you can't go against the damn law, and that was the only thing that kept the king from using his power to its fullest. It is for this reason that a kingdom with such power cannot rule the entire continent, although it has the right to do so. The royal family is bound to the law, about the family of aristocrats more and more, which does not play into the hands of the lord of the kingdom at all. This is not the way for power to become centralized, and therefore every effort must be made to rectify this situation. And to rule the continent, all power must be in the hands of the king. Only then can there be order in the world. The shadow next to him immediately began to agree with the man's words, passively nudging him toward the desired action. Smiling, the king added that the reason for this would be created by the foolish queen and that demon-possessed lowlife. But his interlocutor said that they themselves would not be able to defeat Duke Valentius because he could clearly assess the limit of the demon's minions. The man immediately made a serious face, agreeing with him, saying that was why they needed him so much. He then asked if the secret weapon was ready, but the answer was not satisfactory, although the king had heard that he was talented. The interlocutor confidently stated that this was clearly a better genius born after the Shadow Group, and there was no equal. If that one continues to grow at the same rate, the king will become the first ruler to control an aura user who is a killer. However, it will take them 10 years to do so, but worry not, because if they act together with the magic tower, it will be enough. The king immediately agreed with his accomplice's words, wondering in passing where the prince had gone when he left the throne room. To which he got the reply that he wasn't headed to a specific place and seemed to be discussing business with Dragon Eye. The man offered to plant unimportant information on his son so that there was no way he could find out about their real plan. The shadow immediately accepted the order, saying that the principal would receive urgent news at the most important moment, which would distract him. The king reflected that the rebellion of the demon minions against the royal family would be accomplished very soon. As a consequence, Duke Valentius, their father-in-law, will die, thus solving many problems and opening up new opportunities for the royal family. After all, when news of the duke's death spreads around, it will give sufficient reason to claim a lack of centralized power, which in the wrong hands could lead to the collapse of the kingdom, and there is no way to let that happen. The shadow declared that they would turn the situation in their favor by all means, and at that moment, another shadow entered the hall. Crossing the hall, a dark spot on the floor stopped in front of the king, making some incomprehensible sounds. They were not like human speech, and therefore the king could not make out what the accomplice of his interlocutor was saying. At the king's question, the dark figure replied that his subordinate had brought useful news that would please the man. The king rejoiced at such words, while the shadow stated that they thought they could put pressure on Valentius even sooner. At the same time, there was also a conversation going on at the Duke's estate in which Scott told Asgard what he had heard in person. The dumbfounded man dumbfoundedly concluded that the Emperor didn't just hate him, he even risked threatening Khloe. The man then clutched his face with his hands, struggling to contain the despair and anger that wanted to spill out. The fire was fueled by a guy asking if killing the king might solve this not-so-important problem in one fell swoop. However, the Duke immediately raised his head, slowly clenching his hand into a fist, to which the hero immediately stated that it was a joke. Pulling himself together, the Sword Emperor calmed down a bit, crossing his arms over his chest and asking why this had happened. Just like the king, he remembered the youthful time when he could defeat His Majesty time after time at sword. Was he still angry? But to make amends, he persevered for his good, not failing him once. With a wave of his hands, Scott was very curious as to what useful thoughts popped into the Duke's head. The man asked him loudly if he didn't realize how serious it was, but the guy was doubtful. Then asked the man if this was a bigger problem than the Demon King's army, to which Asgard turned away grudgingly. He recognized that the young hero was right this time, and so would have to agree with him, while the boy advised him not to get carried away. The young hero stated that it would all end the same if the Demon King came, and whether they wanted to or not, they would have to unite. After all, he knows what he's talking about, and that's what the Duke must believe, which the man agreed with, adding that there was only one way out. They need to keep all the forces of humanity alive so that together they can stand against the hordes of the demonic army. The Sudden Sword Emperor smiled amicably, saying that sometimes he envied Scott's simple mindset. The guy roared in response, saying that he could have just stopped at the word jealous and not continued any further. Crossing his arms once more, the man closed his eyes and relaxed, his thoughts coming to order thanks to the boy. But at the same second, Zenas flew into the room, loudly proclaiming that they had a problem that needed no delay. Holding the scroll in his hands, the man said in a panic that there was urgent and reliable Dragon Eye news. Rebellions began in the small towns in the royal family's domain, which immediately sent the Hertzers into shock. And judging by the report, the king will order the Duke to suppress it personally, hearing that even Scott realized it was just out of place. Holding out a scroll to the Duke, the captain said that this was the contents of the official announcement they would soon receive. Asgard read out that Valentius must quell a rebellion in several small towns and prove himself worthy to become the royal family's father-in-law. But the most important information there was that the deadline was given before his daughter's wedding. Meanwhile, the young hero asked in shock how much courage they had since they started it in towns with few people. Zenas immediately replied that from what he had heard, the people behind this were thinking of joining the demon's followers. Whereupon the captain lowered his head, saying that it was absurd, for to do such a thing at such a crucial time was terrible. Upon reflection, Scott that the demon followers are trying to divide the military power of the royal family, thus gaining an advantage. The disgruntled Duke immediately closed his eyes with a frown, saying that it meant they would attack during the wedding. However, the captain, who did not know the whole truth, said that they could not know that they would dare to act that very day. Placing a hand on Zenas's shoulder, the Duke stated that they had reason to believe so, and they would be sure to tell him everything soon. However, they needed to settle this problem first, and on top of that, the Sword Emperor was putting off talking to the captain. Disheartened by such words, Zenas could do nothing else but agree, expecting an explanation in the future. The captain then went back to explaining, saying that judging from the reports, they had started in small towns. Serengal and Lahwai will be dealt with by the kingdom's army and the magic tower, since the Ice Flame mage was sent there. They will, however, have to travel to Tsarin, which is located exactly between Valentino and the royal palace. Upon reflection, the Duke said that he would have to send high-ranking knights to be in time for the start of Khloe's wedding. The captain nodded uncertainly in agreement, but some thoughts still plagued his troubled mind. Because of what he said, the high-class knights, including him, were now in the palace. If they performed, they would quickly be completely finished. However, the only problem was that they still wouldn't make it back before the wedding, no matter how hard they tried. To which Asgard replied thoughtfully that even in such a harsh time, the king wished to fully exhaust all of Valentino's strength. The Sudden Sword Emperor offered to destroy everything here, and in response to that, he saw two pairs of dazed eyes pointed in his direction. However, the Duke immediately calmed them down, saying that he did not claim, said that such an option should not be ruled out. But because of Khloe and family, he can't act rashly, and cancelling the wedding will greatly affect them and their status. All three of them were in deepest thought, trying to solve a rather difficult problem, with little or no time to solve it. Suddenly the young hero smiled and snapped his fingers, saying that this could easily be taken care of in a week. Proudly pointing a finger at himself, he added that it would only be possible if he could go alone. Now the two shocked men looked at the guy, while the captain asked if he wanted to use the wolf spirit. Scott decided to explain his strategy, reasoning that it would take him 3 days round trip. And he also has 1 day to completely deal with it, ending the rebellion and subduing all the people of the city. After weighing the pros and cons, the smiling hero firmly stated that it was possible, so only permission was needed. Asgard and Zenas immediately tried to explain to the young man that it was too dangerous after all. The rebellion wasn't just a bunch of bandits. The town may be small, but there are at least a couple hundred knights there, and they don't know what the demon followers are up to. The Duke firmly decided not to risk Scott for such a trifle, for only this fellow could foresee the plans of the enemy. To which the young hero replied that it was a test, and if there was a chance, one must pass it to become stronger. That's how the guy is used to living, so he asks for some holy object for him by borrowing it from the royal family. After a while, the dumbfounded principal jumped up, interjecting that they wanted to borrow the armor. Not understanding anything, Bradley began to explain that it was a valuable holy object, To which the knight replied that the guy had used her core in Karuna. Back in his chair, the blonde couldn't believe it was possible, after which he called the kid amazing. Putting a hand to his lips, he fell into deep contemplation, trying to make an important decision on the matter of armor. He then told his subordinate to tell them that the guy would definitely get it, and he didn't have to worry about it. There must be some way to help him, for the prince did not think the Duke was a bad man, and he was sure Scott could help him. What bothers him most, however, is the failure to stop his father from talking too much. At the same time, the shadow beside the king declared that the holy item was missing, to which the old man reacted with a frown. The shadow added that the prince needed him, for he had disappeared after a Valentino knight named THOR'S came to the palace. To which the elderly man replied that the armor was a mere symbol, but his interlocutor was quick to disagree. After all, he thinks this knight went to THOR'S instead of Valentius and will try to solve their problem alone. However, the king reacted to this information with a loud shriek, unable to believe that his plan might not work. If a guy uses a sacred object, the demon's followers will melt from the light without even managing to get near him. People blinded by dark magic to wake up. All these factors made the king tense up, thinking about this situation. Suddenly, he asked dumbfoundedly if Valentius would be without casualties, to which he heard an affirmative answer. The man immediately grinned, saying he didn't like it, after which he ordered an accomplice to stop the guy from coming back alive. The shadow replied that he would take care of it, for they would be sending off a secret weapon that had been nurtured for years. It should be enough to kill one knight who was already rushing incredibly fast towards the small town. Scott, riding a wolf, raced as fast as he could, trying to waste as little time as possible getting to town. At this time, sitting on a tree branch, a mysterious figure was watching him, saying to himself that the guy was moving around unusually. It was immediately clear that he was riding a looter wolf and was heading straight for THOR'S without wasting his time. The lips hidden beneath the mask whispered that he was too fast to keep up, but there was a good chance he'd take the same route back, which meant that one could just wait for him here, whereupon the figure began to dissolve right into thin air. When the next dawn came, the wolf did not slow down, jumping over rocks that were no barrier to him. The guy who clung to his comrade's fur thought about how damn hungry he was, and the long travel was very tiring. He had been eating wild boar meat for 3 days, no choice. At that very second, his stomach made the characteristic sound of hunger. The wolf sensed his master's thoughts as well, thinking of the urgent piece of meat he would gladly feast on right now. But suddenly, the guy asked his comrade if he sensed any characteristic of a stage 4 elementalist in him. Hearing the barking, the young man thought it would be hard to reach her, even though his soul had already experienced the superhuman level. However, if he only equaled him, it wouldn't change anything, because he went back in time to become stronger. But he had already gotten something new by becoming an elementalist, but it still wasn't enough, and he still had room to grow. After all, the higher the quality of the soul, the easier it is to become an aura user, which will be an order of magnitude different from past lives. And even though he's now a long way from stage 4, he's bound to come up with something, as he has done before. Besides, if anything went wrong, he could always turn to Astina, his old elf friend. Suddenly they came to a halt on one of the hills, and before their eyes appeared the city to which the lad had so long kept on his way. Seeing their destination, Scott smiled broadly and declared that now it was time to deal with them as quickly as possible. At the same time, there was a gathering of people standing at the front of the outer palace, among whom only one man stood out and raised his voice. In a frightened yet angry voice, he spoke loudly that he was right and that he couldn't be wrong in any way. At this time, he thought that several generations of his family had faithfully worshipped the landowner of THOR'S with all their souls. Even when you despicable creeps played with him like a toy, he just tolerated, not being able or entitled to say anything. A little earlier, however, he had been shaking as he sat in his office and told himself that that man deserved to die and that he had done the right thing. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on his shoulder and a rough voice immediately agreed with his statement, causing the man to jump up. The man, whose face was hidden under the hood, added that this was why the man had no need to worry. After all, he is now the one who owns the city, and he must prepare for what awaits them soon. The dumbfounded mayor asked if he was talking about that night with the sacred object, to which he received the reply that he had left the palace 4 days ago, and he would be here very soon. So the mysterious man only wished the mayor good luck, smiling slyly. The man was frightened, asking how to understand this, because he immediately realized that he was going to be abandoned to his fate. However, the demon's henchman hurriedly calmed him down, saying that as long as the guy had a sacred item, they were powerless to do anything. The mayor's eyes widened as he reminded his interlocutor that he had said there was a way out, then asked what he should do now. The henchman also advised the man to control it, for who would lead the knight and soldiers if not the landowner? And you also need to activate the trap, to which the man decided to slump heavily in his chair, saying that it looks like there's no choice. Taking one last look at the mayor, the hooded man wished him good luck, asking him to try his best for the new world. The man repeated the last phrase already standing on the street in front of his soldiers, waiting for one single night. At the same time, a few of the demon's minions were asking each other what had happened to the landowner. However, they doubted he could handle it, but they would gather information. As long as he kept that night occupied, they would find out where he got the sacred item from. At the same second, there was an explosion, causing the people in cloaks to immediately panic, asking what was going on. However, one of them immediately asked everyone to calm down, putting his hand out in front of him, trying to take away the fear that had come over everyone. Looking out the window, the man saw a huge cloud of dust rising right in the central square. They immediately recognized the guy who was sitting on a huge battle wolf, holding a hammer of incredible size and shape. Suddenly, he realized the nature of the whole situation and shouted that it was too late to escape, ordering the trap to be activated urgently. One of the minions asked what about them, to which he received the reply that it was too late for them too, unless he was running faster than a spirit. All the cloaked figures that were standing outside watched in horror as the young warrior slowly approached them. Scott, meanwhile, was in high spirits, telling them to get together so he could crush them with one big punch. After which, he raised the sacred object upwards, summoning the armor, causing the artifact to emit light. This light was so bright that it could blind several streets and could be seen from several kilometers away. The power was so strong that even the windows in the building blew out, blinding the demon minions there. In the same second, all the minions began to be burned alive by the power coming straight from the divine artifact. One of the minions was still holding on to consciousness, having been dumbfounded by the power of the sacred object that was destroying his allies. He stretched his arms out in front of him, trying to shield himself from the blinding light, wishing it would fade as soon as possible. However, he realized he didn't have long left, so she activate the trap before it was too late. Then he began to conjure a spell, shouting that it was all for a new world, asking the Great One to lend him the power. But at the same second, he noticed a young man riding a wolf rushing towards him, wanting to thwart his plan. Swinging his hammer and infusing him with new mana, Scott cried out that he wouldn't let him do that, and let him try to survive that too. The guy didn't move into a melee attack, throwing his hammer, confident that it would definitely reach its target. As he had predicted, his weapon hit exactly the spell the Dark Sorcerer was trying to cast. In the same second, the man was struck with a searing pain, which he endured, screaming frantically, trying not to lose consciousness. After which there was a loud explosion, unclear what caused it, causing the young hero to have to react quickly. He managed to protect himself with his mana armor while the flames wrapped around his body, and the wolf only hid behind him, not wanting to set his fur on fire. When the shockwave was over, the young man tried to figure out what the explosion was, because it didn't look like the guy's punch had killed him. He walked closer to where the minion's body should have been, but he only found a small figure. He immediately realized that it was a clone victim, thus realizing that he was just a little short of getting this person. The young hero left the building, jumping out into the street, wondering if they were weakened by the effects of the holy object. But what confused him was that normally he wouldn't have used a clone sacrifice for the sake of such a pathetic attack that didn't even go through. Suddenly, the boy stopped and froze, seeing before him the true and truly dangerous design of the demon's minions. In front of him lay a huge mountain of red orbs infused with magic, which he had learned about from the story of a wizard. And herein lies powerful magic, more destructive than most artifacts used by demon followers. And if they start to glow, they will explode, and so they should definitely be avoided so as not to be at the epicenter of the explosion. The young hero immediately realized that this was a bad deal, and it was necessary to prevent these artifacts from coming into play at all costs. The moon wolf sensed danger too, grinning and beginning to growl at objects unfamiliar to him, feeling panicked. Scott realized that time was short, and so he decided to improvise, lighting different flames on his hands in order to unite. He had only used this ability that time in the royal palace. He didn't have it for a stronger one right now. The guy started creating the orb again, energizing it and trying to control it so the magic wouldn't dissipate. but he noticed that the exploding balls began to crack, releasing flames as he immediately channeled the properties of destruction, widespread. Incredibly huge streams of fire rushed at the explosive orbs, destroying the artifacts of the demon followers. Contrary to Scott's attempts, an explosion of incredible force occurred, throwing the wolf and its master high into the air. The shockwave wasn't going to subside, while the guy was desperately thinking that he needed to weaken the blast somehow. He enveloped himself and the beast with mana, trying not to take critical damage in the infernal scalding flames surrounding him. However, there was not enough mana to protect the beast, causing it to disappear in tongues of flame without giving up a last, only pitiful howl. And from the other side of town, it was clear that the explosion was of incredible power that could have destroyed an entire street. However, the guy was able to minimize the scale of the tragedy so as not to cause unnecessary harm to the city and its innocent residents. It was a very absurd power, though the guy didn't weaken it as much as he could. But Moonwolf is gone, and he can't even feel the response of his mana. After recovering from the explosion, the young hero jumped up, remembering that he needed to give information to the royal palace urgently. After all, the demon minions only care about one artifact, so we need to tell the Duke about it urgently. With huge leaps, he made his way to the building, breaking down the door, yelling loudly for him to expect a communication device now. The scared-to-death landowner started mumbling that he was just doing what he was told and asking to be spared. Losing his patience, Scott ordered the man to shut his mouth and give him what he was asking for, to which he received the reply that there was no such thing in the village. Without wasting a moment, the boy saddled the wolf and rushed away from the city, accelerating faster and faster with every second. The exasperated hero didn't understand how one could do without a communication device, even in a village where it might be needed at any moment. After which they continued traveling through a forest road where they could accelerate properly. Scott turned to the beast, telling it that he knew it had just recovered, but asking it to bear with him a little longer. After all, if he just runs, they can get there before another artifact is stolen again. However, the guy didn't have time to finish this sentence before something suddenly jumped out in front of him at an unexpectedly fast pace. The young hero didn't even have time to realize what had happened, dazedly lowering his head, trying to catch his breath in panic. A few seconds earlier, the guy sensed danger, yelling to the wolf to start dodging quickly. The young hero almost ran into the thin fishing line, but managed to duck in time, losing only a few hairs. They immediately stopped, examining the weapon they had prepared obviously for his arrival, hopefully trapping him. It was close, however, for he would have already fallen over dead if he hadn't expanded the range of his senses. But the biggest question of all was who could do such a thing, as at the same second, a kunai flew out from behind a tree, heading towards Scott. This time the young man was a little less lucky. Though he managed to dodge, the weapon gave him a scratch on his cheek. After that, without letting the guy relax, and from the shadows suddenly sprang out a spear, followed by the hands of the assassin. Leaning back, the guy dodged the ardent weapon, recognizing the man who wielded such an ability. Bouncing off to the side, Scott addressed the assassin, calling him the Reaper before asking why he was here. However, he immediately remembered that she was not the Reaper he had known in his past life. It was a completely different person now. Not once again, out of nowhere, another kunai flew at the young man, which he was able to dodge this time without taking damage. However, the assassin was watching him, trying to find a blind spot for the perfect attack to finish the job quickly. Going behind the guy's back, she swung her sword, inflicting another scratch on the hero's other cheek, though she didn't think he'd dodge again. However, Scott simply bided his time before grabbing his hammer and turning around sharply in an attempt to attack his future comrade. But in the next second, the assassin disappeared, using the illusory walk with which she could hide from the enemy. The guy's breathing was getting heavier as they ran from Siren without respite, so he didn't have much mana left. Suddenly, a dozen arrows flew at him in a hail, which the young man had to dodge at all costs. Putting his arm out in front of him, he created an iron barrier that every single projectile crashed into, breaking into pieces. But there was another problem, as the hero's body could barely handle the Reaper's shadow poison, which was poisoning him with every passing second. It's too bad, because he can't die here. But at the same time, you can't kill one of the 10 future knights. He clutched the hammer in his hands, trying not to collapse under the effects of the poison, and with that, figure out how to lure the Reaper out of the shadows. An idea ripened in his mind, and then he immediately questioned loudly why she, the shadow of the king's family, had come after him. At first, there was no answer, but then the question of how he knew came from all sides. which meant the plan had worked. This girl was still inexperienced, for a Reaper he knows would not answer, and that was his chance for luck. However, now it was necessary to choose the words and deliver the information correctly so as not to let her off the hook. Resting the hammer on his shoulder, he stated that he also knew the magic circle technique that the girl had learned from the Shadow Law. Reaper raised her voice again asking how he knew, for she was the only one who knew the technique. Scott distinctly remembered that she had told him this herself, or rather her future version of it, as they chatted around the campfire. However, to the girl from this life, he decided to collect, saying that in fact, the one also possesses a similar technique. But at the same time, he tensed up, thinking that he should use as much of his remaining mana as possible. Then he would have a chance. However, the Reaper declared that this was nonsense, before once again throwing her spear towards the guy who was ready for any attack. Then he and his beast infused themselves with mana, deciding to act in a devious way, trying to copy the Reaper's ability more precisely. Pushing off slightly, the guy riding the wolf immediately found himself a few steps away from where he had just been. The girl watching him immediately recognized the illusory walk she had used against him just a short while ago. The intonation of her voice changed when she asked if that was true, to which Scott smiled in response, deciding that the plan had worked. Then he stroked the wolf, thinking about the fact that it was unlikely that he would be able to use this ability again. After which he addressed the girl in a stern manner, again saying that he came from the same place as she did. She immediately asked that then he must be Scott, better known around the neighborhood as the Shining Knight, Scott Morse. The guy was surprised at the unusual reaction of the girl, who talked about how she thought the rumors were lies, but he really was the heir to their family. Crossing his arms over his chest and smiling, thus showing he was unarmed, the guy answered her question in the affirmative. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of the shadows, heading barefoot toward the young hero, taking off his hood in the process. Reaper stated that she thought it was a lie and didn't know that anyone other than her had survived as well. Along with that, she slowly pulled the mask off her face. The shape of a young girl appeared in front of Scott, but what she had just said struck the boy even more. The boy frowned, thinking that Luna was the heir to the Morse family after all. But she'd never told him that, had she? Suddenly, the girl began to approach the young man as well, saying that she thought there was no one else of her relatives left. However, she did it all for the sake of her home, for she was told that if she worked for the royal family, she could return to her homeland. Unexpectedly, she asked how the guy knew she worked for them, because that information is hardly known to anyone. The young hero immediately tensed up, desperately realizing that this was a failure, for she was not a master at talking, but she had enough intelligence. Rubbing the back of his head, he hesitantly replied that only the king's family in Valentia knew he had gone to Tsarin. And if someone tried to kill him, there was a good chance that the royal family was behind it, to which Reaper nodded understandingly. He was able to get out of it this time, but he suddenly asked what that reaction was and why she was attacking him. She replied that she was simply following the king's orders, for she had been told to kill him before arriving in Tsarin if she could. But otherwise it was necessary to kill on the way back, but she didn't know the reason, while Scott listened dumbfounded. There is no way he could have expected it to be an order from the king. However, the reason is obvious. His real target is Valentius, not me. Demon minions are everywhere, and they almost destroyed Karun, and now they're going to fight each other for power. Scott wondered if they would really have to protect this old man who was now the king and was trying to kill him. And after that, he told Reaper that he needed to get back as soon as possible, then asked what about her, referring to her as his older sister. At the same second, the girl blushed, for it was the first time in her life that she had been called sister, which made her feel a pleasant emotion. She questioned the guy about this treatment, and here he clarified that he was 14 and she seemed to be older. Eyes wide, she stated that he was her brother then, whereupon she grabbed him tightly and then hugged him, pulling him against her chest. Laying her head on the guy's hair, Reaper declared that she had a family and was no longer alone, while the guy felt guilty. Someday he would apologize for that lie, but then he asked what she would do about the assignment, to which she replied that she would figure it out. Looking at his new relative, the young hero thought he had a bad feeling about many aspects. Meanwhile, another meeting had come among the demon's minions, in which it was reported to the head that Morse had been blown up, but had survived. Also, one of the attendees stated that he had 3 days to go to the city, after which he would successfully reach the kingdom. The elder immediately said angrily that then the boy could tell everyone about the bomb, which could easily ruin their plan. But someone immediately asked who would believe him, because they didn't really believe it until they saw it with their own eyes. And he also went to town without revealing his real identity, because of which no one will definitely believe him. Smiling, the elder said he was too unpredictable, so they would hasten the execution of their plan. All the minions present immediately shrieked, refusing to do so, for it might affect the original plan. But the main argument of the plan itself was that on a certain day, and the entire royal family would come together. Folding his hands in a lock and listening to all the comments from his minions, the elder gave a negative answer, after which he laughed out loud, stating that a wedding isn't the only reason to get the whole family together. After all, they're going to have their rehearsal the day before the wedding, as etiquette dictates, to make sure everything goes perfectly. All members of the royal family except the king will gather there, which means it will be just as perfect a moment to execute the plan. That's why they will focus on this time, because the absence of the king is not particularly important. However, the worried minions asked about the king, for they saw him as a key figure. However, the elder had a solution to this, so he told the blue fox to take care of him, who would solve their problem. At the same time in the royal palace, the second queen was slowly sipping tea, saying that the plan had changed again. Closing her eyes, she mused aloud over the matter, asking why so suddenly, and if they could still be trusted. The servant that stood beside her replied that she should not worry about anything, for they were fully prepared for any attack. It's definitely going to go well despite the early rescheduled date. They'll take care of the interference in the form of the king. The man placed his hand on the queen's shoulder, adding that it was only fitting that they do so. In response, the woman placed her own on his arm. With a sad look, she glanced at the portrait of the king in a huge golden frame. I doubt he was a nuisance. She knew that the old man took his position simply because he was the eldest, though he didn't have much power. Turning around, the queen declared to the man that the king was not someone he, the commander of the knights, should truly fear. The blonde-haired man smiled, saying that the king himself was not the problem. Us mages loyal to him and the blue blood mage were not the same. The queen made a serious face, reminding the servant not to forget the assassins the king commands. The man flashed her a skeptical look, asking her if this wasn't just a rumor that was floating around without merit. However, this question caused the queen to have a sudden influx of negative emotions, causing her eyes to go wide. After which, she thumped her fist loudly on the table, saying that it wasn't a rumor because those scumbags had destroyed her family. The girl jumped up sharply from her chair, dropping it to the floor, starting to get angrier and angrier at such assumptions with each passing second. Turning around, the queen cried out she saw them with her own eyes, saw her parents, brothers and sisters being killed by a shadow. Her face expressed anger, and her tears began to flow when she said that a man should understand why she was going so far. The man pulled up a chair, then knelt down and took the queen's hand, telling her that the next few days would determine their fate. And if everything works out, their child will become a king, as a result of which all their problems and past failures will be forgotten. Smiling slightly, the woman replied that otherwise they would be finished. He should realize that. The blonde kissed the queen's hand, saying that he understood everything perfectly well. However, he would not leave the woman to fight alone. At the same time, the king, while in his office, spoke with the shadow, asking the one that the minions had changed the plan. The shadow replied that the queen had changed the date for the removal of the inner palace barrier stone, and they planned to take up the task the day before the wedding. The old man was surprised, for during the rehearsal, when all the family members would gather together and he alone would not be there. The interlocutor responded that they suspect they may try to attack here, but it is not known how or how many. Sipping his wine, the man replied that it didn't matter, for the lowlifes tempted by the demon could do nothing. Slamming his glass loudly on the table, the king declared that Asgard was the only problem, and these inferior creatures would not defeat him. The shadow only briefly agreed with the lord, to which the king sternly asked if he could deal with him himself. The interviewer immediately became concerned for his safety, but the old man replied that he was fine and had a plan. The shadow hesitated, replying that if that was what it took for the sake of his power, he didn't think it was necessary for them to eliminate Duke Valentino immediately. To which the man ordered him to keep an eye on the situation, and if he felt his safety was not threatened, then let him deal with Asgard. Sipping the wine straight from the vessel, the king added to take Ludwig with him if necessary, to make sure everything worked out for sure. At first he wanted to add something, but he hesitated and fell silent while the king enjoyed his wine in large gulps. As soon as the old man's head lowered, his face took on a stern look, whereupon he said that if he had nothing else to add, let him tread. After a couple seconds, the shadow said uncertainly that he had been informed that the rebellion in Siren had just been crushed. The shocked king asked that the Valentino boy who had borrowed the sacred object had survived and dealt with Siren. The shadow declared that they had a plan to make sure that he didn't come back, and therefore the man shouldn't worry. The old man replied that he wasn't reacting that way because of the kid, but because Valentino's scumbags had earned the achievement without losing anyone. After which he looked at the bottle he had just broken, and why he shifted his gaze to the shadow, declaring to the one that he was an idiot. Heading for the exit, the king continued to make angry comments towards his ally as he tried to apologize. Suddenly, the man stopped and said that he was putting the shadow in charge of dealing with the Valentino scoundrels. At the same time, Prince Bradley crossed his arms over his chest and asked, dumbfounded, that she had already begun to act. His right hand immediately agreed, saying that he had heard that Gruel had gathered the knights and changed the plan, and was going to start the day before the wedding. The guy thought about the fact that it would be during rehearsal, which meant this plan could work too, but something made him uneasy. Whereupon he asked what about his father, for he would not be there, to which the knight replied that their assistants had said they would take care of him. With a sly and incredulous smile, Bradley asked who the helpers were, for they were likely a bunch of useless demon minions. The knight immediately asked if they should interfere, to which the prince asked if they could hurt his father without help from within. For as long as the blue-blooded mage, Ludwig, is around, it will not be easy, for this man can destroy any minion. The prince agreed with this statement, concluding that his uncle would stay with him, for his father never keeps knights around. It had been decades since the king had started to despise the knights because of Duke Valentius. After all, the fuel his father had gathered had gotten so hot that the queen, along with the commander of the knights, had taken part in treason against the fatherland. And to ruin their plan, the king prepares without anyone knowing of his schemes, discussing his plans only with his confidants. The prince did not understand why his father had met such an end, whereupon he lowered his head and turned to Ixalan. After which he said that in such a situation, deciding to cut off the corrupt parts of the royal family is not a bad idea. The knight didn't understand what the guy was getting at, but the guy interrupted him, adding that it would be fine if he didn't have to get his hands dirty. The dumbfounded swarthy man looked at the prince, unable to believe that he had decided to make such a serious decision. The blonde then headed for the door, saying they would proceed as planned while the knight hesitated. Bradley also asked Ixalan to ask Valentia's family to come to the Crown Palace where the ceremony will be held. After all, the guy was determined to tell his father-in-law about their plan in person, so that he too would be aware of everything that was going on. At the same time, while in her chambers, Khloe fell tiredly on her bed, saying that it was better when and had to attend bridal classes. To which Vivian replied that she was forever complaining that she had a lot to do. However, the blonde stated that it was earlier than that. And now she didn't have Luna or little kids like Scott with her. The warrior laughed, saying it was strange to realize. Suddenly the duke's daughter jumped up and asked the warrior why not, until she was older, confessed to Zenas. The dumbfounded girl knight first jumped up, then blushed, replying that she respected him as her commander. With an abrupt movement, the blonde was very close to her friend, something she had long ago jumped up from, trying to explain that it was true. Well, after which, she turned away and declared in an embarrassed tone that he was a genius who had reached the level of a challenger at only 30 years old. Suddenly, Khloe asked if Vivian wanted her to talk to him, but so loudly tried to talk her out of it. The blonde returned to the bed, saying she was jealous of the warrior, since she could date anyone that way. Vivian asked if she didn't want to marry the crown prince, but the blonde stated that wasn't the point. Her family has given her a tremendous amount of privilege, so she must repay it in whatever way she can. With a slight smile and a sigh, the girl knight looked at the duke's daughter, who was as naive as a child, with slight surprise. But the blonde immediately chimed in that since she had to get married anyway, it was the best option. He was royalty after all. So she asked Vivian to go on the date for her too, and she would talk to Zenas, which made the warrior cringe again. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from behind the door, asking if the princess was at home, for there was something he would like to tell her. They immediately recognized the crown prince in the man's voice, and then Khloe immediately began to fix her hair, which Vivian reminded her of. Whereupon the guy slowly walked into the room, folding his arms behind his back, smiling, looking at his fiancée and her knight friend. Bradley couldn't help but notice that Vivian was also here, so he immediately said hello to her, while Khloe asked what brought him here. Wiping the smile off his face, the prince sternly said that there was something very important, and something he needed to talk to her about as well. The girl looked at her fiancé with surprise and slight consternation, not realizing what such an important topic could be about. As soon as morning came, Scott made his way to the kingdom, glad to have arrived, hitching up a lungful of air to pair with the wolf. However, it was now left for them to report everything to the old man and eat. But suddenly, two of the Duke's sons began to run up to him. He was surprised that they were looking for him personally. His brothers immediately spoke up that his father wanted them to give him the message and left them to wait, wasting no time rather than stating that the date had changed and telling him to hurry up and drive to the ceremony. At this time, the priest asked loudly for attention, trying to shout over the ringing of the huge bell. After all, the Crown Prince's rehearsal wedding is about to begin, so it's imperative that guests make sure to keep quiet. He also asked to be careful during the actual ceremony so as not to make any mistakes. At this time, one of the men reached into his pocket, remembering that the demon's minion had given him an orb, that he should put mana into it and throw it. However, the Queen's servant did not understand when the plan would start, so he would see the signal, but he was told he would understand. But now he frowned, trying to find any hint as to when he should carry out a very important order. He then turned his attention to Asgard, who in turn was scrutinizing the guests, being overly cautious. The Queen's servant suspected that the Duke knew something, and so it was necessary to get him out of here. The man beckoned to his subordinate, who immediately listened and waited with surprise for further orders. The blonde whispered that Duke Valentius was acting extremely suspicious, and he thought the man knew something. So now it was necessary to act quickly and, most importantly, extremely cautiously to prevent the operation from failing. At the same time, the Sword Emperor turned his attention to the two people whispering, realizing that they were up to something. Trying not to show his face and keeping his head straight, he wondered what the hell they wanted to do. After all, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't feel the evil energy of the demon's followers, nor the strange or unusual manner. The man was watching them, the Crown Prince had once asked, but enemies could also guess that they were being watched. At this time, the prince suddenly noticed the Duke's tense gaze, trying not to give the appearance of being at odds with him. The next second, the guy waved at the Emperor of the ball, pretending that for him, it was just a normal rehearsal before the wedding. A little earlier, the Duke had asked him about a coup d'etat happening during the rehearsal. Bradley confirmed this, adding that the Second Queen and the Knight Commander had teamed up with the demon followers to stage a coup. The Duke immediately asked if it should be moved then, to which he received a negative answer, for if they acted thoughtlessly, they would miss them. But the man didn't understand if the lives of the prince's relatives could be endangered. But that was why the principal had summoned him and the knights. Guy wanted Asgard to protect them, but the Duke followed up by asking if it was possible that the king knew about everything too. Pulling an incomprehensible smile on his face, the Crown Prince replied that he thought his father must surely know the immediate plans. Not during rehearsal did the guy try to act casual, pretending not to be aware of anything. Meanwhile, the stone-faced Duke thought that this wasn't normal, and it wasn't just the demon followers. And he and the prince seemed to share the same thoughts, trying to fit different facts into one picture. The prince couldn't understand why they were going to stage a coup with just Duel and the royal knights. Even if they have demon followers behind them, as long as the barrier around the royal palace holds, they wouldn't dare to sneak in here. So he was sure they had found another way, looking for which it was too late and suspicious. The guy decided that he shouldn't worry so much because if something goes wrong, his father-in-law is right there with him, holding a knife in his trembling hand, trying to cut off a piece of cake, trying to concentrate on his plan. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by a small hand, and a childish voice hesitantly turned to his brother, drawing his attention. The younger brother worriedly asked the prince if it was possible that he didn't want to get married, and that's why he was so nervous. This boy didn't inherit the Aslan family's golden eyes, and he didn't know if that was the reason, but he is the most innocent child. However, from that day forward, Tinel will hate him, but the guy replied that on the contrary, he is very much looking forward to getting married. He looks unimportant because adults have so many things to think about, so he asked not to worry about him. The boy smiled, saying he wouldn't, after which he congratulated the marriage, for he didn't think he'd get a chance to say it tomorrow. Bradley smiled and thanked his younger brother, who, even if only slightly, was able to calm his mania. Suddenly the guy turned around sharply, hearing the Duke's menacing shout asking someone why they were here. Two sons stood before him, whom he had told not to come, but it was about the matter he had told them about. However, the Sword Emperor didn't care about that, and he wanted to count out his sons again for not following orders, but he suddenly froze. One of the guys opened his palm, on which sat a small moonwolf, which meant Scott had already returned. The second son said that only direct family members of palace servants can enter, so he could not come. Now he waits with the rest of Valentino's knights, trying to recover from his long journey. He ordered his sons to return to the manor, but before he could finish speaking, a small wolf leapt into his hand. The beast pressed lightly on the man's palms, relaying to him the information Scott had been able to get while in Siren. Moonwolf informed the Duke that the guy had found a powerful mannerless artifact. However, he was unable to obtain it. After a few seconds, the spirit jumped from Duke's hand, relaying all the information, and the man realized what their plan was. Unhappy with this turn of events, he frowned while someone called out to him, causing him to turn his head. A man who had recently chatted with the Queen's servant approached him, saying that he had something to report to the Duke. He stated that they received information that someone was planning to cause a commotion during the rehearsal for the ceremony. As such, orders have been issued to not let anyone but a member of the royal family of servants in for security reasons. The man calmly added that even if he was worried, it was for his own safety, so he should take it in stride. However, such speeches only angered the Sword Emperor, who asked how dare he say such a thing to the father of the bride, to which the knight calmly replied that he was merely following orders, in response to which the Duke pulled out the scabbard in which the sword rested. Losing his patience, Asgard asked who had given the order, and it depended on the knight's answer whether he drew his sword or not. Noticing them, people began to ask if they would start fighting, surprised to recognize the Duke of Asgard among them. At the same time, the people parted, allowing the prince forward, who decided to personally deal with the altercation. The knight immediately apologized for the inconvenience to His Highness, explaining that they just didn't understand each other. Putting the right one to the man's throat, the Duke asked him not to ignore his question, and to answer who had given the order. Looking at the boiling Sword Emperor, the prince said he'd better calm down and discuss things in a more civilized manner. Why she turned to Sulphur Estruel, asking if he was going to banish his father-in-law from his own wedding rehearsal. However, the soldier apologized, saying that the royal knights were only following His Majesty's orders. Then he turned to Asgard, telling him that the king himself had given the order, and therefore his order was unconditional. If the Sword Emperor refuses to fulfill it, it will be considered treason, for which severe punishment will follow. At the same time, a little wolf cub was running between the legs of the guests, for thanks to the commotion he had managed to get in. After all, his eyes were now watching Scott, who was worried about the old man. But it was worth dealing with the explosives first. He knows what it looks like, so he will find it easily. The black balloons will be very noticeable among the wedding decorations. So they had to be dealt with first, causing the wolf to head away, ignoring the altercation. It was necessary to hurry as quickly as possible to find the explosive balls and prevent terrible disasters. Dumbfounded by the information, the Duke decided to interject that the king had personally ordered all of this and that it was not fiction. Whereupon he cried out in disbelief, while the prince acquiesced in his father's will, daring to obey the order. Surprised at the prince's decision, the Duke tried to address him, but the boy stopped his father-in-law, saying that the ceremony would begin soon. At the same time, they were being watched by the Queen's servant, who frowned, deciding that the crown prince knew something. However, it didn't matter. Since he wouldn't have to waste the summoning sphere on the Duke, most of the aristocrat would die. Out of the church, the Duke complained to the prince that these rebels were covering for the king so that there would be no questions asked of them. However, the Bradleys knew this, but they had no reason to stop them now, for if they took it upon themselves to verify their father's words, they would miss their chance. However, the Sword Emperor did not relent, saying that if they left things as they were, something would happen to the aristocrats present. After all, they are using an artifact they have never heard of, which will put the guests in great danger. Asgard wanted to add something else, but he noticed the prince's hand that was holding the Duke down was shaking violently. Without looking him in the eye, the guy stated that in order to cut away rotten flesh, you have to be prepared for healthy flesh to suffer. The prince then frowned and glared at the man, telling him that he had a larger plan and therefore needed to calm down. After a little while, the lighting once again asked for the guests' attention to be drawn to him, whereupon everyone immediately fell silent. The man stated that there was some problem outside, but they resolved everything, so the ceremony continues. He then solemnly announced that today's events would be opened by the crown princess, Khloe von Valencia. At the same second, a blonde woman dressed in a white dress began to descend from the second floor, with Vivian and Zenas walking behind her. All the guests immediately opened their mouths in delight upon seeing the angel of the Duchy of Valentino, adding that the crown prince was lucky. The principal met her at the end of the stairs, extending his hand and commenting that his mistress looked beautiful. Smiling and thanking him, the girl placed her hand in his outstretched palm and continued downstairs. While examining the bones, the prince kept his gaze on her, smiling and marveling at her unimaginable beauty. Suddenly he turned his head, looking back, trying to figure out what had caught his attention so much. However, the priest's voice drew him away when he announced that now that the celebrants were here, the ceremony could begin. Suddenly, the waiter came to the table lighting a candle that looked special, and the guests appreciated how beautifully it was made. When a small flame was lit on top of the cake, the clergyman decided to continue with the ceremony. In another part of the hall, hidden away from everyone, lay an exhausted wolf, while Scott thought finding the orbs would be easy. However, everything in this room is rounded, causing the search radius to increase several times. Two despairing guys grabbed their heads, figuring they had repainted them to confuse the others. And he had no idea how to distinguish where the real ones were, and so at first he decided to destroy everything, when suddenly he looked at the guests. Everyone present immediately began asking if others could smell a strange odor that was completely unfamiliar. They assumed it was from the burning of the candle, though usually the smell is different. The young hero with the eyes of a wolf took notice. He didn't understand what the guests were talking about, pulling in air with his nose, trying to smell an unfamiliar or strange scent. He and Moonwolf then froze, realizing the mistake they had made while searching for the explosives. The beast immediately rushed forward, remembering that the same scent had been there just before the explosion, and so it immediately recognized the disguise. The guy already knew for sure that the explosives were in the cake, because that was the last place to look for them. It was awkward to run in puppy form, but it was too early to transform, and then he only skipped between the guests' legs. At the same time, the unsuspecting priest was saying that at tomorrow's wedding, the crown prince would come out first. Just as suddenly, one of the guests jumped up and shrieked loudly as he noticed something slip under the table. But they realized there was something down below, while Scott thought there was no way to sneak in unnoticed. But now he had no choice but to take the last desperate step to protect all the aristocrats. In the same second, the table was thrown upwards, from underneath which a huge silver wolf appeared, frightening all the guests. Upon seeing the wild beast, they immediately screamed, starting to run towards the exit, while Moonwolf rushed towards the cake. One single bite was enough to grab with his teeth the ill-fated balloon that was cleverly hidden in the dessert. The queen's dazed servant didn't understand what the hell was going on, or if this was the signal he was supposed to be waiting for. However, it doesn't look like the wolf is hostile, and therefore is probably trying to interfere with their plans. As the man snatched up his sword and made his decision, Scott ran furiously in a wolf's shower, thinking he wasn't too late yet. Running up to the huge window, he made the decision that the sphere should be spit out there so that it would explode at a safe distance. He was only a few meters away when suddenly he noticed a knight above him swinging a sword at him. The blade reached its target, traveling across the torso of the wolf, who let loose an explosive blast from its mouth in pain. Not taking his eyes off the sphere, the guy with wolf eyes noticed that it had already detonated and a big explosion was about to happen. After that, a deafening rumble and bright flames lit up the church, which felt the true horror of the artifact. At the same time, the king, sitting on a chair and leaning his head on his hand, lazily inquired that the roof of the chapel had gone up. The court mage that stood next to the ruler confirmed his words, saying that the demon's followers had created a new artifact. And so it was unclear to him how much damage would be done. But the king replied that it didn't matter if a couple members of a side branch of the family died. The wizard decided to remind him that the crown prince and princess were also there, and they didn't have to die. However, the elderly man only reassured the mage, saying that it was nothing, to which he received a surprised look. The king smiled and explained that their deaths would serve as a perfect excuse because he had already thought of everything. For a long time, the king had intended to appropriate his stolen power from the aristocrats and retake the entire continent. And therefore, everything that has happened is the perfect reason to start a war, which he will start as soon as he gets the chance. The court mage only bowed obediently, choosing to flatter the king by saying what an outstanding decision His Majesty had made. He frowned to himself, however, realizing that the king's wish was more than insane, especially considering he was sacrificing his family. The explosion left behind a huge devastation and a haze of dust that wasn't going to settle, swirling through the air. The king's servant crawled out from under the rubble, shouting for all members of the royal family to be killed now. Upon hearing the command, mercenaries appeared out of nowhere and immediately drew their blades and began slaughtering any surviving guests. Seeing the result, the man smiled evilly, thinking that such a signal he would definitely never miss. He then took out 3 summoning spheres from his pocket, deciding that now was the time to use them. At the same time, Bradley quickly recovered from the explosion and began to swivel his head around, trying to catch a glimpse of his fiancée. He then ran across the hall, loudly addressing the princess, while the survivors and wounded people asked for help. The prince grinned, realizing the mess he had gotten himself into, for he knew the risk would definitely be huge. However, there was no way he could have expected such a thing. Simultaneously with his thoughts, another relative was pierced with a sword. He had turned to Ixalan the day before, who immediately began listening intently to his lord, awaiting orders. Folding his hands in a lock and adopting the most serious look, the guy declared that tomorrow the king would be killed by the demon's followers. However, if that didn't happen, he would personally have to put an end to it. Without challenging the prince's words, the knight understood his assignment. And now, the prince had nearly lost his life by failing to carry out the plan he had so carefully calibrated so that it would go off without a hitch. But now he watched in shock as the mercenaries slaughtered the unarmed and innocent relatives of the king. Bradley realized that a little more and they would get to him. And so, something had to be done and try to fight back. Without thinking, he kicked the mercenary in the face with his foot, causing him to drop his sword in surprise and fall to the floor. In the same second, the guy grabbed his weapon and swung it at the bandit, who immediately recognized the crown prince. But that didn't save him. Without hesitation, the blonde struck, thinking only of whether or not the princess he had been searching for so long was all right. Staring at the lifeless body of the slain mercenary, he immediately thought to calm down, pushing the anger away. After all, regarding the princess, he has planned everything, and the father-in-law will come soon. But first, we must try to survive. Suddenly, the prince heard an unfamiliar growl, and turning around, a monster such as he had never seen before came into view. There were 3 demons who were hostile looking in his direction, having made their way out of the underworld to Earth. Then one of them burst forward sharply, extending his arm toward the prince, who had no time to return or repel the attack. Meanwhile, Zenas began to slowly come to his senses after the explosion, rising up and holding his sore head. And he had clearly not been warned about the explosion, especially since the Duke had hastily ordered him to go there as Khloe's knight. This meant that the Sword Emperor didn't know about anything either, and things had clearly not gone as originally planned. Suddenly, a small grain of sand fell on the captain's shoulder as his keen instincts immediately reacted to the approaching danger. He abruptly bounced to the side the moment a huge slab of stone fell where he had just been standing. Checking his condition, the captain realized that his body was numb after the explosion and he would only be able to use limited mana. However, thanks to the artifact Scott had previously given him, the man would be able to last a little longer. At the same second he was clicked by 2 girls running up, the captain immediately recognizing the princess and Vivian, asking if they were all right. Without answering his question, Khloe said that they didn't have much time and then threw the sword she had found on the way to him. The girls then hurried toward the hall, while the blonde with the torn dress hurried the man, saying they needed to see the prince. A moment later, they reached the hall, just as Khloe immediately shrieked dumbfounded at the presence of demons. It was in that second that they attacked the prince, who still managed to put his sword in front of him, holding back the monster's paws. However, the demon loomed over the boy, swinging his arm and preventing him from using his sword to defend himself. But at the same time, the Duke's daughter spoke up, asking the goddess to give her strength, whereupon the demon was distracted by a bright light. Using Scott's old weapon, namely a small mace, the girl stood in front of the prince, swinging it. The demons were also blinded by the divine light, causing their bodies to feel a searing and unbearable pain, causing them to shriek ravenously. After deciding that the demons were finished, the prince looked dumbfounded at the princess, who was just smiling sweetly. But at the same second, a frightened Vivian shouted to her mistress to be more careful, warning her of the approaching danger. In the same second, Khloe and Bradley turned around frightened, noticing what the female knight had warned them about so loudly. Right now, one of the demons that had managed to survive without being burned by the divine light was flying at them. However, Zenus suddenly appeared between the monster and the girl and was able to cut off both of the demon's arms. The blonde was immediately happy to see him, while the captain with a serious face asked them to leave. He was about to fight the demons, however he aimed for the neck but missed due to the large mana limit. He alone could not defeat them all at once, but right now, the prince and princess had to survive. And since that was the case, the Blue Wing captain had to at least buy some time in order for the others to retreat. While the captain began to cast the spell, the demon, without wasting time, rushed into the attack, wanting to catch up with the victim. However, the man also created a tornado in front of him, putting the puzzled demon in a stupor, for the man in front of him had just stood in front of him. Zenus, on the other hand, used the sword technique in Valentia, a second form of slashing, which he was able to use to strike the monster's arm repeatedly. However, he didn't stop there, trying to pierce the demon with his sword from all sides without slowing down his speed, after which he used mad wind songs while the prince and princess watched on. They never risked running away, remaining to watch the legendary Storm Knight fight with their own eyes. Having taken multiple damage, the demon paused for a second, trying to think of a way to stop the spry opponent. Suddenly, the monster bent down, emitting an otherworldly shriek, after which its body began to increase in size. Seeing this picture, the retreating captain didn't realize what was going on, or what the demon was going to do. Suddenly, in the next second, a loud explosion sounded, enveloping everything nearby in flames and shrapnel. As soon as all this happened, the prince immediately covered Khloe with his body, who began to scream, greatly frightened. Zenus, however, was less fortunate and was thrown high into the air and apparently passed out, dropping his sword. They were pulled away from the captain's flying body by the demon, who had already rushed to the side, making the guy and girl tense up. But this time, they were saved from a desperate situation by Vivian, who jumped on the demon's shoulders and plunged her sword into its head. But the trouble did not end there then, as the prince, embracing the girl, shouted for her to look up. There a third demon flew at them, giving the couple no time to think. But while the girl was confused, Bradley reacted. They managed to bounce at the very last second, while the monster slumped to the floor, missing its prey. The prince had visited the princess's chambers the day before and said that they had received information that there would be a coup at the rehearsal. The worried girl immediately decided that it was worth cancelling it, but the guy immediately talked her out of it. After all, they had already discussed everything with her father-in-law, and the girl was surprised that he and her father had already had time to discuss the matter. Showing the bracelet on his arm, the prince declared that he had a plan to change the fate of the kingdom for the better. However, he didn't plan on risking the girl for the sake of it, causing him to confidently remove the gold bracelet from his hand. The man immediately placed the jewelry in the hands of the bride, who began to look at it, trying to understand its purpose. Looking up, she asked what it was, to which she received the reply that it was a Bradley artifact called a protector. Then, with a stern look at his bride, the guy promised that whatever happened tomorrow, she would be safe. And it was at this point that the power of the bracelet came in handy, as it began to radiate energy into action. After that, the two of them were enveloped by a shield that should have protected them from any external damage for a while. At the same time, the young hero coughed up blood, for the explosion that Moonwolf had suffered was something he had experienced firsthand. Grimacing in pain and wiping his lips, the guy mentally reprimanded himself, noticing that he had briefly blacked out due to the explosion. The shock was too much, both for the spirit and for him, but that was no reason to completely withdraw. After all, he had contributed greatly to the rescue of the royal family and was confident that the Sword Emperor would handle the rest. And the second he did, he noticed Asgard walking up to the gate, ordering the guards to move out of the way, letting him through. He asked them, cringing loudly, did they really want him to wait after seeing that massive explosion? However, the calm soldiers said that it was the responsibility of the knights to secure the royal palace. So they'll completely sort it out, and therefore the Duke shouldn't worry, whereupon the man stood up in a stance, about to draw his sword. Grasping the hilt, he immediately froze, thinking of the fact that his daughter was now inside, taken care of personally by the prince. Whereupon the Duke silently and abruptly turned around, letting go of his weapon, saying that they had better make it work. Uncomprehending, Scott asked himself what the old man was doing and why he wasn't pulling out his sword to break through by force. Looking at this picture, he wasn't sure if this was the old man Asgard he knew, for right now the man was doing wrong. The young man definitely noticed that he was different, and so he himself headed in his direction. Noticing the lad, the Duke stiffened in surprise, noticing the way the lad had chafed since his journey to Tsarin and back. The man asked him if he was okay or not, telling him they needed to wait. However, the guy completely ignored his words. He approached the guards, who immediately began to stop him, recognizing him as a knight from Valentino, announcing that they had orders. However, Scott replied to them that this was utter nonsense and then swung his hammer, incapacitating one of the knights. The dumbfounded Sword Emperor immediately asked what he was doing, because if he attacked them, it would be considered treason. However, the young man stated in all seriousness that he did not care, because what was important now was not the reason for his action. The most important thing now was how he was going to get through, for he wasn't going to stand by while chaos reigned inside. The Duke's eyes went wide, hitching a wince as he realized the words he had heard from the foolish kid. At that very second, the royal guards surrounded him, declaring him a traitor and ordering him to be killed immediately. The Sword Emperor smiled slightly, quietly telling the guy that this was the time he had run into trouble, after which he declared that he owed him a debt, and then began to draw his sword from its sheath, eager to help the young hero. Abruptly delivering a Lennox, the man rushed forward at full speed, not giving his opponents a chance to even blink an eye, after which he lowered his gaze, quietly telling the guy that thanks to him, he still dared to take out his sword against the king. In the same second, the entire guard felt the Duke's blow, where everyone was seriously wounded and swords were cut in two. Bleeding out, the knights lived out the last seconds of their lives while Scott just stood and watched. The Duke then called out to the Valentino knights in an imperious voice to urgently rescue the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. The warriors awaiting the order immediately showed up at the first call, breaking into the church to do their lord's bidding. The man wanted to follow them, but the young man stopped him, saying that they shouldn't waste time here. But before they could finish speaking, they noticed a huge tornado that immediately destroyed most of the building. Without a word, the boy tore toward the church, hearing behind him the Duke's question about what he was up to, but there was no answer. Scott decided in one leap to cross the royal guards that had gotten in their way, preventing them from getting inside. As the young hero flew, he noticed how the Duke dispatched the entire guard with a couple swings of his sword. The man stated that the man wasn't strong enough to resist the barrier. However, the guy wasn't so sure about that, after which he dropped to one knee, activating the ability to develop gravity, increasing his weight by 16 times. After that, after infusing himself with mana, the guy rushed forward, swinging his hammer while simultaneously cancelling gravity. He had to once again find the right moment to swing in and push the barrier with all his might, after which he activated the 16 times gravity again, using Scott's style, the first fighting style, after which a strong lightning strike struck the barrier as it collided with the hammer, the weight of which was incredibly huge. An explosion rang out at the same second, hinting that the young hero had succeeded in taking down an incredibly strong defense. Behind Bradley and Khloe, a wall collapsed, causing them to turn around in fright, expecting another attack from the minions. However, all they saw was a guy holding a hammer and laughing loudly, rejoicing in his victory. Scott paid no attention to what was going on inside, wondering what he would say to that, for it was the wall that fell in front of him. However, the Duke didn't care about the guy's smugness, so he immediately stepped on his head inside the building. Right now, the man was interested in nothing but his daughter, whom he was going to protect at all costs. Seeing the approaching danger, the man swung his sword, sending 2 projectiles straight at the demon. It was enough to disembowel the behemoth, but at the same time, Vivian had far less success, because of which the monster knocked the girl out with one swing of his hand and immediately changing his target to Duke. Khloe immediately shouted to her father to dodge. The demon had already run towards him, growling loudly. However, when the Sword Emperor turned around, his eyes blazed with rage and anger, the purpose of which was to destroy any danger. These emotions were enough for the Sword Emperor to use the Valentia family's secret sword technique. Asgard radiated complete confidence in his abilities now, for Scott had helped him step up and not be left behind. The second demon similarly collapsed in front of him, split in two, while the man made sure they didn't rise. The Duke then turned to the Crown Prince, saying that he did not know what the plan was, but he could not risk his daughter's life. The guy immediately began to justify himself to his father-in-law, saying that it wasn't like that. However, the Sword Emperor turned his head in his direction. after which he smiled and asked in a friendly manner if he could pay off this debt by taking responsibility for her in the future. From this question, the prince immediately calmed down, but Khloe immediately blushed and began to shout at her father, embarrassed. Putting his sword back in its scabbard, the Duke declared that it was almost over, and therefore they could safely return to the manor. It was far from over, however, for Scott immediately shouted to the old man to turn around, for he was being attacked from behind. The man reacted lightning fast to the sudden attack, drawing his sword again and swinging it at the assassin. The dumbfounded prince and princess only stood silently to the side with their heads up, after which Asgard did the same. From the top of the ceiling in the shadows, several pairs of violet eyes belonging to the assassins watched them. The worried prince said that they should leave as soon as possible, but the Duke only waved his hand, which meant refusal. The first attacker from the Emperor's shadow, which the man had learned about from rumors, was able to drain the Duke with a stab to the shoulder. Covering his body with mana, the Sword Emperor frowned, saying that they weren't the only ones here trying to take advantage of the opportunity. At the same time, several wizards were projecting to the king what was now happening right in the church. The joyous king shouted loudly that at last he would see the last moment of that scumbag Valentius's life. Why the king turned to his brother Ludwig, saying that his offer to send the shadows was a good one, and all thanks to him. Then he added that as soon as the Duke died, he would kill all the aristocrats one by one, and the empire would belong to him alone. He also wants that Scott guy who was sent to quell the rebellion to die there too, but the Ice Flame Poppy won't die that easily. Which the king agreed to, however he needed the mage to gain full control of the magic tower. It was the ruler's final and firm decision to deal with Scott immediately after the scumbag Valentius. Ludwig only listened in silence, occasionally glancing at the king, sometimes not understanding his very strange decisions. He remembered talking to someone on the magic ball, asking that when the plan started to work, they wanted him to kill the king. Whereupon the man stated that it was impossible, to which he heard a question about what should be a simple piece of jewelry. Ludwig turned a stern face, confidently stating that this was not the case, and that it was very naive and foolish to think so. After all, the king has no talent for either magic or swordsmanship because of Duke Valentius, and so he has found a new way to keep himself safe. So he protects himself by encasing himself in magical artifacts, because that's the only way he can feel safe. However, among all the artifacts, the staff is a different matter altogether. Stripped of one possesses quite strong protection magic. He could nullify the magic of any mage in the tower, even the magic of Ludwig, who was one of the strongest at the moment. However, the man had a way out of this situation, which he wouldn't dwell on until he personally tried it himself. Right now, the demons that were in His Majesty's chambers were projected on the magic ball thanks to the three magicians. The exasperated king slammed his fist on the armrest, unable to believe these monsters had gotten so close. Looking at this picture, the king told his subordinates that they were useless worms and were busy doing anything but protecting his palace. Suddenly, Ludwig turned to him, saying that with the defense magic placed on his chambers, not for just defeating low-level demons. However, in order for it to work, it would require a powerful artifact that could equalize their powers. Then the mage asked if the king could lend him, for example, this staff, which could definitely help him. For a few seconds, the old man considered the artifact, which he almost never let out of his hands, trying to make an important decision. Having made his choice, the king tossed his staff in front of him, ordering the mages to enter and be dealt with alive. And one of the boys immediately took the artifact and headed for the exit, careful not to damage the staff entrusted by the king. In that same second, Ludwig looked at the ruler again, but with a completely different look, realizing that the plan had worked. After all, this old man was stupider than he thought, and therefore, to fulfill the plan will not be any difficulty. At the same time, Duke stood with the ball at the ready, inserted between his opponents and his children to protect them. The shadows waited for a while, then left the ceiling in which they had been hiding, deciding to attack all together. The Sword Emperor reacted lightning fast, beginning to repel every attack sent his way, making sure not to miss anyone. He successfully hit one of the shadows, showering it with several slashing wounds before the wounded assassin began to fall to the ground. After him, the rest of the shadows also began to sink exhaustedly to the floor, dispelling their shadowy appearance. As soon as the clots of black smoke disappeared, several masked faces appeared before the Duke and the others. The assassins were sitting on their knees, but they were still not going to surrender, willing to carry out the king's order to the end. The dumbfounded Sword Emperor looked at the one guy in front of him, and not believing his eyes, asked how he survived. After which, to everyone's surprise, Vivian, who did not want the Duke to fight alone, rushed into the battle. The man shouted loudly to the warrior that it was dangerous, but she was already running forward at her opponents, swinging her sword. She then sent out the first attack, which the shadow immediately dodged, rallying to fight back against the insolent girl. After all, the shadows could only be fought by a duke who possessed an incredibly high skill and level. Therefore, the red-haired girl was not a hindrance to them, causing a dagger to already be pointed in her direction. However, no one was going to sacrifice the Princess Knight, and Scott immediately jumped out in front of her, who threw a shadow with his hammer. The young hero immediately shouted that normal strikes wouldn't work against them, to which Vivian replied that her mana was suppressed. The prince concluded that it must be the work of the queen, who had made changes to the barrier, so the demons had gone berserk. But looking at the shadows, he realized that they were not followers of the demon, but his father's personal guards who were following orders. And now these shadows are aggressive not against everyone, but against just one person who was here. Not because they had only one goal, which caused Bradley to glance at his father-in-law, who was showing tension with his whole appearance. Suddenly, the floor beneath them shook, causing everyone to lose their balance for a second, trying to figure out what it was and where it was coming from. Suddenly, the Crown Prince shouted that the epicenter was in the middle of the palace, for that was where his father's office was. There was silence for a short time, after which the Duke turned to Scott, calmly asking him to save the king. The dumbfounded boy couldn't believe his ears, trying to figure out what she was able to duke out by saying they needed to do something completely different. However, the man couldn't stand it and shouted loudly that what they needed was a reason. It was the only way they could justify killing the knights. After which he told the young hero in an orderly tone to tread, causing him to meet the stern gaze of the boy who was hesitating. But after a second of thought, she turned around, placing the hammer on his shoulders, stating that he would be back soon. But before the young man left, he asked the Duke not to die, thus annoying him, for he did not like such an instruction. Peering at the boy, the prince thought that if Scott left, Ixalan would show up, who followed Bradley's orders strictly, which meant that everything was going according to plan, and the prince's personal knight was fully focused on a very demanding task. The man was now peering at the smoke coming from the king's chambers, thinking that the demon's followers had come for him. He then turned around, ordering his charges to go and remember the task the Crown Prince had given them. Both knights agreed with his order with glee, as at the same time a new voice called out to the swarthy man. The boy claimed he was lost, but looking at him, Ixalan came to a standstill, immediately recognizing the man standing in front of him. In the meantime, there were several dead mages lying in the king's chambers, and Ludwig was saying that the backlash to his magic was still there. It seems it was because the staff is not far enough away, for perhaps the man was too impatient. It was all the fault of the foolish queen, for Ludwig used too much mana to change the barrier at her command. But the mage said it didn't matter, because the man who took the staff was also working for him, and the king asked that he too was a follower of the demon. Barricading the entrance with slabs of stone, Ludwig replied that he was not like this scum, and the king was just a pig who could only squeal. The sorcerer then grabbed the ruler by the chest, telling him that he was just doing what he had to do as a true Aslan heir. Whereas the king took the place simply because he was born rich and in fact is completely incompetent. After that, he activated the artifact magic on the king's neck, saying that it was better that he had died long ago because now he would have to suffer. The plan was that everyone would think the king had died from an attack by the demon's followers. Ludwig would become the next ruler, and then everything would be back to normal. But suddenly, there was a deafening rumble behind them, raising dust into the air. Scott slowly entered the king's chamber, clutching his hammer tightly in his hand and asking the mage if it was him. But not hearing an answer, the fellow grimaced, asking again if he was a calamity that had happened in the palace. Slightly surprised by the uninvited guest, the sorcerer calmly and casually asked who he was, for he had not met him before. Smirking, the young hero replied that it was none of his business, not noticing the jet of fire magic already flying at him. Without waiting for a reply, Ludwig attacked the insolent young man while he was too relaxed and not expecting the attack. Staring sternly at the spot where the boy had just stood, the mage asked the ignorant brat who he called a calamity. However, Scott would not be killed by such an attack, causing him to fly up into the air, swinging his hammer, hoping to make a counterattack. However, the wizard wasn't deterred by this, so he said that although the guy didn't walk around confidently, he expected more from him. After that, with one wave of his hand, he sent the heroes away from himself, straight into a huge rock that he himself had created. Dropping to his knees, the boy breathed, trying to use Spendu face the pressure of gravity that Ludwig was creating. Suddenly, the young hero felt danger approaching, then frowned, trying to focus. His instincts didn't fail him as a stone fist immediately appeared in front of him, which he dodged at the last second. However, the stone abruptly changed its trajectory, causing it to still reach its target, knocking back the guy who was able to put his hands out to defend himself. As he slammed into the wall, Scott felt a surge of pain, for there was no way to protect his back and the impact was quite strong. Before he could recover from this attack, he noticed a torrent of flames already rushing towards him, giving him no respite. Bouncing off to the side and skidding across the ground, the guy immediately deduced that this man was a mage with at least a sixth circle. However, there was some inconsistency, for he didn't understand how he was able to use magic without casting spells. Feeling something behind him, the guy turned around, seeing the magical seal that was about to attack him from the back. And in the same second, a sharp and huge piece of stone burst out of her, which he dodged before he could react. However, it was only a distraction, for at the same time a column of hot flames flew towards him again. Finding a foothold on the ground, the young hero managed to dodge this attack as well, as it would have caused him great damage. Once again, bouncing to the side, the guy noticed that the wizard was attacking very quickly, yet he didn't feel the flow of mana. Looking around the room, Scott realized that the wizard was taking advantage of the extra mana coming from the barrier. That means his Manatello can track this, which could help him overpower the smug wizard. The hero had a clear opportunity to be able to anticipate all of the enemy's actions, and therefore he no longer seemed so strong. Ludwig didn't realize it, continuing to press the guy with fire magic, which he had so far successfully dodged. However, the young hero believed that he would succeed, because now he only needed to get close to the sorcerer. Standing some distance away from the wizard, the young man decided to utilize the development of reverse gravity, namely the transformation of gravity, which allowed him to move forward sharply, shortening the distance. The long-haired wizard called him a rat, then held his hand out in front of him and began to create fire magic again. Scott sharpened his instincts, however, sensing the presence of the sorcerer's mana, which he could now easily bypass. He could feel her from the front, bottom and top, and therefore knew exactly where to expect an attack from, having prepared for dodges in advance. From the places the guy had envisioned, huge stone stakes began to appear, wanting to stop him. The young hero had learned to see every attack, and therefore bypassed it without any problems, without getting hit. However, a pleased Ludwig was unaware of the lad's secret, declaring to the man that he had fallen into a trap that he would not be able to dodge. Scott followed the wizard's actions closely, watching where he sent streams of mana. Here it was clear that he would now be attacked from above, while sharp stone stakes awaited him below. The huge column that was bearing down on him from above gave the hero no chance to dodge or defend himself. The young hero had no choice but to activate 16 times gravity, setting himself up for a hit. The column stomped him into the ground while the smiling wizard wished the guy dead, creating another spell. In addition, behind the column, the man sent a stream of fire at the insolent kid to surely finish him off once and for all. After the dust that had risen in the attack area began to disperse, the mage stated that the guy should have chosen the right opponent. He then turned around, adding that he had interrupted him while he was busy with a very important matter for the kingdom. But in the meantime, the lively Scott was peering out from behind a rock, thinking he hadn't noticed him, though the lad had nearly missed him. After all, if the guy hadn't been pushed back by gravity, he would have been crushed for sure. But he managed to find the perfect moment. But now the wizard had lost his guard, so it was a great chance to hit him from behind, ending it. The young hero lunged forward and pushed himself off the floor, taking the air without swinging his hammer. But he noticed him. He was surprised that the guy was still alive, who in turn wanted to use a lightning strike, coming closer and closer. However, he was interrupted by a pillar of flame that Ludwig created right below him, completely enveloping the guy in fire. Seconds later, the young man was sitting on his knees, having taken an incredibly huge amount of damage, but still kept conscious. He then leaned slightly, leaning on the hammer, trying not to fall, as it could lead to imminent death. The sorcerer, in turn, noticed that the guy is very stubborn, but he can't waste any more time, because it is necessary to finish with him as soon as possible. He then activated the seal beneath his foot, once again summoning the stone stakes that were to pulverize the guy. An exhausted Scott watched the rocks on the island rapidly approaching him, and he didn't know if he could survive this attack. At the same second, an unknown projectile flew towards the rocks from behind his back, destroying the enemy's magic. The young man noticed a familiar icy arrow followed by a voice that he was now very glad to hear. Grid entered the room, apologizing to the boy for being late, for the journey to Aslan's palace was quite difficult. The dumbfounded wizard didn't expect the weapons master to come here personally, asking what the Alliance sword had forgotten here. In pain, Scott said he was running late, to which he received the reply that it was ungentlemanly to be late. But the man explained that he had in no way expected their main opponent to be a blue blood mage. He then asked the guy if he knew him, to which the heroes replied in the negative, adding that they had met for the first time. Hearing this, the weapon master smiled contentedly, asking if the boy would mind if he killed the mage. An agitated Ludwig cried out that Grid was meddling in domestic politics and asked him to back off. The mustachioed man asked that he tied up the king, and calling it internal politics means he belongs to the opposition. Pensive, the wizard turned his head toward the ruler, gathering himself with what he had heard and what he had said himself. Then he turned back to his opponents and began to create spells, snidely saying that this was even better, for the two of them would pass for criminals who killed the king, after which he sent a shell out of the fire. After infusing his shield with mana, the weapons master asked why the sorcerer thought fire magic would work against him. After all, there is a limit to how much one can underestimate him. Along with that, the man put his shield in front of him, fighting off the flames. But suddenly, he was distracted by Scott's shout, warning him that he was about to be overtaken by an attack from behind. Abruptly ducking down, Grid dodged the impact of the huge stone, not intending to miss such sneaky moves. After which he drew his sword sharply, cutting the block of stone into two, asking the sorcerer what he thought the technique was. But instead of the expected remorse, the man heard a firm refusal, feeling streams of electricity around him. Raising his head, the weapon master saw more lightning bolts hovering above him, preparing to attack. The wickedly smiling wizard stretched out his hand in front of him, declaring that it was a trap he had successfully fallen into. At the same instant, however, Scott appeared in front of him, swinging his hammer in flight and shouting that he would not let him do it. Ludwig immediately became angry, cancelling the lightning trap, or else he wouldn't be able to avoid the insolent boy's attack. In the same second, he put up a magical shield in front of him. The hammer came down on it, making a crack in the defense. However, it was enough for the wizard to use his other hand to lift his index finger upward, creating a new spell. And at the same second, behind the guy were huge blocks of stone, which with incredible speed flew towards him. While in the air, the young hero was unable to dodge, causing the huge weight to immediately pin him to the ground, causing him to experience pain. The wizard rejoiced that he was able to neutralize one of his opponents, bringing his victory closer. But at the same second, a weapon master with an axe in his hands rushed towards him at an incredible speed, quickly catching up with his opponent. The mustachioed man swung his weapon, but the sorcerer managed to deflect at the very last second, missing the sharp axes. After gaining a second of time, he began to cast the spell again, wanting to increase the distance between them. At the same second, a huge mana-infused stone flew at Grid, which was almost impossible to dodge. The weapons master didn't have time to put his shield in front of him, causing the shockwave to fly backwards, putting his arms out in front of him. And guessing the moment when his opponent would lose his balance, Ludwig began to create the fire spell again, after which he launched a projectile at the old man who was currently defending himself from the onslaught of heavy stone. But he found a foothold and pushed off the block, dodging the tongues of flame coming toward him. This was beginning to piss the wizard off, for now he was fighting against some very uncomfortable opponents. However, he had no desire to give up, and so he sent a stone wave to chase after the weapon master. However, Grid's patience was also running out, causing him to pull out his spear from behind his back while grinning. Not wanting to go completely on the defense, the man threw a small spear towards the wizard, infusing it with mana. At the same time, he put his shield out in front of him, taking the impact of the stone ruts that pressed down on him with force and quantity. However, Ludwig successfully dodged the projectile sent at him without losing control of the spell. Whereupon the sorcerer laughed, declaring to the old man that this was his final blow of despair, for it was predictable. To which the weapons master also responded with a chuckle, saying that he wouldn't be so sure of his assertion if he were him. In the same second, the spear that emitted ice magic and reached its true target, shattering the pile of stones. At the same second, a pleased Scot came out of it, not wasting a second of time being happy that the mage had fallen for it. Then, with one mighty leap, he was over the wizard's head, bringing his heavy hammer down on him, which caused a deafening explosion to erupt in the king's chambers, the shockwave of which shattered the windows, releasing smoke and dust. As soon as it was over, the heavy breathing of the elderly man who had gotten rid of the spell was heard. Rubbing the place that had been restrained by magic, the king asked where the wizard had gone and if he was dead. Looking at the corpse lying nearby, the weapon master confirmed this, adding that only if his leg wasn't able to move of its own volition. The ruler of Aslan immediately trembled with indignation, getting even angrier, calling Ludwig a damned traitor. Whereupon he rose from his chair and, still trembling, approached the lifeless body, asking him how one such as he had dared to betray him. With a roar, the old man shouted that he had the nerve to think of taking his place on the throne and that there were plenty of freaks like him around. He started kicking the body, saying that he was ready for this, and asking who made him the head of the magic tower. Scott and Grid listened as the king cried out that he had elevated the mage, but he had so treacherously and despicably betrayed his trust. Finished with the showdown, the ruler stepped away from the body, still looking back in its direction, declaring that now he was done for. He then returned to his chair, trying to regain his composure and catch his breath a bit after what had happened. The king then mauled that he had watched the warriors fight, adding that Grid and the unknown knight had done well and would therefore receive a reward. However, the weapon master only bowed low with his hand on his heart, replying that he didn't need a reward. After all, he had come here doing his friend Duke Valentius a favour, and hearing this, the king boiled up again. His hand trembled again as soon as he heard the name of the duke who had caused all this to be arranged. Suddenly the king shouted angrily, asking who the duke thought he was and who he was to save him. Such was the fate that was reserved for him, not the duke, and he didn't know how much longer Valentius would interfere in his life. The old man clutched his head in a fit of frenzy, asking how long those around him would compare him to him. The man no longer noticed that before him stood two Asgardian subordinates who could hear the king's verbal thoughts perfectly well. Rubbing his long mustache, the weapons master didn't find anything to answer, as well as Scott watched the man in silence. Suddenly, too, the king lowered his head in despair and asked the warriors standing nearby if they were one of them. They didn't know what they were talking about until the king added that creep Valentius must be helping the demon's minions take his throne. After which, in another fit of madness, he screamed that he planned to be a hero by pretending to save him. Without looking at his saviors, he asked them if they were holding him for a fool, while Grid asked if he was all right. But the king swung his hand sharply, warding off the knight's outstretched hand, asking the alliance dog to remove his hands, for it was his destiny to be ruler. He doesn't need anyone else's help, because it won't be long before the alliance is his property too. The old man continued his speech until he stammered when he noticed that the weapons master had begun to draw his sword from its sheath. The mustachioed man declared that he, the heir to the head of the alliance and ancient wizards, could not turn a blind eye to the king's words, and so he asked if they should be considered a declaration of war, after which he pointed his blade toward the face of Aslan's lord. However, Scott's hand immediately fell on the warrior's shoulder, whereupon the lad told him it was all right and the duke would take care of the rest. The weapons master confided in the lad, laying down his weapon, proudly adding that he was, after all, just a visitor from a foreign land. Whereupon the man covered his eyes and said Sir Scott had done very well, and the lad was surprised that he addressed him by title. Grid then stated that whatever happened here next was none of his business. Then Ixalan and his entourage entered the room. However, the young hero was now only thinking about the fact that he seemed to be able to gain the recognition of a weapon master. Then he noticed the king, who announced with a mad smile that the prince's attendant had come and his son must be here. Ixalan then bowed to the guy, thanking him and telling him that they would take care of the rest. Suddenly, the young man was approached by the king, asking what his name was, to which he honestly replied that he was Scott of the House of Valencia. Well, upon hearing the hated surname, the elderly man once again began to fly into a rage, contorting his face, after which he relaxed for a second and let the boy go, while the hero thought he had a bad feeling. They don't know what he's up to, and so, unbeknownst to everyone, he's released Moonwalker in the form of a small puppy. At the same time, Ixalan turned his attention to the lifeless body, recognizing it as the famous blue blood mage Ludwig. Suddenly, the angry king asked the Night Prince to come to him, for he had something to tell him. The knight knelt obediently, listening as the king told him that he was henceforth the commander of the royal knights. And so his first task will be to prevent this knight of Valentia from leaving here alive, adding to kill him. Ixalan answered nothing at first, pondering the mad ruler's words, for he had come here for another purpose. The man then stood up, calmly stating that the position of commander of the royal knights was too honourable for him. He also added that the king didn't even know his name, but he decided to remedy the situation by asking what his name was. But instead of introducing himself, the knight ordered his subordinates to capture the king now. As soon as the old man was taken under their arms, he started screaming and asking what they were doing, asking them to let him go now. Panic and paranoia were gaining on the king, and so he decided to ask directly if those were the demon's minions. But Ixalan menacingly and sternly asked to listen to the dethroned former king Vincent von Aslan. Knight said he had thrown the country into chaos because of personal feelings and absurd delusions, planned to start a war and put the kingdom in jeopardy. The knight drew his sword, said that according to the will of the new king, Bradley von Aslan, his punishment for his sins would be the death penalty. The dumbfounded king immediately shouted, asking to be released, for he wanted to speak to the crown prince. At the same time, Moonwolf, watching from afar, saw with his own eyes how the king was stripped of his head by the prince's knight. The next day, standing at the door, the prince asked Ixalan if he had taken care of the king, to which he heard an affirmative answer. He then asked if he had made the right decision, to which the knight replied that the deposed king was plotting a hopeless war. The boy nodded, mentally agreeing with his knight's doubts, as they completely matched his own. After all, he had managed to save the princess that day thanks to Sir Zenas and his son-in-law. But it had been a very intense fight back then. At the same time, he saw the power of his father's shadow squad, but he wondered what became of them after his death. Then he came there with his knight and a couple of assistants to overcome the shadows with their combined strength. However, the knights of House Valentius, Duke Valentius, and later the weapon master Grid, who had come up, killed everyone. The prince asked if everyone in the shadow squad was dead, to which Ixalan replied that luckily the next chapter and her group survived. After all, the deputy squad leader and his group had gone on another mission, so they were unaffected. They are adherents to a rule that obliges them to follow the orders of the official king only, and so they said they would come to see him after the coronation to welcome the new ruler. Bradley asked again what about Katia and Gruel, to which he received the reply that they had been arrested immediately after the suppression of the rebellion. However, Gruel was unwilling to surrender without a fight and bare his sword against the royal guards, for he did not want the death penalty. After asking the prince if the knight had found Tinel, the knight replied that Gruel had kidnapped him after the rebellion, wishing to take him with him. Bradley immediately turned around, wondering with surprise at the knight what Gruel needed his younger brother for. In a hesitant voice, Ixalan said honestly that many say that Prince Tinel is the son of Katia and Gruel, and it's also believed that they staged a coup d'etat to make Prince Tinel the new king. Dumbfounded by such information, and the prince asked what to do, for it seems he as king will have to make a decision. So, one way or another, they should execute Katia and Gruel so that there is no coup d'etat from now on. However, Ixalan noticed that the second Prince Lot would definitely be against the execution of his own mother and would object, to which the prince replied that they couldn't leave one that was capable of causing discord, and Lot must realize this. And as for Tinsel, Bradley decided that he was the fruit of an affair, but he was still his brother, so he would continue to live with them. Upon hearing the new king's final verdict, the knight immediately agreed with it, hearing the order to call everyone to a meeting. After all, despite all the sorrows, he wants to reward the protagonists of the incident who were able to show themselves. Whereupon he turned abruptly, glaring at his loyal knight, lighting him up with his genuine smile. The new king stated that this would be drastically different from the usual awards, as the heroes deserved more. After a little more time, Scott sat in front of the throne Bradley was sitting on and decided to ask for something different as a reward. Dumbfounded by such a statement, the king asked the lad if he knew the quality of the superior weapon. But the heroes knew perfectly well, for he had one in a past life, and it was called Nocturne, which was his faithful companion. However, the whole problem was that the superior weapons are strange conditions, so it is extremely difficult to find the right one. All the more reason for him to have enough of the Nocturne he's about to receive, and so such a reward from the king is clearly not suitable for him. Kneeling and lowering her head, her hours stated that that wasn't the point at all, and that he had one small request. To which Bradley waved his hand, asking the boy to tell on her, for he was willing to accomplish almost anything for him. Raising his head and looking into the king's eyes, Scott declared that he wanted the heiress of the Morse family to be granted her freedom. Leaning slightly toward the king, Ixalan explained that this was the next chapter of the Shadow Squad he was telling him about. After a little thought, Bradley crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he couldn't fulfill that request, which dumbfounded Scott. But then the leader smiled and winked at the boy and added that he couldn't fulfill it right now. The fact was that she had some work to do, but he had promised that he would give her freedom within 6 months. This arrangement completely satisfied the lad, who bowed his head and thanked His Majesty from the bottom of his heart. Bradley rose, declaring that if his reward was such, he would be disgraced, and asked to look for superior weapons in the royal vault. For the king knew perfectly well that his permission alone was not enough to get it, but Scott thanked him even louder. The happy young man did not even expect to receive it, but if the king himself insists, then fine. As soon as he stepped out of the walled hall, he was immediately met by an old man with a long grey beard who asked if he was the Shining Knight. Scott answered in the affirmative, mutually asking what he could of the icy flame, noting that he was still young now. The boy said he was honored to meet the pillar of the magic tower and asked to be called Scott, and the old man noted his politeness. Then the wizard said that he would take him to the vault as the king had ordered, and immediately asked him to follow him. On the way, the mage told me that it was different from the pitiful vaults of aristocrats, for the security system here was on a different level. The lad wondered what kind of weapons the royal family kept here, for he had never heard of them. After all, he hadn't been here in his previous life, so he was very excited, and meanwhile the old man continued to tell the history of the kingdom. But the hero's attention was attracted by a completely different thing, which was in the next room, but very much beckoned to him. Behind the ajar door lay stacked bars of gold, and when the demon army came in the past life, the kingdom spent all the money on war. After all, then tried not only people but also allies of different races to make a great contribution to victory and saving the world. The dumbfounded guy could only briefly say that it was amazing, because this was the first time he had seen one like this in 2 lifetimes. But in answer to which the old man smiled and said that after his long story, there was nothing more to be surprised at. However, the guy immediately tried to explain his words and emotions, but was suddenly interrupted by sensing something. As he looked around the room, he noticed the clear presence of a powerful spirit whose strength was clearly at a very high level. Perhaps he is the power needed to keep Scott from becoming a master of aura, from becoming much stronger. After all, he would surely regret and become enraged if he refused such a thing, for there might not be another opportunity. The old man pointed his hand at the table, saying, "Here is the superior equipment a guy can familiarize himself with at the moment." However, he had not reached the level of a superhuman, so he had only prepared what conditions he could fit under. While the wizard laughed, the young man thought that one would have been enough, and he brought more than expected. The boots, bracelet, and armor were on the table. But what the spirit power was in was impossible to tell from a distance. The boy frowned, while the mage asked him not to think so hard and examine everything in more detail. The slightly flustered hero slowly reached out towards the boots, deciding to start his inspection with them. The old man immediately snatched the boots from under his nose, saying that they could be worn by those who reached blader level before the proper age. They have the wind magic of the 3rd circle applied to them, and also an effect that allows them to use the magic of the 7th circle once a week. After that, the wizard was carried away, and he began to tell non-stop and long about all the advantages of these boots. He then put them on the spot, saying that he had reached the level of a blader, but his age was no longer right, so their terms were not suitable for him. The guy asked in shock why it was necessary to tell so much about them, after which he clarified that he was only 14. The mage asked if he wanted to take them then, but the hero decided to hold off, deciding to examine the rest of the items by looking at the bracelet. The wizard told me that the bracelet was only for girls who could use 3rd circle magic, but it allows you to use the magic of the 6th circle once a day, once a week, the 7th, and once a month, the 8th. The young man immediately pondered on the fact that the magic of the 8th circle was enough to block Leon, the beast demon, with a blow. And while he pondered, the wizard said there was an explanation, for the one who had created it was trying to keep his daughter safe. At that very second, the guy holding the bracelet began apologizing to the creator for mentally calling him a pervert. He then returned it to its place, asking why the mage had brought it, since the hero is clearly not a girl. and the old man stated that all sorts of things could happen, whereupon they looked at the last item that the mage had also brought just in case. Rubbing his long beard, the wizard said thoughtfully that the conditions were confusing, and the boy was immediately curious. The old man stated that a person who could control spirit power and had a cooperative spirit was needed. Without hesitation, the hero grabbed the armor, firmly stating that he would take it, but the wizard tried to stop him. However, it was too late, for as soon as her art touched the armor of the No, energy immediately began to hover around it. After she surrounded the guy, the armor independently joined his shoulders, beginning to transform. The dumbfounded wizard watched as a red cloak appeared out of nowhere and fluttered with magic. At the same time, the guy was just happy, for he had chosen exactly what he wanted, turning his head and examining the cloak. Looking at the new shoulder pads that connected at the chest area, the guy thought that this was what would make him a master of aura. The wizard asked in shock how the guy did it, since he didn't know the guy was a summoner and was related to Moonwolf. He noticed that the armor had changed its shape, but the young hero, not moving away from his excitement, asked what its effect was. The man thought for a moment, then replied that proportionally to the elementalist's level, his body, spirit, and soul power were enhanced. Meanwhile, Scott infused his fist with mana, looking at how easily and freely he controlled the energy within him. He then created a small but powerful ball of flame, happy to see how strong it turned out to be. The young man realized that this was definitely him, the key to becoming an aura master, a level he had not reached in his past life. Continuing to check the effects of the new armor, the guy asked the old man what the armor was called. Not moving away from the shock, the wizard stated that she was called the spiritual armor of Animus, but such a thing was not suitable for everyone. As soon as the hero left the palace, the Duke was already waiting for him, who asked if he had met the Crown Prince. Scott was surprised that they were already waiting for him, to which Asgard appraised her new armor, and the boy clarified that it was superior equipment. Climbing into the carriage, the man said in a calm voice that it was good luck to come across a suitable outfit of this level. The young hero immediately agreed that this was unexpected good fortune, whereupon he got into the carriage and they travelled together to the estate. The Sword Emperor then said that he had heard from Grid about what had happened, after which he asked if the Blue Mage had started the calamity. Scott nodded affirmatively, saying that it was good that Grid had gotten there, because without him, he could have definitely died. Crossing his arms on his chest, the Duke covered his eyes and nodded, saying that it was really lucky that the guy came back unharmed. However, the young man noticed something strange in the Duke's behavior, because this was not the behavior of the man he remembered in his past life. The guy started asking leading questions about if there was anything else the weapons master hadn't told him. The Duke didn't understand what it was about. Ours realized that it looked like he'd have to do it himself, then clarified that it was about the dead king. However, the man immediately stopped him, that he was only his vassal. He didn't need to know about the details, especially when it comes to competing with a higher-ranking person, and the less he knows the better. Now Scott was finally convinced that he had changed, and this was not the same sword god he had always remembered. Suddenly, the young man became embittered and grinned, saying that those creeps using shadow abilities were assassins sent by the king. He then asked if the Duke knew about it, to which he calmly replied that the Crown Prince had told him everything in detail. The young hero then asked if this was not good for them, for the king who persecuted them had died, and the new one was loyal to them. Clearly thinking about something, the man looked away, replying that this was not how a vassal of the kingdom should speak or think. But then the guy asked if he was willing to do whatever the king wanted, because he was trying to start a war. Grid had to tell him about it. However, the Sword Emperor only came to shock at this kind of news that no one had even deigned to report to him. Scott shouted, followed either one further behind him, and so he can't pull out his sword even when his own daughter was in trouble. Because the person he knew in his past life behaved differently, and from these words, the Duke only covered his face with his hand in despair. But the young man didn't relent, saying that even if he had to sacrifice an insecure person, he would do it for the common good. This struck a nerve with the Duke, who shrieked back angrily that this was not how one who wanted to save the world should speak. But the young hero, with a serious look, replied that those were not his words, but those of a sword emperor in a past life. They would be able to get close to the Demon King, Leon, by sacrificing 3 of the 10 greatest knights. That was his plan, and everyone agreed to stick to it, for everyone trusted the Duke, even at the cost of their lives. Then that you achieve the goal, He correctly prioritized all things, so people, including Scott, believed him. To which the man only leaned forward slightly, asking desperately that he had sacrificed the innocents then. Seeing his reaction, the young hero began to swivel his head, answering that as far as he knew, no. But that wasn't the point right now. However, he said that if such a thing happened, let him ask for forgiveness by committing harakiri when the goal was accomplished. However, the man fell into more despair, saying that he thought he was well prepared, but it seems his mind is not ready yet. Suddenly, the man stated that he would change if he had to, but right now he could only say that and nothing more. However, that was enough for the guy for now, and he looked at the Sword Emperor with a good-natured smile. Once they arrived at the location, a dazed Khloe asked the man standing in front of him who he was. Scott responded by saying they hadn't seen each other in a while, addressing her as an older sister, but she only cringed. The puzzled hero asked her what was wrong, because they had not seen each other at the ceremony, and therefore her reaction was very strange. But the blonde grudgingly shrieked that she was too busy to take a closer look at him. Besides, she had only seen him from the back, not now remembering that he was a small and cute child. And suddenly, Vivian came running up to her, asking the princess why she had run away from the manor so quickly. In response to which, the girl stated that Scott had changed a lot, which made the girl knight also cringe when she saw the guy. Clutching her head, the Duke's daughter asked herself how it was, why that small and sweet boy had become like this. The second she opened her eyes and noticed the puppy sitting in front of her wagging its tail, she recognized Lun as well. Taking him in her arms, Khloe was convinced that it was true, and that a grown-up Scott was indeed standing in front of her. Rubbing the back of his head awkwardly, the young hero said that he had changed a lot, while the girl stared at him intently. But unable to bear it, she turned away with tears in her eyes, clutching the puppy tightly to her chest, and Vivian asked her to calm down. Getting out of the carriage, the surprised Duke asked what was the matter with her, but the saddened lad said nothing. The blonde removed herself, taking Moonwalker with her, saying that the guy had gotten creepy, and the young man replied to the Duke that he wasn't sure. Toward evening, the Duke sat in his study, asking the Green Man if what the young hero had told him was true. At this time, his companion was smoking a pipe, waiting for his comrade to finish so he could begin answering all his questions. To which Grid asked him not to call him by his nickname since he was already old for that, after which he asked what exactly the guy had said. Folding his hands in a lock, the Duke replied that the king was preparing to make war, and about what the Crown Prince's knights had done. The mustachioed man replied that he did not know, for he thought the queen had killed Ludwig, although that was what the official announcement said. The traitors Ludwig and Katia contacted the followers of the demon and became the perpetrators of what happened and were executed. That was what the new king said, however. The Sword Emperor stated that the weapons master clearly knew that he didn't want that. Grid replied that it was his problem, as he was always too honest, and did he really need to say that to make him feel better? Even looking at his companion's disgruntled tone, the Duke agreed politely, wanting to hear everything from the lips of his interlocutor. After a little thought, the old man with a pipe in his mouth admitted that the former king had brazenly declared that he would take over the alliance. However, had it not been for the Crown Prince's knights, he would have finished him off himself, for the king had threatened him with war right to his face. However, when he saw the expression on the knights' faces, he realized that they were up to something as it was, without his input. The Duke said that if he had known, he would have prevented everything, but Grid replied that he would have wasted his time taking care of the old sick king. The mustachioed man explained that the Duke had said he would help stop the disaster Sir Scott had told him about. However, the current king has announced that the previous one was killed by the followers of the demon, and there is a risk of chaos in the country, because of which the people recognize the danger of the followers of the demon, but such would not be the case. The station of the former king is alive. Shaking off the ashes, Grid said that this was the best result that could have been obtained in any scenario. However, the Duke and the king have a similar trait. They can't understand what needs to be done in reality because of personal feelings. And what would happen if he didn't challenge him, and that if he couldn't convince him, his daughter would die with the Crown Prince. And after everything, he would still think he had done the right thing. The man had asked the Sword Emperor to wake up. For if he doubts what is right, what is wrong, let him discuss it with others and listen carefully to others. And the most important thing is not to do what he thinks is right until the very end. Whereupon the Duke thought for a moment. After a couple seconds, he opened his eyes and confidently stated that Grid was right and he needed to overcome his own pettiness. But then the weapons master smiled as well, for he was glad to see his comrade in a completely different way, saying that things would now begin to clear up. Having managed to get over himself, the Sword Emperor motioned for his interlocutor to proceed with the next part of the plan. The next day, a secret meeting was held in the city, where a man in a cloak greeted His Majesty Duke Valentino. The Sword Emperor told Sagarin that he would be perfect for the job, and it was not new to him to work as an observer. However, this would be the first time he would be doing it in such clothes. But the Duke was interested in people's honest reactions, so he needed to talk to them. But suddenly the man was surprised to notice a man standing next to the Duke, asking who it was. Lifting his hood, the guy replied that they hadn't seen each other in a while, whereupon Scott called his name, smiling broadly. The dumbfounded knight remarked that they had met a couple months ago, but he had grown so much, to which the guy replied that it had happened recently. After all, he used the mana technique to grow older, and Garen replied that during their fight, he realized that the guy was unusual. Also, the young hero's facial features have become more masculine and it suits him very well, for which the young man thanked him. But the Duke hastened his interlocutors, turning around and saying that they would speak later, but now it was time for them to go. Around them, people were chattering about how the king had been killed by Ludwig, and that they had heard that he had contacted the followers of the demon. They also asked what would happen to the kingdom now and where the world was going, also wondering where the minions got so much power from. Garen noticed that after the current king announced what had happened, more and more people were feeling fearful. Set in a city that is considered the strongest, the attack and death of the ruler at the hands of the demon's followers. All this means that nowhere in the world is safe, especially for ordinary people who have no way to protect themselves. Turning his head in his direction, the young hero realized that Sagarin only knew what had been announced to the public. But the man continued his reasoning, saying that Aslan was located in the center, and news of the demon's minions had spread around. And the current king is planning to announce the bomb too, so other forces related to the kingdom will soon learn the news. Scott reflected that most of the disasters he knew of were internal warriors, but it would be bad if word got out about them. The Duke said that from now on, it would become more difficult for them to take action, because the kingdom and still standing firm. So they should somehow be able to mediate between the other four forces, because what they achieved this time is important. Just as suddenly, the man turned his head and told Scott with a genuine smile that he had done a great job on his last assignment. The dazed boy tentatively agreed with him, asking himself what had gotten into him, for it looked very strange. Either second, the man powered up his arm with his mom, stating that he should have controlled his facial expression if life was precious. The young hero was startled and immediately saluted, stating that he was honored to receive his approval, but he did so too abruptly. For his hood flew off, and people began to ask if he was the shining knight who had killed the traitor and saved Karun. After all, the Duke standing next to him is said to have mentioned the Morse family to the new king, and the members of this family have black hair and dark eyes. The Sword Emperor stated that the guy had become quite popular, and people kept saying that he must have a member of the Morse family. The guy grudgingly remarked that it was crazy since people thought he was from a family of morsels. However, Garen stated that they were semi-aristocrats. The puzzled Duke wondered when the boy had become famous, but Garen replied that when the new king took the throne. Then announced nationwide that Scott had made the biggest contribution to saving Karun and the Aslan royal family. With a wave of his hand, the emperors of the hour declared that this was even better, to which the young hero turned incredulous, not understanding the point. The Duke explained that he would soon have to travel to Elfheim, and the stubborn elves were better met with by a known person. The surprised knight asked what they were sending the guy there for, to which Scott replied that the demon's followers were looking for sacred objects, and he has to convince the elves of the need to protect them, but Garen said it's not necessary to send him there for that. After all, he has a friend in Elfheim, to which the young hero and Duke reacted with surprise and shock. They looked at the knights in silence for a few seconds before asking if it was possible, to which Tut replied that they were both rude. Asked if he really had an elf friend, well, he got the answer that he was travelling to Rodman's land to kill a monster. That's when he met the man on his way to Elfheim, after which he and he became friends. However, Scott genuinely didn't understand how it was possible to become friends with a complete stranger so easily. After all, people don't become friends the first time they meet, to which the knight stubbornly replied that they did. But they discussed a lot of things first. That's how things happened quickly, and it's understandable. That's how they became friends. Scott only gritted his teeth irritably, really not realizing how simple-minded the knight was. But the man only laughed that you can get close to people quickly if you talk sincerely. He then put his hand over the back of his sinus that he was a little upset that they didn't believe him, and only mocked him. But as proof he took out a golden pendant. Opening it, a blue-colored voice emerged from it. He received this symbol from the very same friend, and after scrutinizing it closely, the young hero declared that it looked real. Half a day later, it was decided that Garen would go with Scott, and they were ready for the long journey. He didn't know if it would help, but he sent Jay ahead, and as soon as they arrived at the location, have him track him down first. The warriors immediately agreed, while Garen saddled his horse and Scott decided to ride Moonwolf. Whereupon, having heard all the instructions, they declared that they were going, and the lad in addition said that they would see the old man again. Looking at the departing knights, the Sword Emperor said aloud that he hoped the results would be as good this time. But afterward, he added detachedly that if the boy ever called him old man again, he would kill him, regardless of the results. At the same time, 2 of the demon's minions found along the corridor, one of whom asked if he had interfered again, also asking about Ludwig's death. In response, he heard the claim that the crown prince had now taken the place of the king. The man of age pounded his fist on the wall at this news. After all, people said they could handle it, but it was all the fault of the Morse family degenerate, and it was unclear how he knew of their plan. To which his interlocutor replied that perhaps a spy straight out of the dragon's eye had lurked among them. But this was impossible, for then the king would not have died, in which case the hero would have been blessed by the goddess. The young minion asked that the creator of this less-than-perfect world started a war with the demonic world and created a hero. There was no one-word explanation. Then he remembered a story Malum had told him once long ago. The creator can only see the predetermined fate of a less-than-perfect world. Too much interference will change it. By thinning the border between worlds, after which their inhabitants will become stronger than they should, and the world will be destroyed sooner than it should. A creature called a goddess once changed the fate of this world of utter destruction by creating a hero and transporting a demon to another world. And the descendants who believe in the goddess consider themselves victors. In fact, the trail that proves their victory has been left. It was when they were creating the demon station and the great labyrinth. At that time, the minion was looking at the map, and his interlocutor that since several heroes have now been chosen, the end of this world is imminent. To which the aged henchman declared that their dream would soon come true, for they had worked too long for it. At the young fellow stated that it was possible that there was a spy among them after all, and offered to check it out. The older man then stated that after the kingdom, they intended to go straight to Elfheim. However, their trump card, Elaine, is dead, so they will change course to the Orc Alliance, where their other trump card is. If he goes to Elfheim, then he's a hero. But if Batar, an Orc city, then he's definitely a spy who should be taken out. After which he ordered his loyal subordinate to deal with him definitively if he went to Elfheim. Bowing, the guy accepted the order, adding that it was all for the sake of the new world, after which the senior minion repeated the same. Then the subordinate withdrew, and the senior thought that if the guy was a hero, he would take over. After which he'll say it was part of the prophecy and then kill him. But if he goes to Batar, we'll have to set up an investigation. Meanwhile, Scott and Garen had arrived at the first location, and the night before the sleeper declared that they were finally here. They looked out over the vast fields of orcs, which were now warmed by the bright sunlight, showing an incredible landscape. But they decided to lose no time and hurry forward, for their goal was almost right in front of their noses.